Since time immemorial, humanity has relentlessly pursued the traces of the divine, expending nearly 10 millennia in this arduous quest. Until that fateful day, we finally discovered the opportunity to communicate with the divine, pushed open that heavy door, and embarked upon a path strewn with thorns, ultimately arriving at the homeland of the divine. However, what met our gaze was nothing but a field of scattered bones. A gentle breeze caressed the air as dusk descended. In the eastern district of the lake, the water shimmered with golden hues under the afterglow of the setting sun, the surface sparkling in a breathtaking display. Towering skyscrapers stood proudly, epitomizing affluence and opulence. On the streets, vehicles flowed incessantly, racing along the broad thoroughfares. The pedestrians appeared well-groomed and immaculate, yet one solitary youth seemed utterly out of place. He donned a shirt faded from countless washes, trousers a size too small, and tattered shoes, his frame gaunt. Yet his eyes sparkled with a vibrant light. Bathed in the sunset's glow, his presence felt discordant amidst the beauty surrounding him. How did someone from the Western District end up here? Who let him in? He's absolutely filthy. They ought to remain in the slums. As passers-by brushed past the boy, they cast him scornful glances, veering away, unwilling to draw near. Harsh words occasionally reached his ears. Yet in the face of such derision, the boy remained unmoved, standing motionless by the roadside, fixated on the passing cars. He stood there for half an hour, until Shadowhunter 738, a 68 model, market price $300,000. Average economic status. A middle-aged driver, a teddy bear ornament on the dashboard, has a family, a daughter, likely not impulsive. Speed 30. As if awakening from a trance, the boy suddenly sprang into action. He darted onto the road. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air. In the next moment, the boy was hurled aside, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a halt. His already tattered shirt was completely torn as it scraped against the pavement, revealing gashes on his exposed skin. The car halted at the roadside, its hazard lights flashing. A dazed middle-aged driver shook his head in disbelief and rushed out of the vehicle in a panic. However, upon observing the boy's disheveled appearance, a flicker of disdain involuntarily crossed his eyes. The words of apology he intended to utter were swallowed back. "Little brat, are you blind? This isn't your Western District. Crossing the road like that will get you hit." The middle-aged driver barked angrily, his demeanor a facade of bravado. The boy did not respond. He merely endured the pain coursing through his body, staggering to his feet, and calmly gazing at the driver. The driver's composure faltered under the boy's steady gaze. Yet he clung to his menacing fod, recalling the boy's identity as a poor inhabitant of the Western District. "Are you even listening to me? Do you have a pass? I have reason to suspect you snuck over here. Get lost, or I'll call the police." The boy raised his battered right hand, cautiously retrieving a crumpled pass from his pocket, unfolding it to present it before the driver's eyes, interrupting his tirade. "Compensation. Otherwise I will call the police." A faint fragility permeated the boy's voice, yet his eyes brimmed with resolve, unwaveringly fixed on the middle-aged driver. Upon seeing the blood-stained pass in the boy's grasp, the driver fell silent, caught in a web of indecision. "I only need $3,005. The boy spoke again. The driver was taken aback, incredulously staring at him. "How much?" "$3,005. The boy reiterated the figure. Truly a pauper from the Western District. $3,005. That must be the limit of your understanding. The middle-aged driver initially exhaled in relief, then sneered mockingly. He rummaged through his wallet, carelessly tossing a handful of bills at the boy. "No more, no less, just get out of here." Before the bills could touch the ground, the boy grasped them tightly, refusing to let the driver depart. Instead, he meticulously counted each bill before the driver's eyes. Ultimately, "Too much. I only require $3,005. The boy calmly stated, coughing twice as he returned the extra bills to the middle-aged driver. In disbelief, the driver watched as the boy, battered yet resolute, staggered away. What a bizarre situation. The driver glanced at the handful of bills in his hand, then at the bloodstains on the pavement. His gaze lingered on the dented front bumper of his car, filled with regret. The boy clutched the money tightly, trudging along the thoroughfare that traversed the Western District, blood occasionally dripping onto the ground, drawing contemptuous glances from passers-by. "Mommy, that brother looks hurt." A curious 5-year-old girl pointed at the boy, her eyes wide with innocence. Yet, the woman hastily scooped her daughter up, moving swiftly away from him. "He's from the Western District, where all the trash and criminals reside. Stay away from them. I can't fathom how the police allowed such a person to come here." The girl, bewildered, listened to her mother's words. As she turned to gaze at the boy's retreating figure, a hint of contemplation flickered in her innocent eyes. "Oh, how does Mommy know he's from the Western District?" "Because they carry a scent of poverty," the woman said meaningfully, hastening away with her daughter. Such words and disdainful glances echoed perpetually in the boy's ears. Yet he seemed impervious to them, gripping the money tightly as he pressed onward. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and he ultimately leaned weakly against the railing by the lake, his lips parched. Merely 10 meters ahead stood a vendor selling water. However, He merely glanced before averting his gaze, as solitary as a wolf in the snow, resting in isolation. As the school day ended, a throng of students clad in uniforms ambled by, their faces aglow with joy, walking in clusters along the roadside. Pristine uniforms, the latest sneakers, Bluetooth headphones. Yet, the boy of the same age appeared to inhabit an entirely different realm. Seemingly regaining some strength, the boy braced himself against the railing and struggled to rise, continuing his journey into the distance. Beneath the setting sun, though both were used, they traversed opposite paths. It was not until the boy stepped onto a dilapidated, narrow wooden bridge, with cracks appearing in places, that he had truly departed from the so-called prosperous city. This bridge was the sole connection between the western and eastern districts. Of course, there existed a particularly wide overpass, but that bridge was one the inhabitants of the western district were deemed unworthy to traverse. The boy walked for a full hour on this precarious bridge. Upon reaching the other side, he was immediately intercepted by several armed personnel. Pass! One of the guards approached lazily, uttering the command. Silently, the boy retrieved the blood-stained pass from his pocket and handed it over. The guard merely accepted it without a glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded the boy. Name? Chichio. The boy whispered, pulling out 500 yuan from his crumpled bills and offering it as well. Not bad. You understand the rules, you may proceed. The guard chuckled lightly, pocketing the money and waving him on. Yet Chichio did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out a thin string from his pocket, binding the remaining money to his calf and concealing it beneath his trousers. Only then did he set forth down the dilapidated street ahead, his countenance pale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows enveloped the earth, obscuring Chichio's figure and the entirety of the western district. It seemed as if the very sunlight was a luxury for those dwelling here. Chapter 2. Late intermediate stage, military training commences, and the fire element faints from excitement. Upon waking in high spirits, the fire element begins to cultivate autonomously. Fire element energy 10. Your warlock cultivation has ascended to late intermediate stage. The fire element, feeling somewhat fatigued, has ceased its cultivation. Is this all it amounts to? Such uselessness, Li Lan silently scoffed. However, this time, the fire element did not fall for his provocation. After finishing its training, it simply fell into a deep slumber, no longer bubbling with energy. As usual, Su Exine assisted Li Lan with his morning routine. Suddenly, Su Exine froze, inadvertently inserting a toothbrush into Li Lan's nostril. Li Lan felt a surge of anger. Yet he was too lethargic to speak, not even bothering to roll his eyes, his gaze remaining lifeless. I apologize, young master. It was unintentional. Su Exine hastily apologized. However, today, you seem somewhat different than usual. While brushing Li Lan's teeth, he had sensed an intense, fiery aura emanating from within him. Though it was fleeting and quickly dissipated, his keen perception had captured it nonetheless. What's different? Just a slight enhancement in strength, that's all. Li Lan, too lazy to engage in conversation, bestowed upon him a dismissive glance that conveyed you finished. Li Lan had no intention of revealing the awakening of his talent. It wasn't about playing the fool or showing off. It was primarily because he was utterly exhausted. Not just any kind of tired. For instance, his elder brother arose at 5 each morning and retired at midnight. Besides training, he faced challenges daily from prodigies around the world, defending the Li family's honor and showcasing their might. Occasionally, he would deliver motivational speeches at various esteemed academies, serving as an exemplary role model for the younger generation. Such a lifestyle was unbearable for Li Lan. He preferred the current existence, where he sat in a wheelchair, attended to by others no matter what he did. Young master, Su Exine inquired, but Li Lan ignored him. Yet the very next moment, he found himself confronted by a surge of flames. Instinctively raising his hand to shield himself, the blazing fire engulfed his palm, and he effortlessly grasped it, extinguishing the flames. He was disinclined to speak, turning to Su Exine, who wore an expression of sheer terror. At that moment, Li Lan realized he had been deceived. Young master, when did this happen? Su Exine exclaimed in shock. Young master, why didn't you mention your extraordinary ability? If you had, the clan leader wouldn't have sent you to this place for schooling. Li Lan remained silent, merely gazing at him. He returned the gaze, both of them locked in a quiet understanding. Silence reigned in the air. After a brief pause, Li Lan finally replied, I can't be bothered to say. What? Su Exine nearly stumbled to the floor. But young master, your extraordinary ability must be quite formidable, right? If you disclosed it, you could attend the finest school and access the best cultivation resources. Dio, you wish to live your life as an ordinary person? Ordinary person? Are you referring to me? Li Lan glanced at his attire worth tens of thousands, then at Su Exine. Expressing a look of disdain, it dawned on Su Exine that perhaps his young master was not quite so ordinary after all. Dressed better than him, eating better, utilizing superior resources, and even possessing greater ability. The S-rank prodigy Su Exine felt a blow to his ego but couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you not desire to grow stronger? Just like your elder brother and the others?" Not interested, Li Lan uttered his second sentence of the day. Su Exine. He understood that he could not persuade Li Lan, resigning himself to a sigh as he lifted Li Lan onto his shoulder. Descending from the dormitory building, he wheeled him toward the classroom. The classroom was as boisterous as ever, filled with familiar faces. Yet Li Lan recognized none, for he could not be bothered to learn their names, let alone remember them. All he wanted was to lay his head on the desk and sleep. A cold drink would be delightful. If he voiced this thought, Su Exine would surely fetch it. But he couldn't be bothered to say it. Speaking was akin to strenuous exercise for him. Why left buttock itches? Forget it. Let it itch. The fire element feels immense anger at your laziness and begins to cultivate. Fire element energy 10. The fire element holds your laziness in contempt and resumes cultivation. Fire element energy 10. The fire element considers your indolence as wastefulness and embarks on cultivation. Fire element energy 10. Several hours later. The fire element, feeling exhausted, halts its cultivation. Useless, Li Lan sneered. The fire element is extremely enraged by your mockery and continues to cultivate. Fire element energy 7. Despite its fatigue, the fire element persists in training to prove its superiority over you. Fire element energy 10. The fire element faints from exhaustion, ceasing cultivation. Li Lan. Even fainting during cultivation, truly a waste. The fire element is so enraged it is on the verge of spitting blood. It requests the host to cease the mockery. Li Lan. I'm merely speaking the truth. This lesson was history class, the teacher lecturing with a voice akin to a machine gun. Any student caught daydreaming would receive a piece of chalk hurled at them with near-perfect accuracy. Li Lan was no exception. Fortunately, Su Exine sat in front of him. Due to his towering stature, the chalk almost struck him, serving as a natural barrier. I've just realized Su Exine isn't so bad after all. Initially, when selecting a companion for study, Li Lan had chosen only girls. However, his sister insisted that having a girl might not be beneficial for his health, leading to the current choice of Su Exine. Now that he thought about it, boys had their own merits as well. Besides having a handle at the bottom, he was almost indistinguishable from a girl. 3,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, and various races began to rise, followed by the fusion of other realms. Through the tireless efforts of humanity, we have finally established a comprehensive system of extraordinary abilities. Today, humanity has birthed numerous formidable beings, such as the Wood Emperor and the Flame Emperor. They are the heroes of humanity, deserving of our admiration and emulation. With the continuous fusion of other realms and Blue Star, the transformations witnessed today are monumental compared to those of 3 millennia ago. The other realms not only harbor countless mysterious races, but also an abundance of relics. These relics come in various forms, some singular, some repetitive, and others exceedingly complex. The teacher will elaborate on this later. Reliable estimates suggest that these repetitive relics may have been utilized by unknown advanced civilizations for training purposes, varying in strength and danger. Capable of being refreshed for reuse, you will eventually enter these as well. Now, let us turn to page 2 of our textbooks as we discuss the two races surrounding the Human Federation, the Wind Shadow Tribe and the Barbarian Spirit Tribe. Soon, the class came to an end. The classroom erupted in cheers, and Su Exine quietly approached the trash can next to Li Lan, brushing off the chalk dust from his clothes. "Young master, look, it won't come off." Su Exine pointed to his multicolored white attire. Li Lan wished to comfort him, but ultimately decided against it. A silent consolation was sufficient. Speaking would be too tiring. Before long, the homeroom teacher stormed in with an imposing presence. The students immediately quieted down. Class had yet to begin. However, with the homeroom teacher's arrival, it was as good as starting class. The students promptly returned to their seats. Li Lan continued to rest his head on the desk. Now in the 4th period, his left buttock began to itch again. Forget it, ignore it, and continue sleeping. The fire element has completed its rest and, feeling profound disdain for your laziness, resumes cultivation, fire element energy 10. The homeroom teacher tapped the podium and smiled, saying, "Students, I have an announcement to make. From tomorrow onward, we will commence military training." After a brief silence, the classroom erupted in wails of despair. The class monitor, Lu Yuya, exclaimed, "Military training? This is utterly ungraceful. Teacher, may I request a leave of absence? If we have military training, my fair skin will surely be sunburned." The homeroom teacher smiled at him and replied, "What do you think?" Lu Yuya shivered. Hesitating, "Well, I suppose that is acceptable." Lu Yuya, go stand outside the classroom right now. Just say it directly if it's not allowed. You are utterly lacking in grace, teacher, Lu Yuya grumbled. Spraying himself with sunscreen, he tiptoed outside the classroom. Li Lan glanced at him, noticing that this fellow was even wearing a suit beneath his school uniform. Truly, this is just too elegant. A girl sat down beside the class monitor, Wang Shishir, and asked, "Class monitor, what are you looking at?" "Of course, I'm admiring Li Lan," Wang Shishir gushed. "Even his disdainful gaze is so handsome, girl." Class monitor, with all due respect, that is simply impossible for you. "Does that matter?" Wang Shishir replied. "Handsome people are worth admiring, even if they aren't in a romantic relationship." A boy couldn't help but interject. "Class monitor, what is so appealing about a lazybones like him? Besides, with military training approaching, we'll see if he can remain so lethargic. If we're not looking at him, are we supposed to look at you?" That works too. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with the collective gaze of the entire class. Born into a prominent family, despite lacking any innate talent and exhibiting a degree of laziness, he possesses a countenance that could easily allow him to subsist on his looks alone. However, let us not dwell on that. Silence reigns this evening at Kongxiao. The young man realizes he has misspoken and hurriedly retreats to his seat, feeling somewhat sheepish. Nevertheless, his words have served to awaken the collective consciousness of his classmates. The military training is upon them. What will Li Lan do? Does he truly intend to continue in his indolent ways? Such a notion seems implausible. Avoiding military training would not only incur penalties from the school, but the instructors are notoriously strict. The spectacle is about to commence, someone quips. Lu Yuyao chuckles from outside. The sight of Li Lan being coerced into military training shall undoubtedly be anything but graceful. Wang Shishir remains infatuated. The image of Li Lan perspiring during training will surely be quite dashing. Military training? What a hassle, Li Lan muses. Yet he feels no agitation, for he is simply too lethargic to feel vexed. The fire element revels in your predicament, excitedly commencing its training, fire element energy 10. The fire element is laughing heartily at your misfortune, joyfully beginning its training, fire element energy 10. Li Lan flickers his eyelids and gazes at Su Xian, who sits before him. Su Xian, with a hint of resignation, states, "I am sorry, young master, but your elder brother insists that you must participate in military training." "This world is utterly intolerable," Li Lan muses. The fire element is exceedingly pleased with your plight. Fainting from excitement, training concludes automatically. Chapter 3. Young master, you wouldn't want the clan leader to discover your lack of talent, would you? The embryonic form of divine abilities, all due to my laziness. On the first day of military training, Li Lan remains ensconced in his bed. Regardless of Su Xian's attempts to rouse him, he steadfastly refuses to rise. As has always been his wont, yet, in the past, Li Lan would at least open his eyes, in exasperation. Su Xian has no choice but to forcibly drag Li Lan from his bed, attending to his teeth and face. Observing Su Xian diligently brushing his teeth in the mirror, while his own expression remains devoid of emotion, Li Lan contemplates how he might evade military training. Moments later, "Forget it. I shan't think about it. I am so weary." The fire element laughs heartily, happily commencing its training, fire element energy 15. The fire element is exceedingly delighted by your unfortunate situation and begins its training earnestly, fire element energy 20, Li Lan. He suspects that this fire element might be unwell. The fire element is deeply dissatisfied with your assessment and begins training fervently, fire element energy 30. The fire element, fatigued, ceases its training. Your prowess as a fire element sorcerer has ascended to early high tier. "Is that not sufficient?" Li Lan retorts with a sharp tongue. The fire element says, "Thank you, but you ought to manage your own affairs first." Li Lan. It seems to have become more astute. The fire element casts a proud glance in your direction and closes the communication channel. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Xian prepares to hoist Li Lan onto his shoulder. However, Li Lan interjects, Su Xian, is there any way to evade military training? Young master, your elder brother. Enough about my elder brother. I am inquiring of you. The fact that the young master has spoken so much today surprises Su Xian, who then reluctantly responds, Young master, your military training is to be recorded and sent to the clan leader. Could you endure this day of training, and I shall devise a plan for the subsequent days? After a moment of silence, just as Su Xian believes he has been rebuffed, Li Lan nods in agreement. Excellent, Su Xian exclaims with delight, then declares, It is settled, young master. Although Su Xian is typically known for his aloof demeanor within the family, he now appears anything but, behaving like a child, startled and flustered. Li Lan casts a disdainful glance his way and nods once more. Were Su Xian aware of his young master's inner thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. Li Lan has always been quite the recluse, and even now, his cool demeanor holds little sway in Li Lan's presence. He finds that interacting with Li Lan is more exhausting than training itself. Were it not for his father's admonition that great achievers must endure hardship and toil, he would likely have long since given up. Young master, will you mount on your own, or shall I assist you? Su Xian bends slightly, patting his shoulder. I shall walk myself, Li Lan responds, exasperated. Do I appear to be such a sloth? The two proceed side by side out of the dormitory. The sight of the pair leaves the entire dormitory in astonishment. After 8 days of school, Li Lan is actually walking on his own. What momentous event has transpired today? I checked the calendar. There is nothing noted. You must have misread it. Check again. It turns out he is not disabled. The Human Federation is moved. Li Lan has finally walked unaided. Is this the transfer student from your class? I had always thought he was disabled. Lu Yuyao, brushing her teeth, exclaims incredulously, graceful. This is truly remarkable. The dormitory supervisor gazes at Li Lan with wide eyes, feeling as though he is witnessing a miracle. Is it truly that exaggerated? Li Lan is bemused by their reactions. He is merely walking. Upon arriving at the classroom, the students of Class 3 also display expressions of astonishment. Some begin checking the news, while others consult the calendar, suspecting today to be some special occasion or momentous event. The manner in which Li Lan walks is rather dashing. Class leader Wang Shishir remains starry-eyed, her exquisite figure unable to contain itself, bouncing with enthusiasm. Her friends gaze at her helplessly. This woman is beyond redemption. Lu Yuyao removes her school uniform, meticulously arranging her suit beneath it. Today, I too am quite elegant. These individuals truly, is it necessary to react in such a manner? Li Lan feels as though he has not come to school but rather to a psychiatric hospital. Such excessive reactions, Su Xian empathizes with their response. He has cared for Li Lan for 3 years and is witnessing him speak so much and walk so far for the first time. As Li Lan settles into his seat, the classmates, expecting some grand display, are instead met with the sight of him once again resting his head on the desk, fast asleep. My nose is so itchy. Forget it, after walking so far today, I am utterly exhausted. I shall sleep first. The fire element holds your actions in disdain, automatically commencing its training. Fire element energy 10. After finishing the breakfast that Su Xian provided, the instructors arrive. The homeroom teacher instructs everyone to line up for a proper welcome, but Li Lan is too lethargic to move. Young master, you wouldn't want the clan leader to discover your lack of talent, would you? Su Xian muses, contemplating that he has finally grasped Li Lan's psychology. Upon hearing this, it seems as if a certain spring has been wound. Li Lan shoots him a glance and replies, Bring me my wheelchair. Su Xian replies, Young master, have you forgotten? The wheelchair is still in the dormitory. Shall I carry you down instead? Li Lan nods, that will suffice. Being carried for too long is uncomfortable, and he emits a soft humph of discomfort. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xian hastily scoops Li Lan into a princess carry, and thus, a peculiar duo emerges beneath the gaze of many. Countless onlookers display expressions of bewilderment. Lu Yuyao exclaims, To engage in such antics in broad daylight is truly most unbecoming. Class leader Wang Shishir feels her heart shatter. I feel as though I am experiencing a heartbreak. Her friend cannot help but remark, Is it not possible that he is simply lazy? Wang Shishir regains her composure and declares, "It must be. How splendid. My idol looks so handsome even when being carried." Her friend, "That I am exhausted. Let it all end." The surrounding voices reach Li Lan's ears, inducing a sense of embarrassment. Yet he is not overly concerned. After all, what ill intent could he possibly harbor? He is merely lazy. The fire element curses you. Lazy bum, I have no master like you. It begins to train diligently. Fire element energy 20. The fire element, hearing the gossip, withdraws to a 3-room apartment, focusing solely on its training. Fire element energy 60. The fire element successfully comprehends the embryonic form of divine abilities. Flame burst. To his surprise, he has grasped the embryonic form of divine abilities. Although it is rather ordinary, Li Lan expresses his disdain. The cultivation of supernatural abilities is categorized into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, followed by divine practitioners and great divine practitioners, culminating in terrestrial immortals. Achieving the embryonic form of divine abilities signifies the commencement of a path toward divine practitioner cultivation, placing him among the elite of humanity. However, although the embryonic form of divine abilities is precious, it holds little rarity for Li Lan. After all, members of the Li family who are divine practitioners are nearly commonplace. His elder siblings are all great divine practitioners. As for his grandfather, the Flame Emperor, he is one of the most formidable terrestrial immortals of the age. Yet, if Li Lan were placed in the foremost supernatural academy of Xiangnan City, he would be considered quite exceptional. After all, the most powerful supernatural practitioner at the school, the principal, only possesses the strength of a divine practitioner. Many of the teachers even fall short of Li Lan's prowess. The fire element feels deeply saddened by your assessment, beginning to weep profusely, transforming sorrow into strength and training even harder. Fire element energy 30. Have I been too acerbic with my words? Li Lan muses, contemplating offering some words of comfort, yet he is too lazy to do so. Minutes later, due to the fire element's incessant noise, Li Lan, in exasperation, states, "You need not belittle yourself. Although you may be inadequate, achieving the embryonic form of divine abilities in just over a week is already quite impressive." The fire element wept even more profusely, transforming sorrow into strength during its cultivation. Fire element 3-5. Li Lan sighed. "Alas, I have offered my comfort, yet he refuses to listen. There's nothing I can do, I might as well go to sleep." Li Lan fell into a deep slumber. Su Xian held him close, listening to the principal's speech, the chief instructor's address, and the instructor's remarks, until the military training officially commenced. Upon waking, Li Lan beheld the officer responsible for overseeing his class. She was a female instructor clad in a crisp military uniform, her sun-kissed skin radiating an air of vigor. She gazed at Li Lan, who was cradled in Su Xian's arms, and frowned, exclaiming, "Why is there a disabled person in your class? Did your homeroom teacher not inform you? Are disabled individuals exempt from military training? Come, let me carry him. You focus on your training." The instructor kindly took Li Lan from Su Xian's embrace. Su Xian attempted to reclaim him but was immediately silenced by a stern look from Li Lan, compelling him to withdraw his hands. Several classmates could not suppress their laughter. The beautiful instructor, holding Li Lan, reprimanded, "What are you laughing at? This is military training. Assisting the disabled is a commendable virtue in our dragon country. What is there to find amusing?" However, her admonition only elicited further laughter from many. Just as she was about to scold them again, a classmate could not contain himself and stood up, declaring, "Report, instructor. Actually, Li Lan is not disabled." "Who is Li Lan?" The classmate pointed to the sleeping figure in her arms. The instructor's eyes widened in shock, and Li Lan slipped from her grasp. Fortunately, Su Xian swiftly stepped forward to catch him, awakening Li Lan in the process. The instructor, both embarrassed and furious, glared at Su Xian, commanding, "Put him down." Su Xian complied obediently. The instructor, still glaring at Li Lan, demanded, "Why did you deceive me?" Although Li Lan was reluctant to speak, he replied, "Instructor, I never claimed to be disabled. You insisted on carrying me. Then why, at your age, do you still require someone to carry you? Because I am lazy. You. The instructor was infuriated, shouting, "You will run 30 laps." Li Lan remained motionless, regarding her with his unique deadpan stare. The instructor bellowed. Why aren't you running? Are you brainless? Li Lan, looking at her as if she were a fool, replied, because I am lazy. The instructor stumbled back. Nearly falling, Su Exine could not help but interject, Instructor, I was the one carrying him. Perhaps I should run instead. Very well. The instructor, both exasperated and amused, retorted, if you wish to run, then run 60 laps, not one less. Su Exine said nothing further and immediately dashed to the track to begin running. The instructor turned to Li Lan and instructed, you stand aside and count how many laps he completes. Yet, Li Lan appeared to have not heard her, remaining rooted in place. Why aren't you moving? Because I am lazy, he replied weakly. The instructor clutched her heart, feeling she had encountered the most formidable opponent of her life. Chapter 4. Because I am lazy, winning the battle, Li Lan disappears. Military training can forge a person's will, cultivating a strong perseverance for hard work and endurance. It also fosters a commendable spirit of collectivism. Look at your classmates. They are all participating in military training, and you alone wish to abstain. Do you not feel ashamed? What is there to feel ashamed about? Li Lan replied listlessly. Actually, I would like to participate in military training. Then why are you not? Because I am lazy. The entire class erupted into laughter. The beautiful instructor, infuriated, exclaimed, you may abstain from military training, but only on the condition that you defeat me. Is that all? The deadpan expression vanished from Li Lan's face, replaced by a glimmer of clarity that, of course, that poses no problem. The instructor seemed to possess only the abilities of a high-tier sorcerer. Li Lan himself was also a high-tier sorcerer. Although he was only in the early stages, he had grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. With a little more effort, he should be able to best her. Though his father insisted he participate in military training. If the instructor herself stated he could abstain, his father would likely have little to say about it. Are you serious? The instructor scrutinized the languid youth before her. Surprisingly, when he mustered his energy, he appeared rather handsome. That of course, Li Lan nodded. I am a high-tier sorcerer. Are you truly certain? This time, Li Lan chose silence, merely observing her quietly. The instructor dared not inquire why he was silent, as she was now exceedingly fearful that he would utter those 5 words, because I am lazy. Overconfident youth, if you wish to test your mettle, do not blame me for being unkind. She declared, let me make it clear. If I win, you shall obey my commands unconditionally for the next month of military training. Li Lan could not even muster the energy to nod in agreement. Do you know of any open spaces? Li Lan gestured towards a patch of land behind the teaching building. The two proceeded there. Observing the departing pair, the classmates from Class 3 exchanged glances on the playground. What are they up to? I don't know. I think I heard Li Lan is challenging the instructor. I think I heard that too. The classmates seemed to have stumbled upon a grand joke. How is that possible? You must have misheard. Li Lan is so lazy he probably wouldn't even bother awakening his abilities. The few classmates who had spoken earlier felt wronged. They had been merely stating the truth. Behind the teaching building, amidst the overgrown weeds and devoid of any onlookers, the beautiful instructor furrowed her brow at Li Lan, stating, you still have time to participate in military training. Li Lan sighed, feeling fatigued, and replied, let us begin. Very well, do not blame me for being unkind. The instructor exclaimed playfully, executing a sweeping kick. However, it seemed she was cautious not to injure Li Lan, her movements gentle. Li Lan languidly stretched, his actions decidedly peculiar. He stepped back a pace, easily evading her assault. Though Li Lan was lazy, he was no fool. The Li family, being one of the foremost clans in the Human Federation, had numerous skilled individuals, and through their influence, Li Lan had naturally absorbed many combat techniques. I didn't expect you to understand martial arts, the instructor remarked, slightly surprised, but quickly regained her composure, her expression cold as she executed a sudden dash towards Li Lan. Delivering a powerful punch, as she swung, wind swirled around her, lifting fallen leaves from the ground. Clearly, she was a wind element ability user. Flames erupted in Li Lan's hands as he grasped her fist, effortlessly neutralizing her attack. A high-tier sorcerer? How is that possible? How old are you? The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Lan, rarely smiling, remarked, Instructor, talking so much during a battle is not a good habit. The instructor's expression shifted. Watch out. She adopted a peculiar stance, summoning a flurry of leaves from the ground, transforming them into a barrage of flying daggers aimed at Li Lan. An ability attack? Li Lan perked up, his flames intensifying. Just as the leaves were about to graze his face, Li Lan thrust forward with a punch. Flame burst. The flames erupted, boom. All the flying leaves were instantly incinerated, turning to ash. What? The rudiments of divine abilities? While the instructor was still in shock, Li Lan, shrouded by the clouds of ash, had somehow appeared beside her, resting his fist against her temple, lazily stating, "Instructor, you have lost. You cannot go back on your word." "I actually lost." The instructor, realizing the situation, looked dejectedly at Li Lan. "Who exactly are you to have awakened the rudiments of divine abilities?" Li Lan, unwilling to converse, brushed the dust from his clothes and ambled back towards the class. The beautiful instructor removed her hat, adjusting her hair as she returned to the class lineup. For the following month, Li Lan would be exempt from military training. She cast a glance at her classmates, who appeared puzzled, yet they spoke little. After all, Li Lan had a prestigious background, even having someone accompany him to school. Was it not simple for him to avoid military training? Moreover, given Li Lan's evident laziness, it was clear he was not in good health, perhaps suffering from deficiencies. It was entirely normal for him to be exempt from military training. However, the notion that Li Lan had bested the instructor to secure his exemption never crossed their minds, for they considered him merely an ordinary individual lacking talent. How could he possibly possess the strength to defeat the instructor? This ordinary individual was not mentioned in terms of background. The instructor addressed Li Lan, stating, "From now on, you may abstain from military training, but you must remain within the confines of the training area." Li Lan said nothing, as he had already fallen asleep while standing. "The fire element is enraged by your laziness and begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy 15. He even began to snore, the instructor, not the entire class. That upon Su Xian's return, he was surprised to learn that Li Lan was exempt from military training. He adjusted Li Lan's posture and recorded a few somewhat standard videos of him before joining the military training himself. At this moment, in a luxurious villa within a grand estate in Longjing, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair opened his phone. The screen displayed a video of Li Lan standing, albeit only capturing his back. After watching the video, he laughed heartily. "Little Lan, this child has finally shed his laziness, but why can only see his back?" The posture of standing appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he were in a deep slumber. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. On the first day of military training, it was perfectly normal for Xiao Lan to feel uncomfortable, resulting in an odd stance. Li Lan's father reassured himself in this manner. The prolonged standing had begun to take its toll on Li Lan, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. As he drifted off to sleep, he eventually succumbed to the temptation and lay down directly on the ground. Yet, discomfort persisted. He began to roll about, tumbling from one side to the other, until he found himself wedged in a narrow, dry drainage ditch, unable to roll any further, at which point he finally settled down. The constricted space enveloped him with a profound sense of security. Sleeping here felt rather pleasant. After muttering incoherently, Li Lan's snores resumed once more. The fire element feels embarrassed by your actions and begins to train fervently. Fire element energy 50. Time swiftly passed. 5 hours later, it was midday. Su Xian ventured to the dining hall to fetch a meal. Just as he was about to feed Li Lan, he was astonished to discover that Li Lan had vanished. Panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, Su Xian hastily set down his lunchbox to search for him. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of Li Lan. He was absent from the playground, the classroom, and even the dormitory. Oh no. Could it be that the young master has been abducted by otherworldly practitioners? A terrifying thought crept into Su Xian's mind. If the otherworldly beings had taken the young master and threatened the Li family, it could spark a racial war as the Li family sought to reclaim him. No. I must prevent this war at all costs. Su Xian quickly approached the homeroom teacher, who then alerted the principal. Upon learning of Li Lan's disappearance, the principal was taken aback. This is disastrous. The Li family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. No, there may still be a chance for remedy. The principal turned to Su Xian and inquired, "How long has Li Lan been missing? I just returned from getting food, and the young master was gone." "Getting food?" The principal pondered carefully. Typically, there are no outsiders in the school. Only during meal preparations do chefs return from outside. Someone must have seized this opportunity to sneak into the school and abducted young Master Li. Indeed, that must be it. He hurriedly called the security office, exclaiming, "Now, immediately, seal off all exits from the school. No one is to leave. Spare no effort in locating classmate Li Lan." Subsequently, a massive search operation involving the entire school commenced. Li Lan. "Where are you? Young master, young master." Classmate Li Lan. As evening fell, Li Lan remained unfound. The entire school had been scoured, and searches extended beyond its confines. Yet, not even a shadow of Li Lan was seen. The principal, now ashen-faced, realized the gravity of the situation. It was over, it was all over. He took out his phone and opened a note, meticulously typing out his farewell letter. Su Exine sat expressionless on the ground, feeling a profound emptiness within. Li Lan's instructor was in tears, lamenting, "It's all my fault. All my fault. If only I had kept a closer watch on classmate Li Lan, this wouldn't have happened." The fire element, feeling fatigued, began to slow its training pace. Fire element energy 15. The fire element holds your sleeping in the drainage with great disdain, becoming distracted from its training. Fire element energy 10. The fire element has grown weary today and ceases its training. The embryonic form of divine power. Flame explosion has been gradually perfected by the fire element. Current progress, minor success. Li Lan attempted to stretch, only to find his limbs unresponsive. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that he was indeed sleeping in a rainwater drainage ditch. With dusk approaching, fortunately, the ditch was relatively clean. Li Lan dusted himself off and emerged from the drainage. His stomach growled in hunger. "Why hasn't Su Exine come to feed me yet?" Li Lan grumbled. Following the mental map to exit the playground, he soon spotted Su Exine seated in a small corner, resembling a forsaken little beast with red-rimmed eyes, clutching his knees in disbelief. Not far from Su Exine stood the school gate, surrounded by a throng of people, including teachers, homeroom instructors, military trainers, and the principal, all wearing expressions of despondency, some even appearing terrified, as if a grave incident had occurred. However, Li Lan felt indifferent and hurried toward Su Exine. Chapter 5. Young Master, where have you been? Ability Upgrade Dispute. Unknown Danger. Su Exine. What's wrong? Young Master, where have you been? Su Exine sprang to his feet and embraced Li Lan, asking, "Young Master, are you hurt?" He scrutinized Li Lan, relieved to see only a bit of dirt on him. "Have you been crying?" Li Lan asked in astonishment, gazing at him incredulously. "Who cried? It was just the wind blowing sand into my eyes." Su Exine retorted, somewhat displeased. His expression quickly turned cold as he added, "How come you're not dead? If you were dead, I could return to the family to train." "You care about me? Get lost." The principal, upon spotting Li Lan, was overcome with joy and rushed forward to embrace him, saying, "Li Lan, I'm so relieved you're all right. I was about to start writing my farewell letter." Li Lan pushed him away in distaste. The classmates all broke into smiles. Once the situation settled, Li Lan resumed his previous routine. During idle moments, he would sleep in his wheelchair. Upon waking and finishing the meal Su Exine fed him, he would continue to sleep. However, ever since that incident, both Su Exine and the principal kept a closer watch over him, even assigning a security guard to follow him. Each time Li Lan awoke to see a face outside the window, he was startled. Ironically, the guard had a rather expressionless demeanor, resembling a gang leader. Note: reference to the kindergarten principal in Crayon Shin-chan. Nevertheless, he gradually grew accustomed to it. Time flew by swiftly. A month later, military training concluded, and the students flocked to the school gate to bid farewell to their instructors. Countless classmates were in tears, with many even writing letters to be opened by the instructors upon their return to base. Naturally, Li Lan also joined the crowd to see them off. Seated in his wheelchair, he waved goodbye to the beautiful instructor from their class. The instructor, initially filled with joy, felt her heart ache again upon seeing Li Lan and forced a smile. After the instructors departed, classes officially commenced, and Li Lan resumed his slumber. The fire element is infuriated by your laziness and begins to train autonomously. Fire element energy 15. The fire element is deeply disdainful of your laziness and continues to train autonomously. Fire element energy 15. Knowing that its master is inept, the fire element trains with even greater diligence. Fire element energy 35. The fire element, feeling fatigued, ceases its training. Your fire element sorcerer cultivation has advanced to mid-high tier. It has taken over a month to reach the mid-tier. Fire element, you are truly regressing. Li Lon rubbed his eyes and continued to sleep. Fire element. Another half-month passed. The principal summoned all the students of the year to the auditorium to announce an important matter. Li Lon, seated in his wheelchair and pushed by Su Xian, entered the auditorium just as the principal's resonant voice echoed. Students, your academic life has reached a conclusion, and today I have gathered you here to share some news. Just yesterday, I submitted a request to the military for access to a secret realm on your behalf, and they have granted it. Upon hearing this, the auditorium erupted in astonishment. Goodness, a secret realm. I've never seen one before. I can't wait. But aren't secret realms dangerous? We won't die in there, will we? Various voices of surprise, excitement, and fear mingled together. Noticing the students' concerns, the principal reassured them, there is no need for fear. Students, the secret realm you are entering is merely a low-tier one, posing little danger. With just a modicum of sorcerer cultivation, you can easily pass through the secret realm, and if luck is on your side, you might even gain rewards. Hearing this, the students rejoiced. That's wonderful. However, many cast worried glances at Li Lon. But upon seeing Su Xian behind Li Lon, they collectively felt at ease. Su Xian's sorcerer cultivation had begun to rival that of the teachers. And with him around, Li Lon would be safe. Class monitor Wang Shishir stepped forward, patting Su Xian on the shoulder, saying, Su Xian, I entrust my idol to you. Idol? Su Xian glanced at Li Lon, nodding his head. When did I become your idol? Li Lon stirred his eyelids and continued to sleep. The fire element is scornful of your laziness and begins to train autonomously. Fire element energy 15. The principal continued in the auditorium. Students, accompanying us into the secret realm will be students from the second school. You must strive to achieve commendable results in the secret realm. Do not bring disgrace to the school, by the way. This secret realm trial will be a closed trial lasting 3 days, departing in the evening. You will return to your dormitory shortly to prepare your belongings. The secret realms are classified into 5 levels, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. All realms below this classification are considered low-tier secret realms. Those above 5 stars are classified as 5-star secret realms. 1 star, 2 star, and 3-star secret realms correspond to low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier practitioners. However, even low-tier sorcerers may not be entirely safe in a 1-star secret realm, as exploring a secret realm inherently carries the risk of death. The 1-star rating merely indicates relative safety, suggesting a lower mortality rate. As for the 4 and 5-star secret realms, they are domains reserved for those with extraordinary abilities. In fact, there are certain 5-star secret realms where even formidable beings of the terrestrial immortal level are likely to meet their demise upon entry. For instance, beyond the borders of the Human Federation, to the west of Daming Lake, lies the Bone Throne, secret realm nestled within the Grand Canyon. Approximately 7 or 8 years ago, Li Lon's grandfather, the Flame Emperor, nearly found himself entombed within its depths. Fortunately, with the aid of a precious artifact, he was able to forcibly breach the barriers of the secret realm and escape into the void. Wherever there is a secret realm, there exists inherent risk. Hence, all secret realms under the jurisdiction of the Human Federation, with the exception of a handful controlled by powerful factions, are predominantly managed by the military. To gain entry, one must submit an application and obtain approval. For instance, the Emu Yaoling, secret realm that Li Lan's school is set to visit today, is overseen by the military of Xiangnan City. That evening, Su Xian wheeled Li Lan onto the bus, heading towards the military district base. On board, the principal distributed a document to each student, filled with details about the upcoming secret realm. Secret realm name, Emu Yaoling. Secret realm level, non-mainstream. Secret realm description, ultra-low risk realm. Basic completion method, remain within for 3 days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out and declared victorious. Victors will receive energy gifts from the realm, enhancing their supernatural abilities. Intermediate completion method, slay 300 grass and wood spirits to achieve automatic victory. Victors will be rewarded with the essence of grass and wood, which can enhance the abilities of wood attribute practitioners. Other attribute practitioners may apply to the military to exchange for corresponding essences, such as the essence of heat, etc. Advanced completion method, climb the Emu giant tree and eliminate 3 Emu Yaoling. Victors will receive Emu essence. PS. Practitioners below mid-level should not attempt this. Top completion method, ascend to the summit of the Emu giant tree and slay the Emu demon king. Victors will receive the Emu soul. PS. Practitioners below late stage should not attempt this. Young master, would you like to join me in slaying the Emu Demon King? Su Exine inquired, glancing at Li Lan, who had his eyes closed in slumber, each pore on his face radiating refusal despite his silence. Su Exine sighed, aware that it was futile to press the matter. The fact that his young master was compliant enough to accompany him to the secret realm was already a considerable achievement. The notion of him joining in the hunt for the Emu Demon King seemed utterly far-fetched. Then, young master, please watch from the sidelines while I take on the Emu Demon King. Li Lan slightly fluttered his eyelids, which could be interpreted as consent. Upon arriving at the military district base, the students from their school disembarked under the organization of their teachers. To their surprise, they were greeted by the same instructor from last month's military training. Instructor, hello? Instructor Liu, we've missed you so much. Li Lan was drawn to the raucous noise, spotting the beautiful instructor waving at him with a smile. She instinctively clutched her chest, recalling the fear she had experienced at the hands of Li Lan a month prior. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. The students turned to see two factions embroiled in a heated argument, grappling with one another. What do you second years think you are? How dare you bully our first years? Who bullied you? It was this brat who spat at us first. Where is your evidence? Do you have proof we spat at you? Humph, how shameless you second years are. Who is being shameless? I see your first year as the one lacking shame. Hoarding the best educational resources and only managing to win against us second years by a hair's breadth in every competition. Just wait in the secret realm. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Who beats whom is still up in the air. Let me tell you, our second year has produced 2 mid-level practitioners. Fortunately, the instructors arrived just in time to quell the uproar. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what I taught you last month? How dare you fight in the military district? All of you. Immediately. Go run 50 laps on the field. Upon concluding their laps, those from the second year shot glares at the first years, and one of them caught sight of Li Lan watching from the sidelines. Unable to contain himself, one taunted, "What is a cripple doing among you? Is this a school for the disabled?" Li Lan could not be bothered to respond. However, the next moment, Su Exine appeared before him and delivered a powerful punch to the taunter's face. The second-year student was instantly enraged and prepared to retaliate. Su Exine struck again, this time causing blood to gush from his nose. "What are you doing?" One instructor barked, stepping forward. The second-year student, crying, looked up at the instructor and exclaimed, "Instructor, he hit me." The instructor turned to Su Exine. "Did you hit him?" Su Exine nodded coldly. "He insulted my young master." "Young master?" The instructor glanced at Li Lan, furrowing his brow as he addressed the second-year student. "How can you insult a person with a disability? Didn't your teachers teach you any manners?" Realizing he had no grounds to argue, the second-year student lowered his head, preparing to accept reprimand. Su Exine interjected, "My young master is not disabled." "Then why is he in a wheelchair? Because he is lazy?" Su Exine struggled to articulate. After dinner, the students were led by their instructors into the secret realm, which resembled a verdant black hole that had materialized from thin air. Surrounding it were mysterious green particles, and the interior was a deep emerald hue. Moving around the back of the secret realm, one could not perceive its existence. It was only visible from the front. A line of soldiers, all of mid-level practitioner strength, stood rigidly guard around the realm. "Let us proceed," the leading instructor declared. Noticing Li Lan in the wheelchair, another instructor frowned and turned to a middle-aged man in military attire beside him. "Captain, is everything all right?" "Nothing to worry about. Leave him be. The secret realm is sufficiently safe. Even a person with disabilities can enter without issue, much less someone like him." The man referred to as captain nonchalantly waved a document in his hand. Though he was inwardly astonished, this languid youth was, in fact, a member of the Flame Emperor's family. Li, moreover, he was the direct heir of the Li family. It was truly perplexing that the Li family would allow him to attend a first-year school. With their influence, they could easily have placed him in one of the top 5 academies. "Captain, what is wrong? Nothing." The captain quickly tucked the document away. Within the Emu Yaoling's secret realm, a crack appeared, and countless students emerged through it. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of the realm, a black fissure opened. 4 figures adorned with strange skull tattoos and clad in red robes, wearing black skull rings on their thumbs, materialized within the secret realm. As anticipated by their leader in life, Leveraging the power of the Holy Grail along with the spatial fluctuations inherent to the secret realm, they could forcibly enter this non-mainstream domain. Enough chit-chat. Let us get moving. With the holy site destroyed by the authorities, we need fresh blood to revitalize our cult. Let this secret realm descend into chaos. Only those who survive to the end shall qualify as seeds for our cult. Chapter 6. Wood Element, Spark of Stars. Black Coffin Li-Lan felt a sudden darkness before his surroundings brightened. He glanced around and realized he had arrived in an entirely new world. This realm was a lush expanse, overgrown with grass and flourishing vegetation. Behind them lay an endless void. When Li-Lan reached out, he discovered he could not penetrate this darkness. This must be the spatial barrier mentioned in books, which could only be breached with tools or formidable strength. Ahead, a colossal tree towered at the center of the world. Its lower half was shrouded in mist, obscuring whatever lay within. The upper half boasted massive branches, each adorned with gigantic, writhing vines, as if they possessed life. If Li-Lan's guess was correct, these would be the Emu Yaoling mentioned in the documents. Slaying 3 would lead to successful trial completion. After eliminating 3, the choice to leave or stay would rest solely with him. Putting aside all thoughts, Li-Lan closed his eyes and began to doze off. "Young master, are you really not coming with me?" Su Exine asked. Li-Lan chuckled lazily. "What, do you want to carry me up the tree? I wouldn't be able to climb a tree even if I did carry you," Su Exine sighed. "Then, young master, please be careful. I'll be back soon. Rest assured, your young master is far more capable than you think." Li-Lan waved his hand, watching Su Exine leave with reluctance before peacefully drifting back into slumber. "Cripple, it's you again." Moments later, a piercing laugh rang in Li-Lan's ears. He could hardly be bothered to open his eyes, muttering, "Who are you? I can't even see you. Your friend at the base just beat me up terribly." "So, you've come for revenge? Of course, then you can scram." As Li-Lan's words fell, flames erupted beneath the feet of the assailant, incinerating his clothing and hair. A high-level practitioner? How could such talent exist in the first year? The second-year student's face drained of color, disregarding his pride. He fled in panic. Li-Lan could still hear the shrieks of several girls. "Seems I'll need to be more considerate of the ladies next time," Li-Lan murmured. Moments later, the screams continued. Li-Lan sensed that something was amiss. He opened his eyes to discover a throng of people rushing towards him. Behind them loomed an uncountable mass of vine-like monsters, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the plant spirits depicted in the documents. However, the plant spirits in the files were green, akin to ethereal beings of nature, whereas these were a withered yellow, reminiscent of decaying leaves. No, they were more like desiccated vines. One student became ensnared by a plant spirit, which promptly devoured him. The vine's roots pierced into his flesh, and he was instantly left bloodied and mangled. Help me," he cried out desperately. Yet, those around him were solely focused on their own escape, indifferent to his plight. Witnessing such a horrifying scene for the first time, a flicker of fear ignited within Li-Lan. Yet, the heroic blood coursing through his veins surged with fervor. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Seizing hold of the plant spirit, he summoned the flames of fire element, incinerating it completely. The wisp of verdant essence flowed into his body, and Li-Lan felt a minuscule enhancement within himself. This must be what they referred to as the essence of the plants. Ding! Detected the host's internal wood element energy. The wood element ability has joyfully awakened. The onslaught of plant spirits surged forth, and Li-Lan disregarded the system, unleashing a powerful punch. Fire blast, boom! Fiery flames erupted, unleashing a torrent of searing hot air. 5 or 6 plant spirits were obliterated on the spot, consumed as fuel for the inferno, radiating light and heat. The remaining plant spirits, sensing the intense heat, scattered in panic, fleeing towards the giant tree of wood. "Are you all right, classmate?" Li-Lan helped the fallen student up, only to find him unresponsive. "Classmate, are you all right?" Placing his hand upon the student's chest, he discovered that the heart had ceased to beat. He was dead. "Damn it," Li-Lan lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration, blaming himself for being too late to act. Lu Xian, are you okay?" The classmates who had retreated upon sensing danger began to trickle back. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, their faces paled. Lu Xian, is dead? "Hello, classmate. My name is Wang Qiu." From the second high, thank you for helping us drive away those monsters earlier. A young man extended his hand in apology, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly still shaken by the earlier crisis. Li Lan grasped his hand and replied, Li Lan, from the first high, oh, you know what transpired inside. Li Lan? I don't believe there's a genius by that name at first high. Wang Qiu shook his head and said, we had just entered the misty area when those monsters emerged. Others chimed in, are these creatures the plant spirits? They look somewhat different from the ones described in the school's documents. Damn it. Didn't the school assure us there was no danger to life? I want to go home. Mom, what are we going to do? We have to survive in this cursed place for 3 more days. I might die here. As they spoke, some began to weep. The weight of despair bore down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Li Lan, what do you intend to do? The gaze of the crowd turned towards him. In their eyes, Li Lan was their sole pillar of support. Though they were strangers, he instilled within them a profound sense of security. I plan to venture into the misty area. What about you all? Even Su Xian was within the mist, and no matter how lazy he was, he had to check it out. Many hesitated, their previous escape leaving them deeply wary of the misty region. Wang Qiu stepped forward, his expression grave, and declared, Lan Gu, I'll go with you. My sister is still inside. I must rescue her. Li Lan nodded and glanced at the others. I'll go too. We will go as well. I will wait for you here. The misty area is too perilous, so will I. Some stepped forward, while others retreated. Li Lan had no objections to their choices. After identifying about 4 individuals who intended to accompany him into the mist, he promptly stated, time is of the essence. Let us set forth. All right. Stay close behind me and be vigilant of your surroundings. Report any anomalies immediately. Li Lan recalled the contents from the extracurricular reading titled What to Do When Encountering Danger in a Secret Realm and conveyed his instructions. The group nodded earnestly and then together entered the mist. Rustle, rustle. Almost immediately, a couple of plant spirits charged at them. Li Lan effortlessly dispatched 3 using the fire element, while the remaining 2 were taken down by the combined efforts of the 5 behind him. Seeing you work so diligently, the fire element reflects on the formidable potential of the younger generation. It seems you've been neglecting your training, Fire Element Energy 1. Observing the host's remarkable prowess, the Wood Element is joyfully cultivating Wood Element Energy 3. 2 useless beings. Li Lan scavenged 5 sticks from the ground, entwining the vines of the slain plant spirits around them and igniting them. Crafting large torches. Take these torches. Plant spirits fear fire, and these will wield substantial lethality against them. Thank you. The crowd expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Wang Qiu suddenly thrust a stick upwards, causing a plant spirit to plummet from above. What keen perception! Impressive, brother! Li Lan praised. Wang Qiu picked up the torch and shyly rubbed his nose, saying, it's merely the aid of my perception ability. Perception ability, a mental attribute power, Li Lan remarked, but perception ability is quite formidable, especially in this environment. Indeed. Wang Qiu grinned, revealing a small fong. Just then, several more plant spirits lunged towards them, and Li Lan dispatched them with ease. Wonderful. Someone is here to save us. Is there anyone? We are here. Is there anyone? The sounds of distress echoed around them. Li Lan shouted. All students from first and second high, gather around me, gather around. Those behind, worried that others could not see them, raised their torches high, providing direction for their advance. An increasing number of individuals congregated, their faces lighting up upon spotting Li Lan, some of whom were even his classmates. Li Lan, it's truly you. Have you seen Su Xian? Li Lan inquired. We don't know. We were following the class leader, but once we entered the mist, we got separated from them, and then we encountered these mutated plant spirits. Many classmates perished at their hands. A girl said, her face etched with terror. Could it be that Su Xian has already climbed the tree? Li Lan glanced upwards at the towering tree, hoping fervently that he was unharmed. He felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. After traversing this realm for over a decade, he had never felt so exhausted. Yet, he could not afford to sleep now. Li Lan forced himself to muster energy and continue deeper into the fray to rescue more classmates. The burden of saving others was not something he particularly wished to undertake. However, his grandfather had once said, though humanity may be frail, our Li family shall risk our lives to protect them. The power, status, and honor of the Li family were all granted by humanity. Thus, as a member of the Li family, he had to safeguard this honor. He could be lazy, but now was not the time for idleness. As he ventured deeper, more and more plant spirits fell before him. Upon reaching the base of the giant wood tree, Li Lan instructed the others to pile all the slain plant spirits together and ignited a roaring blaze. Sparks flew, and the flames grew ever more fervent, reaching several meters high. Not only did it disperse the plant spirits that sought to attack, but it also thinned the mist that lingered in the air. "Wonderful! The mist has receded," many exclaimed joyfully. Li Lan looked up at the great tree, just as he was about to climb it in search of Su Xian. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted straight down from the tree. It was a person, a mysterious figure clad in a red robe. He landed steadily before Li Lan, revealing a visage reminiscent of a corpse, with hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs and writhing maggots within. His vocal cords seemed to have been gnawed by a rat, rendering his speech raspy. "Little brat, how dare you disrupt the affairs of my black coffin, then let you be the first to transform into a seed." Chapter 7. Unleashing Great Powers, Slaying the Wood Spirit. Traces of Su Xian, an aura of malevolence, emanated from the mysterious figure, causing Li Lan to feel a profound sense of dread. The expressions of the surrounding students shifted dramatically, with some grasping their weapons, prepared to join Li Lan in battle. "Li Lan, we are here to assist you. Li Lan, let us fight together. You have helped us so much along the way, and now it is time for us to give back." Li Lan quickly shouted, "You all need to find a place to hide." He is at least a high-tier sorcerer, and he might have comprehended a prototype of divine abilities from the energy fluctuations emanating from this mysterious person. It was evident that he was a high-tier sorcerer. As for why Li Lan suggested that he might possess a prototype of divine abilities, it was because he had detected a similar aura from this mysterious individual, akin to the divine ability Fire Blast that resided within him. Apart from Li Lan, no one else present was a high-tier sorcerer. If they faced such a formidable opponent, it wouldn't take long for only Li Lan to remain alive. Such meaningless sacrifice should be avoided at all costs. "What?" The students gasped in unison, hastily abandoning their weapons and fleeing in disarray. The mysterious figure's eerie laughter echoed as he extended a claw towards Li Lan. "Kid, I didn't expect your discernment to be so keen. Regrettably, you have misjudged. What I possess is not merely a semblance of divine abilities, but the true essence of such powers." His hands, resembling gnarled wood, ignited with a sinister purple flame, emanating a nauseating wave of energy. "Are practitioners of divine abilities not forbidden from entering this secret realm?" Li Lan had no time to ponder further. He summoned the fire elemental energy within him and launched a punch towards the enigmatic figure's purple flames. Inferno Blast. Boom! "You are indeed a mid-tier fire elementalist." The mysterious individual was momentarily taken aback, and upon being struck by Li Lan's Inferno Blast, he was sent hurtling backward. Li Lan was equally astonished. A self-proclaimed true master of divine abilities, and yet this was all he could muster. Had the mysterious man heard Li Lan's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have wept. He was indeed a true practitioner of divine abilities. But the strength of this body was merely that of a newly ascended mid-tier. He had anticipated that with the body of a mid-tier elementalist, he would gain an overwhelming advantage in this insignificant secret realm. But he had not foreseen encountering the anomaly that was Li Lan. As Li Lan approached him, he discovered that the man was already deceased. Though be precise, he had been dead for quite some time. He bore no resemblance to someone who had just perished. His body was infested with maggots, exuding a foul stench. Initially, Li Lan had considered inspecting the corpse, but now, not only did he not wish to touch it, he didn't even want to look at it. Prodding the body with a stick to ascertain the absence of anything of value, he then utilized his fire elemental powers to incinerate it. "Li Lan, my dear fellow, you have slain a high-tier elementalist?" Upon witnessing the mysterious man's demise, Wang Qiu stepped forward, astonished. Just moments ago, he had believed that he and the others would be entirely at the mercy of this enigmatic figure. The other students exhibited similar shock. Most of them were merely low-tier elementalists. To them, a high-tier elementalist was akin to a formidable giant. Yet now, this giant had been so effortlessly vanquished by one of their peers. They were aware of Li Lan's prowess, yet they had not anticipated him to be this formidable. Li Lan, unfazed, remarked, "A A high-tier elementalist is nothing to be concerned about. Besides, I am a high-tier elementalist as well. You are also a high-tier elementalist. The student's eyes widened in disbelief. Although they had suspected Li Lan's status as a high-tier elementalist, hearing it directly from him left them astounded. The concept of a high-tier elementalist of their age was akin to a phoenix suddenly appearing in a sparrow's nest, leaving them all feeling diminished, including those who had previously considered themselves to be somewhat talented. Li Lan, have you also grasped the essence of divine abilities? Wang Qiu inquired eagerly. Li Lan nodded. Then, could you teach me? Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled with hope, and the other students looked on with anticipation. Li Lan scratched his head, exclaiming helplessly, I do not know how to teach you. I simply understood it after a night's sleep. Is it really that difficult to comprehend? Perhaps, maybe, a little challenging? Many students felt tears welling up. They had begun to doubt the authenticity of their own talents. Indeed, the Emu demon spirit has undergone a mutation. After dispatching the mysterious man, Li Lan began his ascent of the colossal tree. After effortlessly slaying an Emu demon spirit, his expression grew somber. He hoped fervently that Su Exine was unharmed. He was exceedingly eager to sleep. Yet he could not afford to do so as he continued to climb. Li Lan discerned a faint sound of weeping. Woo-woo. Please do not kill me. I am not at all elegant. Let me out of this dreadful place. Oh heavens, I do not wish to die. I long to remain graceful. That familiar voice, was it Lu Yuya? Following the sound of the crying, Li Lan leaped over a massive tree trunk, circled around, and found a tree hollow of moderate size. Inside, a boy clad in a suit trembled. This was hardly elegant. I shall certainly lodge a complaint with the Education Bureau, a complaint with the Military Discipline Committee. This is not elegant at all. Indeed, it was Lu Yuya. Li Lan chuckled softly, patting his shoulder, and inquired, Committee member, have you seen the class leader and Su Exine? Lu Yuya froze, tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaimed, Li Lan, how did you end up here? I came to rescue you. Rescue us? Li Lan briefly recounted the events, leaving Lu Yuya utterly astonished. I cannot believe you are a high-tier elementalist. You have concealed your abilities so well. I can accompany you to rescue the class leader, but you must protect me. By the way, you cannot disclose what just transpired. Lu Yuya wiped his tears away and dusted off his suit. Astonishingly, he then pulled out a bottle of hair gel and a mirror from his bag, starting to fix his appearance. Li Lan nodded, bemused. The two continued to ascend, and before long, they encountered the class leader, Wang Shishir, who was also hiding in a tree hollow. However, she was accompanied by an Emu demon spirit. After vanquishing the Emu demon spirit, they successfully rescued Wang Shishir. Upon learning of Li Lan's strength, Wang Shishir nearly swooned, exclaiming, my idol, have you seen Su Exine? Su Go? Wang Shishir shook her head, stating, but I did see him when I was climbing the tree. He should be higher up now. What is this lazy fellow doing climbing so high? Li Lan remarked, I am going to find Su Exine. Will you come with me? Wang Shishir beamed and eagerly nodded, my idol. I am willing, Li Lan. Lu Yuya teased, class leader. You are not being elegant at all. Wang Shishir retorted with a playful punch. Is this elegant now? Elegant, exceedingly elegant. Let us begin our ascent. They nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Li Lan effortlessly dispatched another Emu demon spirit, and a strand of Emu essence flowed into his body. Simultaneously, he received a notification from the secret realm. You have successfully slain 3 Emu demon spirits, completing the trial. Would you like to leave the secret realm? Li Lan decisively chose to refuse and continued to climb. Shortly after, he encountered 2 individuals, one male and one female, both mid-tier elementals. However, Li Lan did not recognize them. They were likely from the second school. They were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 Emu demon spirits, holding their ground. Are they the 2 mid-tier prodigies from the second school? Truly remarkable, Lu Yuya exclaimed. Wang Shishir remained unfazed, retorting, what is so impressive? Li Lan is 100 times stronger than them. Indeed, Lu Yuya concurred, nodding in agreement. Shall we lend them a hand? Li Lan suggested, and inquire whether they have seen Su Exine. None of the prodigies from our class have encountered him either. All right. The 3 unleashed their powers and charged forth. Li Lan wielded fire. Wang Shishir commanded wind, and Lu Yuya harnessed ice. Each possessed unique abilities. However, with Li Lan in their midst, they had no room to unleash their full potential. All they witnessed was Li Lan delivering a punch, and in an instant, a torrent of flames erupted. Inferno blast. The 4 Emu demon spirits were instantly rendered near death, subsequently dispatched effortlessly by the 2 from the second school. The 2 from the second school stared at Li Lan in astonishment, and the female remarked, "So it is the essence of divine abilities. You are from the first school?" Li Lan nodded. Lu Yuya, brimming with envy, remarked, "Li Lan, you were utterly unrefined just now. I had yet to make a move, and you had already incinerated them all." Wang Shishir shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "You would have done any better if I had let you take the lead." She turned to the 2 from the second school and introduced, "Greetings, we are from the first school. I am Wang Shishir. This is Lu Yuya, and as for this one I ask my idol, Li Lan." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Love-struck. Lu Yuya rolled his eyes at her, pulling out a mirror to style his hair like Li Lan's. "Greetings, we hail from the second school," the female from the second school said with a smile. "I am Wang Miao, and this is my classmate, Su Hu. Are you Wang Qiu's sister?" Li Lan inquired. "You know my brother?" Wang Miao asked eagerly. "Is he all right?" "He is fine, however, he is currently searching for you." "That is a relief," Wang Miao sighed. "Do you wish to descend with us? It is exceedingly perilous up here." Li Lan pondered for a moment and replied, "Can you take them down? I have some matters to attend to." "Idol, I am not going down. I want to accompany you to rescue Su Xian," Wang Shishir insisted. "Leaving friends behind to flee is hardly elegant," Li Lan replied helplessly. "There is no use in you following me. The higher we ascend, the more dangerous it becomes, and I may not be able to look after you, so you are not worried about us. Merely concerned that I am too weak." A hint of sorrow crossed Wang Shishir's face. Yet Li Lan's words held merit. After a moment's thought, she said, "Idol, you must take care of yourself." Li Lan nodded and turned to Wang Miao, asking, "By the way, have you encountered someone slightly taller than me? With a face like a mask and wearing a watch of similar age, his cultivation appears to be at the mid-tier initial stage." Wang Miao contemplated for a moment before responding, "I believe I have seen him. He moves swiftly. Although his cultivation is lower than ours, his strength surpasses ours. He should be higher up now." She recalled him vividly, and it came to her quickly. "Thank you," Li Lan expressed, continuing his ascent. "Idol, please be cautious," Wang Shishir exclaimed loudly. Wang Miao turned to Su Hu and said, "Su Hu, let us descend." Yet, Su Hu appeared not to have heard, remaining motionless since a moment ago. "Su Hu, what is the matter?" Wang Miao inquired anxiously, prodding his shoulder. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. Wang Shishir and Lu Yuya retreated in fear, while Wang Miao hurriedly helped him up. "Su Hu, what happened to you?" "All right, let us go down," Su Hu responded, his voice remarkably clear. "Su Hu, what just transpired?" "When I touched you, you fell over," Wang Miao observed with curiosity. Su Hu, bewildered, replied, "Did I just fall? Do you know who aided us moments ago?" "What do you mean?" Su Hu continued, "We just vanquished the Emu demon spirit, and you suggested we descend." Su Hu suddenly looked at Wang Shishir and the others with astonishment. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" Chapter 8, Blood Moon Holy Grail, Core of the Secret Realm. Rescue arrives at this moment. Outside the secret realm, within the military base, the commanding officer responsible for guarding the base received an urgent encrypted message from above. Upon reading the contents of the letter, his expression darkened, and he rushed outside, shouting, "Immediately organize personnel and prepare to forcibly breach the secret realm to rescue the students inside." "Why, Commander?" someone asked in confusion. "Forcibly breaching the secret realm could incur an exorbitant cost," the commander retorted angrily. "Enough with the chatter. Get moving. I have just received instructions from above. They reported that the remnants of the Black Coffin have invaded several lesser secret realms, ruthlessly slaughtering students within. I suspect that the Emu secret realm is also infiltrated by the Black Coffin's members." "What?" The officers grew anxious, organizing personnel and mobilizing various weapons towards the entrance of the secret realm. "Damn it, the young master of the Li family is also inside. If anything happens to him, my career is finished. Moreover, this young master seems to be merely an ordinary person. Heaven help us, he must be safe." The commander, filled with thunderous fury, struck the entrance of the secret realm with a palm. However, it remained utterly unyielding, not even a crack appearing. "Commander, what shall we do?" one officer asked anxiously. The commander pondered for a moment and said, Contact the principal of First High to inform them to summon Li Lan's parents. Commander, under the current circumstances, contacting the parents will only complicate matters. But this Li Lan is a member of the Flame Emperor's Li family. What? The Flame Emperor's Li family? The officer was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, hurried to make the call. After slaying several Emu demon spirits, Li Lan finally ascended to the highest level, AT that moment. The system's voice suddenly echoed, severe contamination energy detected within the host's body. The system has automatically begun elimination. What severe contamination energy? Li Lan had no time to ponder, for he had already climbed to the very top of the giant tree. A familiar figure stood there, engaged in combat with two similarly attired mysterious individuals. Su Exine staggered, his gaze vacant, his clothes tattered, and his body smeared with blood and dirt. He wielded a large blade engulfed in blue flames. It was this very blade that allowed Su Exine to barely fend off the three mysterious assailants. The blue flame blood blade, a weapon brought back by a powerful practitioner from the Li family from a 5-star secret realm, harnessed the power of burning blood to attain immense strength, albeit at a considerable risk. Subsequently, Su Exine became Li Lan's companion, and this blade was bestowed upon him. Once the blue flame blood blade is wielded, it invariably leads to severe aftereffects. Li Lan's heart sank, and he rushed forward. You two, release him. Another pesky brat has arrived. The mysterious individual turned to Li Lan, rasping his voice. With Li Lan's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Moments later, Li Lan landed a punch that obliterated one of them. While the other fled in disgrace, Li Lan paid him no heed and swiftly supported the weakened Su Exine, saying, Su Exine, are you all right? Young master, do not worry about me. Quickly descend to the base of the emu giant tree. Hurry. Su Exine managed to utter weakly. What do you mean? They are a cult, followers of the Black Coffin. They have polluted the secret realm with the Blood Moon Holy Grail. However, the pollution is not yet complete. The Blood Moon Holy Grail is located beneath the emu giant tree. Young master, you must stop them, or many will perish. How do you know this? Su Exine weakly scoffed. Those two fools informed me, claiming that I would soon become one of them. Li Lan hoisted Su Exine onto his back and leaped down the branches of the emu giant tree with utmost speed. Countless emu demon spirits charged at Li Lan along the way, yet he dispatched them effortlessly. Regrettably, Su Exine could no longer witness his magnificent prowess, for he had succumbed to slumber. It was always me sleeping while you were awake. Who would have thought that one day it would be you who sleeps? Li Lan continued his descent, stabilizing his landing on the ground after approximately 10 minutes. Li Lan, you have returned? Li Lan, are you unharmed? My idol, what has happened to Su Exine? Li Lan, what has happened to Su Exine? He is covered in blood and lacks any semblance of elegance. Nearby students surrounded them in concern. Li Lan entrusted Su Exine to Wang Shishir and the others, saying, please take good care of him. Wang Shishir and the others agreed. Li Lan approached the tree's base and delivered a powerful punch to the trunk. Flame burst, flame burst, flame burst. After a flurry of punches, a gaping hole finally appeared in the massive trunk. Peering inside, he discovered that it was hollowed. A large green energy sphere floated at the center of the hollow, continuously transmitting wood elemental energy to the surrounding tree walls. This must be the core of the secret realm. However, it is now tainted. A chalice brimming with blood was placed below, its malevolent sanguine energy being absorbed by the energy sphere and then transmitted through it to the surrounding tree walls. This was likely the reason behind the mutation of the grass and wood spirits, the emu demon spirits. Their power emanates from the core of the secret realm. Once the core is polluted, they too will inevitably undergo mutation. Li Lan swiftly crawled into the hollow, kicking the chalice over. Just as he intended to shatter it, the chalice suddenly flew away on its OW and Li Lan attempted to pursue it, only to find himself immobilized. He turned to see an incredibly powerful suction force emanating from the core of the secret realm, binding him tightly. What is happening? Li Lan was startled as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Wood element. Detected delectable food. Craving it. Immediately thereafter, he felt a strong suction force arise within his body, drawing the core of the secret realm back towards him, subsequently merging into his being. Wood element consuming top-tier wood elemental spirit material, diligently digesting, wood element energy 500, wood element consuming top-tier wood elemental spirit material, Diligently digesting. Wood element energy 500. Wood element consuming top tier wood elemental spirit material. Diligently digesting. Wood element energy 500. Digestion complete. Wood element happily falls asleep. Your wood elementalist cultivation has risen to early high tier. So this is high tier. Truly impressive, Li Lan mused. Hearing your praise for the wood element, the fire element sobbed in grievance and began to train fervently. Fire element energy 15. Foolishness. With the obstruction of the secret realm's core gone, Li Lan hastily dashed outside to pursue the chalice. Yet, upon exiting the hollow, two mysterious figures in red robes appeared before the crowd. The blood-filled chalice was held in one of their hands. One of the mysterious individuals was familiar to him. The one he had previously driven away from the tree. The other, however, Li Lan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding from this individual. This person is perilous. His strength far exceeds that of all the mysterious individuals Li Lan has encountered combined. Upon sighting these two mysterious figures, all the students cowered behind Li Lan in fear. Su Exine struggled to straighten his posture, grasping the blue flame blood blade. Don't think such a talent exists in this minor secret realm. The mysterious figure remarked with a smile, will you join the Black Coffin? Should you choose to, I can promise you the position of a priest. High Priest, did you not promise me that you would grant me the position of priest once I completed this task? The previously vanquished black-clad individual interjected. You were deceived. That was said to the other two as well. The High Priest's words seemed to refer to the two individuals Li Lan had previously slain. High Priest, how could you deceive me? The mysterious individual exclaimed incredulously. I have been so loyal to my master. The High Priest replied, in light of your unwavering loyalty, you may serve my master. As his words fell, the mysterious individual collapsed to the ground, dying in a most peculiar manner. Even a great practitioner could not claim a life with mere words. How did he accomplish this? Gazing at the lifeless body, Li Lan felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly recalling the horrific sight of the mysterious individual he had slain earlier. He suddenly realized, if that's the case, then there is only one possibility. These enigmatic individuals might merely be puppets manipulated by someone else. This mysterious figure has just slain the master behind this puppet, which is why it now appears to be dead. Go kill even one's own. This Black Coffin is truly ruthless. What are your thoughts? My Black Coffin is a branch of the Spirit Energy Society. Once you join us, there's nothing stopping you from joining the Spirit Energy Society in the future. The Spirit Energy Society is one of the most formidable cult organizations within the Human Federation, comprising not only humans but also several other races. Is the Spirit Energy Society more powerful than the Li family? Li Lan inquired. The mysterious figure was taken aback, unsure why Li Lan posed this question, yet he replied. The president of the Spirit Energy Society is comparable to the Li family's Flame Emperor. If that's the case, then the descendants of the Li family's Flame Emperor must be equivalent to the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Energy Society, correct? The mysterious figure nodded, acknowledging the comparison. Li Lan chuckled. So, do you know who I am? Who are you? The mysterious figure echoed, I am the Flame Emperor of the Li family. Li Lan elongated his voice in amusement. That would be my grandfather. This jest was far from humorous. The mysterious figure replied solemnly. In the next moment, a massive rift abruptly appeared in the space of the secret realm. A young man with fiery red hair, clad in golden armor, emerged from the fissure. Xiao Lan, I have come to rescue you. Face the righteous judgment, you vile scoundrels. It truly is my third brother. Among his two brothers and one sister, only he was the most dramatic. Hearing those lines, Li Lan felt his footing tremble. Li Qin? The mysterious figure glanced at the golden-clad man, his expression shifting dramatically. I never imagined you were truly a member of the Li family. Third brother, quickly seize him, along with the holy grail he possesses. Certainly. The golden-clad man proclaimed loudly. With a single punch, he declared, justice be served. Flame dragon in the sky. Instantly, a blazing inferno in the shape of a dragon erupted from his hand, surging towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure was immediately reduced to ashes. Li Lan rushed forward, hoping to grasp the Holy Grail, but it seemed to possess a will of its own, slipping into a spatial rift and vanishing. It was indeed the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden-clad man landed, his expression grave as he gazed at the disappearing Holy Grail. However, His concern quickly shifted to Li Lan, asking, Xiao Lan, are you all right? Third brother, I'm fine, Li Lan replied, shaking his head. But could you save Su Xian? I feel like he is on the brink of collapse, Li Qin. Seeing this, hastily retrieved a vial of golden potion from his pocket and administered it to Su Xian. Mere seconds later, Su Xian's injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Xiao Lan, how have you managed to endure for so long in this secret realm? Li Qin inquired curiously. That puppet was no ordinary foe. Its strength seemed to be at the peak of a high-level sorcerer, even after being suppressed. I suspect it must have other accomplices as well. This is all thanks to our classmate Li Lan. A student stepped forward excitedly exclaiming, If it weren't for classmate Li Lan, we would have perished long ago. Indeed, it's all thanks to Li Lan. Classmate Li Lan is truly remarkable, taking down one small monster with each punch. Surrounding individuals echoed in agreement, their faces glowing with the joy of having survived. Li Qin was momentarily stunned. Chapter 9. Revelation of Cultivation, Leaving the Secret Realm, Achieving Great Merit. Xiao Lan, your cultivation. Li Qin stared in disbelief at Li Lan. He was astonished to discover that his younger brother had silently advanced to a high-level sorcerer, even comprehending the rudimentary form of divine abilities. This was certainly a far cry from his own childhood accomplishments. Li Lan bashfully scratched his head and smiled. I find cultivating abilities rather enjoyable. I just practiced while sleeping, and here we are. The fire element expresses strong disdain for the words spoken. Begins fervent cultivation. Fire element energy 50. The wood element remarks, Master, how shameless you are, yet I quite like it. Begins fervent cultivation. Wood element energy 50. It seems another useless one has joined. Li Lan maintained a smile. You know, you're in a rather punchable state right now. Li Qin suppressed the urge to give the foolish fellow a beating and nodded. Indeed, you are truly worthy of being my younger brother. The Golden Saint Warrior. What a delightfully dramatic title, Li Lan sighed in exasperation. By the way, third brother, what exactly is that Blood Moon Holy Grail you mentioned? The Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. The Blood Moon Holy Grail is an exceptionally formidable sacred relic, and it is also a holy object of the Spirit Energy Society, divided into the Child Cup and the Mother Cup. There are a total of 10 Child Cups, 5 in the headquarters of the Spirit Energy Society and the other 5 among its 5 branches. What you just saw was the Child Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail belonging to the Black Coffin. The Child Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail possesses immense powers of seduction and pollution. The nature spirits and evil spirits you encountered in the secret realm earlier were born from the corruption of the Holy Grail. S for seduction. At this point, Li Qin furrowed his brow. Seduction is a very conventional method employed by the Spirit Energy Society to cultivate devoted followers. They implant the sacred blood of the Blood Moon Holy Grail into a person's body, gradually eroding it until they become mere playthings of the Holy Grail's possessor. Should you betray them, they can trigger the amount of sacred blood within you, leading to your entire being corroded to death. In the early stages of sacred blood implantation, individuals exhibit symptoms such as forgetfulness, sluggish reactions, and vacant stares. In the mid-stages, the skin begins to redden. In the later stages, one's life is entirely subjected to the will of the Holy Grail's possessor. Vacant stare? Remembering Su Xian's state when he first discovered him, Li Lan felt a wave of tension wash over him. Su Xian couldn't have fallen victim, could he? Just as he was about to inquire how to expel the sacred blood from within, a clear female voice unexpectedly rang out. Excuse me, senior, may I ask how one can expel the sacred blood if someone has been implanted with it? The speaker was Wang Qiu's younger sister. Wang Miao, whom Li Lan had only recently met. Li Qin pondered for a moment as both of them listened intently. There are 2 methods. The first is to obtain the Mother Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail and return the sacred blood to it. The second method is to consume purifying medication for the blood. However, such medications are extremely expensive and cannot eradicate the sacred blood. They can only inhibit its spread, Li Qin stated. Of course, if one could acquire that grand potion coveted even by great sorcerers, it might just eradicate it directly, Li Lan lazily asked. By the way, if someone is found to have been initially contaminated by sacred blood, how would the authorities handle it? Imprisonment or execution? Wang Miao's complexion turned pale as she quietly departed. Why do you ask this? Li Qin inquired sternly. Xiao Lan, You haven't been contaminated by the Holy Grail, have you? Of course not. Li Lan quickly replied. Li Qin reached out to feel Li Lan's pulse, and once he confirmed that Li Lan was genuinely unharmed, he felt a slight relief. Li Lan's heart was heavy. It seems that the severely polluted energy purified by the system not long ago was indeed that sacred blood. But when did it enter my body? Could it have come with the essence of the plants and wood that I absorbed? If that were the case, why were those I saved previously unaffected? Could it be that this substance only forms complete sacred blood after accumulating a certain amount? That would Demon King should have been slain by Su Xian. And the wood essence seems to have been absorbed by Su Xian as well. Thus, Su Xian must have also been implanted with sacred blood. Wait, once we exit, the military will likely conduct health checks on everyone. At that time, Su Xian will undoubtedly be taken away by the military personnel. This one to do. I must find a way to leave with him beforehand. If Su Xian is taken by the military, it would be disastrous. Li Lan couldn't believe that the military would have the funds to procure those expensive purifying medications for Su Xian. If treatment is out of the question, then only one possibility remains: execution. Su Xian is his friend, his brother, who has stood by him for so long. He cannot bear to watch Su Xian perish. As for the sacred blood situation, he has already devised a solution. It is just money. Li Lan has more than enough of that. Li Lan turned to his third brother, pleading, "Third brother, I want to sleep now. Can you take me and Su Xian away first?" Li Qin frowned and replied, "No, the military will need to conduct checks on you all, and you cannot leave just yet. Oh, there will indeed be health checks," Li Lan pleaded desperately, "but I really want to leave first. Third brother, I've never felt this exhausted in my entire life." The Golden Saint warrior Li Qin hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head, stating, "No, rules are rules. Did you say that?" Li Lan looked at him mischievously, saying, "If I go out and tell second sister that the new Sailor Moon panties she bought last summer were stolen by you, what will happen?" "How did you know that?" Li Qin's expression changed dramatically. "Because I was hiding in second sister's closet, sleeping," Li Lan replied helplessly, gazing deeply at him. "Third brother, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I was wrong, Xiao Lan. I'll take you both out right now. Please don't tell second sister about this. Otherwise, that tigress will beat me to death." Li Qin hoisted the two of them and set off. Before leaving, Li Lan requested Wang Miao's contact information. From Wang Miao's earlier comments, it was evident that someone around her had also been contaminated by the sacred blood. Thus, he wished to keep a vigilant eye on her situation at all times. Li Qin shattered the spatial barrier with a single punch, forcefully traversing the rift in space, and the three of them emerged into the outside world. Military personnel swiftly surrounded them. Li Qin, greetings. Thank you so much for this matter. They exclaimed. No need for such gratitude. It is merely my duty as a son of justice, Li Qin replied with a casual wave of his hand, hastily leading Li Lan and Su Xian away from the military base. "Wait, Mr. Li Qin, you cannot take those too," an officer shouted upon seeing Li Lan and Su Xian. But it was too late. Li Qin had already bounced away, disappearing into the crowd. "What are we to do?" "They have yet to undergo a medical examination," the officer said, turning to his captain with a troubled expression. "If you can defeat this Golden Saint, then by all means, pursue them," the captain retorted, rolling his eyes before turning away. The officer scratched his head, ultimately choosing to pretend that the incident had never occurred. Soon, as the secret passage opened, students began to emerge. The principals of the two schools calculated the number of students, and as the figures unfolded, both broke down in tears. The losses were catastrophic. In total, over 300 students had perished. These were lives, after all. Each student was a source of pride for their parents. A cherished child, and now, they lay dead for no reason. It's all my fault. I should never have brought them to this cursed place. Principal Du Dehua lamented, kneeling before the students, bowing in penance, and striking his own face. "I am so sorry, dear students. This is all my fault. I failed to protect you, and I have wronged your parents. I am nothing but a scoundrel." The military personnel quickly helped the two principals to their feet and administered calming medication. The captain, astonished, remarked, "I didn't expect only 300 casualties." Principal Du questioned angrily, "Isn't 300 enough?" The captain quickly explained, "I did not mean it that way. What I meant is that this casualty count is significantly lower than I anticipated." According to reports, similar incidents have occurred in other parts of Jiangnan province not long ago, with casualties averaging around 800 per secret realm. 800. The two principals were taken aback. This was an exceedingly terrifying figure. At that moment, a soldier approached and announced loudly, "Report, Captain. We have gathered the information. According to the students, it was a person named Li Lan who saved them in the secret realm." "Li Lan? Are you certain of this name?" An officer said incredulously, images of a handsome boy in a wheelchair flashing in their minds. Yet, despite his charm, was he not an ordinary person? The soldier nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, that is the name." According to the students, this Li Lan is a high-level fire element sorcerer who has grasped the rudiments of divine abilities. Thanks to his leadership, the majority managed to survive the fog. A high-level sorcerer, the rudiments of divine abilities. The revelation struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. The captain turned to the principal of the first school, who quickly shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. "Understood. You may return to your duties." After the soldier departed, the captain took a deep breath. No wonder the Li family is so esteemed. They truly have hidden talents. I never expected this Li Lan to be a true dragon. A teenager who is a high-level sorcerer. It appears our dragon country is destined to see the rise of another powerhouse. The Li family had deceived everyone. Such a true dragon, and yet they claimed he was worthless? Indeed, one must not take the words of these great families at face value. "Captain, should we present a banner of honor to Li Lan?" an officer inquired. The captain pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, the Li family likely sent Li Lan to the first school to keep him from being disturbed. If it weren't for this incident, Li Lan might have remained hidden indefinitely. Since the Li family wishes for him to stay low profile, we shall refrain from intruding. Understood. The officer nodded in agreement. At that moment, in the boys' dormitory of Xiangnan City's First Ability High School, Su Xian exclaimed, "Young master, I am infected with the sacred blood and could become a puppet of the Black Coffin at any moment. For your safety, I must turn myself in." Li Lan, in a fit of anger, overturned the dinner Su Xian had prepared, scattering it across the floor. "Su Xian, if you dare step out of this dormitory tonight, I will act as if you were no longer my brother. But young master, if I remain by your side, you will be in danger." Su Xian replied helplessly as he picked up the dishes. "I have already told you, as long as you suppress the sacred blood, you will be fine. Young master, the cost of that is far too great. I am not worth such a sacrifice. Whether you are worth it is for me to decide." Li Lan said earnestly. "Besides, it's just money. I have plenty." Young master Su Xian fell silent for a moment, sighed, and ultimately stepped out of the dormitory. Li Lan's expression immediately fell. "Go on then. Once you leave, do not return." The atmosphere turned as still as death. A few minutes later, Su Xian indeed did not return. This scoundrel, could he really have left for good? Never mind. Why should I care? I will just go back to sleep. Li Lan lay on his bed, closed his eyes, but found himself utterly unable to fall asleep, his mood exceedingly agitated. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Could it be that Su Xian has returned? Li Lan felt a flicker of joy but maintained an angry facade, saying, "Did you not leave? What are you doing back here?" Since Su Xian had returned, Li Lan's anger dissipated significantly. Having spent 17 years in the Li household, due to his laziness, he had never made any friends, and Su Xian was among the few. Now, this fellow said he would leave just like that. It was impossible for him not to be upset. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a slender figure. It was not Su Xian. Li Lan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The slender man introduced himself. "Greetings, young master Li Lan. My name is Wang Kai. Due to your entanglement with the Black Coffin, young master Li Qin has sent me to protect you. I do not require your protection." "The person who just left the dormitory, you should know him, right?" "You mean young master Su Xian?" the slender man replied. As Su Xian's mother was a member of the Li family, he naturally recognized him. Li Lan nodded, stating, "I order you to bring him back immediately." However, the slender man hesitated. "Young master Li Qin instructed that you are highly likely to encounter an attack from the Black Coffin, and he commanded me to follow you closely. I will go myself," Li Lan declared, making to exit, but the slender man blocked his path. "What are you doing, young master Li Lan, if you go out alone? It is highly likely that you will be targeted by the Black Coffin. I should be the one to go. You stay in the dormitory and cannot leave the circle I draw?" The slender man said, bringing his fingers together, and a flicker of black flames surged from his fingertips. He pointed to the ground, and a large black-red circle appeared. Seeing the black ring on his hand, Li Lan surmised it must be the source of his power. What is this? A boundary ring. It can create a protective barrier. If you remain within this circle, you will be safeguarded from danger. And I will be alerted immediately if anything occurs. Li Lan nodded and stepped into the circle. Instantly, a surge of black protective energy enveloped him. The slender man felt reassured and hurried out the door, pursuing Su Xin. Inside the protective circle, Li Lan found himself with nothing to do and simply lay on the ground, falling into a deep slumber. The wood element successfully absorbed the power of the Imu core. Comprehending the divine ability, Imu, Forbidden Heaven. The wood element has acquired a divine ability, but currently lacks sufficient elemental energy to advance as a divine being. Training diligently. Wood element energy 50. The wood element, seeing you asleep, looks upon you with disdain and begins to train fervently. Wood element energy 60. The fire element, influenced by the wood element, also casts a contemptuous glance at you. Fire element energy 60. At that moment, in a cave in the outskirts of Xiangnan City, a 7-year-old boy spat a mouthful of crimson blood. He wore a skull pendant around his neck, and before him sat a massive furnace, fiercely ablaze in the dark cavern. It was evident that the fuel within was none other than the bodies of countless children. Great priest, are you all right? A beautiful woman adorned with snake tattoos approached, concern etched on her face as she observed the boy's condition. The boy's voice, young yet filled with fury, emerged as he buried his face before her weapon. Bursting into tears, "Damn Li Qin, damn this middle school syndrome. He has burned even the fragment of my soul that was trapped in the puppet. The great sorcerer, Golden Saint Li Qin. Are we not in a second-rate secret realm?" The woman asked, perplexed that I miscalculated. I did not expect the young master of the Li family to be in the secret realm. He must be there to rescue the young master of the Li family. The boy spoke, directing his gaze upwards. Above him, a fissure appeared in the air, and with a sharp crack, the blood moon holy grail descended steadily into his grasp. The young master of the Yin Emperor Li family. Li Lan? The beautiful woman furrowed her brow and inquired, how could he be inside there? The boy shook his head and suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know. However, the Li family's concealment is truly profound. They publicly declare him to be a waste of space, yet he possesses the strength of a high-level sorcerer. If it weren't for him, my plan would not have failed. High-level sorcerer. The beautiful woman expressed her astonishment. However, he has disrupted the plans of our divine sect. Should I send one of my top practitioners to eliminate him? The boy shook his head and replied, no need. Li Qin isn't that foolish. After taking Li Lan out of the secret realm, he will undoubtedly send someone to protect him. The boy pondered for a moment before continuing. However, it would be prudent to conduct some reconnaissance. Li Lan is a fire element sorcerer, so let's dispatch a water element acolyte. A low-level practitioner will suffice. If there truly are formidable guardians around Li Lan, we will only incur minimal losses, possibly just one low-level practitioner. Once this matter has passed, the Li family will surely conduct a sweeping purge of my black coffin remnants. These low-level practitioners will likely suffer heavy losses, and rather than sacrificing them in vain, it would be better for them to contribute their strength to our master before their demise. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Wait a moment. Let me have another feel, the boy said, his eyes hungrily fixed on the beautiful woman's black stockings. After she departed, the boy straightened his posture, a glimmer of darkness flickering in his eyes. The seed of divinity had already been sown. Half a year later, the National Martial Arts Tournament will commence. The era of my black coffin shall rise again. By then, the black coffin will make a complete resurgence. The spirit energy? In a few years, it will merely be the little black coffin. Within the dormitory, Li Lan was roused from his slumber by the sound of a ringing phone. He picked it up to find it was his grandfather calling. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered, Grandfather, what brings you to call me? Is it not permissible to call you without a specific reason? Came a jovial response. Li Lan lazily chuckled. You, my dear grandfather, are quite the busy man. You rascal. By the way, I heard from your third brother that you have become a high-level fire element sorcerer. Indeed, that is the case, Li Lan replied with a hint of resignation. Grandfather, you aren't planning to bring me back to the Li family, are you? Why not come home? It's nice to be home, his grandfather urged. All right, everything is fine, but I don't wish to return home just yet. Li Lan stated. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? His grandfather interjected. I will send you some training resources. Remember to practice diligently. The National Martial Arts Tournament is in half a year, and you must achieve commendable results for me. All right, Li Lan quickly interrupted. You don't need to remind me, by the way. Do you have enough money? Yes, I'm fine. Li Lan thought of the billions in his bank account, then remembered the holy blood on Su Xian and quickly added, but it wouldn't hurt to send me a bit more. Very well, grandfather will transfer some shortly. Also, the Li family has already taken action regarding the black coffin matter, so you can focus on your training. These rats in the sewers truly cannot be eradicated no matter what. Thank you, grandfather. Li Lan responded sweetly for a rare moment. After hanging up, he promptly received a transfer of 50 million yuan from the World Bank. Grandfather is indeed generous, Li Lan mused, checking online for the prices of blood purification potions. The cheaper ones were priced at 100,000 yuan each, the mid-range at 800,000, and the high-end at 2 million each. This doesn't seem overly expensive. He placed an order for 10 high-end potions, expecting delivery the following day. After completing his purchase, he returned to sleep. Your fire element is automatically cultivating. Fire element energy 35. Your wood element is automatically cultivating. Wood element energy 20. After a while, Li Lan felt the fire element within him stirring restlessly, as if sensing a presence that made it quite uncomfortable. There was a water element ability user nearby. Slowly opening his eyes, he glanced out the window to see an elderly man in sanitation worker attire scaling the dormitory building. A water element sorcerer. Li Lan yawned and inquired, Who are you? Clearly displeased at being disturbed from his slumber. Someone here to take your life. A mere fire element sorcerer dares to maintain such a nonchalant demeanor in my presence? How infuriating! The sanitation worker crashed through the window, and a massive water sphere crashed against the barrier, isolating it within. There's even a barrier. Who said I only possess fire elements? Li Lan gradually rose, his hands enveloped in shimmering green light. Imu Jintian. Instantly, a colossal vine erupted from the ground, rapidly growing and enveloping the sanitation worker entirely. This is impossible. How could a member of the Li family possess the embryonic form of wood attribute sorcery? No, this is not an embryonic form. This is a true sorcery. How could you comprehend sorcery without even possessing the strength of a sorcerer? The high priest has deceived me. The sanitation worker struggled violently within the vines. Li Lan stepped out of the barrier, ruffling his tousled hair. You talk too much. With that, he landed a punch through the vines, igniting a roaring fire that struck the sanitation worker's head directly. Bang! The head exploded instantly, blood splattering all over Li Lan's face. Unfazed, he strolled to the bathroom to wash his face before returning to the barrier to continue his slumber. Meanwhile, outside the school, in a narrow alley, a gaunt man froze momentarily. On his shoulder was Su Xian, tightly bound, who looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Young Master Li Lan is in danger. What? Hurry back, damn it. It's all my fault. Understood. Just be quiet. The gaunt man was enveloped in black mist, his speed multiplying several times as he rushed towards the school. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Su Xian surveyed the chaotic scene inside and felt despondent. Could young master be in trouble? This is my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and young master wouldn't have encountered this predicament. Wang Kai's expression was equally grim as he frowned and said, Let's head back and check why barrier ring was given by young Master Li Qin, so it likely hasn't been breached yet. Upon returning to the dormitory, they were met with the sight of a bloodied corpse lying on the floor. Young Master Li Lan, young master. Su Xian trembled, breaking free of his bindings and rushing to the corpse's side, kneeling beside it. Young master, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. After sobbing for a while, he realized that this did not seem to be Li Lan. The fabric of the clothing was far too coarse to belong to him. Could it be that young master was not dead? He hastily rummaged through the surrounding debris and finally discovered Li Lan quietly lying within a circle. Sound asleep, even snoring softly, though not loudly. Wonderful, young master is alive. Su Xian beamed with relief. Yet, if this is not young Master Li Lan, then who is it? Wang Kai squatted beside the corpse, pulling back its clothing to reveal a black skull on its chest. What is this? A member of the Black Coffin, Wang Kai remarked. It seems to be a sorcerer. Su Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying young master killed a sorcerer? Wang Kai nodded at Su Xian gasped in astonishment. He had initially thought Li Lan was merely an intermediate sorcerer, but after the battle in the secret realm, he believed him to be a high-level sorcerer. Yet now it appeared that Li Lan was far more formidable than he had imagined. To have slain a sorcerer at such a young age, and without relying on external forces, would place him among the elite even within the current younger generation. Wang Kai sighed, Su Xian, you must also work hard. In just 6 months, the National Martial Arts Tournament will take place. Achieving a commendable rank will yield rewards from both the authorities and the family. Su Xian nodded earnestly. I will, however, thinking of the holy blood within him. He opened his phone to browse the online store, eventually purchasing several ordinary blood purification potions despite the hefty cost. As for the future, he would devise a plan for that later. By the way, Wang Gu, will you be living with us from now on? Su Xian turned to Wang Kai and asked, if so, we will need to add another bed to the dormitory, but first, we must repair it. He glanced at the gaping hole in the floor, the fallen ceiling fan, and the window that had seemingly vanished. The window? No need, Wang Kai replied. Besides my fire attribute abilities, I also possess dark attribute powers and will remain hidden to protect you both. As for the dormitory, I'll call for repairs. Wang Kai made a phone call, and soon the repairman arrived. In the evening, all the students returned to the school, and Li Lan awoke from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Su Xian. Did I not tell you that if you leave, you should not return? He remarked. Young master, Su Xian awkwardly replied. I was wrong. What does it matter now that you realize your mistake? I have already found a new companion to accompany me, and he will arrive tomorrow, Li Lan stated, stretching lazily before continuing to sleep. Young master, I truly understand my error, Su Xian said, feeling quite embarrassed. If you know you've erred, then go buy a wheelchair. I left mine in the secret realm and did not bring it out. All right, with this, Su Xian was elated, realizing that the young master had tacitly permitted him to remain. A few hours later, Su Xian returned to the dormitory, pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box. Young master, your package seems to have been sent by your family. So soon? Su Xian placed the box on Li Lan's bed. Upon opening it, a wave of intense energy emanated from within. It was filled to the brim with fire elemental energy stones. So many! Li Lan's hand reached into the box, and the energy stones instantly vanished. The fire elemental is consuming a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is diligently cultivating. Fire elemental energy 100. The fire elemental is consuming a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is diligently cultivating. Fire elemental energy 100. The fire elemental is consuming a large quantity of fire attribute energy stones and is diligently cultivating. Fire elemental energy 100. All energy stones have been fully digested. Your fire elemental sorcerer cultivation has been elevated to late high tier. Is this truly the late stage? Li Lan mused. Nevertheless, after devouring such an immense fortune in energy stones, even a pig should be at the late stage. As he glanced at the bottom of the box, after the energy stones had vanished, a thin booklet emerged before his eyes. That the body refinement technique? Li Lan thought to himself, somewhat astonished. For an ability user, it is essential not only to possess a sufficiently strong ability but also to maintain a robust physique. Otherwise, one may easily find themselves at a disadvantage in practical combat. Hence, many practitioners dedicate time to honing their physical strength alongside their abilities. The body refinement technique is a method specifically devised by the Li family for physical training, acquired by his grandfather during his youth from a secret realm. In addition to the body refinement technique, there exists another known as the Dragon Tiger body refinement technique. However, the latter is only suitable for those who have achieved great powers, rendering it unsuitable for a novice like him. It appears that my grandfather is genuinely intent on having me participate in the martial arts competition, Li Lan sighed. He opened the body refinement technique. A voice resonated in his mind. 17 errors have been detected in the body refinement technique being cultivated by the host. The system has automatically corrected them. The body refinement technique is pleased to encounter its new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique 10. The body refinement technique is pleased to encounter its new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique 10. The body refinement technique is pleased to encounter its new master and is diligently cultivating. Your physique 10. I never expected there to be so many errors in the body refinement technique. Feeling his body progressively strengthening, Li Lan was quite astonished. However, he had no intention of informing his family, as they would likely not believe him regardless. The following day, the potions arrived. Li Lan handed them to Su Xian, who simply uttered a thank you before remaining silent for the rest of the day. Li Lan understood that he must be feeling quite conflicted, so he refrained from disturbing him. In the evening, he noticed a message from Wang Miao. Classmate Li Lan, regarding what you mentioned in the secret realm last time. I took note of it upon my return. Su Hu vanished after exiting the secret realm, and the next day, his parents came to the school to process his withdrawal. Today, I went to his home to look for him, but discovered that his entire family had moved away. Dio, you know what happened? After chatting with her for a while, Li Lan sighed. Su Hu had indeed been taken away. It seemed his choice the previous day had been the correct one. Had he not brought Su Xian away, he might have seen Su Xian's withdrawal paperwork today. Half a year later, with only a month remaining until the national martial arts competition commenced, various provinces in Longhua began preparing their lists, calling upon cities to select talented individuals to send to the provincial capital for the competition. Participants would be chosen to travel to Longjing for the competition in a month's time. Your fire elemental is diligently cultivating. Fire elemental energy 60. Your wood elemental is diligently cultivating. Wood elemental energy 70. Your lightning elemental is diligently cultivating. Lightning elemental energy 60. Your body refinement technique is diligently cultivating. Your physique 10. The fire elemental has grown fatigued and has entered hibernation. Your fire elemental cultivation has been elevated to mid-level sorcerer. The wood elemental has become weary and has begun to slumber. Your wood elemental cultivation has been elevated to early great sorcerer. The lightning elemental, seeing that the others have ceased their cultivation, has also stopped. Your lightning elemental cultivation has been elevated to early sorcerer. In the dormitory, while asleep, Li Lan stirred slightly, indicating his surprise. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a familiar voice shattered his dreams. Young master, wake up, young master. What is it? Li Lan yawned, looking indifferently at Su Xian, who had roused him. Su Xian replied, young master, the principal wishes to see you. He said he intends for the two of us, along with 2 upperclassmen, to attend the provincial capital for the national martial arts competition selection. The requirement for participation in the selection is that contestants must be high-tier sorcerers, although there are no restrictions on the type of abilities. After half a year of cultivation, Su Xian had already become a high-tier late sorcerer of the fire elemental, fully meeting the requirements for participation. Oh, Li Lan replied coldly, I will not go. After saying that, he returned to his slumber. Young master. Su Xian pulled him up from the bed once more, stating, the clan leader has also decreed that you must participate. Li Lan revealed a mocking smile, so he still remembers that I am his son. Young master, your grandfather has also insisted that you must participate, or he will come from Longjing to Shangnan City tomorrow and say. Say what? He said he would use a bamboo whip to spank you. Li Lan's body stiffened. Sitting up in bed, then you shall push me there. Very well, I in the principal's office, Li Lan, Su Xian, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi were present. Whether our school can secure funding from the Education Bureau this year depends on you all, the principal said earnestly. This martial arts competition is of utmost importance. As long as we achieve a ranking, even if we cannot enter Longjing for the finals, we will still receive immensely favorable conditions. Do you understand? We understand. Rest assured, principal. Even if I cannot enter the top 10, I will certainly make it into the top 20. No problem, principal. Understood, principal. The 3 responded in unison, while Li Lan remained silent. When they turned to look at him, they found that Li Lan had somehow fallen asleep in his wheelchair. Although they had grown accustomed to his demeanor, the principal still twitched slightly. Su Xian, when Li Lan wakes, be sure to inform him of this matter. No problem, Su Xian nodded. After leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian leaned in close to Su Xian and whispered, you two are representing the school in the competition, and many people in the upper grades are not pleased, so when you return to the dormitory, you and your young master should be careful. Su Xian was taken aback, then nodded in response, okay, thank you, I will be cautious. See you tomorrow. Huang Xiaotian made a gesture he considered to be quite cool and smiled. Who would be so bored as to dislike us? Su Xian pushed Li Lan back to the dormitory. While passing by an empty dorm room, 3 or 5 tall, burly youths emerged from within. Su Xian frowned. Who are you? What do you want? Himph. We merely came to see how talented individuals representing the school in the competition truly are. sneered one youth clad in one-piece attire. After the incident in the secret realm 6 months ago, the school had suppressed the matter and paid each student a confidentiality fee. Although Li Lan's performance in the secret realm still circulated within the school, the upperclassmen were generally reclusive, so they were not well acquainted with him, at least more than you few worthless so-called geniuses. Li Lan, having awoken without his knowledge, gazed coldly at the 5 individuals before him. I will count to 3. If you do not step aside, you shall bear the consequences. 3.2. Chapter 12. Fiery Whirlwind. Enhanced Combat Technique. Exquisite Jade Feet. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you certain you are speaking to us? You must be referring to Li Lan, right? I've long heard of your reputation, and today I wish to see just how formidable you truly are. What qualifications do you, a cripple sitting in a wheelchair, possess to converse with us? They could not help but laugh. One of them whispered, I heard this Li Lan seems to have quite a background. Are we really doing the right thing? A youth with dyed green hair beside him remarked, what is there to fear? I, Chui Mingho, have never feared anyone. If he can represent the school in the competition solely based on status and background, then I shall be the first to disagree. Brother Hao is right. I too do not concede. Me too. Just as Li Lan prepared to take action, Su Xian intervened, young master, allow me to handle this. Otherwise, we may end up having to pay for damages. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I only know how to destroy things? Li Lan replied indifferently. Then you take care of it. The 5 individuals cast their gazes upon Su Xian, questioning, with just you alone, do you dare to challenge us? Su Xian's expression remained frigid as he replied indifferently. To deal with a bunch of garbage like you, I alone am more than sufficient. Seeking death, exclaimed Hao Gu, with me here, you still dare to boast? What a farce! They conjured an array of elemental energies, gold, water, fire, indicating that they were all elemental attribute superhumans. Chui Mingho remarked, you need not intervene. I shall handle this myself. Narrowing his eyes, he added, you must be Su Xian, correct? Today, I shall see just how formidable this aloof young noble from a lower grade truly is. Flames ignited beneath his feet as he charged toward Su Xian. Without uttering a word, Su Xian unleashed a torrent of fire from his palm, forming a colossal vortex that instantaneously engulfed everyone present. Li Lan twitched his fingers, and a massive vine sprang from the ground, shielding the 4 who had refrained from attacking. Moments later, the vine receded, revealing Su Xian back at Li Lan's side, while Chui Mingho lay on the ground, scorched and trembling in terror. Hao Gu, are you all right? Hao Gu, Hao Gu. His subordinates rushed forward to assist him. One of them, with a complex expression, turned to Li Lan and inquired, why did you protect us just now? Had it not been for Li Lan's intervention, he knew their fate would be no different from that of the now wounded Chui Mingho. Li Lan chose not to respond to their inquiries, but instead turned to Su Xian and said, quite impressive, though your mastery of divine powers requires refinement. If you were to harm someone outside the arena next time, it would not bode well. Understood, young master, Su Xian nodded. Let us depart. Indeed, Su Xian guided Li Lan towards their dormitory, leaving Chui Mingho and his companions in silence as they watched their retreating figures. Hao Gu, shall we still attempt to seize the competition qualification from them? Seize it? If we do, I might as well be dead. Chui Mingho slowly rose, shouting towards the direction Li Lan had gone, your strength is formidable and I concede. I, Chui Mingho, assure you that from this day forward, no upperclassman shall disturb you. Let us go. Chui Mingho instructed his subordinates. Yes. Once they departed, the students who had been hiding in the dormitory to observe finally dared to emerge. I always knew Su Xian was powerful, but I never imagined he would be this strong. Chui Mingho ranks among the top 5 in the upperclassmen, yet he was defeated by Su Xian in a single move. If Su Xian is so strong, then Li Lan must be even stronger. Not necessarily. Not necessarily? Li Lan is certainly stronger than Su Xian. I've often seen him instructing Su Xian in the wilderness behind the school. How could a master be weaker than his apprentice? Those claiming Su Xian is superior to Li Lan must be from the middle grades. Li Lan possessed the strength of a high-level sorcerer 6 months ago. Now, he has likely achieved the status of a divine power wielder. Is he not stronger than our teachers? Teachers are nothing. Young Master Lan, my goodness. The selection tournament is scheduled to take place 10 days hence, requiring participants to arrive a day in advance, at which point the officials will provide transportation to the provincial city. Thus, the ensuing 9 days will be their leisure time. The school, wishing to afford them relaxation, declared these 9 days a holiday, stating it was to alleviate any excessive psychological pressure. 6 months prior, Li Lan had purchased an apartment in the city center to facilitate his life in Xiangnan City during his breaks. It was during that time that he fortuitously stumbled upon a treasure of lightning element within a secret realm, leading to the awakening of his powers. As Su Exine pushed Li Lan through their neighborhood. Li Lan inquired, "Is your holy blood all right?" "No worries. With the potion provided by the young master, it has remained dormant for the past 6 months. 6 months ago, Su Exine had signed a contract of servitude with Li Lan, promising to work for him free of charge for 30 years post-graduation to repay the costs of the potion. Although Li Lan initially intended to refuse, he ultimately acquiesced to Su Exine's firm stance. Upon entering their apartment, a girl dressed in pink with twin ponytails leaped into view. She possessed bright, expressive eyes and skin as smooth as cream, devoid of any visible pores, her mouth occupied by a lollipop resembling a cigarette. "Li Mimi, why are you here again?" Li Lan, reclining in his wheelchair, groaned at her presence. "Do you think I want to be here? In such a tiny, dilapidated place?" Li Mimi, still clutching her lollipop, scrutinized Li Lan with disdain, saying, "Grandpa sent me to check if you've participated in the National Martial Arts Tournament selection." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? You can't even be bothered to walk." She was Li Lan's cousin, the daughter of his father's younger brother. "Who asked for your opinion?" Li Lan retorted, "If you don't want to come, you could stay outside." "Brother, I've come all this way. Are you really going to kick me out?" Li Mimi pouted, biting her lollipop and feigning cuteness. One could not deny that when silent, she appeared rather endearing, akin to a neighborly younger sister. However, once she spoke, her charm dissipated entirely, at least in Li Lan's eyes. To others, she remained an adorable girl. "Whether you stay or go is of no concern to me. Move aside, beautiful girl, Su Exine. Let us enter." Back in the room, Li Lan promptly reclined on the bed and began to doze off. Li Mimi turned to Su Exine and said, "Brother Exine, are you really going to let my brother be so lazy? You know him well enough." Su Exine chuckled. "He has always been this way. But this is too lazy. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone this lazy." Li Mimi exclaimed, leaping up and plopping down on Li Lan's waist. "Li Mimi, are you trying to kill me?" Li Lan yelped in pain, cursing, "Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't scold me." Li Mimi buried her head into Li Lan's back, nuzzling affectionately before quickly switching to a pleading tone. Li Lan snorted dismissively, his irritation subsiding significantly as he pushed her away. "Go play. You little brat, I want to sleep." As dusk fell, Li Lan rose from the bed to use the restroom. Glancing around the room, he noticed Li Mimi was nowhere to be found. Su Exine was in his own room, practicing his supernatural abilities. Upon returning from the restroom, he spotted a book lying on the coffee table. Did Li Mimi bring her homework? Isn't she usually disinterested in studying? Li Lan recalled that Li Mimi had never been fond of academics, often preferring to engage in fights. She had even been suspended for a semester in the first year of junior high due to brawling. Ironically, she had a penchant for wearing pink, confirming the saying, "The more pink one wears, the fiercer one fights." Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not homework at all, but rather a combat notebook filled with notes detailing various techniques, tricks, and underhanded tactics she had discovered during her fights. Li Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Flipping to the cover page, he noted it was titled, "Master Li Mimi's Combat Notes." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Detected 137 errors within the unknown combat technique being viewed by the host. The system has automatically corrected them. Such a multitude of errors? Li Lan was taken aback. In that case, I might as well assist her with revisions. He picked up a pen, opting not to directly alter Li Mimi's notes, but instead took out a fresh notebook to transcribe everything anew. After half an hour, Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Finally done. Now, back to my slumber. A few hours later, Li Mimi returned, discovering her notebook had been tampered with, and she erupted in fury. "How dare someone touch my belongings?" she huffed, cheeks puffed as she approached the table. Snatching up her notes, ensuring no harm had come to her precious techniques, she finally relaxed. "Huh? What is this?" Li Mimi picked up the adjacent notebook and flipped through its pages. Suddenly enlightened, she gasped in awe. "So that's how it can be done. This is incredible. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Amazing. Wow, this is fantastic. Hours later, she set the notebook down, suddenly recalling. Who wrote this? Upon inspecting the handwriting, she discovered it belonged to her lazy cousin. This is impossible. My cousin, such a sloth, could not possibly be a master of combat. Could it be that his previous laziness was all an act? Perhaps he is more diligent behind the scenes than anyone else? It must be so. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't he have sent me to confirm whether he participated in the National Martial Arts Tournament selection. If even Grandpa acknowledges his strength, then my cousin is truly remarkable. I cannot let my cousin's talents go to waste. He must be mine, Li Mimi declared, clenching her fists. Approaching Li Lan's door, she kicked it open with force. Unfortunately, the door did not yield but instead cracked under the impact. Li Lan remained undisturbed, prompting Li Mimi to continue her assault. She kicked and shouted, "Cousin, wake up, cousin. I want to be your disciple. Get up quickly. Can you hear me?" Hearing the commotion, Su Exine rushed over and was taken aback by the scene. He had heard tales of Li Mimi's violent nature, but witnessing her kick down a door truly confirmed her reputation. "Brother Exine, you arrived just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door. There exists a doorknob there. A mere twist will suffice." Su Exine pointed towards the doorknob affixed to the door. Li Miao Miao turned the knob, and with a click, the door swung open. A flush of embarrassment washed over her as she uttered, "I sincerely apologize. I was too excited and completely forgot about the doorknob. I shall compensate for any damages." In her awkwardness, she inadvertently twisted the doorknob right off, and "Oh need," came the reply, "Your cousin has more than enough money." It seemed the other rumors held some truth. Aside from being a tempestuous individual, Li Miao Miao's mind appeared to be filled solely with muscle. Just as well, for I had no desire to pay. Li Miao Miao, with an innocent smile, stepped into Li Lan's room. At that moment, Su Exine experienced a peculiar illusion, as if Li Miao Miao were not a violent maniac, but rather a strong yet amiable little sister. "I must be out of my mind for thinking such thoughts," Su Exine muttered, shaking his head as he returned to his training. Li Lan, who had been fast asleep, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. As if something were perched atop him, he felt as though something was pressing down on his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a pair of delicate feet clad in white silk, resembling exquisite jade. Chapter 13. The Pink Sorceress, Journey to the Provincial City, the eldest brother of the Li family. Li Miao Miao, have you lost your mind? Li Lan exclaimed, "Quickly remove your filthy feet." Li Miao Miao giggled. "Oh brother, how ruthless you are. So many people wish to see my feet, yet cannot." She caressed her own feet, smooth as silk, akin to the finest white jade. Li Lan, disinterested, unceremoniously pushed her off the bed. He resumed his slumber. Li Miao Miao, rising from the floor with a pitiful expression, remarked, "Brother, you truly are heartless. By the way, is that notebook on my desk your handiwork?" Li Lan softly acknowledged her query. "Brother, you are quite the hidden gem. For all these years, I had thought you nothing but a good dash for dash nothing." Li Lan chose to ignore her. "Brother, take me on as your disciple. I shall ensure your martial arts are renowned far and wide. One day, I shall open a martial arts school, commanding thousands of disciples to storm the gates of the foreign tribes." As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with excitement. Listening to her prattle on, Li Lan felt a buzzing in his head. A twinge of regret for having penned those words. "Brother, are you listening?" "I am." "What do you think of my plan?" "Not much. If you venture to confront the foreign tribes, those brutish members of the Manling tribe could easily turn you into pulp with a single kick. Surrounding the Human Federation, there exist two tribes, the Fengying tribe and the Manling tribe. The Fengying tribe, content with their existence, has remained peaceful since the merging of their habitat with Blue Star, only engaging with the outside world during trade. However, the Manling tribe is a different story altogether. They are inherently savage and immensely powerful. For 3,000 years since the awakening of spiritual energy, they have harbored ambitions to annex human territories, leading to countless wars between the Human Federation and them. Despite this, humans have lost considerable land to their incursions, and the inhabitants of those lands invariably became their prey. "Well, if you don't want to pay, then why curse me?" Li Miao Miao huffed, puffing out her cheeks. "Brother, come with me for a little outing. I wish to buy something, but I've spent all my money." "Not going, brother, please, let us go." "Not going. Really not going? Truly?" Li Miao Miao suddenly smiled. "If you really won't go, then let us play a game." Li Lan felt an ominous premonition and quickly sat up in bed. I will go, but you must push me down, of course. No problem. Li Miao Miao beamed as they exited the elevator. Li Lan instinctively closed his eyes. Indeed, the next moment, he experienced the sensation of flying. Li Miao Miao propelled him down the street at breakneck speed. Off we go. Off we go. Time to shop. Charge forward, beautiful girl. Let us charge. The journey that should have taken half an hour was completed in a mere 5 minutes. Li Miao Miao pushed Li Lan into an upscale doll store. The staff greeted her with immediate smiles. She selected a pink dinosaur plushie. After scanning the item code, the staff enthusiastically turned to Li Lan, saying, "Good day, sir. Your total comes to 140,032 yuan. After rounding off, it amounts to 140,000 yuan." Li Lan, momentarily stunned as he retrieved his bank card, exclaimed, "Why so much money?" Although he was wealthy, he was no fool. A plush toy priced at 140,000 was clearly extortionate. The staff, taken aback, inquired, "Didn't this young lady inform you?" "Inform me of what?" "Today, she has caused damage to our premium mahogany cabinet, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. We can provide invoices and receipts for all of these." The staff gestured towards a nearby vacant area, presumably the site of the incident. So, it had all been premeditated. No wonder she had spent all her money. With a sigh, Li Lan resigned himself to paying with his card. The routine repeated itself several times, and by the time Li Lan was being pushed home, he calculated that he had spent around 800,000 yuan that day. Li Miao Miao, with a lollipop in her mouth, hummed a cheerful tune, her arms laden with packages as she skipped joyfully. It was clear she was genuinely delighted. Well, she will be leaving in a few days. I can endure this a little longer. At that moment, Li Lan noticed a trio of individuals trailing behind him. They appeared to be low-level mid-tier ability users, their attention fixated not on Li Lan, but rather with malicious intent directed at Li Miao Miao. Li Lan furrowed his brow. It seemed there was some truth to the old adage that martial heroes attract trouble. Not fearing them, he chose not to intervene immediately, instead curious to see when they would make their move. As they passed through a dimly lit alley, they could no longer contain themselves. "Hello there, little miss." Li Miao Miao frowned at them and asked, "What do you want?" "What else could we want? We wish to play a game with you." "Play a game? Really?" Li Miao Miao replied innocently. "Can my brother join?" The leading man glanced at Li Lan and chuckled. "He can join, but he might not be able to play, as this game is not suitable for the disabled." One of his lackeys leered at Li Lan, saying, "Brother Zhuang, I think it wouldn't hurt to let him join. Look at how soft and delicate he is." Li Lan's expression stiffened. Li Miao Miao quickly pushed him aside, cheerfully exclaiming, "What a pity that my brother can't join. I'll just push him away. Wait for me." All right. The men laughed heartily. Li Lan was pushed out of the alley while Li Miao Miao hopped back in. He was not particularly worried about her. He knew that even if they combined their strengths, they would be no match for Li Miao Miao, who was a late-stage mid-tier strength-awakened individual. Having trained in the Li family since childhood, even high-tier sorcerers would struggle against her. Let us hope no casualties occur. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Li Lan quietly sat in his wheelchair, waiting for her return. As expected, the next moment, anguished cries echoed from the alley, accompanied by Li Miao Miao's innocent laughter. "Please, spare me. No, my precious parts. Oh, it hurts so much. Run. This woman is a demon. Run. Don't run. Let us play together. Didn't you say you wanted to play a game with me? A brother who lies is not a good brother." Minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alley by Li Miao Miao. Their bodies a grotesque mess, faces bruised and covered in red, blue, and purple welts. "What else do you want to do?" "Naturally, I want to continue playing games." Li Miao Miao grinned, revealing her little tiger teeth. "Brother, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Li Lan watched as Li Miao Miao dragged the 3 men to a traffic light, then tossed them from the top, tying them up at the light. The 3 men swung in midair, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Li Miao Miao returned to Li Lan's side, cheerfully saying, "Brother, let us go." "That was ruthless." Li Lan nodded. The cries of the 3 men echoed behind them, while a throng of onlookers crowded beneath them. Some discussing the scene, others pulling out their phones to record videos for social media. Upon returning home, Li Lan finally found peace to sleep. The fire element has commenced diligent training. Fire element energy 30. The wood element, though drowsy, has begun training. Wood element energy 10. The lightning element is spirited and energetic in its training. Lightning Element Energy 25. Su Xian continued his training, while Li Miao Miao immediately began practicing martial arts upon returning home. Thankfully, Li Lan's house was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would not withstand her antics. 8 days later, with 2 days remaining until the selection competition commenced, Li Lan received a notice from the school early in the morning, instructing them to come to school for an important announcement. They arrived at the school, where the principal asked them to fill out several forms, likely liability waivers and other related documents. He also provided an overview of the competition specifics. Like ordinary contests, the selection rounds would follow a one-on-one format. During the competition, the use of weapons, potions, or any auxiliary tools was strictly prohibited. Victors would advance to the next round, while those who lost in the final stages could participate in a resurrection match to re-enter the fray. That is the gist of it. Is there anything else that needs clarification? Principal Du inquired earnestly. The four shook their heads in unison, indicating their understanding. In that case, I shall say no more. You may either stay at the school tonight or return home. Tomorrow at noon, a special vehicle will come to escort you to the provincial city. Of course, if you prefer to go on your own, do inform the school in advance to alleviate any concerns. Understood, came the simultaneous response from the trio. The four then turned their gaze to Li Lan, who, as expected, had fallen asleep once more. Just as they exited the principal's office, a familiar figure appeared before them, Cui Mingho. Su Xian frowned slightly. Cui Mingho quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. I have come at the principal's behest to serve as your guide for this competition. The guide? Su Xian remarked, puzzled, not comprehending why a guide would be necessary for a contest. Huang Xiaotian chuckled. Cui Mingho has thoroughly researched all the prominent contestants across the province to prepare for the selection rounds. Who would have thought the principal would choose you instead of him? He was so furious he nearly leaped from the 4th floor. No wonder he was so angry back then. Su Xian nodded. You, Huang Xiaotian, have quite the loose tongue. Cui Mingho shot a glare at Huang Xiaotian and addressed the group. The principal has already conveyed everything you need to know. My role as your guide is primarily to familiarize you with the contestants in this competition. Let me begin with the most prominent contenders. There are 5 standout competitors: Lei Shou Duanzai Tao, Du Lang Wu Tianxi, Yin Gongzi Jinming, Shui Xianhua Su Wanyue, and Jian Wu Liuqi. The first 4 hail from the provincial city. While Wu Liuqi comes from Yiyang City, located next to Shangnan City, moreover, he was taken as a direct disciple by the Tongmans Guiwei elder 2 years ago, possessing the dark element and night vision abilities, and is likely already a practitioner of divine powers, though the exact number he has mastered remains unknown. As for Lei Shou, he is the scion of the Duan family, a prominent lightning attribute clan in the provincial city. By the time Li Lan returned home, it was already noon. He had intended to indulge in a delightful nap until the competition commenced. However, upon arriving home, he received a call from his elder brother. Hello, brother. Aren't you stationed at the military district? What brings you to call me? A deep, resonant voice responded from the other end. I suddenly felt the urge to call you. Is that so strange? Not at all. Feel free to call whenever you wish, Li Lan replied, deliberately yawning loudly to indicate his desire for sleep. Yet, his elder brother seemed to feign ignorance, stating, you should still be in Xiangnan, right? Yes, I've heard you've undergone quite a transformation lately. Even grandfather has praised you. I'm currently in the provincial capital of Jiangnan and will be heading to the border for combat in 2 days. You should come over. It would be good for us to meet, and I can assess your abilities. Chapter 14. Young Emperor Qingyang. The competition approaches. Pre-competition farce. The peculiar suit-clad man after hanging up with his brother. Li Lan immediately summoned a private jet to the provincial capital. It gracefully descended onto the helipad of a 5-star hotel where his brother was staying. Su Xian pushed Li Lan down the aircraft steps. A respectful attendant approached them. Greetings, esteemed guests. May I inquire if you have a reservation? We do not have a reservation. My young master is here to see someone, Su Xian replied. During the lengthy flight, Li Lan had already succumbed to slumber. May I ask whom your young master is looking for? I can check to see if there is a note made. The attendant smiled, not displaying the disdain often portrayed in those Clich D dramas for patrons without reservations. Li Qingyang. This young man is in the presidential suite. This way, please. Upon hearing this name, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he quickly led the way. The attendant brought them to a grand, resplendent door and gently knocked. Mr. Li, your guests have arrived. Come in, came a magnetic and robust voice from within. Although the voice was soft, it was clear to both of them. The attendant cautiously pushed the door open, allowing Su Xian to wheel Li Lan inside. Before them lay a spacious reception room adorned with various expensive paintings. A young man sat at the table, engrossed in reading The Art of War. He had striking red hair tied in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned physique, and muscles that radiated a masculine allure. His waistline was smooth, and his abdominal muscles were well-defined, exuding an irresistible charm to women. He sat there like an emperor surveying his realm, exuding an imposing aura merely by his presence. He was Li Qingyang, the eldest son of the Li family, who gained fame 7 years ago for bravely slaying 3 formidable opponents of the Manling clan during a war, thus saving countless lives. Being the grandson of the Flame Emperor, he was also revered as the young emperor, big brother. Su Xian exclaimed, visibly excited, as if encountering an idol. Li Qingyang nodded, his brow furrowing as he turned to Li Lan in his wheelchair. Still so lazy, I see. Shall I wake him? No need. Let him sleep, Li Qingyang replied. Come, sit down and tell me what has transpired over the past 6 months. When Li Lan awakened, he heard his brother conversing with Su Xian. He is usually quite lazy, often secretly training alone, he thought. Why does he do that? I do not know either, Li Lan replied. What do you mean by secretly training alone? He hasn't trained properly at all. It has all his abilities working on their own. Xiao Lan, you're awake? Come, let us spar a bit, Li Qingyang said, setting aside his book and looking at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two made their way to a spacious training room. In this era of spiritual energy revival, such training rooms were standard in 5-star hotel presidential suites. In a moment, I will suppress my strength. You may attack me with all your might, understood. Li Lan ignited his fists with flames, employing the combat techniques he had acquired earlier to strike at his elder brother. However, Li Qingyang seemed to anticipate his attack, effortlessly sidestepping it with a slight shift of his foot. Too slow. Xiao Lan, speed is of the essence in battle, Li Qingyang admonished like a stern elder or an undefeated general, earnestly instructing his junior. Got it, big brother? Li Lan shouted, this time opting not to engage in close combat. Instead, he gathered a fierce blaze in his fists and unleashed a powerful punch from afar. The flames erupted, forming a ferocious giant tiger that charged forward. Not bad, you've improved, but it's still insufficient. Li Qingyang leaped into the air, dodging the tiger's assault. In battle, one must adapt and strategize to achieve victory. Can you speak plainly? Li Lan thought rapidly about the meaning of those words. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime piled in the corner of the training room. Aha! He quickly launched another punch, obstructing his brother's line of sight. Then, he dashed to the lime bags at lightning speed. Remembering his brother's position, he grabbed a bag of lime and tossed it into the air, striking it to burst. A cloud of lime filled the air, instantly blinding both of them. Li Lan felt his eyes sting painfully, but he disregarded it and swiftly returned to the spot he had memorized, igniting his fists once more and delivering a fierce blow. In an instant, the lime in the training room vanished. Li Qingyang caught Li Lan's fist with his right hand, a satisfied smile on his face. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress during this time. However, your combat techniques are still rather rudimentary and require further practice. As expected of my brother, you even noticed that his combat techniques had been gleaned from Li Miemie's notes, but those were too scarce for him to learn much. Thus, in his brother's eyes, his techniques were indeed naive. I understand, big brother. Well, it's getting late. I just received word that I need to leave. Li Qingyang looked at Li Lan and said, Xiao Lan, I will await you on the battlefield. Li Lan nodded. Big brother, take care. After Li Qingyang departed, Li Lan slumped onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. What a tiring day, if only I could lie here forever. He closed his eyes. It was unclear how much time passed before Su Xian woke him up to feed him. The following day, he rested the entire time. On the third day, the two received a call from the principal, informing them that they were expected at the provincial city sports arena for the competition. When they arrived at the venue, it was already teeming with spectators, though most were merely there to watch. Li Lan, Su Xian, over here. They heard someone calling them and turned to see Cui Mingho waving them over. Su Xian wheeled Li Lan toward him, and Cui Mingho handed them each a list at Su Xian. Your opponent is Du from the Mingde Ability Elite class. Li Lan, your opponent is a bit tricky. It's Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a power-type ability user. Not long ago, With the prowess of a high-level sorcerer, Su Xian triumphed over a practitioner of divine abilities. He accepted the list, glanced at the slumbering Li Lan, and collected Li Lan's name as well. I've said so much. Yet it seems you've already dozed off, Cui Mingho remarked, his lips twitching. Just then, amidst the throngs of people, a gaze suddenly fixated on Li Lan. Zhuang. What's the matter? Inquired a companion of the one called Zhuang. That individual, with a venomous expression, directed his glare at Li Lan and said, Bro, a few days ago, I was beaten by that man's sister. Are you implying that you want me to avenge you? The young man frowned, one of the competitors in this event, named Chu Wu. Exactly, bro. I merely cast a glance at his sister while on the street, and she promptly assaulted me, claiming I was a disgusting average man. After beating me, she stripped me and hung me on a traffic light. Zhuang seethed. However, the competition is about to commence. The disciplinary committee will not look kindly upon private fights. What's there to fear? They aren't participants. I've been observing the competitors from Xiangnan City since arriving in the provincial capital today, and I assure you, they are not among them. They must merely be here to spectate. Very well then, Chu Wu conceded, turning to another individual beside him. Huang Lian, please assist my brother in resolving this matter swiftly. We'll enter the arena together shortly. Understood, Chu Gu. Huang Lian nodded. Let us go, Xiao Zhuang. All right, Huang Gu. Just make sure to teach that cripple a lesson. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. Zhuang replied. As Su Xian pushed Li Lan along the path, he was suddenly intercepted. Hey buddy, could I borrow a light? Huang Lian, holding a cigarette, scrutinized the toot. The newcomer means no good, Su Xian replied sternly. Sorry, we don't smoke and have no fire. He was about to move when Huang Lian seized the wheelchair. If you don't have a lighter, surely this gentleman here does? Release me, Su Xian commanded. I'll say it again. Remove your hand. What did you say? I said, remove your hand, Su Xian reiterated. Dare to insult me? I'll make sure you regret it. Huang Lian swung a punch at Su Xian. In an instant, a fiery tempest erupted from Su Xian, swirling and ensnaring Huang Lian within. Moments later, Huang Lian sat on the ground, his face a mask of terror. What are you doing? At that moment, a security officer rushed over, booming, fighting is prohibited in the competition area. Are you not aware? Sir, it was they who initiated the altercation. The bystanders can attest to that, Su Xian stated. The onlookers nodded in agreement, some even enthusiastically recounting the events that had transpired. The officer examined the individual's credentials, then turned to Huang Lian, irate. So, the assailant is a participant. Come with us. Su Xian glanced at Li Lan, who had awakened at some point. Young master, shall we depart? Li Lan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the bruised Zhuang, softly remarking, one must know their worth. You know him, young master? Not at all. Su Xian continued to push Li Lan through the crowd. Young master. Zhuang stood in disbelief, drenched in cold sweat. What status does he hold? A participant, and such a formidable one, even calls him young master. Have I inadvertently crossed paths with someone of significant stature? He wished he could slap himself twice. Just then, a large hand struck his face. Who dares to hit me? Zhuang seethed, turning to find it was his older brother. You little brat, didn't you say he wasn't a participant? I didn't know. You, get back home this instant, disgraceful troublemaker. Chu Wu fumed, and Zhuang fled in shame. At that moment, a young man clad in a white suit approached Chu Wu and inquired, What is going on? Chu Wu's face brightened as he replied, Master, you've arrived. My brother just caused a ruckus. I'm here to discipline him. The man in white remarked, The competition is about to begin. I noticed you hadn't gone over, so I came to see. Let us head over now, Chu Wu said with admiration. His master had risen like a star from another world just half a year ago. Ascending from a mid-level sorcerer to a practitioner of divine abilities in such a short time, Chu Wu, he was nothing short of a deity. Were it not for his master's insistence on maintaining a low profile, he would have been broadcasting his master's accomplishments far and wide. Indeed, the man in white agreed, his eyes lingering on Li Lan's departing figure. Master, what's on your mind? The suited man did not respond but continued to observe Li Lan. A sinister smile creeping onto his face, Li Lan, quite intriguing. Chapter 15. The competition begins. The White Reaper, Su Xian faces peril. The stadium was teeming with spectators, the outer rings filled to capacity. Within the inner circle sat the competitors of this event, along with accompanying teachers, guardians, and support staff. At the center of the arena stood 10 massive stages, each surrounded by personnel maintaining order. Brilliant lights illuminated each stage. Various media reporters and internet celebrities focused their attention on the predicted frontrunners for the championship, namely the 5 prodigies mentioned earlier by Cui Mingho. Look over there, that's the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital, Lei Shou Duan Zedao. At merely 23, he has entered the realm of divine practitioners. His future is boundless, a reporter announced loudly, directing his camera towards the location of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The crowd turned their attention to a cold, aloof young man seated quietly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Wow, so handsome. Young Master Duan, I love you. Young Master Duan, marry me. The cacophony of adoration erupted from numerous infatuated fans, both female and male, their eyes fervently fixated on Duan Zitao as if they wished to devour him whole. However, Duan Zitao merely cast a fleeting glance at them before returning his gaze elsewhere. How pretentious. I'm so envious, Huang Xiaotian muttered, his eyes nearly falling out as he watched Duan Zitao in the arena. Cui Mingho patted his shoulder in consolation. Don't worry, you'll never be able to compare to. He is a support staff member from Xiangnan No. 1 High School. He is qualified to enter the inner circle. If you have nothing to say, then don't speak. Huang Xiaotian glared at him. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du smiled faintly but remained silent. Su Xian was giving Li Lan a shoulder massage, while Li Lan, as usual, was deep in slumber. As figures such as the poison wolf Wu Tianxi, the eye prince Shenming, the water fairy Su Wanyue, and the dark sword Wu Liuqi made their entrances. The atmosphere reached a new climax. Yet, compared to the earlier individuals, Wu Liuqi attracted little attention, clad entirely in black and shrouded in a mask, rendering his appearance a mystery. Aside from Lei Shou Duan Zitao, the most popular was undoubtedly the water fairy Su Wanyue, who, with her stunning beauty, garnered countless male admirers. In the arena of Wangqing No. 1 High School, Chu Wu observed these individuals with disdain, a bunch of trash. They have no idea of my master's true power. Otherwise, they would all be in awe. Not awe, perhaps astonishment, the man in the white suit beside him sighed. What my master said is true. Chu Wu quickly affirmed. Behind them, the principal of Wangqing No. 1 High School furrowed his brow and said, Fang Heng, if possible, I hope you secure the championship in this competition. You could afford to be low-key before, but now is not the time for that. The man in white nodded and smiled. Yes, principal. Among the media and influencers present, many noticed Li Lan's strikingly handsome face and zoomed in on him. However, upon realizing he was seated in a wheelchair, they all sighed, mistaking him for merely a support staff member. The competition commenced. The matches for Xiangnan High School unfolded on the third stage. Their focus narrowed to that arena. The first match on the third stage featured the poison wolf Wu Tianxi pitted against a student from the Mingda Ability Elite class. Mingda Ability Elite class. My opponent seems to be from that class as well. Are they particularly strong? Su Xian queried Cui Mingho. To be precise. Only that class is formidable, Cui Mingho pondered before responding. The participants from the Mingda Ability Elite class are the most numerous. Apart from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Interestingly, the poison wolf Wu Tianxi was once a student from their class before being poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Su Xian nodded, feeling the temperature in the arena rising. He sought a fan to cool Li Lan. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and remarked, Su Xian, you've become Li Lan's mother. On the third stage, a student from the Mingda Ability Elite class eyed the poison wolf Wu Tianxi with a sneer. Senior, long time no see. Enough chit-chat. Let us get to it. Wu Tianxi's eyes glimmered with a green light, his teeth elongating into fangs. Even his nails began to grow, transforming into sharp green claws. This Wu Tianxi possesses the rare ability of poison element combined with wolf-type beast transformation. It is said that upon reaching the level of a divine practitioner, he can morph into a poisonous wolf, Cui Mingho whispered. The pedestrian found his feet, beginning to frost over. A chilling breeze congealed into an icy sword in his hand. With this weapon in tow, he strode purposefully towards Wu Tianxi, launching a fierce assault. The two became entwined in a fierce struggle for several rounds, ultimately resulting in pedestrian being forcefully kicked out of the ring by Wu Tianxi. In the instant he hit the ground, a torrent of black blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed unconscious. Wu Tianxi is the victor, the referee declared loudly. The staff surrounding the arena were taken aback, exclaiming, "Quick, summon a doctor. Someone has been poisoned. Wu Tianxi, you heartless beast." The members of the Mingda extraordinary class shouted vehemently. "Wu Tianxi truly shows no mercy," Huang Xiaotian marveled, astonished that he could be so ruthless against a former classmate. "What is more, I know an even more explosive secret," Cui Mingho whispered again. "What? Do tell." Huang Xiaotian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Cui Mingho lowered his voice further. "I heard that Wu Tianxi had an alcoholic and abusive father during his childhood. Upon awakening his extraordinary abilities, the first thing he did was kill his father." Gasp! Both Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi inhaled sharply in surprise. Cui Mingho was about to continue but fell silent, fear gripping him as Wu Tianxi glanced in their direction. As time passed, Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian took to the stage. Facing relatively weak opponents, and by a stroke of luck, they emerged victorious. The next match featured Su Xian from Xiangnan No. 1 High School against Yu from the Mingda Extraordinary Elite Class. Su Xian set aside his FA and As Li Lan awoke. Realizing Su Xian was destined to win, he returned to his slumber. Indeed, once Su Xian took the stage, he swiftly dispatched his opponent with a single move, capturing the attention of many. What a remarkable display! I didn't expect Xiangnan No. 1 High School to produce such talent. However, he still pales in comparison to the top-tier geniuses. After several matches, it was finally Li Lan's turn. The upcoming match saw Li Lan from Xiangnan No. 1 High School go up against Fanlong from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. "Young master, your match is about to commence," Su Xian nudged Li Lan. Yet, Li Lan merely fluttered his eyelids, emitting soft snores. Principal Du nearly toppled his wheelchair in exasperation. Next match, Li Lan from Xiangnan No. 1 High School versus Fanlong from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The referee's voice rang out once more. Reluctantly, Su Xian wheeled Li Lan onto the stage. Witnessing this scene, countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Is this Li Lan a disabled person? How daring of Xiangnan No. 1 High School to send a disabled contestant to compete. Many envied Fanlong, thinking he had secured an easy victory. The referee, perplexed, glanced at the list in his hands, which indicated that Li Lan was a healthy individual with excellent physical attributes. Su Xian leaned toward the referee, whispering, "Referee, my young master is like this. Please announce the start of the match. This is absurd." The referee's mustache bristled with indignation, but there was no rule against competing in a wheelchair. He could only announce, "It has been confirmed that this is indeed Li Lan." "The match begins," Fanlong let out a mocking laugh, declaring, "In that case, I shall gladly accept this victory." In the next moment, flames erupted beneath him, and with a resounding boom, he found himself propelled outside the ring. Fanlong sat up in shock, as did the audience, including the referee. "What on earth just happened?" they gasped. "I have no idea. How did Fanlong suddenly end up outside the ring?" It seemed as if an explosion had occurred beneath him. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from the direction of the podium. "On ring 3, Li Lan is the victor." Upon hearing this, the referee promptly acknowledged the result, announcing Li Lan's victory, which prompted a wave of astonishment among the crowd. What just transpired? It was so fast. I didn't even see when Li Lan made his move. Me neither. It appears we've encountered a dark horse. Young master, you truly are Su Xian, unable to return to the inner arena, had to make his way back to retrieve Li Lan once more. Fanlong slowly stood up from the ground, only to suddenly falter, a sharp pain coursing through him as he collapsed again. Is this due to the earlier explosion? He realized in dread, watching as Li Lan departed, a cold sweat breaking out over his body. Eventually, he was assisted back to the resting area by the teachers from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The principal examined Fanlong's leg, shock evident on his face. "What happened, principal?" someone inquired. "Comminuted fracture." "What? Who on earth is this Li Lan? I hope for an interesting opponent," Lei Shou murmured to himself while sipping coffee. At the judges' table, one bewildered judge turned to an elderly white-haired colleague, asking, "Elder Tian, why did you just?" The old man replied coolly, "He belongs to the Li family. If I am not mistaken, the technique he just employed should be the bloodline fire-based divine ability of the Li family." Flame explosion. "The Li family," the judges exclaimed, eyes wide. "The same Li family as the Flame Emperor?" The elder nodded with a smile. "Elder Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning? Let us observe further. Even if those aristocratic families were to raise a pig, they could still mold it into a divine ability wielder. A single victory in a match does not reveal much. White Death. The man clad in a white suit was simply too handsome. Another dark horse. White Death. White Death. So terrifying. This year's martial arts tournament was indeed full of surprises. Hours later, an uproar erupted from Ring 7. It turned out that a student named Fang Hong from Wangqing One High School had defeated the esteemed Zhen Ming, one of the 5 great geniuses, with a single strike. On Ring 7, Zhen Ming cast a wary glance at the man in the white suit, saying, "Fang Hong, you are quite strong." Fang Hong smiled faintly, replying, "You are rather weak." Zhen Ming was momentarily taken aback, snorting in disdain before leaving the ring. After lunch, the matches resumed. The upcoming battle on Ring 3 featured Su Xian against the Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi. Their status as prodigies drew the attention of countless spectators. Glancing at Su Xian, Fang Hong in the stands from Wangqing No. 1 High School revealed a cryptic smile. As the two ascended the stage, the referee announced, "The match officially begins," but the next moment, inexplicably, Su Xian collapsed, convulsing on the ground. His skin started to redden, and blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. Wu Tianxi grinned maliciously, his claws extending as he approached Su Xian with a chilling calmness. At that moment, Li Lan, who had been sound asleep, jolted awake. What is happening to Su Xian? Why has he suddenly collapsed? Look at Wu Tianxi. What is he planning? This is bad. He is attempting a sneak attack. Su Xian is in danger. The despicable Wu Tianxi is taking advantage of the situation. Countless spectators watched anxiously as Su Xian lay on the ground, many seething with indignation, and of course, there were also those who supported Wu Tianxi, urging him to go for it. Just kick him off the stage. This is a competition. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're having issues. Tianxi, teach this brat a lesson. Crush him. Principal Du stood up, shouting, "Referee, my contestant Su Xian is in distress. I propose we halt this match." The referee, looking at Su Xian on the ground, hesitated. Once the match begins, it cannot be halted, damn it. Principal Du fumed. Su Xian, convulsing on the ground, felt the holy blood within him surging violently, as though drawn by some unseen force. Wu Tianxi was now close enough to peer down at him, cold indifference in his gaze. This victory is mine. Just as he prepared to strike, Li Lan lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. With a resounding boom, a surge of flames erupted beneath him, creating an immense wave of heat. Utilizing this force, Li Lan leaped into the air, soaring gracefully onto the third ring amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Who is that? It's Li Lan, the genius with a disability. He can walk? He is not a cripple. A mid-tier extraordinary wielder. He is barely 16 or 17. My goodness, a 16 or 17-year-old extraordinary wielder. It's simply unfathomable. What does he intend to do by jumping onto the stage now? Is he trying to terminate the match? A madman. This would violate the competition rules. Does he wish to be disqualified? Judges, did you see that? Li Lan is openly defying the competition rules. I suggest his disqualification. Outside the ring, spectators buzzed with disbelief, gasping in shock. Some even loudly reported Li Lan to the judges, seeking his disqualification. Previously, he had swiftly defeated a genius from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, causing embarrassment for their team. Hence, many were eager to witness him falter now. While they were astonished by his strength, it did not impede their desire to criticize him. What are you trying to do? Wu Tianxi's claws were merely centimeters away from Su Xian's neck. Yet he was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Li Lan. Are you really someone I should be concerned about? He scoffed. Do not forget, I am also a practitioner of divine arts. Then perhaps you should give it a try, Li Lan replied, his tone indifferent. His fist crackled with energy before igniting into fierce flames, and with a vigorous swing, he struck towards Wu Tianxi's chest. Wu Tianxi hastily attempted to defend himself, but he was utterly unable to withstand Li Lan's might. Li Lan's blow broke through his defenses. It landed squarely on his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that splattered across Li Lan's face. Subsequently sending him hurtling backwards. With a resounding crash, he collided with the judges' table, splintering it into two. Meanwhile, Li Lan stood atop the arena like a resplendent fire deity, his tousled hair dancing in the wind. Countless faces in the crowd shifted in alarm, with an unspoken consensus forming two thoughts. 1. His strength is formidable. He is strikingly handsome. 2. He has violated the competition rules and shattered the judges' table. He is a danger. This man must be a madman. Lei Shou glanced at Li Lan in astonishment. I couldn't even discern the trajectory of his punch. Young Master Yin looked on, his face filled with shock. This man is incredibly powerful. Daffodil Su Wanyue's gaze was vacant. In an effort to see more clearly, Dark Sword Wu Liuqi removed his mask. The man in the white suit was taken aback, incredulously stating, in just half a year, how could he have grown this strong? The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School stood up, addressing the judges' table loudly. Esteemed judges, Li Lan's actions surely contravene the rules of the competition. Do they not? Openly disrupting the contest, I propose we disqualify him. One judge affiliated with Jiangnan No. 1 High School paused momentarily before rising to echo. I too suggest we revoke Li Lan's qualification. I second that, another judge chimed in. The atmosphere grew tense. The judging panel consisted of 6 members. If 3 agreed to disqualify Li Lan, he would be entirely barred from this martial arts tournament. Tian Lao sighed deeply and remarked, I believe this matter requires further deliberation. The other 3 judges, momentarily stymied by Li Lan's family influence, were at a loss for words. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School glanced at one judge among the panel. Noticing the principal's gaze, the judge struggled momentarily, preparing to speak. But at that moment, a red-haired man clad in golden armor, riding a fire dragon, descended from the heavens. A wave of scorching heat surged forth, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. A practitioner of divine arts. The phrase echoed in the minds of the crowd. Sir, who are you? One of the judges at the commentary table asked, his voice firm. Although he was merely a practitioner, he had the backing of the authorities, and he was not one to shy away from confrontation. However, his expression betrayed a hint of uncertainty. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School regarded him, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges at the commentary table also turned their attention towards him. Tian Lao paused, quickly realizing the implications. He glanced at Li Lan, knowing that their attempts to disqualify him were now futile. Countless spectators in attendance gazed at him, a mix of confusion and admiration on their faces. Greetings, I am the ally of justice and the guardian of peace, Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin. The fire dragon beneath Li Qin dissipated as he gracefully descended, adding, I am here to watch my brother compete. Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin? A member of the Li family. The expressions of the 5 judges shifted dramatically, hastily taking their seats. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, eager to curry favor, inquired, Might I ask who your brother is? That would be him. Li Qin pointed towards Li Lan on the 3rd arena. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Li Qin, the Emperor of Flames from the Li family? My heavens, Li Lan is actually from the Li family. The notion that a prominent figure from the Li family would attend such a school was astonishing. It was perplexing. Li Qin, the esteemed practitioner, seemed to be the direct heir of the Li family, which implied that Li Lan was also of noble lineage. With such connections, Li Lan could easily gain admission to Qinglong Academy. The spectacle had only just begun, and it would be quite amusing if Li Lan's qualification were to be revoked. What does disqualifying him mean? Li Qin inquired, perplexed. The principal's expression stiffened as he addressed the judges. Esteemed judges, I retract my earlier suggestion. With that, he hurriedly exited the competition venue. Many principals from other schools watched intently, fixated on his retreating figure until he vanished entirely. The referee on the 3rd arena was at a loss for words, taking his time before diplomatically announcing, due to Su Xian's unconsciousness, he has forfeited the match. And thus, Wu Tianxi is the victor. Everyone turned their gaze towards the judges' table, where Wu Tianxi lay, already unconscious. The judges quickly arranged for him to be carried away. Li Lan gently lifted Su Xian and placed him in his wheelchair. After checking his pulse and confirming he was unharmed, he finally felt a semblance of relief. Li Lan, is Su Xian all right? Although astounded by Li Lan's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked on with concern. Li Lan shook his head, replying, he should be fine. At that moment, Li Qin approached Li Lan, and Principal Du and others promptly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and turned to Li Lan, saying, Xiao Lan, breaking the rules is not the way of a true ally of justice. I have no desire to be an ally of justice, Li Lan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He was not surprised by his elder brother's sudden arrival, as Li Qin had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. Do you know what happened to Su Xian? Li Lan shook his head, worry etched on his face as he looked at Su Xian in the wheelchair. He seemed fine just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly faint? Li Qin sat beside Li Lan and leisurely explained. If a person within the arena possesses highly pure holy blood that has completely merged with them, they can influence others with holy blood in their bodies. Moreover, the lower the purity of the holy blood, the less fusion it has, making them more susceptible to the influence of the high-purity holy blood holder. This influence is not passive, it is active. Li Lan stared at his brother in astonishment, asking, "You already knew? Your little schemes are not lost on me. You were in such a rush to leave the secret realm. That is not your usual demeanor." Given this, there is only one possibility. The issue lies with Su Xian. Then, brother, do you have a way to help Su Xian? No, all right then. Li Lan reclined in his chair and began to doze off. Aren't you even going to ask me more? Li Qin remarked. Did you not just say you had none? Not entirely none. He glanced at Li Lan, confirming his attention was still on him before continuing. There are 3 methods. The first is to eliminate the holy blood within him completely. Li Lan shot him a glance, retorting, "You would have been better off remaining silent. If there were a way to cure him, the holy blood within Su Xian would not still be present." Li Qin was unfazed and continued. The second method is to kill the holy blood holder within the arena. Li Lan rose, looking at his brother, asking, "Brother, do you know who the person in the black coffin is?" Li Qin shook his head, indicating he did not know. "Then what good is your suggestion?" Li Lan lay back down, resuming his nap. "I haven't mentioned the third method yet. Why are you in such a rush?" Li Qin looked at the canopy above, stating, "The third method is to take Su Xian away from here. The farther away you are, the less influence he will be under from the holy blood holder." After he finished speaking, Li Lan ignored him. A few minutes later, Li Qin glanced at Li Lan and noticed that he had disappeared, along with Su Xian in his wheelchair. "Where did they go?" Li Qin asked. Principal Du pointed towards the exit of the arena, stating, "Just a moment ago, they both left together. Damn, that little brat." The competition continued unabated. In a certain corner, the man in the white suit, Feng Hong, was on the phone. "Yes, that's correct. I understand. Rest assured, as long as you take care of him, I guarantee first place in this competition." Chapter 17. Poison Demon Dugu Tianqing. An arrival from Qinglong Academy. Are you truly human? After Li Lan's departure, the previous leading contestants in the competition shifted from the 5 noble sons to Feng Hong, Li Lan, Duan Zitao, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanyue. The previous 5 frontrunners had lost 2 positions. Everyone thought the situation had stabilized, but that evening, the master of the Poison Wolf suddenly made an appearance. Indeed, the Poison Wolf had always had a mysterious master, but no one knew who it was. Until today, he finally revealed his true identity. The infamous Poison Master, Poison Demon, Dugu Tianqing. He gained notoriety during the era of divine practitioners for having poisoned an alien divine practitioner to death with a single vial of poison, later rising to become a divine practitioner himself, earning the title of Poison Demon. However, this figure was both righteous and wicked. Although many aliens perished at his hands, the number of human experts who met their end by his hand was not insignificant. Upon his arrival, he immediately healed Wu Tianxi's injuries, even elevating his supernatural abilities to the mid-tier of divine practitioners through methods unknown to others. Let Wu Tianxi vanquish the Narcissus Su Wanyue, re-entering the ranks of the 5 favored contenders in this competition. Following his victory, he made a bold proclamation, expressing his intent to thoroughly subdue Li Lan. Aside from Wu Tianxi, it is noteworthy that his master, Anjian Wu Liuqi, also made an appearance. With the addition of Li Lan's elder brother, Li Qin, the competition ground suddenly boasted 3 formidable practitioners. On the outskirts of the battleground, Dugu Tianqing gazed at Li Qin with a mocking expression, remarking, "Golden Saint Seiya, it has been quite a while. Old Poison, I had hoped never to encounter you." Li Qin retorted coldly, "Naturally, you would wish to avoid me. 3 years ago, you pilfered a substantial amount of my medicinal herbs from my garden, and you have yet to repay me." "Pilfer? You lent them to me. Then do enlighten me. Do you intend to repay them?" Li Qin, with righteous indignation, responded, "I borrowed them through my own merit. Why should I repay?" As if anticipating this exchange, Dugu Tianqing nonchalantly replied, "In that case, do not blame me if my disciple leaves your brother incapacitated tomorrow. Whether you incapacitate him or not is yet to be determined." "Very well, I shall eagerly await that outcome," Dugu Tianqing declared, turning to Wu Tianxi, "Little Poison, let us depart." On their way, Wu Tianxi inquired of Dugu Tianqing, "Master, do you know Li Lan's brother?" Dugu Tianqing nodded affirmatively, stating, This lad's ascension to the ranks of formidable practitioners owes much to my guidance. Even the golden armor he wears was taken from my possession. Observing his master boast with pride, Wu Tianxi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, his disciple was on the verge of being crushed by another's brother, and yet his master remained smug. Li Lan returned to the five-star hotel previously occupied by his elder brother, who had reserved the presidential suite for a month, leaving the key for Li Lan with instructions to stay. Naturally, he would not refuse such a generous offer. Having seen you toil throughout the day, the fire element diligently commences its training. Fire element energy 52. Having seen you toil throughout the day, the wood element diligently commences its training. Wood element energy 25. Having seen you toil throughout the day, the lightning element diligently commences its training. Lightning element energy 44. Having seen you toil throughout the day, body refinement technique diligently commences its training. Your physique 8. After ensuring Su Xian was settled, Li Lan too retired for the night. Later that evening, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Initially, he presumed it was his elder brother, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman. "Who might you be?" The old man introduced himself. "Greetings, Li Lan. I am Wu Ke, hailing from the Qinglong Academy. One of the 5 prestigious academies. You say? What brings you here?" Li Lan gestured for him to enter. The two took seats at the table in the living room. Just as Li Lan was about to inquire about the purpose of the visit, Wu Ke produced a stack of documents from his briefcase. Placing them on the table. Li Lan, I am here to formally extend an invitation for you to join our Qinglong Academy. I decline. Li Lan replied decisively. Joining the academy would entail attending classes and participating in rigorous trials, far too exhausting for his liking. He preferred to cultivate in peace from the comfort of his home rather than endure the rigors of school. Muk was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a possible refusal, but had not expected such a brusque dismissal. "Surely, you are not considering other academies?" Li Lan, Muk continued. "While this selection competition allows you to join any of the 5 academies should you place in the top 5, I assure you that no other academy will offer you such generous terms. Should you choose to join Qinglong Academy, you would immediately advance to a senior member and receive 1 top-tier artifact, 3 high-grade artifacts, and a chance to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm." He refrained from offering scholarships, having already discovered that Li Lan belonged to the Li family, which was financially secure. Such favorable terms? "Why me?" Li Lan inquired. His displayed talent consisted solely of a mid-level fire element. While a 17-year-old practitioner was indeed a rarity, Wu Ke believed it insufficient to warrant such a substantial investment from Qinglong Academy. After all, a top-tier artifact was worth a considerable sum, just like the armor adorning his elder brother, or the secret realm core he had previously consumed, which likely equated to a top-tier artifact. Wu Ke asserted. "Li Lan, in truth, you are not merely a fire element practitioner. You also possess the talent of a lightning element practitioner. Am I wrong?" "How did you know?" Li Lan asked, taken aback. He had only ever revealed his fire element ability, deliberately concealing the other 2 to avoid complications, such as his father forcibly training him as the Li family's prodigious hope. "Allow me to show you something," Wu Ke said, placing his phone before Li Lan and opening a video. The footage depicted the events of the day, specifically the moment Li Lan had sent Wu Tianxi flying with a single punch while Su Xian had collapsed. Now, Li Lan understood how Wu Ke had managed to locate him. The video was captured from the judge's perspective, indicating that there were members of Qinglong Academy among them, and Wu Ke had recognized Li Lan's lightning element talent and rushed to recruit him. "Li Lan, when you threw that punch today, you used not only fire attribute abilities but also lightning attribute abilities, did you not?" Wu Ke remarked. "Though you concealed it well, it could not escape my discerning gaze." With a note of pride, Wu Ke continued, "Had you encountered another recruiter, they might have overlooked your exceptional potential. Fortunately, you met me, and my eye is a precise measure. I shall not permit you to join any other academy." After all, a dual attribute practitioner held significance far beyond that of a single attribute practitioner. It was not merely a matter of 1+1. On the battlefield, a dual attribute practitioner, if adept in the strategic application of their abilities, could easily eliminate 2 single attribute practitioners. "Teacher Mu, may I inquire as to what this top-tier artifact is?" "My surname is Mu. Muk chuckled. "Of course. It is a telekinetic artifact known as the telekinetic amber, which, when worn, grants you temporary access to the telekinetic abilities of a practitioner." "Telekinetic amber. Does this mean that should I obtain it, I could awaken telekinetic abilities? Li Lan felt a twinge of excitement but remained hesitant. Teacher Mu, if I join Qinglong Academy, would I be exempt from attending classes? Mu Kei's brow furrowed slightly. That cannot be. As a student, attending classes is imperative. Unless you aspire to become a teacher. My surname is Mu. Very well, Teacher Mu. How does one become a teacher at Qinglong Academy? I already mentioned that my surname is Mu. To become a teacher. Surely, this is a fanciful notion. UK chuckled but proceeded to explain. The minimum requirement to teach is to become a formidable practitioner. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Attending classes is far more beneficial. Formidable practitioner. Li Lan pondered, then declared, in that case, Teacher Mu, I shall forego being a student and choose to become a teacher at Qinglong Academy. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be mine. Muk paused, sensing something amiss and exclaimed, What did you say? Are you certain you did not misspeak? Li Lan nodded, affirming, Did you not say that anyone who is a formidable practitioner may become a teacher? Raising his hand, Li Lan focused his mind, causing countless vines to sprout forth. The vines grew larger and larger, soon filling the entire living room. Uk gasped in disbelief, staring at Li Lan. Are you truly human? Am I now qualified to be a teacher? Muk took a breath. I must consult with the academy regarding this matter. I shall make a phone call. Very well, Teacher Mu. I await your favorable news. I have already stated, my surname is Mu. No. I mean, it is Mu. Minutes later, Muk returned, stating, the academy has consented, but on the condition that you must complete a trial. What sort of trial? You are aware that a teacher's duty is to educate. Pure strength alone is insufficient. You must also possess the ability to identify errors. Muk presented his phone to Li Lan, revealing several images that appeared to depict some sort of technique, the purpose of which was unclear. This is a visualization technique designed to enhance elemental absorption efficiency. However, this technique contains 17 errors. If you can identify 10 of them, you will pass the trial. Of course, Li Lan replied, accepting the phone and scrutinizing the images. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in, detected that the host is reviewing the advanced Earth element visualization technique, which contains 24 errors. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. He meticulously examined the errors depicted in the images. Muk chuckled. Li Lan, becoming a teacher is no easy feat if it truly proves elusive. Then so be it. While attending a prestigious academy for several years, I might also serve as a teaching assistant. Perhaps this would allow me to bypass the trials required to become a teacher. At present, I find myself in need of an assistant. I wonder if you might be interested. Moments later, Teacher Qi, I have finished my search, Li Lan remarked as he returned the phone. However, among these images, I found not merely 17 errors but a total of 24. How is that possible? Muk exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. If you cannot identify them, do not speak recklessly if you doubt my findings. I can point them out for you. Come, Muk, undeterred countered. If there are indeed 24 errors, I shall henceforth address you as Teacher Qi. This image was provided by the Vice Dean. When I reviewed it earlier, I only noticed 16 errors. 24? How can this be? Do you think my eyes are mere imitations? Chapter 18. Becoming a Teacher, the Eerie High Priest, Dark Sword Wu Liuqi, Battle of the Stars. Just then, Muk's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from the Vice Dean. Activating the speakerphone, he answered, Hello, Vice Dean. There's something you need? The Vice Dean replied, I apologize. I mistakenly sent you the image with 24 errors. Please take note. The line went dead. Muk was nearly left agape, turning to Li Lan. Li Lan, you. Please call me Teacher Li. Li Lan chuckled. Teacher Qi, I look forward to your guidance. Muk's face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. The rare treasures promised to you, along with the teacher's token, will be entrusted to you upon your arrival at Qinglong Academy. We shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Muk fled in a hurry. As he watched his retreating figure, Li Lan called out, Teacher Qi, remember to assign me a more relaxed teaching position. Otherwise, I may find it tedious to instruct students. Understood. Why are you so troublesome? Muk's voice echoed back. I already said to call me Teacher Li. Get lost. Contentedly, Li Lan closed the door and resumed his slumber. Seeing your laziness, the fire element begins to diligently cultivate. Fire element energy 45. Seeing your laziness, the wood element also embarks on earnest training. Wood Element Energy 41. Seeing your laziness, the lightning element joins in your idleness. Lightning Element Energy 0. The body refinement technique has reached perfection. Congratulations on your successful graduation. No further physical enhancement will occur. Several hours later, a knock resonated at the door once more. Who is it? Has Elder Chi returned? Li Lan, wrapped in his blanket, irritably climbed out of bed. Upon opening the door, he was met by a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, adorned with a peculiar skull pendant around his neck. What were his parents thinking, allowing a child to wear such a thing? Li Lan inquired, "Little one, who are you looking for?" "Big brother. I have come to find you," the boy replied. "Find me?" Li Lan was taken aback. He noticed dark mist seeping from the boy's nose. Eyes, mouth, and ears. A master of profound powers. Li Lan's heart raced as he swiftly kicked the boy, sending him crashing against the wall, embedding him within it. The wall shattered into pieces, yet the boy emerged unscathed. Grinning at Li Lan, "We meet again." The familiar tone and mannerisms sparked recognition in Li Lan. "You are the high priest of the Black Coffin. How touching. I never expected you to remember me." The boy exclaimed, "I had intended to invite you to join us, but it seems that is no longer necessary." With a flick of his small hand, the surrounding darkness coalesced into a massive black serpent with red eyes, hissing menacingly as it lunged toward Li Lan. Hastily, Li Lan slammed the door shut and leapt to evade the serpent's onslaught. His fists crackled with lightning and fire as he delivered a powerful blow to the serpent, obliterating it, only for it to rapidly reform. "So, you are still a lightning element ability user?" The high priest marveled, laughter bubbling forth. "Such a talented individual will provide ample excitement when I slay you. Afterward, you shall become my new vessel." His clothing distorted as a massive tentacle emerged from his navel, lunging toward Li Lan with ferocity. Possessing the ability of body manipulation, tentacles, simultaneously, the serpent charged at Li Lan once more. How bizarre and terrifying! Li Lan marveled inwardly. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in such a confined space, he swiftly dashed toward the rooftop. "You cannot escape," the high priest declared. The tentacle expanded, thrashing toward Li Lan. He rolled aside just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. The tentacle slammed against the wall, demolishing it entirely, triggering alarms throughout the building. The high priest remained unfazed, additional tentacles emerging from his navel, replacing his legs as they pursued Li Lan relentlessly. They crashed through the corridor, leaving destruction in their wake. As he burst through the rooftop door, Li Lan leapt from above, enveloped in blazing fire and lightning. His fist aimed at the high priest. "Preposterous," the high priest scoffed. Just as he prepared to retaliate with his tentacles, he discovered that, at some point, they had become ensnared by an intricate mass of vines. A master of wood abilities, the high priest's youthful face reflected astonishment. "Only now do you realize? It is too late." Li Lan had already descended upon him. Just as his fist was about to strike the high priest's head, a tentacle broke free from the vine's grasp, intercepting Li Lan's blow. With a resounding crash, Li Lan's fist connected with the tentacle, obliterating it in an explosion of dark crimson flesh. The high priest's face paled as he began to wail. The remnants of flesh began to coalesce once more, forming a massive ball of meat that rolled toward Li Lan. "Imu Jintian," Li Lan commanded, and countless vines surged forth, ensnaring the meat ball flame explosion. In an instant, the vines detonated, engulfing the rooftop in a conflagration. Countless spectators gazed upward at the hotel's rooftop, drawn by the spectacle, perhaps hoping for rescue. The tentacles shielded the high priest, but the meat ball was reduced to a mere pulp. The high priest glanced at the scattered remains, which began to reassemble and return to his navel. Following that, the tentacles retracted as well. What is he planning? Li Lan furrowed his brow, seizing the opportunity while the high priest was defenseless. He summoned his lightning powers, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, cascaded from the heavens. Yet, to his astonishment, the high priest opened his mouth wide, revealing a gaping maw over a meter in width and length. Swallowing the lightning bolt whole, an ability of grotesque proportions, Li Lan could not help but exclaim, "Do you not find that repulsive?" "Repulsive? What is there to find repulsive?" Li Lan recalled the previous remnants of flesh. And perhaps there was a hint of disgust, but more so, it was simply bizarre. The high priest smiled at the throngs of people below, then leapt into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Li Lan. I shall return to seek you again. I truly hope not to see you again. Realizing he had truly departed, Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This high priest was far too terrifying. His array of bizarre techniques seemed endless. Returning to his room, he found the door intact, though the wall had vanished. After confirming that Su Xian was unharmed, he settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. Not long after, the hotel contacted him. Li Lan initially assumed it was regarding compensation. However, the hotel informed him that all surveillance in the corridor had been destroyed and sought his presence at the security bureau for a brief inquiry. Li Lan casually provided a few statements to satisfy their inquiry. The following day, Su Xian awoke to Li Lan informed him of the situation, advising him to find another hotel before departing alone to the sports field. Perhaps due to the finals, the venue was even more bustling than the previous day. With an increased crowd, Li Lan even spotted 5 new judges seated beside the panel. From the surrounding discussions, he learned that these 5 judges hailed from the 5 great academies of Longhua: Qinglong Academy, Zhuke Academy, Baihu Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Qilin Academy. Among them, Li Lan recognized a familiar figure, none other than Teacher Qi from the previous day. Settling into a seat at Xiangnan No. 1 High School, he greeted those around him, most of whom he had never met, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Li Lan, has Su Xian awakened? Huang Xiaotian inquired, sitting beside him. He has awakened. Rest assured, he is fit and well, able to run, jump, and eat without issue. Li Lan stretched lazily, ready to resume his slumber. Upon hearing that Su Xian was fine, everyone visibly relaxed. Principal Du remarked, Li Lan, you are the last one left from our school. After you departed yesterday, the rest were all defeated. Li Lan nodded with his eyes closed, assuring, do not worry, Principal. I shall strive for the championship. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. The principal's smile widened as he turned to the side where Cui Mingho stood. Cui Mingho hurried over to summarize the events of the previous day. They were all rather mundane occurrences, except for one surprising detail. Wu Tianxi had somehow returned to life. Li Lan, you must be cautious. That Wu Tianxi has threatened to crush you into the ground. Li Lan remained unfazed, simply nodding in acknowledgement. In the first half, due to Li Lan's remarkable performance the previous day, all the contestants who encountered him chose to forfeit. Thus, Li Lan reclined in his chair, surrendering himself to the second half. The fire element is automatically cultivating fire element energy 10. The wood element is automatically cultivating wood element energy 12. The lightning element is automatically cultivating lightning element energy 13.as. The second half commenced. The competition reached a fever pitch. Only 20 contestants remained on the field. With a grand gesture, the judges removed all 10 arenas. A colossal circle was drawn within the sports complex, and the forthcoming battles would unfold within this circle, which was adorned with numerous obstacles such as artificial mountains, a gigantic swimming pool, and dark tunnels. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, for the competition area had expanded exponentially, introducing more possibilities and excitement. This also accentuated the advantage of assassin-type abilities, exemplified by the Dark Sword Master Wu Liuqi. The next match was between Wu Liuqi from Yiyang High School and Duan Tianyu from Jiangnan Aizhong. The competition officially began. As the 2 contestants took the stage, the audience buzzed with chatter. It's Duan Tianyu, the younger brother of Duan Zaidio. It seems Duan Tianyu is in peril. With Duan Tianyu's strength, he could have made it to the top 10, but alas, he faced the Dark Sword Master Wu Liuqi. What's the rush? There's still the resurrection match. How many moves do you think Duan Tianyu can sustain against Wu Liuqi? I wager on 10. Duan Tianyu is, after all, Duan Zitao's brother, well-versed in the Duan family's true teachings. I wager on 20. On the arena, Wu Liuqi donned a mask and a black outfit, brandishing a blade. Duan Tianyu regarded him gravely and said, Wu Liuqi, I've long desired to battle you, but fate has not favored me until today. Let me see if you possess the qualifications to challenge my elder brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he was enveloped in darkness. Ability: Black Veil. When his sight was restored, Wu Liuqi had already placed his blade against his neck. I concede. Duan Tianyu uttered in disbelief as he sank to the ground. Wu Liuqi had remained silent throughout, departing the arena as an eruption of astonished gasps filled the air. Wu Liuqi emerged victorious. In the second match, Jiangnan Yizhong's Wu Tianxi faced Jiangnan Yizhong's Li Guang. Wu Tianxi triumphed in the third match, Zhang Nanizhang Su Wanyue contended against Sima Kong from the Mingda Ability Elite class. Yu Wanyue emerged victorious. In the fourth match, Wangqing Yizhang's Fang Heng battled Qingnan Erzhong's Lu Xian. Fang Heng was victorious. In the fifth match, Zhang Nanizhang's Thunder Beast, Duan Zitao, was set to clash with the languid fire god, Li Lan from Xiangnanizhang. Let us welcome these two-star contestants. The entire audience rose in solemnity. Their gazes fixated upon the Li Lan, still in slumber, slowly opened his eyes, while Duan Zitao, sipping coffee, gradually set his cup down. Chapter 19. Did Li Lan lose? The finals begin. In a dim cave on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, where dozens of coffins lay, a child appeared. The moment he stepped into the cave, the candle flames flickered to life, casting a faint glow. With a creak, the lid of a stone coffin was slowly pushed aside. Emerging from within was a tall woman clad in a teacher's uniform, adorned with snake tattoos, her lips painted a vivid red. The child rushed into her embrace, and she gently lifted him before finding a seat. So, how did it go? Was the task accomplished? The high priest caressed her smooth black silk, replying, "Not yet." The woman raised an eyebrow. Is there a powerful guardian by Li Lan's side? No, he is a formidable force himself. His true strength is that of an early-stage divine ability wood type, adept. 17 years old and already a divine adept. The woman murmured in surprise. Yet even as an early-stage adept, he should not pose a challenge for you. Correct? Have you lost the desire to eliminate him? The high priest chuckled. He is a good child, a good child. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but chuckle. The high priest continued, by the way, have you completed the tasks I assigned you? The woman nodded, cradling the high priest as they ventured into a dark passage. Inside, the candle flames suddenly flared up, revealing a dozen teenagers, around 15 or 16 years old, imprisoned, both male and female. Upon seeing the woman, their faces were filled with terror. One plump boy trembled and pleaded, "Please, let us go. I promise I won't bully anyone again." "Me too, me too." The surrounding children chimed in. The woman set the high priest down, who softly inquired, "Is it that you can't, or that you won't?" We can't, they hastily responded. The woman asked, "What do you intend to do?" Of course, just like before, bad children must perish. The high priest's smile vanished, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. At that moment, a small scorpion crawled onto the woman's foot. She delicately placed it in her palm, listening intently before turning to the high priest. "The clown has arrived." As her words fell, a figure clad in clown attire, complete with painted face and a large red nose, entered the cave. He glanced around with disdain. "You still relish residing in a rubbish heap? Just like before." "What brings you to me?" the high priest asked coldly. The clown grinned. "I might need your assistance regarding the Cold River secret realm." "Scorpion, show him out." In a villa within Jiangnan City, the third young master of the Li family was engrossed in an anime. "Evil Gulu Star people, you wreak havoc on Blue Star. Your crimes are unforgivable. Prepare to face justice." The scenes on the television flickered. Li Qin was flushed with excitement, animatedly gesturing, forgetting even to sip his drink. At that moment, a bloodied man burst through his door. Upon seeing him, Li Qin's face changed dramatically, and he quickly paused the anime. "Wang Kai, what happened to you?" "Young master, it's bad. Young master Li Lan might be in danger." Last night, on the arena, Li Lan and Duan Zitao stepped onto the stage. Duan Zitao gravely stated, "Li Lan, I've wanted to battle you for a long time." Li Lan yawned, seemingly indifferent to his words. This guy is truly infuriating. Even facing Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, he remains so nonchalant. Li Lan is certainly unpredictable. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But this time, he's up against Duan Zitao, a champion among the 5 top contenders. I genuinely want to see him lose once. So do I. I want to see if he remains this lazy after entering the loser's bracket. Facing Duan Zitao, Li Lan is surely destined to lose this time. Observing Li Lan's demeanor, the audience buzzed with speculation. Many were eager to witness him enter the loser's bracket. After this 20-person competition concludes, the contestants will be divided into winner and loser brackets. In the second half, the winner's bracket will continue to compete, while the loser's bracket will enter the resurrection phase to select the strongest individual for re-entry into the competition. In the commentary box, Mu Ke patted Tian Lao's shoulder, praising, "Well done." Tian Lao was taken aback. "This is merely my duty." The others looked on in confusion. Returning to his seat, Mu Kei's colleague from the White Tiger Academy remarked, "Old Mu, who do you think will win this match?" A teacher from the Xuanwu Academy replied, "I believe Duan Zitao has a higher chance of victory, as lightning-type abilities are notoriously ferocious. Fire-type abilities? Not quite enough." The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy scoffed, "What's wrong with fire-type abilities?" "You, my friend, seem displeased by the truth," replied the teacher from Qilin Academy. "I also predict Duan Zitao will win. We at Qilin Academy have made our choice. It seems that soon, the 5 major academies will be vying for contestants." MUK shook his head, smiling silently. The competition officially commenced. The referee waved the flag in his hand and exited the arena. Duan Zitao took the initiative, electrifying his feet. He flashed to Li Lan's side in a blinding instant, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Li Lan, undeterred, seized his fist, and a thunderous explosion erupted. Flame explosion? A terrifying shockwave swept through the entire venue, ruffling the hair of the audience members. "Such terrifying physical prowess," Duan Zitao exclaimed, not daring to underestimate him, and quickly created distance. With a crackling sound, lightning crackled around him as he unleashed a palm strike. The lightning coalesced into a massive serpentine bolt, hurtling toward Li Lan. A fiery shield materialized around Li Lan, absorbing the impact of the lightning serpent. The clash of thunder and fire dissipated simultaneously. The two engaged in fierce combat for several exchanges. Ultimately, on the battlefield, Duan Zitao seized an opportunity while Li Lan was distracted, teleporting behind him like a bolt of lightning. With both hands ablaze with the ferocity of annihilating thunder, he struck down upon Li Lan's back. "This looks like the end." A teacher from the White Tiger Academy smiled, observing, "Indeed, in the face of such rapid lightning, even the flame that can consume all must pale in comparison." The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat despondent, yet unable to deny the truth. MUK continued to smile silently. In the next moment, Duan Zitao's thunder palm was about to strike Li Lan. Li Lan unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, slapping his palm against the earth. In an instant, countless grains of sand were whipped up by the flames, swirling in a tempest of dust that obscured the vision. Duan Zitao was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking as he realized the implications. "Damn it, I can't see clearly. This was intentional. From the very beginning, he had been luring me step by step, from coming to the sand field to exposing his back to me. It was all deliberate. He is using me to analyze tactics." A shiver ran down Duan Zitao's spine as Li Lan's figure vanished from sight. Just as the sandstorm began to dissipate, he felt a wave of heat crash against him, propelling him out of the arena. As the dust gradually settled, he found himself ejected from the competition, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. The judges widened their eyes in disbelief, collectively inhaling sharply. Terrifying indeed. If this young man does not fall, he is destined to be the next Flame Emperor. Truly, he is a descendant of the Li family, the grandson of the Flame Emperor, and the brother of Li Qingyang. I almost thought he had lost. The teachers from Zhuke Academy were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment. The instructors from Baihu Academy were equally stunned. "How could this be possible?" the teacher from Qilin Academy remarked. "I never expected to misjudge someone. This Li Lan, I must secure him for Qilin Academy. Wait until the competition ends. No one should vie with me for him. Dream on. This individual belongs to Xuanwu Academy." Mu Kei continued to smile silently. "I concede." Li Lan rarely spoke, and Duan Zitao looked at him deeply, saying, "I concede. You are strong. I accept my defeat." Li Lan smiled and returned to the resting area. Duan Zitao was relegated to the losers bracket, where anxiety permeated the atmosphere. That moment, Li Qin rushed in from outside the arena, and upon confirming that Li Lan was indeed unharmed, he finally relaxed. He inquired, "What happened at the hotel yesterday?" "Wang Kai was gravely injured." "Wang Kai? The one who was tasked with protecting him?" Li Lan had almost forgotten about him, not wanting to worry his brother. He casually replied, "I'm not sure. I just took ANAP.SO. It seems it was an accident." The competition continued. Li Lan went on to fight several more matches, emerging victorious each time. The only other contestant maintaining an undefeated record was the White Death, Feng Heng, who swept through the competition with his Dark Element abilities, even defeating Wu Liuqi. Ultimately, Li Lan and Feng Heng reached the finals. The other rankings were established. Third place went to Thunder Beast, Duan Zitao. fourth to Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi, and fifth to Dark Sword, Wu Liuqi. Who would have thought that two dark horses would emerge this year indeed? I had not heard of these two before I heard that this Li Lan is from the Li family. The Flame Emperor's Li family? How could that be? I have never even heard of Xiangnan No. 1 High School. The Li family should not have fallen to such depths. This Li Lan is extraordinarily powerful. I was utterly astonished by his previous battle against the Thunder Beast. Fang Hong is truly formidable. I could hardly see his attacks. Yes, during his battle with Wu Liuqi, both of them were shrouded in black mist. And no one knew what transpired before Wu Liuqi lost. Who do you think will be the champion? Fang Hong. His attacks are too enigmatic. I also suspect Fang Hong. While Li Lan is impressive, I feel Fang Hong is slightly stronger. I guess Li Lan. The young man is a perpetual god. Besides his dark element abilities, Fang Hong possesses an advanced physical enhancement ability that is even harder than a real blade. Meanwhile, Li Lan only has a fire element ability. He may not truly be Fang Heng's match. Li Lan reclined in a chair, dozing off. Seeing you so lazy, the fire element is also becoming lethargic. Fire element energy 0. 1. Seeing you so lazy, the wood element is also becoming lethargic. Wood element energy 0.1. Seeing you so lazy, the thunder element begins to diligently train. Thunder element energy 14. His brother babbled on beside him. Xiaolan, after graduation, let us become righteous partners together. By the way, that old fellow Mu Ke wanted you to join Qilin Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Be honest, are you a dual element user of thunder and fire? You even kept it from your brother? That's quite unkind. But why didn't you use your thunder abilities in your previous fight? Were you planning to pull something in the finals? Li Lan, disinterested, covered his ears and continued to doze. The reason he did not use his thunder abilities was simple. He merely wished to refine his combat skills. After all, opportunities for combat are scarce for someone as lazy as him. In his life, he might only be diligent in two matters: saving others and protecting those close to him when they are in danger. For instance, during the previous incident in the Emu Secret Realm, or during the last encounter with Su Xian in the Sacred Blood. Just then, a soldier clad in camouflage rushed into the arena. Li Qin recognized him as someone sent to find him and stood to address him. What's the matter? The soldier, visibly anxious, said, Mr. Li Qin, it's bad. A large number of exotic beasts have appeared by Yuming Lake, and a beast tide is likely to erupt. The general requests your immediate presence. What? Li Qin's expression shifted. After giving Li Lan a few instructions, he hurriedly left the arena with the soldier. After a few hours of rest, the finals commenced. Chapter 20. The Championship. The academies compete for the prize. Wait! Mu Ke rose, his voice booming. The entire venue fell silent, countless pairs of eyes turning toward him. What do you intend to do, Brother Mu? Several teachers from different academies inquired. Puzzled, I wish to speak with the young man from the Li family. Mu Ke replied, striding toward Li Lan. You old coot, if you dare to leverage the Li family's and Qilin Academy's connections to claim him early, don't blame me for being rude, a teacher from Qilin Academy shouted. Other teachers nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I guarantee I won't compete with you for students today. Mu Ke chuckled. With his assurance, the other academy teachers breathed a sigh of relief. With Qilin Academy no longer a rival, the chances of Li Lan joining their academy significantly increased. Ke approached Li Lan, who slowly opened his eyes. With an inquisitive glance, he asked, Teacher Qi, is there something you need? Mu Ke leaned in closer, whispering, if possible, try not to reveal your wood element cultivation. Why? The other races have long coveted our human territory. Just think, if they learn that a genius has emerged from our ranks, what might they do? Mu Ke glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice even further. Moreover, there are enemies within. If they discover your existence, the tragedy of the Li family from 15 years ago may repeat itself. The tragedy of the Li family 15 years ago, Li Lan was somewhat aware of it. Even though he was only 2 years old at the time that it seemed that the Li family had a once-in-a-generation genius who possessed the innate abilities of thunder, fire, and wind, reaching the realm of great supernatural powers by the age of 16. Later, he joined Qilin Academy and mysteriously died during an outing with his mentors. The Flame Emperor was so enraged that his eyes turned crimson. He executed everyone who had accompanied them on that expedition, earning the title of Flame Demon. Till this day, few dare to mention that incident, which has gradually become a taboo within the Li family. As for the events prior, rest assured, I only informed the Vice Dean about yesterday's incident. The Vice Dean is a close brother of your grandfather, as for me. You can be 100% assured. Mu Ke smiled and Li Lan sighed. He wasn't concerned about that matter. The fact that he was a wood element great supernatural being was known only to them, but one other person was aware as well, the Black Coffin High Priest he had battled on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin is a branch of the Spirit Energy Society, which is notorious for being an evil cult, mingling with various exotic races. Of course, if you wish to reveal it, that's your choice. However, you must be certain that you can survive the pursuit of a terrestrial immortal level expert. Li Lan nodded, watching Mu Ke depart. The next match, the finals, the newly rising star from Xiangnan No. 1 High School. The languid fire god, Li Lan, versus the newly rising star from Wangqing No. 1 High School, the White Death, Fang Hong. Please, contestants, take the stage. I hereby declare that the competition officially begins. The languid fire god, what an absurd name. Li Lan yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he gazed at Fang Hong before him. Dressed in the same white suit as before, he appeared somewhat irksome. For some reason, Li Lan sensed a hint of unexpected emotion in their gazes. As if they were surprised he stood there at all. Was it merely an illusion? Li Lan, my classmate, let us begin, Fang Hong said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, morphing into a sharp blade-like appendage, approximately 1 meter long. Immediately, a black mist enveloped him, obscuring Li Lan's vision. Li Lan only heard the rush of wind beside him and quickly dodged. Fang Hong swung his blade, striking the spot where Li Lan had just stood. Then he vanished once more into the black mist. Li Lan frowned slightly, leaping to a high vantage point, keenly observing below for Fang Heng's trajectory. Found him. Flames ignited around Li Lan, dispersing the surrounding black mist. He leaped down, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Fang Heng's head. Yet Fang Hong, as if his ears possessed eyes, raised his blade to deflect the attack. The sound of Li Lan's strike against the blade echoed with a dull thud. How solid! Immediately, Fang Heng's blade swung back toward him. Li Lan leaped once more, widening the distance. It appeared that without employing his lightning element abilities, he could not contend with his opponent. He returned to a vantage point. Waiting for the opportune moment, the area shrouded in black mist was limited, and Fang Hong dared not act recklessly within it. Yet, at that moment, the black mist suddenly began to rise ominously. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in murmurs, most with furrowed brows, their faith in Li Lan waning. Li Lan was in peril. In that black mist, Fang Hong was invincible. One could only wonder how Li Lan would respond next. Previously, it was precisely this tactic that had allowed Fang Hong to triumph and reach the finals. Would Li Lan also fall victim to this strategy? Li Lan, persevere. Though I too wish for Li Lan's victory. The current circumstances clearly favored Fang Hong, placing Li Lan in jeopardy. Just as they assumed that Li Lan would continue to evade, he sprang into action, diving once more into the black mist. With his back against an artificial rock formation, he attuned himself to the surrounding sounds. A gust of wind brushed past his ear, prompting Li Lan to dodge. Fang Heng's melee blade struck the rock, leaving a massive gash on the hard surface. The blade swung empty, and Fang Hong once again melted into the darkness. What a troublesome adversary! It seemed a proactive approach was necessary. Boom! The flames enveloping Li Lan ignited fiercely, transforming him into a veritable deity of fire, his pupils gleaming a brilliant gold. He swung a fist, unleashing a surge of scorching energy that erupted forth, generating waves of oppressive heat. The black mist was dispersed, and Fang Heng's figure became distinctly visible before Li Lan's eyes. This time, Fang Hong did not retreat into the shadows but charged directly at Li Lan. Li Lan was truly volatile, a splendid opportunity. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Li Lan as the flames continued to blaze, prompting him to engage Fang Hong in a fierce battle. They feigned combat for several rounds, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Just when Fang Hong believed victory was within his grasp and let his guard down, a thunderous punch imbued with fire struck towards Fang Heng's abdomen. What? How is this possible? You still possess lightning abilities. Fang Heng's expression turned to one of terror as he instinctively swung his blade to defend. Yet, this played directly into Li Lan's hands, allowing him to amplify the infusion of lightning. Explosive flames. A tremendous wave of heat mingled with ferocious lightning instantaneously incapacitated Fang Hong. Simultaneously, A colossal dark cloud swiftly gathered in the sky. Within the cloud, thunder rolled and lightning crackled, a bolt of lightning, the size of an infant's arm, was birthed, and with a deafening crack, Fong Hung had no time to evade as the thunder struck him. He was left charred and blackened, his white suit reduced to a darkened state, foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The reversal of fortune was so swift that everyone was taken aback. The referee stared at the fallen Fong Hung, his eyes wide with disbelief. 1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds. Upon confirming that Fong Hung truly could not rise, he proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Li Lan emerges victorious. Let us congratulate Li Lan for successfully claiming the championship." The award ceremony would be held in the evening, and the referee called over a staff member to escort Fong Hung away. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. "My heavens! Li Lan has triumphed. Goodness, this rascal. Not only does he command a fire element, but he also harbors a lightning element, a 17-year-old dual-element practitioner. Li Lan is truly a prodigy. Fong Hung is already in his 20s, and Li Lan is merely 17. I had consoled myself by thinking that even if Li Lan lost, it would be inconsequential. Little did I know that the fool was I. Poor Fong Hung, from his demeanor, I had assumed the championship was his for the taking, only to have it snatched away by Li Lan." Aside from Wu Tianzi, Duan Zitao, and Wu Liqi approached to congratulate Li Lan. "Congratulations. I never expected you to wield lightning as well. It seems we shall have plenty of common topics to discuss in the future." Duan Zitao chuckled. "Congratulations," Wu Liqi echoed, his words as monotonous as his demeanor. Li Lan smiled and nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. He yawned and returned to his school's area. After a brief exchange with Principal Du, he settled into his seat and began to doze off. "This chair is so hard. I truly miss my old wheelchair. If only Su Exine were here," Li Lan mused. "Young master." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes to see Su Exine smiling as he approached with a wheelchair. "Young master, congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" "I'm utterly exhausted," Li Lan replied, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation. He closed his eyes and allowed Su Exine to lift him gently into the wheelchair. The familiar sensation returned. "How comforting. My neck seems to be a bit itchy. Never mind, I'll just sleep." Fire element begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy 25. Wood element begins automatic cultivation. Wood element energy 25. Lightning element begins automatic cultivation. Lightning element energy 30. Su Exine, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? "I don't know. By the way, I heard that in a week, the top 5 students will compete in Longjing. Will you be going with Li Lan?" "I should, but the clan leader wanted me to accompany him. However, under the current circumstances, I will likely return to the clan after leaving Jiangnan province." "I see. That's too unfortunate for Li Lan. After the competition, he'll have to sit on the sidelines. By the way, are you also from the Li family?" "Sort of. My mother is from the Li family." Su Exine engaged in casual conversation with Cui Mingho, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi. At that moment, a voice rang out from the judging panel. "All right, everyone, please be quiet. The competition has concluded. Before the award ceremony, I have something to announce. As you all know, the top 5 students from this competition can freely choose to join one of the 5 major academies. Now, the teachers from the 5 major academies are present. Let us see which academy our 5 prodigies will choose." As his words fell, aside from the Qinglong Academy, the teachers from the other 4 academies immediately began to vie passionately for attention. Mu Ke remained silent, smiling. "Li Lan, choose my Baihu Academy. If you are willing to join, I can grant you the status of a senior student directly and reward you with 3 high-level extraordinary treasures." The teacher from Baihu Academy proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the audience was stunned. "What? 3 high-level treasures? This is too extravagant. Indeed, the precious blade carried by Wu Liqi seems to be merely a high-level treasure. High-level treasures are worth their weight in gold, and Baihu Academy is offering 3 right off the bat." Excluding the still unconscious Fong Hung, Duan Zitao and the others looked at Li Lan with envy. This guy, not only does he come from a prestigious family, but he is also incredibly fortunate. However, they did not harbor jealousy, for in their eyes, Li Lan was strong, and this was well deserved. Yet soon, envy began to creep in. 3 high-level treasures. One might think Baihu Academy was on the verge of bankruptcy. I, from Xuanwu Academy, am willing to offer 1 high-level academy status, along with 4 high-level treasures. What? 4 treasures? Countless voices exclaimed in astonishment. The envious Wu Tianxi's eyes turned red with jealousy. Following that, 2 voices rang out in unison. The conditions for my Qilin Academy are the same as Xuanwu Academies. However, we are willing to add 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. My Zhuke Academy's conditions are the same as Qilin Academies. However, Li Lan, you should know that my Zhuke Academy specializes in fire element cultivation, and should you join, your progress in fire element cultivation will be unhindered. 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. This is comparable to a top-notch high-level treasure. Not only Wu Tianxi, but even Duan Zaitao, who hails from a prominent family, and Wu Liqui, who has been taken as a disciple by a Tangmin master, began to breathe heavily. Who would Li Lan ultimately choose? All eyes were fixed upon him, only to find that Li Lan had not listened to a single word. Instead, he sat in his wheelchair, sound asleep. Beside him, Su Xian wore an awkward expression. Should I wake up my young master? The audience in the stands buzzed with lively discussion, many casting their glances towards the instructors from the 4 prestigious academies. Appearing as if they were anticipating a spectacle, a teacher from the White Tiger Academy furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why don't you hurry and wake him up?" Yet, before the words had fully left his mouth, Mu Ke interjected, "No need. He will not be joining your academy." "What do you mean?" inquired the instructor from the White Tiger Academy, while the others were momentarily taken aback. They quickly regained their composure, glaring furiously at Mu Ke, exclaiming, "You deceitful old rascal, Mu!" With a smile, Mu Ke shook his head and replied, "I have not been deceitful. I merely stated that I would not compete with you for students today. But Li Lan has already been accepted by me yesterday." "You are ruthless," gritted the instructor from the Black Tortoise Academy. No wonder this fellow had always appeared so jovial, as if he were merely enjoying the show. It seemed he had already made his move, waiting for them to stumble into the pitfall. After a moment's contemplation, the teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy spoke up, "Teacher Mu, perhaps you are speaking too soon. We have yet to inquire with Li Lan. How can you be so certain he will not join our academy? What if he changes his mind upon hearing our offered conditions?" Indeed, the Vermilion Bird Academy raises a valid point. What if Li Lan decides to accept our offer? The other academy instructors began to ponder anew. However, Mu Ke, exuding confidence, stated, "He absolutely will not join your academy." "Why is that?" "Because our Azure Dragon Academy has offered him conditions that include not only an immediate promotion to a senior student, but also a top-tier extraordinary treasure. 3 high-grade extraordinary treasures, and an opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm." The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Madness. This world has gone mad. Are extraordinary treasures so devalued now? The Azure Dragon Academy is actually offering a top-tier extraordinary treasure right off the bat. Li Lan, a mere practitioner, though he ranked first, does he truly deserve such treatment? This is a top-tier extraordinary treasure, something even many seasoned practitioners lack. Does Li Lan truly warrant such attention from the Azure Dragon Academy? Not only were the audience members and judges astonished, but the instructors from the other 4 academies were equally taken aback. The teacher from the White Tiger Academy wore a disbelieving expression, asking, "Old Mu, are you serious?" Mu Ke nodded, stating, "This is a direct command from the Vice President of the Azure Dragon Academy." The mention of the Vice President of the Azure Dragon Academy sent a tremor through the hearts of the 4 academies' instructors. However, considering his close relationship with Li Lan's grandfather, the Flame Emperor, they quickly reconciled their feelings. "Hmph, consider yourselves fortunate, Azure Dragon Academy," spat the White Tiger Academy instructor as he angrily waved his sleeve. The instructor from the Vermilion Bird Academy sighed helplessly, and the others echoed similar sentiments. A 17-year-old dual practitioner. This is a being destined to become a grand practitioner, perhaps even a terrestrial immortal, and no matter which academy he belonged to, it would be a matter of pride. If it weren't for their limited authority preventing them from obtaining a top-tier extraordinary treasure, they would surely compete fiercely with the Azure Dragon Academy. Mu Ke, filled with pride, gazed affectionately at Li Lan, who was peacefully asleep in his wheelchair. "This lad is remarkable, truly bringing me honor. Duan Zitao, would you be willing to join the White Tiger Academy? If so, we can offer you the status of a senior student, an extraordinary treasure, and a relatively safe opportunity to explore a 4-star secret realm." At that moment, the the voice of the teacher from the White Tiger Academy rang out once more. The instructors from the other academies began to select their preferred candidates as well. And Jianwu Lu Qi, having already joined the Tang sect, withdrew from the selection. Fang Heng joined the Qilin Academy, while Wu Tianxi joined the Vermilion Bird Academy. As for the Black Tortoise Academy, they selected several promising candidates from outside the top 5. That will be all for now. At this juncture, Tian Lao from the judging panel stepped forward, announcing, 7 days from now, the top 5 competitors will proceed to Longjing to compete. Those students chosen by the various academies will also accompany them. I hereby declare this competition officially concluded. Let us once again congratulate student Li Lan. By the way, remember to attend the awards ceremony this evening. Thunderous applause erupted as the audience began to disperse. Subsequently, the elders from several academies also departed. At that moment, several soldiers rushed in. After whispering a few words to the judges left in haste. Mu Ke approached Li Lan and, seeing that he was fast asleep, placed a ring into Su Xian's hand. Deliver this to your young master, a spatial ring. The value of a spatial ring is comparable to that of a high-grade extraordinary treasure. Su Xian, astonished, accepted it, ready to nod in acknowledgement, but heard Mu Ke add, the spatial ring is merely lent to your young master. Remind him to return it once he arrives in Longjing. Su Xian. He nodded and said, understood, senior. Li Lan slept through the night. Su Xian had intended to wheel his young master to the award ceremony that evening but was unaware that, for some reason, the ceremony had suddenly been cancelled. The prizes from the competition were instead delivered directly to him. He carefully helped Li Lan accept them and returned to Xiangnan No. 1 High School with the school. Upon learning that Li Lan had secured the championship, everyone was taken aback and prepared a celebration banquet in his honor. Lu Yuya donned her elegant little suit and took numerous photos with Li Lan. Wang Shishir, in turn, sang several songs in her enchanting voice. Fortunately, or rather unfortunately, Li Lan remained blissfully unaware, continuing to sleep through it all. The fire element scolded. How can you sleep at your age? Start cultivating madly. Fire element energy 82. The wood element began to cultivate automatically. Wood element energy 22. Seeing your laziness, the thunder element commenced diligent cultivation. Thunder element energy 52. Late into the night, Li Lan's phone rang. Su Xian glanced at it and discovered it was a call from Li Lan's grandfather. His expression changed, contemplating whether to answer. He nudged Li Lan for quite a while, but there was no response. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. Little Lan, a voice, aged yet hearty, came through the line. Su Xian was about to explain that his young master was asleep when he heard Li Lan mumble a couple of times. Grumbling, you old codger. I told you I don't want to participate in any competitions. Yet you insist. Just wait until I get my hands on you. The atmosphere instantly froze. Su Xian's hand holding the phone stiffened. Crisis. Chapter 22. Acquiring telekinetic powers, guiding Su Xian, supporting the beast tide. Young master. What kind of nonsense are you talking about at this hour? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before erupting in anger. You little rascal, what did you say? Su Xian hurriedly brought the phone to his mouth, saying, My lord, the Flame Emperor, I apologize. Young master is currently asleep. Who are you? It is I, Su Xian replied. The other side fell silent again before instructing. Wake him up for me. Yes. Su Xian exerted effort to shake Li Lan's body, but after quite some time, there were still no signs of awakening. Suddenly, he thought of a method and leaned close to Li Lan's ear. Whispering, Young master, the Flame Emperor has arrived. Immediately, Li Lan jolted awake, asking, Where? Where is the old man? Noticing no one around, he cast a reproachful glance at Su Xian, silently accusing him of deception. Su Xian awkwardly pointed at the phone in his hand. A kind grandfather in front of people, but an old man behind their backs, on the other end. The Flame Emperor was evidently quite furious, retorting, The old man is here. Little Lan, would you like me to come to Jiangnan and spend a few days with you? Recalling the terror of being under his grandfather's thumb, Li Lan felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly took the phone and obediently replied, No need, dear grandfather. I'm doing quite well here. Moreover, I even secured first place in the selection competition and am very happy. I and the Li family. He feared nothing except his grandfather. The reason he was keen to keep his talents hidden from his father stemmed from this fear. If his father found out, his grandfather would undoubtedly learn of it as well. Once his grandfather knew, he would surely summon him back to the family to undergo training in the family's extraordinary abilities. Thus, to avoid family training, he had no choice but to participate in the martial arts competition. While others might merely voice their intentions, his grandfather was different. When he commanded training, it was a serious matter. Previously, when he had not awakened his extraordinary abilities, he was forced to run marathons every week under his grandfather's orders. Now that he had awakened his powers, it would surely be even worse. "You brat, stop changing the subject, grandfather. Not only did I win the championship, but I also secured a teaching position at the Azure Dragon Academy. Am I impressive? Did I not bring you honor?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded, "First, have that boy Su Exine step out. I have matters to discuss with you." Li Lan intended to refuse, but saw Su Exine voluntarily rise, saying, "Young master, I will step out for a moment." After Su Exine left, the Flame Emperor continued, "To be honest, I am not pleased with your decision to join the Azure Dragon Academy." Li Lan pondered for a moment before replying, "Is it because of that incident from 15 years ago and my wood-type extraordinary ability?" "Indeed." The Flame Emperor's tone grew noticeably heavier. "However, I want to inquire about it over the phone. Just how long do you plan to keep it from me?" "I intended to tell you as soon as I woke up today." He lied. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will be cautious," Li Lan helplessly added. "Moreover, I am going there to be a teacher, so I won't even be attending classes. You still do not know my temperament. I am disinclined to partake in any form of training. Perhaps, little lazy, it would be best for you to return to the family. What merits does the Qinglong Academy possess? Your grandfather is present at home, training with you daily. 14 hours of rigorous practice far surpasses the comforts of that Qinglong Academy." Li Lan's body shuddered. He replied, "No need for that. I still intend to participate in the competition. I promised you before, and I cannot go back on my word." "Then take care of yourself. Matters concerning the great divine powers must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary." Just as Li Lan was about to hang up, he heard his grandfather continue, "By the way, you have attracted the attention of the Black Coffin. Surely the High Priest of the Black Coffin must be aware of your abilities as a great divine power?" "How do you know everything?" Li Lan exclaimed. "Grandfather, you truly possess an uncanny foresight." The voice on the other end snorted and said, "If I did not inquire, would you have mentioned anything at all?" "Of course not," he replied, falsely. That little monster of a high priest is indeed a potential threat. However, it is not a grave concern. He has long severed ties with the Spiritual Energy Association, so he should not disclose your affairs to those old geezers there. But nothing is certain. I will have your third brother send you some divine movement talismans. Remember to flee at the first sign of danger. Those divine movement talismans seem to be more precious to my third brother than his own life. The divine movement talismans, top-tier extraordinary treasures, single-use items that allow one to traverse hundreds of miles in an instant. Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his grandfather hang up. He noticed a ring on his finger. When had he put it on? As he focused his consciousness within, he discovered the ring concealed a secret. It was a spatial ring, containing a vast expanse of space but holding only 5 items. A teacher's token from the Qinglong Academy, 1 top-tier extraordinary treasure, the telekinetic amber, and 3 high-tier extraordinary treasures, the blazing flame crystal, the advanced thunder beast core, and the thundercloud stone. As soon as his consciousness brushed against these items, except for the token, the other 4 vanished instantly. The beep, detecting that the host has acquired a telekinetic extraordinary treasure, automatic absorption initiated. Congratulations, host has successfully awakened telekinetic abilities. Telekinetic ability current level, low level initial. Telekinetic ability is absorbing top-tier telekinetic treasure. Telekinetic energy, 500. Telekinetic ability is absorbing top-tier telekinetic treasure. Telekinetic energy, 500. Digestion complete. Your telekinetic ability has been elevated to high-level initial. Fire element is absorbing the blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy, 500. Fire element is digesting the blazing flame crystal. Fire element energy, 500. Digestion complete. Your fire element ability has been elevated to late stage of divine power. Fire element has successfully comprehended the embryonic form of the fire-related divine power. Blazing strike. Blazing strike is merging with flame burst. Merging complete. Fire element has comprehended the divine power. Blazing flame burst. Lightning element is absorbing the advanced thunder beast core and the thundercloud stone. Lightning Element Energy 500. Lightning Element is digesting the advanced Thunder Beast Core in the Thundercloud Stone. Lightning Element Energy 500. Digestion complete. Your Lightning Element ability has been elevated to mid-stage of divine power. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Li Lon promptly silenced it and continued to sleep. When he awoke, the sun had already risen. He discovered Su Exine seated on the ground. Cultivating his divine power, Li Lon observed him closely, sensing something amiss. That moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Detected that the host is observing someone cultivating. Errors have been identified and automatically corrected by the system. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. Noticing Li Lan's gaze, Su Exine rose and inquired, "Young master, is there something you need?" Li Lan casually pointed out several mistakes in his technique, saying, "This part is incorrect. It should be like this. And this part is wrong too." He then closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. Su Exine, puzzled, rubbed his head. His first instinct was disbelief, as his cultivation technique was entirely different from Li Lan's. How could Li Lan possibly discern his errors? Moreover, his young master was merely a practitioner of divine power. The reason only great divine powers could serve as instructors in the 5 academies was that only they possessed a thorough understanding of their respective attributes. Practitioners of divine power were still in the nascent stages and had yet to attain perfect mastery over their attributes. Yet, out of respect for Li Lan, he decided to give it a try. Su Exine's eyes widened in astonishment. The first error pointed out by the young master was entirely correct. Following Li Lan's instructions, he altered the trajectory of his elemental energy's flow, and indeed, the speed at which he absorbed fire element energy significantly improved. He hurriedly tested the subsequent errors that had been identified. The second was also correct. The third remained accurate. The fourth was still correct. After rectifying all these mistakes, he distinctly felt the power of his divine power increase by approximately 0.8 times. Never underestimate this 0.8 times. It was akin to an examination where even a single point could lead to a dramatic change in results. Sometimes, just a slight edge could secure victory in battle. However, the young master's divine power and the trajectory of its operation were different from his. How could he have detected the errors in his technique? Su Exine gazed at Li Lan, who was peacefully sleeping on the bed. Filled with astonishment, he felt that even a great divine power would find it challenging to point out all 4 of his errors in such a short time. He had never anticipated that his usually indolent young master possessed such keen insight. Cleverly hidden beneath his laziness, it seemed he must intensify his training to catch up with the young master's pace. Encouraging himself internally, Su Exine continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. By noon, after feeding Li Lan, Su Exine was pushing him outside for some fresh air when they fortuitously encountered the principal approaching them. "You arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. Principal, may I inquire what the matter is?" Su Exine asked. "The National Martial Arts Competition has been postponed." "What?" Su Exine exclaimed in surprise. "What has happened?" "The National Martial Arts Competition is one of the most significant events in Long Kingdom, and it should not be easily postponed." The principal nodded. "There has been a beast tide at Yiming Lake, affecting many provinces. The higher-ups have decided to wait until the beast tide is resolved before continuing with the competition. Is there anything we need to do?" "Not at the moment," the principal replied. "However, an old friend of mine informed me that students may be dispatched to combat the beast tide, but it would only involve clearing lower-level beasts from the periphery. Your young master, however, may need to venture deeper. This fellow seems to have been sleeping since his return yesterday." The principal glanced at Li Lan, who was dozing in his wheelchair, and said, "Prepare yourself, and be sure to inform your young master as well." "Understood," Su Exine nodded, not surprised by such developments. After all, in this era where myriad races have risen, everyone is a soldier. From a young age, individuals undergo semi-military training, so sending students to train against the peripheral beasts during a beast tide is entirely normal. "By the way, have you received the rewards from the competition?" "Yes, we have." Although Su Exine ultimately fainted and forfeited, the overall ranking was still commendable, and he received a consolation prize. "That is good." Later that evening, Li Lan awoke, but he felt no inclination to do anything. He merely lay with his eyes open, quietly staring at the ceiling. This continued for 3 or 4 hours. Seeing the master so lethargic, the telekinetic ability begins earnest cultivation. Telekinetic energy 20. The fire element. Noticing a new companion, joyfully begins to cultivate. Fire element energy 30. The wood element, noticing a new companion, joyfully begins to cultivate. Wood element energy 30. The lightning element, noticing a new companion, joyfully begins to cultivate. Lightning element energy 30. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a box on his beaded IT, seemed to be the reward from the selection competition. As Su Xian had mentioned earlier, Li Lan used his telekinetic ability to levitate the box onto his lap and opened it. Inside lay 3 extraordinary treasures. The fire element is absorbing the fire separation stone. Fire element energy 80. The fire element is absorbing the fire separation stone. Fire element energy 75. The fire element is absorbing the fire separation stone. Fire element energy 68. Li Lan could hardly muster the energy to express his thoughts. Shutting his eyes once more to resume sleep. 2 days later, schools across Jiangnan province received orders to dispatch students to Jiangnan City for the eradication of the beasts. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts, some lower-level beasts had mixed with ordinary fish, posing a significant safety hazard to the citizens. The students' task was to eliminate these beasts. Was there any way to evade this? Li Lan sighed deeply but was mercilessly pushed into a vehicle by Su Xian. Young master, the clan leader insists you must assist in combating the beast tide. He also requested that I record a video. The clan leader said he intends to show your video of battling the beast tide to your grandfather. Young master, you surely do not wish for the Flame Emperor to learn that you have been slacking off due to the competition's postponement, do you? Li Lan. Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Commander-level Beasts. The God of War on a wheelchair. For this wave of beast support, Xiangnan No. 1 High School dispatched a considerable number of individuals, comprising 10 from the senior grades, 10 from the middle grades, and 10 from the junior grades. Among them were the previously mentioned Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi, as well as Li Lan's classmates, Lu Yuya and Wang Shishir, along with Wang Shishir's close friend. Inside the vehicle, many were either anxious or filled with anticipation. Lu Yuya meticulously adjusted her blazer. I am truly elegant. I eagerly await tomorrow's battle. What is there to look forward to? It's going to be a bloodbath. Utterly disgusting, Wang Shishir retorted, gazing at the sleeping Li Lan in the wheelchair with admiration. If only our idol could fight alongside us. He claimed first place in the selection competition and would handle the beasts with ease. You're dreaming, Wang Shishir's friend scoffed. It's precisely because Li Lan ranked first that he is unlikely to join us. He will be dispatched to a more perilous location. If I needed you to tell me that. Wang Shishir glared at her friend. You two women are anything but elegant. Lu Yuya, while gazing into a mirror, meticulously styled her lustrous bangs, nodding in satisfaction, evidently pleased with her appearance. Look, sword! Look, sword! Look, sword! Huang Xiaotian excitedly jabbed at Zhang Yuanqi with an unsheathed sword. His reward for the competition was a swordsmanship lesson, and having harbored a passion for swords since childhood, he promptly purchased a steel sword after receiving it. Now, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test his skills against the beasts. Cui Mingho was engrossed in a tablet, closely monitoring the information regarding the current beast wave. This support mission was primarily divided into 4 zones: the outer zone, the middle zone, the inner zone, and the core zone, which housed a plethora of commander-level beasts. Wang Shishir, Lu Yuya, given your relatively weaker abilities, you should be assigned to the outer zone. Li Chiya, you are designated for the middle zone. As for Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, and myself, we will be in the inner zone. Li Lan, you are headed for the core zone. Su Xin, will you accompany us or follow Li Lan? He displayed a map to elucidate his point. I suppose I shall accompany the young master, Su Xian mused. His current strength was at the advanced late stage, and his divine abilities had reached a significant level. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a full-fledged divine practitioner. While he might not be a main force in the core zone, he could still handle some minor tasks. What? Our idol is so far away, Wang Shishir exclaimed, disheartened. Stop with the watts. If Li Lan were closer, we would be in danger, her friend retorted, wishing she could deliver a stern knock on Wang Shishir's infatuated head. Li Lan was a divine practitioner, and their adversaries were those commander-level beasts. If they encountered such foes, they would likely be devoured down to the last morsel. I was merely stating the obvious. As if I didn't know that. Wang Shishir shot a glare at her friend. The two giggled as they playfully tussled. You two women are truly lacking in elegance, Lu Yuya remarked while applying sunscreen to herself. Suddenly, the bus seemed to collide with something, producing a dull thud as it came to a gradual halt. The principal swiftly rose and inquired, "Driver, what happened?" The bus driver, pale as a ghost, trembled as he replied, "Beasts. There are beasts." "What?" the principal exclaimed, quickly turning to look out the window. He beheld two gigantic monstrous birds crashing against the vehicle's windows. Their enormous beaks gaped open, emitting strange sounds from their throats. Their sharp claws struck the windows, creating massive cracks. Inside, the younger and middle-grade students were in a state of sheer panic, while the senior students, possessing stronger abilities, mostly displayed mere tension. One of the accompanying teachers shouted, "It's the two Gale Hawks from Luoyun Mountain. How did they come to be here? It must be due to the beast wave at Yiming Lake. A multitude of lower-tier beasts has entered the area. They might have come out to hunt, and we just happened to cross paths with them." The principal's expression darkened as he commanded, "Stay seated in the bus. I will drive them away." He was the only divine practitioner aboard and, as the principal, he bore the responsibility of protecting the students. "Principal, be careful," a teacher cautioned. The principal nodded gravely. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Li Lan, from his wheelchair, furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes to gaze outside, muttering, "So noisy." Those beside him were both amused and incredulous. At such a moment, he still had the luxury to sleep. Wait a moment. It seemed Li Lan was also a divine practitioner. Just as they began to realize this, the next moment, bang, bang rumble, two resounding explosions erupted outside, followed by a blazing inferno. The two Gale Hawks were instantly engulfed in flames. Reduced to ash, not even a feather remaining. Divine ability, scorching flame explosion. Unlike a regular flame explosion that required manual ignition by gathering and detonating the fire elemental energy in the air, the scorching flame explosion bypassed this step, directly igniting the fire elemental energy in the world, producing immense power. Witnessing this scene, they were left dumbfounded. What in the world just happened? Several teachers stood frozen. Fear etched on their faces as they looked outside. A searing wave of heat rushed through the gaps of the windows, causing everyone inside the bus to break into a sweat almost instantly. Many wore bewildered expressions. Only Li Lan relaxed his brow and returned to sleep. "This is fusion divine ability. Li Lan, have you broken through again?" The principal's shocked voice rang out. Everyone turned to stare at Li Lan, and the atmosphere fell silent. The terrifying inferno was conjured by none other than Li Lan. Yet, in response, all they heard was the soft sound of his snoring. "Is Li Lan still sleeping?" someone incredulously asked. "Principal, are you certain that everything that just transpired was caused by Li Lan?" The principal smiled wryly, "But aside from Li Lan, is there anyone else here with fire attribute divine abilities?" "Indeed, aside from Li Lan, there is no one else with fire attribute divine abilities present." They gazed at Li Lan with a mixture of fear and reverence, as if beholding a war god seated in a wheelchair. With a single move, he had annihilated two beasts comparable to divine practitioners. What else could he be but a war god? Moreover, Li Lan was only 17. What would become of him by the age of 27? At 27, he would be more than just a terrestrial immortal. He would undoubtedly be a supreme divine practitioner. Once Li Lan gained fame, they could boast of having been his schoolmates, even classmates. With this thought, each of them felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, a student interjected, "By the way, principal, what exactly is fusion divine ability?" Fusion divine ability refers to the merging of two or even multiple divine abilities into a completely new divine ability. However, this kind of ability is incredibly difficult to cultivate. Many divine practitioners may struggle their entire lives to master even a handful of fusion divine abilities. The principal gazed at Li Lan with envy. At such a young age, to have cultivated a fusion divine ability, aside from those historical figures already enshrined in records, I only know of Li Lan. "Principal, are you suggesting that Li Lan is more formidable than many divine practitioners?" "One could say so, at least in terms of the application of divine abilities." The principal praised, "Li Lan has undoubtedly put in a great deal of effort into mastering his divine abilities. After all, the fusion of divine abilities cannot be accomplished solely through talent. It also requires ample time and the honing of extensive experience. My heavens!" They gazed at Li Lan with renewed awe. No wonder he slept during the day. It seemed he worked so diligently at night. The saying goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of effort off stage. Each of them now wished they could give themselves a couple of slaps. They had only seen Li Lan's surface ease, unaware of the sweat and hardship he endured behind the scenes. Li Lan was truly extraordinary. It's only right that he excels. How exhausting must he be at night if he can afford to sleep throughout the day? Let us strive to emulate Li Lan. Upon returning to school, I shall train for 14 hours daily. I used to think he merely slept at night, but it appears that was just my self-deception. Observing their emotional reactions, Su Xian wore a blank expression. In truth, he yearned to say, "Do not be misled by my young master's apparent ease. He is even more relaxed behind the scenes." But fearing retribution, he refrained from speaking. Previously, he had shared the same misconception as them, believing that his young master slept during the day due to being exhausted from nighttime training. It wasn't until a few days prior, when he had stayed awake for several consecutive nights, that this notion was utterly dispelled. He witnessed Li Lan sleep from day to night, then from night to day, and so on in a perpetual cycle. After the beasts were vanquished, the bus resumed its journey. Before long, they arrived in the provincial capital, stopping in front of a grand hotel. According to the arrangements, they would be staying here for the next few days. However, Li Lan was not among them. He would be residing in a village near Yuming Lake. After all, the hotel was too far from the core zone, making a village stay more time-efficient. To accommodate Li Lan, Su Xian also took up residence in the village, sharing a room with him. Not misunderstand. The room contained 2 beds. By the time Li Lan awoke, it was already evening. After Su Xian finished feeding Li Lan dinner, she briefly recounted the events of the day. Li Lan nodded slightly in response. At that moment, a soldier clad in camouflage entered from outside. Upon seeing Li Lan, he paused for a moment, then suspiciously inquired, "Hello, may I ask if you are the supporters for this beast tide?" Su Xian nodded affirmatively. "Why is there a disabled person here?" Although the soldier was perplexed, he continued, "The general has summoned you to the village square for a meeting. He has matters to discuss with you." "All right, we shall go immediately." Chapter 24. Grouping, is Li Lan useless? When Su Xian wheeled Li Lan into the village square, they found it already teeming with people. These individuals appear to be divided into 3 groups. One group consisted of the talented individuals who had previously competed in the sports field, hailing from various regions of Jiangnan province. The second group comprised soldiers dressed in camouflage uniforms. As for the last group, Su Xian had heard others mention that they were from other provinces, en route to Longjing, but had been stranded due to the beast tide. At that moment, an officer clad in military attire took to the podium to address the crowd. Upon noticing Li Lan and Su Xian, he momentarily faltered. Following this, a soldier hurriedly whispered something in his ear, and the officer's expression brightened. "You must be Li Lan. Quite the handsome fellow, indeed," the officer remarked with a smile. "Please take your seats. The meeting has been underway for quite some time." "Understood," Su Xian nodded, quickly pushing Li Lan into the crowd, instinctively positioning them behind the group of Jiangnan province's prodigies. She concealed Li Lan amidst the throng, as if fearing he might be discovered. To her surprise, apart from a few exceptional individuals, most of the attendees shared a similar cultivation level with her, all being high-tier late-stage practitioners. With Li Lan's arrival, many turned to glance back, as though they had stumbled upon a new discovery. "The lazy god has arrived. The lazy god has arrived." Let me tell you, during the selection match, Lazy God faced Fong Hung and performed extraordinarily. That's Li Lan, just as the rumors said, an unadulterated slacker. He even arrives in a wheelchair. I suspect he's merely a facade, and the wheelchair is his true form. What a pity the teams have already been assigned. Otherwise, I would have loved to join Li Lan's team. Alright, there are 8 members per group, and they have already been allocated. Does that mean Li Lan is essentially paired with 2 people? Have you forgotten? Among those from other provinces, there are still 2 extra individuals. Lucky them, how infuriating. I didn't pay much attention during the previous matches, but looking at Li Lan now, he seems quite handsome. Just my type. If you like him, why not pursue him? I heard Li Lan is still single. Several voices whispered among themselves. A few bold girls even contemplated approaching Li Lan to poke his cheek. Curious to see if he was truly asleep, Su Xian furrowed her brows and quickly positioned herself in front of Li Lan. The girls, disappointed, retracted their hands. Su Xian cast a helpless glance at Li Lan in his wheelchair and sighed. Why is he still so lazy? Thunder Beast Duan Zitao stole a glance at Li Lan before averting his gaze. He had initially intended to seek Li Lan for a sparring session regarding lightning abilities, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away once more. The officer on stage spoke loudly, outlining strategic deployments, urging everyone to prioritize safety and to unite in combating the aberrant beasts. Beyond strategic discussions, most of his words were unproductive drivel. All right, that concludes my remarks. Everyone may return. The task of clearing the aberrant beasts will commence tomorrow. I trust that through our collective efforts, we will successfully repel the beast tide. Let us strive together, together, the crowd echoed in unison. By the way, Lu Xiaoqi, Xiong Jinxiang, you two will be joining Li Lan's team from today onward. Understood. A crisp female voice rang out. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a dispute erupted among a striking young woman and a petite girl within the group from other provinces. Lu Xiaoqi, have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to join that disabled person's team? The striking girl fumed. The petite girl with a mushroom haircut retorted, but I have nowhere else to go. All the other teams are full. What does it matter if they're full? Just stay with our team. No one will say a word. No, that would not adhere to the rules, Lu Xiaoqi insisted. Luna, I understand you're looking out for me, but I believe joining him won't be an issue. Besides, just because he sits in a wheelchair doesn't mean he's disabled. Luna appeared to be both amused and infuriated, responding, who else but a cripple would sit in a wheelchair? Lu Xiaoqi found herself at a loss for words. That moment, a person from Jiangnan province, having overheard their exchange, could not resist stepping forward. Actually, Li Lan is not a cripple. He merely sits in the wheelchair out of laziness. He is a formidable practitioner. See, someone else has said it, Lu Xiaoqi replied. Luna shot a glare at the speaker and snapped, you can just leave. How dare you deceive me? That's quite amusing. Laziness alone. There can't possibly be someone so lethargic in this world. If he sits in a wheelchair, it's either due to physical issues or mental impairments. What normal person would sit in a wheelchair? Exactly. You Jiangnan folks are quite amusing. Who would sit in a wheelchair if they were normal? That Li Lan has been sleeping since he arrived. I bet it's due to poor health. Many newcomers from Jiangnan province echoed her sentiments. They glanced at Li Lan, who was being pushed by Su Xian and was soundly asleep, completely disbelieving claims of his prowess. After all, he bore no semblance of a strong individual. Seeing her violent reaction, the person quickly retreated, unwilling to argue further. Ultimately, whether Li Lan was strong or not would soon be revealed. Luna, calm down. He hasn't said anything, Lu Xiaoqi quickly interjected. Are you angry at him? You're angry at me, Miss Lu Xiaoqi. Regardless, the general has assigned me to Li Lan's team, and I must see it through. I'll accompany you. All right. The two approached Li La and Su Xian eyed them with curiosity and asked, who are you? Hello, handsome. I'm Lu Xiaoqi. The girl with the small tiger teeth introduced herself with a smile. I am Su Xian. Su Xian hesitated before addressing Luna. Are you? Xiong Jinxiang? Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter. Luna's face turned a shade of green with anger as she shouted, I am Luna. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl named Xiong Jinxiang? Luna, don't be upset. They didn't know, Lu Xiaoqi quickly defended. The general mentioned that I would join Li Lan's team along with Xiong Jinxiang. Now that Xiong Jinxiang isn't here, it's understandable he mistook you for him. This only fueled Luna's irritation further, as she pointed to her exquisite face and said, Me, Xiong Jinxiang, normal? Lu Xiaoqi laughed heartily. I'm sorry, Luna. I can't help it. Luna shot her a glare, then turned to Su Xian and Li Lan, questioning, is he the captain of your team? Captain? Su Xian nodded, yes, my young master is indeed the captain. Young master? Luna's brow furrowed. It seemed Li Lan's family was not simple, considering even his attendant was a high-tier late-stage practitioner. However, these young masters from wealthy families often had temperaments to match, which she generally disliked. Moreover, with Lu Xiaoqi alone, if the others decided to bully her, she would have no one to assist her. No, I can't allow Lu Xiaoqi to join this team. That Xiong Jinxiang appeared to be male as well. If the team consisted of 3 men and only Lu Xiaoqi, that would indeed put her at a disadvantage. Luna glanced at Lu Xiaoqi, noting her carefree demeanor, which only ignited her frustration further. She turned to Su Xian. Can you wake your young master? I have something I wish to discuss with him. She wanted to ascertain Li Lan's true character, ensuring that if Lu Xiaoqi did join their team, she could do so with peace of mind. Su Xian shook her head. No, I cannot. Why young master is resting. What if I represent Lu Xiaoqi as a friend to discuss matters with your young master? Would that not be permissible? Luna pressed, her brows furrowed. Su Exine pondered for a moment before responding. No, any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Fine. Luna was both amused and infuriated by Su Exine's stubbornness. If you refuse to call him, then I shall do it myself. She approached Li Lan, intending to wake him. At that moment, Su Exine unleashed a surge of intense fire elemental energy. Miss, do not overstep your bounds. Realizing the situation was tense, Lu Xiaoqi quickly pulled Luna back. I apologize, handsome. My friend has a bit of a temper. Since we plan to discuss matters tomorrow, we shall return. The two continued to bicker as they walked further away. What are you doing? If I don't ascertain what type of person Li Lan is, how can I trust you to join their team? Besides, their group is all male. Luna. What are you thinking? This is a military jurisdiction, essentially a semi-military zone. What can they do to me, moreover? From Li Lan's demeanor, he seems quite amiable. You wretched girl. Speaking of appearances, watching them depart, Su Exine pushed Li Lan back to their temporary abode. As they were staying in a village, their lodgings were provided by a local family, who also took care of their meals. Naturally, the military would reimburse this household as a form of compensation. The following morning, after feeding Li Lan, Su Exine was about to venture out to clear the beasts as per the military's instructions when the two individuals from the previous day appeared before him. Hello again, Lu Xiaoqi greeted cheerfully, radiating youthful exuberance. Li Lan looked at the pair in confusion. Su Exine explained, according to military directives, the beast clearing operations are organized in teams of 8. However, we arrived too late last night, leaving only 2 members for our team. One is named Lu Xiaoqi, and the other is Xiong Jinxiang. Hello, Captain. I am Lu Xiaoqi. Li Lan, incredulous, turned to Luna and remarked, your name is Xiong Jinxiang? Lu Xiaoqi burst into laughter once more. Luna's expression darkened as she interjected, I am Luna. Greetings, Captain Li. What happened to Xiong Jinxiang? Li Lan inquired, puzzled, glancing at Su Exine. Su Exine shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward to clarify, Sister Luna came to accompany me since I am the only girl in our team. May I ask, Captain, if you could allow Sister Luna to join our team as well? Li Lan nodded in agreement before returning to sleep. Luna smirked slightly, pondering if it was too late to withdraw from the team. So, are the 4 of us going to hunt the beasts together? She asked. Su Exine nodded affirmatively. Yes, initially it was just the 2 of us. But now with your arrival, we are 4. However, only 3 of us will be doing the work, as my young master won't lift a finger. Please take that into consideration. Lu Xiaoqi nonchalantly nodded, of course. Luna, however, felt a vain throb on her forehead, about to confront them. Why is that? Luckily, she was restrained by Lu Xiaoqi. Sister Luna, you previously mentioned that Li Lan is likely unwell. Just consider it a compromise that you're driving me to distraction. Luna glared at her. Chapter 25. The 3 swords of body refinement. The summer sun blazed overhead, casting an oppressive heat. Today's temperature was particularly scorching. Li Lan's team was tasked with clearing beasts near a tributary of Yunming Lake. The 3 fought valiantly in the water, diving in and out repeatedly. Despite the cooling effects of the water, the exertion of battling the beasts rapidly led to their exhaustion, particularly evident in Su Exine. His elemental affinity was fire, and the conflict of water and fire severely hampered his movements, whether in the water or above it. Luna waved her hand, and a beam of light shot forth like a sword, effortlessly piercing through a beast lurking under the water. I'm so tired. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Glancing at Li Lan, who was sleeping soundly in the shade of a tree, igniting her frustration. I can't go on like this. There are simply too many beasts. It feels endless. Beside her, Lu Xiaoqi, flushed from exhaustion, simply lay floating in the water. Seeing her, Luna felt her ire intensify. Now you realize you're tired. Serves you right. If you hadn't insisted on joining this team, we wouldn't be in this predicament. It was bad enough that the team had only 5 members, and now only 3 of them were working, while one lounged under the tree. The other had been absent for ages, floating in the water. Lu Xiaoqi replied innocently, it's not my fault if Xiong Jinxiang doesn't show up. Besides, without us, wouldn't Su Exine be in dire straits? He deserves it, the 2 of them mused. Glancing at Su Exine, marveling at his tenacity. Despite the prolonged battle, this fire element wielder seemed unfazed, dispatching beasts with ease. Fire whirlwind. Su Exine plunged into the water, conjuring a massive flame that ignited, creating a vortex that hissed as it merged with the lake. Moments later, 4 or 5 high-level fish-like beasts floated to the surface, thoroughly cooked. "What a powerful fire ability!" Luna exclaimed, astonished. "With such talent, Su Xian will surely become a master soon." "Su Xian, you're amazing, cooking the fish." Lu Shaoqi marveled, swimming over to sample one of the floating fish, only to spit it out. "Ugh, it's awful. That foolish girl. The fish is neither salted nor oiled, of course. It tastes terrible." Luna silently pulled Lu Shaoqi away. "Are you all tired? If so, feel free to rest on the shore," Su Xian suggested. "Together?" Luna inquired. Su Xian nodded, and the trio settled in a row beneath the large tree Li lawn, awakening at some point. Half opened his eyes, relishing the gentle breeze. "How pleasant!" Luna glanced at her damp hair, drenched in sweat, feeling an impulse to lash out. "Young master, would you like some water?" Su Xian offered, holding a water bottle to Li Lan's lips. "So, this is how it is." Li Lan casually took a few sips. "You're quite attentive to your young master." Lu Shaoqi expressed her envy. "I wish I could meet someone as kind if my health were ever to fail." "My young master is in excellent health, I understand," Lu Shaoqi replied, wearing a knowing expression. "I can't shake the feeling that you don't understand," Su Xian sighed. He currently owed Li Lan a few million in medicinal debts. "By the way, Su Xian, how did you end up in the core area?" Lu Shaoqi suddenly inquired. As a high-tier late-stage fire elemental practitioner, the core area imposes significant restrictions on you. Logically, you should have been assigned to the inner zone. "I forcibly followed my young master here." "Oh, that makes sense," Luna remarked, her lips curling. "So, if you hadn't insisted on tagging along, our team would have been left with just the two of us to do all the work." She stood up, fuming, and picked up a stick, starting to practice her swordplay. Her hair swayed as the stick sliced through the air, creating sharp sounds. The sword technique she practiced was not offensive but rather a body-refining style, designed to strengthen every muscle in her body. Before long, she was glistening with sweat. Li Lan quietly observed her, and soon the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected host observing the practice of the 3 swords of body refinement. 6 errors identified. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. There were quite a few mistakes. Li Lan initially intended to point them out, but was overcome by a wave of fatigue. "Never mind, speaking is too exhausting." Noticing Li Lan's unwavering gaze upon her, Luna furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Li Lan, wishing to avoid misunderstandings, finally spoke up, "Your sword technique is incorrect." Upon hearing this, Luna laughed as if she heard a joke. The 3 swords of body refinement had been taught to her by her father a year ago. Since reaching high-tier sorceress status, her physique had continually improved through this technique, far surpassing her peers. If it were indeed wrong, she would have noticed long ago. How could she have practiced it to this point? "Well, if you don't believe me." "That's fine," Li Lan said, returning to his slumber. Luna continued, "You claim I'm practicing incorrectly. What proof do you have?" Lu Shaoqi, standing nearby, also looked skeptical. She was Luna's classmate, and Luna had previously received praise from their school principal for her practice of this technique. Their principal was a late-stage master. If there were errors, they would have been detected long ago, especially since Luna had been practicing for over a year without incident. "Captain, if you say Sister Luna's sword technique is flawed, can you point out the mistakes?" Lu Shaoqi pressed. "Your words seem incomplete, which is rather frustrating," she added. Li Lan opened his eyes, sighed, and stated, "There are 6 mistakes. The first one." He briefly outlined the first error. Upon hearing this, Luna's initial reaction was disbelief, yet she found some merit in Li Lan's words. She decided to give it a try. To her astonishment, upon attempting the correction, her movements quickened, and she felt her muscles being engaged more effectively. Witnessing her ecstatic response, Lu Shaoqi grew anxious. "Sister Luna, what is happening? Are you all right?" However, Luna seemed entranced, ignoring Lu Shaoqi's concern as she diligently practiced the same sword move repeatedly, driven by Li Lan's guidance. "Su Xian, do you know what is happening to Sister Luna?" Lu Shaoqi anxiously inquired. Chapter 26. The Pitiful Lightning Element. "I'm fine." Luna suddenly exhaled. "Then just now, I just had a breakthrough." Luna replied. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shaoqi could scarcely believe her ears and instinctively covered her mouth. Was what the captain just said truly the case? Although Luna was reluctant to accept it, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. She gazed deeply at Li Lan and inquired, "How did you discern where I went awry? Have you practiced the body forging 3 swords before?" The error Li Lan had pointed out was not only a mistake she had made, but also one that her father had committed. Even her grandfather had erred, creating a misstep that had been passed down through generations. She found it hard to believe that someone who had never practiced this sword technique could perceive it so readily. Li Lan, disinterested in further discussion, simply shook his head. "Then how did you know?" Luna appeared bewildered. Su Exine, quick to understand, remarked, "What my young master means is that he saw it with his own eyes." "Ah, Su Exine, you truly grasp my thoughts," Li Lan acknowledged with a grateful glance. Su Exine raised his head slightly, exuding pride yet maintaining a sense of modesty. "But what is there to be proud of?" Luna exclaimed incredulously. "This is impossible. How could you identify my mistakes at a glance if you have never studied the body forging 3 swords? Li Lan offered her a look that suggested she could choose to believe or not. Recognizing that further argument would be futile, Luna sighed in resignation and asked, "Could you perhaps enlighten me about the remaining 5 mistakes?" Fearing that Li Lan might be too apathetic to respond, she added, "Consider it a reward for my joining your team. I was never part of your group to begin with, and I could leave at any time. The team is already shorthanded, and if I were to withdraw, the pressure on you in combating the aberrant beasts would only intensify. Currently, the burden rests almost entirely on Su Exine's shoulders. Young master, you surely wouldn't wish to see Su Exine so overworked. Would you?" The last statement struck a chord with Li Lan, as he pondered its validity. After all, this knowledge was not akin to discovering a treasure trove. Concealing it would yield him nothing. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. A glimmer of joy appeared on Luna's lips as she exclaimed, "Then please, do tell me." Li Lan succinctly enumerated the 5 remaining errors. Luna listened intently, her expression shifting from confusion to a furrowed brow, and then to dawning comprehension. Once he finished, she promptly resumed practicing with the wooden stick. Her swordplay was now sharp and her movements crisp, appearing significantly more fluid than before. After completing the first form, she exhaled deeply and gradually came to a halt. Her clear eyes now regarded Li Lan with a newfound warmth. She bowed in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your guidance. My goodness, Captain, you are truly remarkable." "Wow, Captain, you're incredible," Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed, who had been watching from the sidelines. She turned to Su Exine. "Was he always this impressive?" Su Exine recalled the time when Li Lan had instructed him in his training and nodded. "Roughly speaking, truly extraordinary." Lu Xiaoqi marveled once more, her gaze fixed on Li Lan, her thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, Luna interjected, "We've rested long enough. Let us commence the hunt for aberrant beasts." Su Exine took a sip of water and replied, "All right." With that, the 3 of them re-entered the water. Suddenly, a massive mid-tier fish-like aberrant beast charged towards Luna. She leapt gracefully, using her foot to propel herself off the water's surface, and unleashed 3 beams of light swords. The creature was instantly riddled with wounds. "Sister Luna, you seem much more agile than before," Lu Xiaoqi remarked in admiration. "Is it due to the sword technique practice?" Luna smiled faintly and nodded. "The captain is truly impressive. If only his health were better, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary practitioner," Lu Xiaoqi sighed. Luna, feeling a tinge of regret, replied, "Let us continue hunting aberrant beasts. Their fate is beyond our control." "Agreed." Li Lan, seated in his wheelchair, gazed quietly at the sky until long before he closed his eyes once more and drifted off to sleep. The fire element, witnessing its master's laziness, wept bitterly, exclaiming, "You useless being. Start working hard." Fire element energy 35. The wood element, influenced by the fire element, also began to diligently cultivate, gaining wood element energy 30. The lightning element, watching its master with envious tears, was compelled to start training under the duress of the fire element's reprimands, receiving lightning element energy 25. The telekinetic ability, observing the lightning element's plight, became frightened and commenced its training, earning telekinetic energy 20. Alas, poor lightning element. Li Lan chuckled softly as he drifted into slumber. The lightning element, feeling as though it had suffered a million critical hits, contemplated halting its training but was again struck by the fire element, leaving it with no choice but to persist. Lightning Element Energy 45. Time flew by as the trio vanquished more and more aberrant beasts. Soon, noon arrived. Su Exine wheeled Li Lan back to the village, with Luna and Lu Xiaoqi trailing behind. People constantly greeted Li Lan along the way. Greetings, lazy god. Lazy god. Why is the lazy god still asleep? Observing this scene, both Lu Xiaoqi and Luna exchanged astonished glances. I didn't realize your young master was so popular. Luna remarked, I told you my young master is just a regular person. Su Exine replied. Furthermore, he secured first place in the previous selection competition. Suddenly recalling the words of the person from yesterday, Luna pondered, could it be true? Yet, she found it hard to believe. How could such an extraordinarily lazy individual exist in the world? It had already been half a day, and Li Lan had yet to rise from his wheelchair. He was even too lethargic to speak, relying entirely on Su Exine to bring water to his lips. He must have been quite formidable in the past, she mused. Although he had exerted himself to secure first place in the competition, he had also been incapacitated by the second place. Luna felt a pang of sympathy for Li Lan, a genius who could discern the flaws in her swordplay with just a glance, yet now condemned to spend his days confined to a wheelchair. This must be a significant blow for him. That second place was truly despicable. It was merely a competition, yet they resorted to such treachery. Suddenly, she began to understand why Li Lan, despite sleeping all day, still appeared so exhausted. Perhaps it was not merely physical fatigue, but a weariness of life itself. Noticing the sorrowful expression on Luna's face, Su Exine hurriedly pushed Li Lan away, fearing his master might be affected by her demeanor. Though currently lazy, Li Lan's overall expression remained quite normal. Lu Xiaoqi, curious about Luna's demeanor, inquired, what's wrong with you? Luna shook her head and said, it's nothing, by the way. Remember to be cautious when speaking in front of Li Lan. I fear he might become despondent. Oh, Lu Xiaoqi replied, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, she brightened and suggested, how about you both join me for lunch? I developed a new dish yesterday, and I personally think it's quite good. Su Exine. Will you and the captain come? Sure. What about Sister Luna? Lu Xiaoqi asked. Only to see Luna hastily retreating. Why is she leaving in such a hurry? Chapter 27. Delectable lunch, cooking the heavens and the sea. Upon arriving at Lu Xiaoqi's residence, Su Exine soon grasped the reason for Luna's swift departure. Dinner is ready. Come quickly and sample my culinary skills, Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed, presenting a large white porcelain bowl. Li Lan initially intended to see what delectable dish she had prepared, but upon noticing the green fish in the bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot nearby, he decisively chose to close his eyes and fall into a deep slumber. Li Lan, will you eat? Lu Xiaoqi asked, somewhat disappointed to see him asleep again. She then turned to Su Exine with renewed enthusiasm. Su Exine, it seems only the two of us can enjoy this meal together. I'll get you a serving. Just a moment. Su Exine glanced at the fish on the table, his expression shifting dramatically after a whiff, and he quickly pushed Li Lan away from Lu Xiaoqi's home. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoqi called after them, rushing to the door and shouting, you haven't eaten yet. My young master is unwell and must take his medication daily. I need to fetch it for him now. I sincerely apologize, but let us dine together next time, Su Exine explained, striving to spare Lu Xiaoqi's feelings. With a look of understanding, Lu Xiaoqi replied, all right, Captain's health is paramount. You may return. Next time, I'll invite you again when I develop new dishes. Perhaps there won't be a next time. Su Exine hastened away, eventually breaking into a run, seemingly fearful of Lu Xiaoqi catching up. At that moment, he noticed Li Lan gazing at him with his lifeless eyes, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. From Li Lan's look, it was clear he was silently questioning, which of us is truly in need of medication? Su Exine replied, shall we return? Tio continue eating? Li Lan's lips twitched slightly as he opted to close his eyes once more. Observing Su Exine's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoqi felt a pang of envy. Su Exine is so kind to the captain. It seems the captain's health is rather serious. Once he finishes his medication, they likely won't have time for a meal. She gazed at the table laden with food, feeling it would be wasteful to discard it. Gathering several thermal containers, she packed the dishes. I should bring them some food. They will need nourishment for the upcoming hunt against the aberrant beasts. It would be unfortunate if they went hungry. The captain should eat more, given his condition. While Su Exine can manage with a normal amount, I should also prepare some for Sister Luna. She must have had her reasons for hurrying away. I truly am a kind-hearted person. As afternoon approached, it was time to clear the aquatic beasts, and the four of them gathered at the mouth of the tributary in just a few hours. Numerous aquatic creatures had congregated here once more. They crashed against the protective net placed at the entrance, causing the large wooden stakes embedded deep into the ground to sway precariously. Hugh Exine cast a glance at the mountain of beast corpses accumulating on the water's surface. Realizing that the military had indeed helped us eliminate quite a few. "Let us begin," Luna proposed. Hugh Exine nodded in agreement. "All right, but wait." At that moment, Lu Xiaoqi interjected. The two turned to her and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoqi pulled 4 lunch boxes from her backpack and said, "I noticed you all left in such a hurry earlier. You must not have eaten yet. I brought you lunch, so please don't hesitate." She opened the boxes to reveal blue meat, green fish, black chicken legs, and some unknown food wrapped in cotton candy. Luna's expression shifted as she replied, "No need. I finished eating at a friend's place. These should be saved for Su Exine and Li Lan." Lu Xiaoqi looked expectantly at Su Exine. He promptly jumped into the water and began to clear the beasts, declaring with righteous fervor, "This is a time for duty. We cannot indulge in matters unrelated to our mission." Luna concurred, "I believe Su Exine is right. Xiaoqi, your awareness needs to be elevated." Lu Xiaoqi felt a pang of shame. Admitting, "I was wrong." She placed the thermal boxes under a tree, saying, "Then let us finish clearing the beasts first, and we can eat during our break." The 3 of them entered the water to hunt the creatures. Meanwhile, under the tree, Li Lan, who had been sleeping, wrinkled his brow at the strange smell wafting through the air. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted the peculiar dishes in the lunch boxes. Suddenly inspired, he used his telekinetic powers to toss all the food into the water. Then resumed his nap. A few minutes later, the trio clearing the beasts quickly sensed something amiss. Luna turned to Su Exine, saying, "Have you noticed? There seem to be far fewer low-tier aquatic beasts here. What could be the reason?" Su Exine shook his head. Just then, they heard Lu Xiaoqi's exclamation, "Ah, my thermal boxes." The two looked over to find 4 lunch boxes floating in the water. All the low-tier creatures and fish that swam near the boxes veered away. Luna gazed at Lu Xiaoqi with a hint of relief, asking, "What did you put in the food?" "I didn't add much. Just a bit of salt, oil, MSG, sesame oil, powder from a large nylon's innards, fruit from the green fragrant camphor, roots of the fragrant pig grass, petals of the powder from the fangs of the glass snake, leaves of the flame grass, flowers of the blue marsh grass, white jade mushrooms, flowers of the and powdered reproductive organs of the tooth wolf." Lu Xiaoqi recited breathlessly, listing over 30 ingredients. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and growing in both realms, they were all present. The two exchanged a knowing glance, remaining silent as they continued their task of clearing the beasts. Lu Xiaoqi, puzzled by their disregard, sorrowfully retrieved the 4 floating thermal boxes, lamenting, "What a pity. I can only cook for everyone next time." "But how did they end up in the water?" She looked quizzically at the tall tree. Noting that the spot was still several meters away from the water, as evening fell. While the trio was busy clearing the beasts, Su Exine suddenly received an urgent message from the military. "Li Lan's team, an anomaly has occurred at Yiming Lake. Evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate quickly." The call ended abruptly. He intended to shout for Luna and Lu Xiaoqi to come ashore when suddenly, a cry rang out not far away. "There's a commanding level beast in the water." It was Luna. Su Exine turned in her direction to see. A couple of 100 meters ahead, a gigantic serpentine beast erupting from the water, creating massive waves. Its eyes were larger than a baby's, and its visage was utterly grotesque. With a gaping maw, it let out a blood-curdling roar, causing the waters to stir violently. Countless serpentine beasts swarmed in the water. With low-tier ones in abundance, mid-tier ones aplenty, and high-tier ones scattered about, a sense of dread gripped his heart, and he shouted urgently, "Get to shore." Luna and Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly complied. Su Exine scrambled up as well. But his shout seemed to have drawn the attention of the beasts. Just as he reached the shore, another commanding-level creature burst forth from the depths. It was an octopus-like aquatic beast. Its tentacles lashed out like lightning, ensnaring Su Exine's legs and dragging him back into the water. Desperately, Su Exine clung to the protective net at the water's edge, striving to break free from its grasp. Just as his strength began to wane, an explosive force surged forth. Chapter 28. God of Fire? No, it is the god of laziness at this moment. Duan Zitao and a military officer with extraordinary powers were racing towards Li Lan's location, accompanied by a throng of ability users. Quickly, it's just ahead. We have received reports of 6 areas experiencing beastly upheaval, including Li Lan's team, Fang Heng's team, Huang Cheng's team, and Li Lan's team is right in front of us. Let us hasten our pace faster. Although the god of laziness was the champion of the previous selection, his team consists of only 4 members, making them more susceptible to danger than others. We're almost there. I can see the river. They should be just ahead. All soldiers, be ready to respond. If we encounter anyone in distress, we will extend aid immediately, regardless of the risk, regardless of the sacrifice. Yes, I think I see Li Lan. And I can see his 2 teammates. Oh no, Li Lan's companions are in danger. Duan Zitao and the military officer exchanged worried glances, poised to rush in for a rescue. But suddenly, a fiery inferno erupted before them. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the tentacle that ensnared Su Xian, sending a shower of flesh and viscera flying. Boom, boom, boom. The river exploded with waves of heat. Countless low-tier, mid-tier, and even high-tier beasts perished in an instant. The commanding serpentine beast was reduced to mere fragments, devoured by the flames. Following suit, the octopus-like creature's tentacles erupted in a dazzling display of fiery blooms. As these blooms burst forth, they detonated with thunderous roars and blinding light, disintegrating the octopus into a puddle of goo, raining down like droplets from the sky. At that moment, another commanding level fish beast attempted to breach the water's surface. A dark cloud began to gather in the sky, and a blue lightning bolt shot forth from it. Like a baby's arm, the bolt unleashed tremendous energy. Upon striking the water, the area transformed into a lake of electricity. Thunder rumbled. The commanding beast was obliterated. Countless creatures were rendered lifeless, their eyes rolling back as they floated to the surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic inferno. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Lu Xiaoqi and Luna, but even Duan Zitao, the military officer, and the assembled ability users wore expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief. My heavens, was this all conjured by Li Lan? How terrifying! Li Lan. You should refer to him as the god of laziness. Such formidable power. The god of laziness must now be at the late stages of his abilities. A genius, the god of laziness is a 1 in a million talent. He has only 17, and he has already broken through to the late stages of his powers. It's infuriating. Those explosions were terrifying. Was that a fusion of powers? Surely not. Fusion powers are incredibly challenging even for great masters to comprehend. I believe it was a fusion of powers. Nothing else could yield such devastating force. Truly, the god of laziness is indeed from the Li family. He has grasped fusion powers at such a young age. After years in the military, this is the first time I have encountered such a terrifying genius. And who doesn't he feel the same? At this point, only the legendary Yin Emperor could rival Li Lan. No, he is his own legacy. He will undoubtedly carve out a tale that belongs solely to him. The ability users buzzed with discussion. Even the usually stern military soldiers could not help but join in. The officer chuckled. It seems we came in vain. Duan Zitao stood frozen, murmuring to himself. He actually broke through. Not only has the fire element reached the late stages, but the lightning element has also achieved mid-stage, and he has even mastered fusion powers. I cannot compare. I cannot compare. Why must I share an era with someone like him? It is truly despairing. I had hoped to spar with him, but now it seems unnecessary. Just then, Li Lan stirred, sleepily stretching his limbs before settling back into his wheelchair. He squinted and lazily remarked, "I've slept all day. I'm truly exhausted." A profound silence enveloped the area. Numerous ability users gazed at him, their faces reflecting admiration. The god of laziness remains true to his name, unchanging as ever. Still the epitome of laziness. However, they too yearn to attain such a level of indolence. Regrettably, their abilities do not permit such feats. Even if they were capable, they lack the requisite talent. Li Lan turned to Su Xian and inquired, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine," Su Xian responded, shaking his head, his face still reflecting a hint of shocked. Li Lan. You. Luna glanced at Li Lan, her words stumbling. "Captain, are you truly a normal person?" Lu Xiaoqi asked in astonishment. "When did I ever claim to be anything but normal?" Li Lan conveyed with a glance. Then how do you explain Lu Shaoqi began to grasp his implication, her gaze shifting to Li Lan's wheelchair. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she whipped her head towards Su Xian, feigning ignorance, hurriedly pushed Li Lan away. The officer remarked, "Since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave." "Very well," Duan Zitao replied. Looking at Li Lan, "Shall we also depart?" Li Lan nodded. The trio walked along the path back to the village, followed by a throng of onlookers. These were not Duan Zitao's team members, but rather supporters who had accompanied him. Many among them were aflame with excitement, animatedly recounting what they had just witnessed, their faces alight with enthusiasm, occasionally stealing glances at Li Lan with the demeanor of infatuated admirers. That lightning strike was simply too magnificent. "I felt compelled to give it a standing ovation," said one. Indeed. And that spectacular scene with the exploding octopus monster was equally impressive. "I believe the most striking moment was when Lan Shan stood up and stretched." Another chimed in at a tea that moment. "I felt as though I had fallen hopelessly in love, yearning to rush forward." "Pfft, how shameless," someone retorted. "Rushing forward would only get you incinerated by Lan Shan, if Lan Shan is willing. From this day forth, I shall only burn for him." Such foolishness. Upon nearing the village, Luna spotted several familiar figures, an ominous premonition stirring within her. As expected, upon seeing her, the trio approached with mocking expressions, 2 men and 1 woman. Former teammates. "Oh, if it isn't Luna, why do you look so disheveled after just 1 day?" One of the young men sneered. "Did you leave our team merely to join this cripple's squad? Luna, could it be that you've taken a liking to this cripple?" A young man with a pockmarked face grinned wickedly. "Who knows how well endowed this cripple is? Alas, even if he were well endowed, you'd merely serve as an automatic transmission." Before Luna could respond, Su Xian's expression darkened abruptly. "Huang Zichao, is your mouth stuffed with excrement?" "How foul!" Luna retorted coldly. The young man with the pockmarked face shrugged nonchalantly. "Am I not speaking the truth?" But before he could finish his sentence, he found a towering figure standing before him. Instantly, he felt a searing pain in his groin. Looking down, he saw flames licking at Su Xian's foot, slowly retracting along his leg, while his lower body was already a mangled mess. "My master is not someone who can be insulted by just anyone," Su Xian said, his face as cold as I seed in that moment. Huang Zichao even doubted whether he would still be alive if they were not in a military jurisdiction. Huang Zichao screamed, dropping to his knees. Clutching his groin in agony, his face contorted in pain, he glared at Su Xian. "I will kill you. I must have my brother kill you." "I'll kill you first," Luna exclaimed, executing a sudden movement and delivering a kick to Huang Zichao's face. His head snapped to the side as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Blood streamed from his bruised face. "Zichao, are you all right? Huang Zichao, are you okay?" The other 2 were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Once they regained their composure, they rushed to help Huang Zichao to his feet. But the injuries he sustained were far too severe for him to stand unassisted. In disbelief, he shouted, "El Luna, you actually dared to strike me." He turned to his companions. "What are you 2 waiting for? Grab them." The 2 exchanged glances, hesitant. They wanted to intervene, but they dared not. Not only were they no match for Su Xian and Luna, but the group of supernatural beings surrounding Su Xian from Jiangnan province also harbored ill intentions toward them. Who were they to insult Lan Shan in such a manner? They seemed to be from some out-of-province group. What a bunch of oblivious fools. These 3 appear to be Huang Cheng's team members. Huang Cheng, the mid-level supernatural being? Pfft, mid-level? I thought he was something formidable. Lan Shan is already a late-stage supernatural being. Let us not even mention Huang Cheng. Even he would be inconsequential in front of Lan Shan. Exactly. They think Lan Shan is a cripple. If he is, then what does that make us? Fools. Setting aside Lan Shan's terrifying power, his identity alone is not something just anyone can insult. Thankfully, Lan Shan is too lazy to bother with them. Had it been any of the other 6, these 3 would have faced dire consequences today. Be quieter. Don't wake Lan Shan from his slumber. By the way, with so many of us from Jiangnan province, has no one warned these out-of-province folks about Lan Shan's strength? They have, but many refuse to believe it, thinking we are merely boasting. Some even think that although Lan Shan secured first place in the selection competition, he was ultimately incapacitated by Feng Hong. Incapacitated? That equates to instantly defeating 3 commander-level beasts. The supernatural beings from Jiangnan province whispered to one another, casting derisive glances at the 3. Zichao. How about we withdraw? They outnumber us, and we cannot win. Indeed. And that Li Lan seems formidable as well. Hearing his companion's words, Huang Zichao's rationality gradually returned. He snorted coldly. Let us go find my brother. Luna cast an apologetic glance at Li Lan, then turned to Su Xian. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's nothing. This has nothing to do with you. Luna sis, wait for me. Lu Shaoqi hurriedly followed, not forgetting to wave back. See you tomorrow. All right, do you want me to bring you breakfast? My cooking is exquisite. No need. After they left, Su Xian prepared to push Li Lan back to their quarters. Just then, everyone suddenly noticed 7 figures flying towards them from the distant sky. Among them, one person was being supported by the other 2, appearing gravely injured. Look, there are people in the sky. It seems to be the general and the commander, but one of them appears to be injured. The 7 who had ventured deep into the core area to eliminate beasts were all formidable supernatural beings. If even this lineup sustained injuries, what kind of monsters had they encountered during this beast tide? I recognize that injured person. He is the former head of our Jiangnan Province Supernatural Bureau. A top-tier late-stage elemental supernatural being. Though aged now, his strength is still impressive. I never imagined he would be injured. If even a supernatural being of his caliber is injured, I dread to think how long this beast tide will persist. Who is that on the far left clad in golden armor with crimson hair? Though somewhat impolite, he truly exudes a certain flamboyance. That is Golden Saint Knight Li Qin, and Lan Shun is his younger brother. He was present at the selection competition. Many turned to gaze at Li Lan. Unbeknownst to them, Li Lan had already opened his eyes. The 7 figures descended gracefully. The injured supernatural being was assisted into the medical facility. Everyone disperse. Do not congregate here. Today, we successfully eliminated 4 king-level beasts in the core area. I believe this beast tide will soon subside. The general addressed the crowd. The heavy atmosphere brought on by the injured supernatural being lifted instantly. Replaced by excitement, they eliminated 4 king-level beasts. It seems the beast tide will conclude shortly. 4 king-level beasts. Although somewhat impolite, in comparison, the injury of the old bureau chief did not seem so unacceptable. Indeed, the injury of a supernatural being was exchanged for the demise of 4 king-level beasts. Such sacrifice is worthwhile. Li Qin's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Lan, and he approached him as the crowd instinctively parted. Meanwhile, at Huang Cheng's residence, Huang Zichao recounted, Brother, this is what happened and I intended to invite Luna back to our team, suggesting that she was overworked in Li Lan's squad, but she completely disregarded me and even had someone come to assault me. Brother, you must avenge me. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Is it wrong for me to want her to leave a cripple's team? Knowing his brother's nature, Huang Cheng cast a stern glance at the 2 accompanying him. Is what he said true? The female teammate hesitated, unsure how to respond. The male team member promptly exclaimed, Captain, it's almost certain. That despicable lackey of Li Lan has gone too far. In his pursuit of Luna, he actually assaulted Zichao. Huang Cheng snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. I shall see who dares to bully my brother. Huang Cheng, Zhang Biao, gather the others. We are leaving. Chapter 30. The Divine Movement Talisman. The Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Technique. Third brother, Li Lan smiled. Upon hearing this, many were left in stunned silence. Did he just refer to that powerful practitioner as third brother? Do you not know? Li Lan is the brother of the Golden Saint warrior, Li Qin. They are both members of the Li family. Furthermore, Li Lan is a fire and thunder type practitioner, having recently secured first place in the selection tournament in Jiangnan province. The rumor about Li Lan being a crippled, surely that is a fabrication. How could the lazy god possibly be lame? So he truly is lazy, hence always seated in a wheelchair? Indeed. Goodness, it's hard to believe such a lazy person exists. I was initially skeptical. How infuriating. I was in Li Lan's group. Had I known he belonged to the Li family, I would not have hidden away. A burly man, standing at 6 feet tall, pounded his chest in despair. On the verge of tears, with the endorsement of the Li family, all the unfounded rumors about Li Lan would be swiftly dispelled. Do not call me third brother. Li Qin's expression hardened, his smile more reminiscent of a grimace. Little Lan, I've treated you well, Haven Ti. What kind of enchantment did you pour into Grandpa's ear to make him demand I hand over my life essence to you? Life essence? The surrounding crowd seemed to overhear something explosive and turned to look. Li Qin slowly produced 3 talismans, gripping them tightly. These are what Grandpa asked me to give you. His face looked pained. Li Lan took the 3 talismans and tucked them into his pocket. The crowd began to murmur. What are those? They appear to be 3 talismans. Isn't that obvious? We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I've seen those online before. They resemble the Divine Movement Talisman. What? The Divine Movement Talisman, renowned for being equivalent to a top-tier extraordinary treasure. Indeed, they look exactly like the ones I saw online. Heavens, I can't believe it's actually the Divine Movement Talisman. No wonder the Golden Saint Warrior looks so pained. The Li family truly treats Li Lan well. Yes, the Divine Movement Talisman is something even top practitioners covet. Who would have thought the Li family would gift one to an ordinary practitioner? A practitioner is still a practitioner. Why the word ordinary? My apologies, I was merely drawing a contrast. Lazy God is deserving. Upon hearing the words Divine Movement Talisman, many people's eyes nearly bulged out with envy. After all, the Divine Movement Talisman is no trivial matter. It is said to be a miraculous item for escape. In an instant, one can teleport thousands of miles away. In times of peril, a single Divine Movement Talisman is worth a life. This underscores its immense value, and most of these talismans are extracted from the 5-star secret realms by top practitioners, with only a few circulating in the market. Even when they do circulate, they are typically worth a fortune, often being priceless. They marveled. A shrill voice pierced the air from outside. Brother, that kid is Li Lan. He is the one whose lackey beat me up. You must avenge me. The crowd glanced outside to see Huang Cheng striding forward, flanked by a dozen imposing practitioners. Huang Zichao followed behind, head held high, exuding arrogance. What is going on? That seems to be Huang Cheng, the runner-up from the Jiangdong Province selection tournament. Why is he seeking out Li Lan? Judging by their demeanor, they don't come in peace. Li Lan isn't the one who is unfriendly? Haha, just moments ago, it seemed that Li Lan's companion had dealt Huang Zichao a beating. So, Huang Cheng is here to avenge his brother? Goodness, is he courting death? Noticing the peculiar expressions around him, the mid-tier practitioner Huang Cheng quickly sensed something was amiss. As Li Qin approached, alarm bells rang in his mind. Brother, that cripple sitting in the wheelchair is Li Lan. Yet Huang Zichao appeared oblivious to the situation, furiously pointing at Li Lan and shouting. Huang Cheng hastily picked up a stick from the ground and struck him. Huang Zichao's scream echoed. He looked at Huang Cheng, bewildered. Brother, I called you to teach someone else a lesson. Why are you hitting me? What is the matter? Li Qin furrowed his brow and inquired. Huang Cheng, with righteous indignation, declared, Respected elder. My disobedient brother inadvertently offended Captain Li Lan earlier. I summoned him to apologize, yet upon arrival, he spoke disrespectfully. I lost my temper and struck him. Brother, didn't you just? Huang Zichao still hadn't fully processed the situation. Not only did he struggle to comprehend, but even his followers were momentarily confused. This was not the script they had anticipated. Before he could finish his thought, Huang Cheng struck him again with the stick. What did I just say? I demand your apology. Did you hear me? Brother, stop hitting me. Huang Zichao cried out once more that I'll apologize. I'll go apologize right away, quickly. My family has strict rules. How did you turn out to be such a disgrace? Huang Cheng berated. Huang Zichao scrambled to Li Lan and Su Xian, repeatedly bowing in apology. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I truly apologize. It was my foolish words. I hope the 2 esteemed ones can forgive me. Seeing this, a smile spread across Huang Cheng's face. Respected elder, all is well now. Li Qin frowned and admonished. Your method of education is flawed. You must be gentle with your juniors. Yes. Huang Cheng quickly replied. Next time I educate him, I shall be more gentle. The followers exchanged glances, and after a moment of realization, they understood. No wonder he is the elder brother, and they are merely the younger ones. The disparity is evident here. By the way, little Lan, this is what Grandpa asked me to give you. How strange. This dragon tiger body refinement technique can only be cultivated after mastering extraordinary abilities. Why is he giving it to you now? You think, could he be losing his mind? Third brother, I recorded this. Damn, I'll never return to the Li family again. That evening, as Li Lan fell asleep, his body emitted sounds akin to a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. The fire element declares its ambition to be the most dazzling one. Beginning to cultivate, fire element energy 40. The thunder element, reluctant to train, begins to cultivate unwillingly after being beaten by the fire element. Thunder element energy 30. The wood element, pleading, please stop hitting. Please, while starting to cultivate. Wood element energy 40. The telekinetic energy trembles nearby, cautiously beginning to cultivate. Telekinetic energy 20. The dragon tiger body refinement technique sighs, lamenting the chaos in this circle, and begins to cultivate. Host spirit 20, chapter 31. Awakening of abilities, royal level beasts due to the upheaval caused by the beast tide. The task of exterminating the beasts has been temporarily suspended. When it will resume remains uncertain. However, until then, everyone is free to move about. They may choose to leave the village or remain. Early the following morning, a soldier arrived at the residence of Li Lan and Su Xian, delivering a small box. After a brief conversation with Su Xian, he departed. Once the soldier left, Su Xian opened the box to find 3 low-grade fire attribute extraordinary treasures. It seemed to be the military's token of appreciation for the recent actions taken. However, since the task was semi-voluntary, the compensation was minimal, merely a token gesture. Inside the room, Li Lan awoke from his slumber. With a flick of his hand, the kettle on the nearby table poured a glass of water. The cup flew to Li Lan's lips. After he drank, it returned to its original position, as if an invisible maid was serving him. Having telekinetic abilities is truly wonderful, Li Lan mused. He floated up, and his clothes dressed themselves automatically before he glided towards the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, and combs began to move on their own. Several minutes later, freshly groomed, everything returned to its place. Li Lan gracefully descended onto his wheelchair, settling into a comfortable position. Upon returning to the room, Su Xian was astounded to find everything prepared for Li Lan. He had managed to handle all these daily tasks alone in just a short while. Is this still Li Lan? Su Xian looked around, and only when he spotted the small mole behind Li Lan's ear did he exhale in relief, confirming it was indeed his young master. What are you looking at? Li Lan inquired with a curious glance. Nothing, just felt like the sun was rising in the west. Su Xian chuckled. Li Lan shot him a look that seemed to say, do you look down on me? And then lay back down. Outside, an elderly voice called out, Little Su, Little Li, it's time to eat. Okay, Grandma. Su Xian replied loudly, hurriedly nudging the wheelchair-bound Li Lan. Young master, wake up for breakfast. The household they reside in is headed by an elderly matron surnamed Yu, whose husband passed away a few years prior, leaving their children working in the city. Fortunately, she remains relatively spry and now lives with her young grandson. The arrival of Li Lan and Su Xian has infused their home with considerable vitality, primarily due to Su Xian, who was particularly warm and welcoming towards both of them. Su Xian gently pushed Li Lan to the dining table. With a smile, Grandma, you addressed them. Today, I have prepared braised fish. I hope it suits your taste. We love it, especially since it's made by you, Grandma, Su Xian praised, taking a generous bite of fish. You child, always with your flattery, Grandma, you chided, though her face beamed with joy. She turned to Li Lan. Little Li, do join us and savor Grandma's culinary skills. Young master, allow me to feed you. Su Xian offered, setting down her utensils. No need. I can manage by myself, came Li Lan's reply. Almost immediately, the chopsticks on the table began to move of their own accord, picking up a piece of fish and placing it in Li Lan's mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, leaving the 3 of them in a state of astonishment. They gasped. No need for such surprise. I awakened a few days ago, Su Xian remarked, wearing an expression that suggested, no wonder you were so active this morning. Grandma, you? Do not be alarmed. This is a form of telekinesis, a type of ability distinct from elemental and physical powers. Grandma Yu's eyes lit up with understanding as she recalled, I am aware of this. In my youth, there was someone at school who awakened such a power, and I envied them for several days. After their meal, Su Xian volunteered to wash the dishes. Upon returning, they heard a child crying. I told you I can't do it, Grandma. I don't want to learn about abilities anymore. It was Grandma Yu's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu. What's the matter, dear? Grandma Yu sighed and replied, it's that troublesome boy. I asked him to learn how to communicate with the elemental energy within him, but he simply cannot grasp it. It's driving me mad. Just think, he'll be in 3rd grade next year. What if he still hasn't awakened his abilities? Are you certain his abilities are elemental? Su Xian inquired as he pushed Li Lan forward. If they aren't elemental, there wouldn't be any elemental energy within him. Of course, it's elemental, Grandma, you affirmed. Last time my son came back, he took him for testing, and he was found to possess the strongest lightning element. Her pride was evident in her expression, though it quickly faded. By the way, Xiao Su, how did you awaken your abilities? Su Xian hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had awakened at a young age, but his family had been concerned about his safety with his powers, so they only allowed him to begin training when he was 7 or 8. Perhaps you could have Xiao Hu try to communicate with the elemental energy in my presence, and I can see if there are any issues. All right, Grandma, you eagerly replied, turning to her crying grandson. Xiao Hu, did you hear that? Try it out, let Uncle Su teach you. Grandma, I'm only 18. Zhu Xiao Hu reluctantly settled into a cross-legged position, attempting to communicate with the elemental energy within him using the methods taught at school. Moments later, he opened his eyes in disappointment, looking towards his grandmother. Grandma, I still can't sense any elemental energy. Detected that the host is attempting to awaken abilities in the presence of others. 3 errors have occurred, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1. The ability awakener has a naturally misaligned heart. Suggestion. Error 2. Error 3. This shouldn't be happening. Grandma, you sighed. Su Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the awakening was unsuccessful despite no apparent errors. At that moment, Li Lan spoke up. Grandma, is it possible that Xiao Hu has a misaligned heart? Little Li, how do you know that? Grandma, you asked in astonishment. Li Lan explained simply, the awakening of abilities primarily involves the heart communicating with elemental energy. If the heart is misaligned, it is naturally impossible to awaken abilities using conventional methods. As he spoke, a pair of chopsticks floated over, tapping gently at Zhu Xiaohu's body before returning to their place. Have Xiao Hu try communicating again using these specific positions? Grandma, you looked at Su Xian, who nodded in agreement. That does seem to be the case. Zhu Xiaohu settled down once more, and after a brief moment, he looked up in ecstatic disbelief at his grandmother. Grandma, I did it. I sensed the elemental energy. Is that true? Grandma's face lit up with joy. Gratefully, she exclaimed, thank you both so much. Without you, I fear for what would have become of my Xiao Hu. Grandma, there's no need for such formality. It's the least we could do. After all, we have been living here for quite some time. We owe you our thanks. Thus, their tranquil days continued for 2 more days. However, 2 days later, orders from the military were issued once again. All previous divisions were dissolved, and everyone was to converge on the core area to eliminate the aberrant beasts. Early in the morning, Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the lakeside, where everyone began to wade into the water to purge the area of the aberrant creatures. Along the way, Li Lan spotted several familiar faces, including the hunters Duan Zitao and Wu Tianxi, as well as Su Wanyue and others. Upon seeing Li Lan, whispers erupted among the crowd that Li Lan is here. He is here. Is that really Li Lan? He doesn't seem all that remarkable. What do you mean by not remarkable? He is just being modest. I heard he single-handedly took down 3 leader-class aberrant beasts just a few days ago. 3 beasts? Goodness, that is terrifying. Leader-class aberrant beasts are equivalent to those of the divine realm. They are far stronger than any ordinary ability user. Indeed, just the other day, our captain and another team spent ages trying to take down a single leader-class beast. Yet he managed to slay 3 in one go. Is he even human? Could it be an exaggeration? Go on, give it a try. I'd be convinced if 10 people believed you. Moreover, Li Lan is from the Li family. Just a few days ago, the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin gifted him several teleportation talismans. Teleportation talismans? The Li family is extravagantly generous. I've only ever seen them online. Huang Zichao glared at Li Lan in his wheelchair with disdain, prompting Huang Cheng to slap him. What nonsense are you scheming now? Let me tell you, there are certain people in this world you absolutely cannot provoke. While Li Lan's abilities remain questionable, his connection to Li Qin's brother was indisputable. If he chose to retaliate, even their father could not shield them. Brother, I understand. What's wrong? Did your brother cause trouble again? A young man approached, teasingly inquiring. He was also an ability user named Baiyu, who had a good rapport with Huang Cheng. They hailed from the same province and attended the same school. No, it's still the same old story. The same old story? Huang Qing nodded and explained, previously, he had some conflict with Su Xian and Luna from Li Lan's group. Luna? Wasn't she part of your team? Initially, yes, but later she followed her friend Lu Xiaoqi to Li Lan's team. This boy got into a spat with Su Xian over it. I heard he was quite rude. Your brother is quite lucky, then, Bai Yu remarked in surprise. I heard just a few days ago that Li Lan single-handedly took down 3 leader-class aberrant beasts. His strength is likely already at the late stage of the divine realm, if he had chosen to act back then. Upon hearing this, Huang Cheng felt a surge of unexplainable anger and proceeded to give Huang Zichao another beating. Brother, why are you hitting me again? You deserve it. Su Xian ignited a vortex of flames in the water, steam rising as a high-tier aberrant beast was incinerated, leaving a gaping hole in its body. Luna, taken aback, remarked, Su Xian, it seems your strength has increased significantly since we last met. All thanks to young Master S guidance, Su Xian replied. Over the past few days, Li Lan had imparted numerous insights to him, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his abilities. He believed that in another half-month, he would reach the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi looked on with envy. Is the captain still in need of a study companion? Luna quickly pulled her away, saying, Do you wish to be hunted by the Li family? Why would the Li family hunt me? Su Xian, you must often cook for Li Lan, right? Su Xian nodded. Luna wore a look that suggested, isn't that obvious? Lu Xiaoqi, unwilling to accept this, retorted, I believe my cooking is quite delicious. To avoid any further gossip, Li Lan decided to leap into the water, floating atop the surface while napping. Occasionally, he would dispatch a few aberrant beasts, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. At that moment, chaos erupted ahead as a mass of people swam frantically toward the shore. What is happening? What is going on? Someone urgently inquired, and no one responded until they saw a fiercely injured crocodile, blood streaming from its neck, heading toward them, causing widespread panic. This is bad. It's a wounded king-class aberrant beast. How did it make it over here? It seems that this is the one that escaped from the core area a few days ago. I never expected it to be hiding in a cave by the lake. Everyone, run. Who is that floating on the water, seemingly asleep? That appears to be Li Lan. This is bad. It's already here. The lazy god is in danger. Fear not, everyone. Li Lan will surely be fine. As they fled to the surface of the lake, they kept their eyes fixed on Li Lan. Suddenly, a gigantic crocodile leaped into the air, creating towering waves, and swallowed Li Lan whole. Su Xian's face turned pale, and he felt dizzy, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoqi and Luna supported him just in time. Chapter 32. Instant kill of a king-level beast, awakening controllability. Demon soul thread. As they witnessed Li Lan's demise within the belly of the beast, many murmured in disbelief. The lazy god, devoured by a beast? This is impossible. The lazy god is invincible. How could he be eaten? It simply cannot be. I must be seeing things. What is impossible about it? Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Though the lazy god is formidable, it is still a king-level beast. A being of immense power. One who walks by the river often gets their shoes wet. The lazy god ultimately Su Xian sat on the ground, muttering, This cannot be, this cannot be. How could the young master? Lu Xiaoqi and Luna also wore expressions of disbelief. Su Xian, take heart that after all, it was a king-level beast. Su Xian, we should quickly search for the captain's third brother. There might still be a chance of finding the body. Su Xian appeared to be unresponsive, sitting on the ground like a statue, and no matter how they called to him, he did not react. The faces of Wu Liqui, Duan Zitao, and others revealed a sorrowful despair. Duan Zitao murmured, Indeed, even a genius like Li Lan can meet his end. Wu Liqui sighed, his eyes dimmed, lamenting the missed opportunity to engage in battle. Only Feng Heng wore a look of disbelief, exclaiming, Li Lan, is he truly dead? He knew far more than others, including the fact that Li Lan was already a master of wood-based abilities. Huang Zichao appeared somewhat gleeful, only to be met with a severe beating from his elder brother. Brother, why are you hitting me again? Think for yourself, Huang Cheng replied, exasperated, nearly driven to madness by his younger brother. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. The commander of the army, Golden Saint Fighter Li Qin, and the head of the Jiangnan Special Division. 3 formidable beings of great power. Many gathered around them. Where is the giant crocodile? Li Qin inquired. It's gone. No one was killed, right? The commander asked. Although that giant crocodile was a king-level beast, it had previously been severely wounded, its inside shattered, and its mobility greatly restricted. Moreover, the distance from the depths of the core area to the periphery was considerable. If they had been vigilant, they should have been able to escape entirely. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. A sense of foreboding arose within the three, and they hesitated to speak. The commander quickly asked, "What is it?" Everyone looked at Golden Saint fighter Li Qin. "What is it?" "Speak up, Li Qin." "Li Lan, he was eaten by the giant crocodile." "What?" Li Qin's expression darkened immediately. "How can this be?" His strength was already nearly that of a master. He was eaten while floating on the water. "Asleep," the man replied, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two became peculiar. They intended to console Li Qin, but saw that he had already taken to the skies, flying towards the lake. Clearly, Li Lan's demise had struck him hard. Alas, the blood ties of the Li family are the strongest among all the great families. Prepare yourselves. It seems Jiangnan province may not receive assistance from the Li family for years to come. But let us first find Li Lan's body. His death, though strange, was for the sake of our Jiangnan province. The two also took to the skies. Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together, a tremendous explosion echoed from within the lake. Boom. Following that, a giant crocodile soared from the water, crashing towards the shore in a parabolic arc. The three in the air were momentarily stunned, then looked down in disbelief. For there, at the spot from which the giant crocodile had emerged, stood a tiny figure. "Really, can't even take a nap in peace?" Li Lan rubbed his eyes and flew towards the shore. "It's Li Lan." The two exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qin let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Li Lan return, many felt as if they had awakened from a dream, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. "It's Li Lan. He isn't dead? Wonderful, the lazy god is alive. Heavens, that giant crocodile was a king-level beast? The lazy god, he actually killed a king-level beast? Hist, I told you the lazy god couldn't possibly be dead. You all didn't believe me. Not only did he survive, but he also counterattacked and killed a king-level beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." As they gazed at the corpse of the giant crocodile, many marveled in awe. Only Li Lan furrowed his brow, as if he had discovered something within the beast's carcass. With a flicker of thought, a fine thread from the crocodile's head flew into his hand. A thread? Li Lan examined the strand, finding it extraordinarily peculiar. Though slender, it was remarkably tough and impervious to water and fire. Had he not been swallowed by the giant crocodile and ensnared by it, he might never have noticed it. That moment, Li Lan saw Su Exine rushing towards him. Standing before him, Su Exine incredulously pinched his face to confirm his reality, then sighed in relief. "What are you doing?" "Young master, I'm so glad you're safe." Li Lan tucked the fine thread into his pocket, patted Su Exine's shoulder, and exchanged a knowing glance. Su Exine understood and helped Li Lan back into his wheelchair. Observing his worn appearance, Li Lan could not help but say, "Do not worry. I will be more careful next time." "What should I be worried about? Your life or death is of no concern to me." At that moment, the commander, Li Qin, and the head of the special division returned. They glanced at the giant crocodile's carcass on the ground, looking at Li Lan as if he were a monster. It must be noted that this giant crocodile, despite its injuries, was still a king-level beast. And this king-level beast had been slain by a mere young master of abilities. Who would believe such a tale? The Jiangnan commander scrutinized Li Lan for a moment before saying, "Kid, you must be a monster." The head of the special division, Director Jiang, exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible, incredible. You, young man, are even more terrifying than your brother." Li Qin observed this creature and then looked at Li Lan, his previous gloom dissipating as he broke into a broad grin. He turned to the Jiangnan commander and Director Jiang, who seemed to know what he was about to say and replied helplessly. "Understood. Let Li Lan take it. A righteous partner? More like a bandit. If you ask me, it took me quite a bit of effort to subdue this beast, as if to suggest he had not exerted himself at all." Li Qin approached the giant crocodile and delivered a powerful punch to its heart, extracting a brilliant blue core from within and tossing it to Li Lan. "Little Lan, catch." Upon seeing the crystal core, many displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. Heavens, it's the core of a king-level beast. If this were sold, it could fetch at least several million. Moreover, this is an exceedingly precious resource for cultivation. Once processed, the energy within can be harnessed by ability users. Hist, the energy of a king-level beast. Consuming this would elevate one to the heavens. Truly remarkable. The lazy god is invincible. Li Lan is remarkably fortunate. You call this luck? Why don't you let the king-level beast swallow you, and see how lucky you feel? Opportunities favor those with strength. Without power, one cannot seize the moment. That being said, Li Lan is indeed formidable. Being bitten by a king-level beast would spell instant doom for an ordinary person, yet he emerged unscathed. The carcass of the beast was soon taken away by the military, and cleanup operations continued. However, this time, to prevent any further mishaps, the military stationed 2 masters of abilities at the periphery of the core area to assist in clearing out the beasts. As they watched the massive creature's corpse being removed, the crowd gained a clearer understanding of Li Lan. He was invincible. Looking at Li Lan, who was now peacefully sleeping on the shore, those who had previously thought he was merely being lazy fell silent. For he had just slain a king-level beast. Was that not enough? If you think he was slacking, why not try slaying one yourself? Even a wounded one, or even a dead one, would be enough to crush anyone to death. That night, after dinner, once Su Xian had fallen asleep, Li Lan once again examined the fine thread in his hand. That moment, a voice from the system resounded. Ding dong. Detected that the host has acquired a top-tier control-type treasure, Demon Soul Thread, automatically assimilating. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening control-type abilities. Upon hearing this, Li Lan's heart skipped a beat. A control-type treasure. This thread is a treasure of the control type. In the midst of his excitement, Li Lan was suddenly beset by a terrifying thought. It dawned on him that this beast tide might have been orchestrated by human hands. Someone was manipulating these creatures of the royal realm, instigating the beast tide through them. How else could one explain the presence of the soul threads? Surely, they could not have materialized out of thin air. No. For the safety of Jiangnan province, I must validate my suspicion. Li Lan thought, his expression grave. Harnessing his psychic abilities, he directed himself deeper into the core area. Approximately 4 hours later, he arrived at a scene where the water's surface was strewn with countless vines and the blood of extraordinary beasts. 2 royal-level creatures had perished at his hands, a feat made possible by the natural advantage of his wood element powers against these water attributes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accomplish so swiftly. Upon extracting their cores, he indeed found the familiar soul threads within them. Control ability is happily consuming soul threads. Control energy 100. Control ability is happily consuming soul threads. Control energy 100. A mere 100? It seems these soul threads are not whole. But who is it that controls these beasts? What could their motivation be for inciting the beast tide? Regardless, the mastermind behind this must be a nefarious individual. Perhaps even an organization. Such deeds could not be the work of an ordinary person. Had it not been for Jiangnan province's ample and formidable military strength, the toll of this beast tide would have been catastrophic. As dawn approached, Li Lan hunted another beast, took a sample of the soul threads, and returned to his quarters. When morning broke, Li Lan had yet to open his eyes, but Su Xian had already completed his morning ablutions. Upon awakening, the first thing Li Lan did was turn to Su Xian, saying, "Take me to see the general." What? Su Xian was taken aback, feeling he had misheard. Why would they want to see the general at such a time? Yet, he sensed a peculiar gravity in his master's tone, a rare seriousness. Chapter 33. The Dark Moon Circus, puppeteer in the early morning, at the depths of Yumeng Lake's core area. A peculiar puppet floated upon the water surface. It was the size of an infant's arm, clad in a neatly tailored black suit, with its eyes obscured by a black cloth. Its expression was rigid, its visage contorted and eerie. Upon encountering a royal-level beast, it abruptly swelled to the size of an adult. Reached into the beast's head, probing twice before revealing a look of astonishment and strangeness. Then approached the corpses of 2 other royal-level beasts, repeating its earlier actions, maintaining the same bewildered demeanor. After lingering in place for a moment, its mouth parted slightly, emitting a chilling laugh. "Oh no, ha ha ha, we've been discovered. Oh no, ha ha ha, the captain's plan is doomed to fail. Oh no, ha ha ha." After this fit of laughter, it swiftly shrank back down, reverting to a small puppet, and floated downstream, sit past an island in the lake, It was picked up by a man dressed as a clown, sporting an exaggeratedly jovial expression and a bright red nose. Disappeared? Worry not, the plan is already halfway complete. The puppet once again released that eerie laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Puppeteer, you know I prefer being called a clown. Ha ha ha, clown, clown.go. Retrieve everything that has been lost. Ha ha ha. The clown nonchalantly discarded the puppet as if it were refuse. Due to limited housing in the village, not everyone could be assigned a room. Thus, beyond the support of the extraordinary beings, most soldiers were stationed in the camp outside the village. Naturally, General Xiang, the supreme commander of the army, was no exception. As Li Lan approached the camp, a group of soldiers barred his way. Halt, military zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited entry. We are here to see General Xiang, Su Xian explained. Do you have identification? A soldier inquired after a moment's hesitation. Su Xian shook his head. Note. Do you have an appointment? The soldier pressed further. Again, Su Xian shook his head. The soldiers' expressions hardened, and one of them stated, apologies, but military zones do not allow unauthorized entry. Young master, Su Xian glanced helplessly at Li Lan, who opened his eyes and spoke. What if we are looking for the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin? Looking for Ard Li Qin? A soldier asked, puzzled. What do you want with him? He is my brother, and I wish to discuss something important with him. The revelation that he was the brother of the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin left the soldiers astonished and skeptical. Since the onset of the Beast Tide, they had been stationed here, guarding the camp without a moment's respite. Military discipline was strict, different units rarely conversed, and even when they did, it was seldom trivial chatter. Thus, it was understandable that they did not know Li Lan. Are you truly Ard Li Qin's brother? The commanding officer questioned, scrutinizing Li Lan closely for any resemblance. He continued, Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and his brother Li Qingyang also has red hair. Why do you not? Li Qingyang had recently visited the Jiangnan military district, and thus the officer had encountered him not long ago in the Dragon Kingdom. Individuals with natural red hair, especially those with great power, were few and far between. Consequently, both Li Qin and Li Qingyang had left a lasting impression on him. However, after examining Li Lan for some time, he found that aside from a slight similarity in facial features and gender, there were few other resemblances. Red hair. Upon hearing this, Li Lan felt a headache coming on and silently closed his eyes. By his side, Su Xian interjected. My young master's name is Li Lan, the youngest son of the Li family, brother to Li Qin, and the grandson of the Flame Emperor. You can verify this. As for the matter of red hair, you may find it hard to believe, but every member of the Li family dyes their hair, including the Flame Emperor. They're all dyed? The officer's lips twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, but we currently lack the means to verify your identities and cannot allow you entry. However, if you have anything to say, I can relay it to the general upon their return. Return? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Are you saying that the general and my brother are not currently in the military camp? The officer remained silent. Understanding his implication, Li Lan nodded and said, Su Xian, let us head back. After watching the two leave, one soldier suddenly remarked, I heard a few days ago about a youth named Li Lan who single-handedly dispatched 3 commander-level beasts. Could it be him? What? 3 commander-level beasts? How is that possible? Surely that's an exaggeration? It's absolutely true. By the way, I think I heard during lunch that the royal-level beast that was recently removed was also slain by a young man named Li Lan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he is formidable, he is merely a transcendent. How could he have killed a royal-level beast? It's true. That royal-level beast was heavily injured by the general and fled, only to be killed later by Li Lan. Goodness, that's terrifying. Are all the members of the Li family monsters? The soldiers buzzed with chatter. Dispatching 3 commander-level beasts? Slaying a heavily injured royal-level beast? The officer was taken aback by their conversation. Realizing the implications, he shot them a glare. What are you all clamoring about? Do you not know military discipline? You all forfeit lunch today and will do 50,000 squats after the shift change. After lunch, the cleaning duties resumed. Following the events of the previous day, many harbored a sense of dread towards Li Lan. Even Huang Zichao dared not speak ill of him anymore. Upon seeing Li Lan's team, he turned on his heel and walked away, not daring to show any discourtesy. Benefiting from Li Lan's influence, Su Xian and others found the day considerably easier. Whatever they did, there were always people eager to assist them, creating a cheerful atmosphere, save for one individual. Behind a large tree, Xiong Jinxiang watched Li Lan pound his chest in frustration. Damn it, I came here first. That evening, Li Lan discovered that Li Qin and the general had yet to return. Seeing the master laze about for yet another day, the fire elemental, enraged, beat up the lightning elemental before beginning its training. Fire elemental energy 45. The lightning elemental, having been innocently assaulted, cried while training. Lightning elemental energy 35. The wood elemental stood up for the lightning elemental, delivering a beating to the fire elemental, and happily commenced its own training. Wood elemental energy 40. The psychic ability, relishing in the misfortune of the fire elemental, began training after being beaten. Psychic energy 15. In order to avoid being beaten, the dragon tiger body refinement technique hid away to train. Host's physique 25. The control ability, observing everyone's vigorous training while trembling in a corner, also began its training. Control energy 10. Your control over the arcane arts has ascended to the initial stage of the intermediate level. As night descended, Li Lan lay in slumber when a sudden, melodious sound pierced the stillness from outside his window. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a shattered glass pane, with a peculiar little doll perched on the windowsill, gazing intently at him. The doll offered a subtle smile. And in that moment, Li Lan felt an unseen force grasping at his body, pulling him out of the window. The doll followed suit, soaring into the night. Li Lan, harnessing his telekinetic abilities, steadied himself while the doll landed in the grasp of a much larger puppet, one of adult stature. This grand marionette stood with its back to Li Lan, clad in a sharp black suit, adorned with a black top hat, and its eyes obscured by a black blindfold. What an oddity this is, Li Lan thought, eyeing it warily. Suddenly, the puppet's head spun around a full 180 degrees, revealing a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, greetings, my friend. I am the puppeteer. It appears you have something of mine? What could that be? Li Lan inquired, retrieving a strand of magical essence. Indeed, that is it, my friend. Kindly return it to me, and I shall depart immediately. It is of great significance to me. Could this object be the mastermind behind the beast tide? What if I refuse? What? The puppet chuckled. Ha ha ha, then you shall perish. In an instant, trees erupted from the ground, and the puppet leapt into the air, unleashing numerous fine threads from its hands. Each thread, upon touching a tree, animated it into a giant puppet, charging towards Li Lan with lethal intent. A master of wood and control. Li Lan's mind raced. Fiery blaze, he declared, as intense flames coalesced around him. Boom! The explosion consumed the trees, igniting them in a fiery inferno. Yet, the airborne puppet continued to manipulate its threads, directing the remaining trees to assault Li Lan once more. Even after losing limbs or heads, they moved as if they were immortal warriors. It seemed that only by vanquishing the puppet could he halt this onslaught. Li Lan concentrated on the puppet as wood elements rapidly coalesced around him. Ethereal verdancy, he uttered, summoning countless vines that surged toward the airborne marionette. The puppet's mouth gaped in astonishment as it pulled its threads, summoning all the tree warriors to form a colossal shield. Thwarting Li Lan's attack, It descended slowly, gazing at Li Lan with bewilderment. Ha ha ha, a stranger with mastery over wood. Who are you? You do not seem to hail from Jiangnan province. He cannot see me? Li Lan pondered, then replied, I am Mu Quebec. Thank you for revealing your name. Esteemed M.R.Mu Quebec until we meet again. The puppet shrank rapidly and vanished into the darkness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the puppeteer. Hailing from the Dark Moon Circus, Chapter 34. The Mysterious Woodmaster, the Secret Realm of Hanjiang. The Dark Moon Circus, one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Alliance. Is there not already a black coffin present? What brings them here? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Logically, if a nefarious force already existed locally, other malevolent entities would not dare to intervene recklessly. Moreover, they share a common patron, the Spirit Alliance, a group of lunatics entangled with foreign races. As the lights around him flickered to life and distant troops approached, Li Lan used his telekinesis to flip back into bed, succumbing to slumber once more. Downstream of the Yuming Lake, on Heart Island, lies the renowned Lake Dream Resort, a once exclusive sanctuary now devoid of visitors due to the beast tide. At this hour, only one circus remained illuminated. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. Animal tamers entertained their majestic lions, magicians played with cards, and tightrope walkers balanced gracefully above. Meanwhile, the clown, the circus leader, entertained an unusual guest, a small boy, around 6 or 7 years old, adorned with a skull necklace. His bright eyes were engrossed in a book titled 120 Cruel Punishments of the Ancient Dragon Kingdom. Resembling the well-behaved, book-loving child of a neighbor, little creature, have you given it any thought? Now that you have severed ties with the Spirit Alliance, only my Dark Moon Circus can assist you. Assist me in this task, and I shall bestow upon you a black coffin, a holy relic, and 2 semi-holy relics. The clown spoke with a persuasive tone. The boy seemed to ignore him, continuing to read his book. What is so captivating about that tattered tome? Ignoramus, indeed. The boy raised his head, revealing a look of disdain. Will you assist or not? Though I am a naughty child, I adhere to my principles. To be frank, clown, I do not particularly like you, nor do I have fondness for the Spirit Alliance. The boy closed his book and stated, You spend your days with those monsters. Be wary. For one day you may become a monster yourself. Impossible. That cannot happen. Why not? You simply have not noticed yet. You have abandoned your principles, have you not? Speak as if you possess such principles yourself. The clown scoffed. The boy smirked. I do not harm good children. Such sweet words, the clown retorted. You are merely a little monster who enjoys tormenting children. Call me what you will. Will you assist or not? 1 holy relic, 3 semi-holy relics, one of which must be of the dark type. Agreed. The clown waved his hand, producing a pitch-black ring that appeared in the boy's palm. Covered in blood-red runes, exuding an eerie aura, if one listened closely, they could hear the faint sounds of anguished wails emanating from the ring. This is the blood-dark ghost ring. Trust that it will significantly heal your wounds. Thank you. The boy donned the ring, feeling revitalized. Leave the matter of locating the secret realm of Hanjiang to me. However, this shall be my final assistance. I truly dislike associating with you Spirit Alliance pests. But I have heard you engage in nefarious deeds under the banner of the Spirit Alliance daily. Who doesn't he enjoy throwing dirt? The boy chuckled, his eyes glowing crimson through the skull necklace. At that moment, the puppeteer approached the clown, whispering with an eerie chuckle. Upon hearing the puppeteer's words, the clown frowned. Failed? A woodmaster? Have I not dispatched those fools? Ha ha ha. He claims his name is Mu K. Leader, call me the clown. The clown said irritably, Mu K. I did not anticipate that old fellow would remain. The boy could not suppress a sneer. What troubles you? The clown inquired. Nothing, just found it amusing. Is he not Mu K? The clown questioned, Do you know who he is? When did Jiangnan province produce another woodmaster? I am under no obligation to inform you. However, I possess a significant secret. If I disclose it, those foreign entities behind you may be elated. What secret? The clown asked, intrigued. I shall not tell you. The boy laughed, dusted off his clothes, and departed the circus tent. As he walked away, all activity within the circus ceased. Clown, why do we not eliminate this traitor? A severely weakened terrestrial immortal. Surely our superiors would be pleased. The animal tamer could not contain his greed as it surfaced. Perhaps he speaks the truth. The clown turned to the tamer, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. I recall you did not join the circus merely to please others. The rapid gain of power has caused you, and even me, to forget who we truly are. Yet soon after, he smiled. But I trust it will not be long before we free ourselves from their control. The next day, Li Lan awoke to the sound of hushed discussions outside. How terrifying! Who are these 2 masters of the arcane arts? Unknown, but judging by the circumstances, they appear to be 2 wood element masters. Yet I witnessed flames last night. Indeed, one of them possesses fire elemental abilities. Truly terrifying. Feel this vine. So hard, so massive. A forceful thrust would surely be lethal. Indeed, I believe even the most elite of masters would struggle to withstand a single strike from this vine. Touch that branch's remains. It is even poisonous though. Zhou Siyuan has collapsed after touching the branch. This is alarming. I merely jested about the poison. Did not the masters leave the village yesterday? Who could this wood master be? I suspect it is that janitor. He always seems so mysterious, undoubtedly a reclusive master. I reckon it is the village chief. who visits widow Lu's home daily. She must be a wicked person, and the chief has sacrificed so much for the village. Ha! Do you have a grudge against the village chief? You might as well guess the lazy god, given how closely Lon lives to the battlefield. It can't possibly be the lazy god. He is merely 17 years old. Have you lost your mind? Alas, if only the lazy god were female. Stop dreaming. Even if she were, she wouldn't give you a second glance. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air as Su Exine pushed Li Lon along the path. Young master, today, let us continue our search for General Xiang. Li Lon rubbed his temples. Feeling the aftereffects of last night's battle, which had robbed him of a good night's rest, not physically, but mentally. Young master, allow me to massage your temples. Su Exine activated the wheelchair's massage function and guided Li Lon toward the military district. Today, since General Xiang and his team were in the barracks, they merely needed to announce their presence, and the soldiers permitted them to enter. The generals are in the conference room. You may go in directly. All right, thank you. As Li Lon arrived at the conference room door, he could hear the cacophony of voices within. I am certain there is at least one extraordinary practitioner hidden within the village. And this practitioner wields wood-based abilities. Impossible. That is simply not feasible. I have been stationed here for 30 years and have never encountered a single unfamiliar wood-based practitioner. Then can you explain the battle from last night? Furthermore, we discovered 3 corpses of royal beasts deep in the core area. All were slain by a wood-based practitioner. One person single-handedly battling 3 royal beasts. That individual must be at least a mid-tier practitioner. And likely quite advanced in age. It is understandable that you would not recognize them after only 30 years here. Why must it be a wood-based practitioner? Are there no other possibilities? What if they merely possess a wood attribute artifact? Regardless, they must be a remarkably kind elder. Had they not intervened last night, this place would likely be a scene of carnage. Who was the assailant that attacked the village last night? What was their motive? At this moment, everyone turned to see Su Exine and Li Lon standing at the door, and the room fell silent. Is that little Lon? General Xiang kindly beckoned. Come in. Su Exine pushed Li Lon into the conference room. Li Lon scanned the room, noticing that his third brother was absent. Little Lon, what brings you to me? General, I have something to present to you. What is it? Li Lon retrieved the magic soul silk from his pocket and placed it in General Xiang's hands. I discovered this on the corpse of a royal beast a few days ago. Upon seeing the magic soul silk, the room fell into silence. General Jiang Nan slammed the table and exclaimed, "The Dark Moon Circus, puppeteers, those scoundrels, damned bastards. They dare to toy with the lives of over 100 million people in Jiangsan province. Utter beasts. What is this?" A confused military officer inquired. General Xiang explained, "This is magic soul silk, one of the 5 branches of spiritual energy, utilized by the puppeteers of the Dark Moon Circus. It is a relic of control. Once inserted into the brain, the puppeteer can briefly control the body of a person or beast." General Xiang, are you suggesting that the Dark Moon Circus used this to incite the beast tide? Chief Jiang inquired. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. I fear it is not just this one item. Royal beasts are not so easily controlled. Another officer questioned, but isn't the Dark Moon Circus based in the north? How did they suddenly appear here? I may know why they have come, the old director of Jiangnan's Supernatural Bureau stated as he rose, vigorously patting Li Lan's shoulder. Young man, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of citizens in Jiangsan province, I thank you. You have been a tremendous help. For what reason? Even General Xiang turned to look at the old director with curiosity. The director pondered for a moment before solemnly uttering 4 words. Cold River Secret Realm? Cold River Secret Realm? What kind of secret realm is this? I have never heard of it before. Neither have I. Is there such a realm in Jiangnan province? What makes this secret realm so special? The crowd buzzed with curiosity, directing their attention toward the old director. This matter was originally classified, but given the current circumstances, it seemed acceptable to disclose it. The old director sighed and said, the Cold River Secret Realm was discovered over 500 years ago in Jiangnan province, hidden deep within Yunming Lake. According to the speculation of a powerful terrestrial immortal at that time, this secret realm may conceal a tremendous secret. A tremendous secret. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that the old director is a renowned practitioner. For him to characterize something as a tremendous secret is no trivial matter. What secret? Chief Jiang inquired. The old director shook his head. I do not know. This was told to me by my teacher before he passed. He also mentioned that if one were to grasp the secret within, even an ordinary person could become a terrestrial immortal within 3 years. Wow! The crowd stared in shock, their eyes wide. The notion that an ordinary person could attain the status of a terrestrial immortal within 3 years was unfathomable. Currently, there are only a few dozen terrestrial immortals among the entire human race, most of whom are ancient beings, living relics from eras long past. For instance, the ancestor of the Qing family, the Wood Emperor, was already a celebrated master over 300 years ago. 3 years compared to their 300 years. No one dared to contemplate such a notion. However, old director, if such a terrifying secret realm exists, it should have been excavated long ago, right? General Xiang questioned. Indeed, if such a treasure were truly present, it should have been unearthed at the time of its discovery. How could it possibly be left until now? Allowing the Dark Moon Circus to covet it? You are mistaken. According to my teacher, this secret realm is actually sealed. Breaking the seal requires a substantial amount of energy. Even with a substantial amount of energy, it should not have taken this long to activate. The commander interjected. I have not finished, the old director continued. In addition to being sealed, it is also in a state of random movement, shifting unpredictably. My teacher learned this from his own master, so his recollection is not entirely clear. However, I can speculate that the first group to discover the Cold River's secret realm intended to open it. But before they could, it vanished. Everyone knows that Yunming Lake connects to the sea, and at the lake's deepest depths reside 2 royal beasts. Therefore, for safety's sake, that first group decided to keep the secret of the realm hidden, intending for future generations to explore it. But that secrecy has lasted for hundreds of years. Upon hearing the old director's words, the atmosphere turned grave. If such a terrifying secret realm fell into the hands of the Spiritual Energy Society, the consequences would be dire. General Jiangnan spoke solemnly. A month ago, I received news that an elder of the Spiritual Energy Society obtained a blood attribute relic from an alien race, which allows them to gain immense power by absorbing blood. It appears they intend to use this to unlock the Cold River secret realm. But isn't the secret realm's location unpredictable? How would they find it? General Xiang asked. As soon as he spoke, the name that arose in the minds of all the extraordinary practitioners present, except for Li Lan, was the Black Coffin, the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus plans to collaborate with the Black Coffin. But the Black Coffin has already been declared a traitor by the Spiritual Energy Society, has it not? Even if he is a traitor, the High Priest Master is still a member of the Spiritual Energy Society. If the Spiritual Energy Society is willing to pay a price, the High Priest may well cooperate with them. Moreover, let us not forget, the High Priest is currently in a severely injured state and desperately needs resources to recover. The only one who can assist the Spiritual Energy Society is the High Priest, and we all know the power of the blood sacred puppets. The old director sighed. The pressing matter at hand is to stop the extermination of the beasts. We must not allow the Spiritual Energy Society's scheme to succeed. Blood sacred puppets? Upon hearing these 4 words, Li Lan felt a tightening in his chest and could not help but ask, what does blood sacred puppets mean? Several extraordinary practitioners exchanged glances. Ultimately, the old director replied, it is not a secret. I may as well inform you. You should know that the sacred relic of the Spiritual Energy Society, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, consists of 1 mother cup and 10 subsidiary cups. The subsidiary cups can be used to plant sacred blood, while the mother cup can both plant sacred blood and dissolve it. Li Lan nodded. His brother had mentioned this to him before. He had also heard some rumors regarding the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society. Each branch leader was exceptionally powerful, possessing at least the strength of a late-stage great ability user. The reason the Spirit Energy Society allowed them such freedom, without fearing their independence, was that these 5 leaders, besides being heads and owners of the Dark Moon Cup, had also been implanted with sacred blood by the Dark Moon Mother Cup, rendering them under its control. At this point, the old director paused momentarily. Li Lan remained silent, knowing that the old director would continue his narration. The old director turned to Li Lan, seemingly waiting for him to inquire. Why would the High Priest, being controlled, still betray the Spirit Energy Society? However, after a prolonged silence, he did not hear Li Lan ask. With no other choice, he resumed his explanation. As for the reason behind the High Priest's betrayal, it was because he had broken free from the control of the sacred blood, completely mastering the Dark Moon Cup. and had even transcended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The high priest was indeed a formidable being in the realm of terrestrial immortals. Upon hearing this, Li Lan felt a jolt in his heart. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. He had previously clashed with the high priest, who did not exhibit any semblance of a terrestrial immortal. The old director continued. Subsequently, to prevent the high priest from causing havoc, 3 terrestrial immortals pursued him relentlessly, inflicting severe injuries upon him. It was during that time that the existence of the sacred blood puppet came to light. After the high priest took control of the Dark Moon Cup, it underwent a mutation, transforming into a brand new Dark Moon Holy Cup. Not only could it control the holders of sacred blood, but it could also usurp their forms, granting them power and sharing sensory experiences with them. At that time, the high priest was actually killed, and it was only through the Holy Cup that he was revived. However, given his current condition, it seemed there were significant limitations. It was likely that if he were killed once more, he would not be able to resurrect through usurpation. This sacred blood should be like any other. As long as it is continually suppressed, it should pose no threat, right? Li Lan couldn't help but inquire. Currently, Su Xian still possessed sacred blood, and if one day he were usurped by the high priest, it would be disastrous. The old director nodded, stating that theoretically, it should be so. That's good. Li Lan sighed in relief. But why are you asking this? Given your nature, shouldn't you be disinterested in such matters? The old director inquired with a smile, appearing like a benevolent grandfather. Even the lazy have their curiosities. The old director nodded in agreement, glancing at the numerous great ability users and high-ranking military officials surrounding them. Let us commence our actions. We must not allow the schemes of the Spirit Energy Society to succeed. General Xiang, Chief Jiang of Jiangnan, and Director Jiang of the Special Department all nodded in unison. Leaving the conference room, Su Xian pushed Li Lan, who willingly followed behind them. Along the way, many officers expressed their gratitude to Li Lan, to which he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the lakeside, everyone gazed in astonishment at the group of officers and great ability users surrounding Li Lan. What is going on? What major event has occurred? How come there are so many people? By the heavens! How did Lazy God end up here? Truly a testament to Lazy God's dedication. He even infiltrated the command center for the sake of laziness. He has reached the pinnacle of laziness. But why are there so many great ability users? Could it be that something truly significant has transpired? I too suspect that a major event may have unfolded. Why do you say that? Tell me you saw it on the faces of those great ability users. They are typically serious and stoic. Look at Li Lan. He is awake. He is actually keeping his eyes open. Is that not apparent? Logically, at this hour, Lazy God should be tucked away, sleeping, while Su Xian manages all the meals and drinks. General Xiang surveyed the scene, loudly declaring, "Attention everyone, effective immediately, we are halting the beast-clearing operations from now on. The task will shift to a defensive mission. The objective is to keep the beasts at bay without killing them. Should it become necessary to slay a beast, dispose of its carcass on the shore. Not in the water, remember? The emphasis is on not discarding the carcass in the water." This declaration thundered through the air, reaching the ears of nearly all present. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. It seems a significant event has indeed transpired. Why must the carcasses not be disposed of in the water? I have no idea, but since the higher-ups have deemed it so, there must be a reason. We shall follow protocol, that is true. However, this means Lazy God cannot intervene. His fire element would obliterate the beasts in the water, making retrieval impossible. Did you all hear me clearly? General Xiang asked loudly. We heard you clearly. Everyone responded in unison. As long as you understand. I am aware some are absent, so I would appreciate it if you could relay my earlier words to them. Certainly. At that moment, a wind elemental great ability user hurriedly flew over from the distant lake, his expression one of terror. What happened? It's bad, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are charging from the depths of the core area. Chapter 36 The identity of the great ability user exposed. What? How could this be? How is it possible for them to arrive so swiftly? I just checked the beast detection instruments, and it clearly indicated there were no beasts near the riverbank. Wasn't he the Golden Saint fighter stationed in the core area? With him present, how could any beasts breach this location? There were originally 6. He was able to hold one back, leaving 5 still remaining. The crowd displayed looks of alarm and hurriedly fled towards the shore. Just then, A massive fish with wings, measuring several dozen meters long, burst forth from the water, lunging towards the bank with a powerful flick of its tail. It created towering waves, crashing toward the shore like a tidal wave. Everyone, stay away from the lakeside. Retreat. You all go and block the beasts in the tributary. We will handle the ones by the lake. General Xiang shouted, taking to the air and delivering a powerful kick to the fish. Boom. The monstrous fish was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the water. Bang. Immediately after, another colossal beast surged from the depths. It was a gigantic crocodile, its visage menacing, with eyes the size of a human head, fangs bared, and a tail that struck the ground with such force it left a massive crater. Old Xiang. Don T kicked that crocodile back into the water. Let us take it down together. Chief Jiang shouted with laughter. Understood, General Xiang nodded. The two surged forward, and the remaining 4 king-level beasts emerged onto the shore. Engaging in fierce combat with the 5 great ability users, at that moment, the old director suddenly had a realization and urgently called out to General Xiang. General, leave this to us. Quickly go inform Li Qin that the carcass of that king-level beast must not be disposed of in the water. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he was about to fly towards Yunming Lake, a young man clad in golden armor with vibrant red hair slowly descended in front of them. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Li Qin curiously asked, What is with your expressions? Aren't you pleased to see me, the son of justice, return? At that moment, the giant crocodile lunged at him. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from his body as he delivered a punch that sent the giant crocodile crashing back into the water. The crowd's expressions shifted yet again. Li Qin? Unable to contain himself, General Xiang quickly briefed him on the situation regarding the secret realm of Hanjiang. Damn it, why didn't you inform me sooner? Li Qin hastily dove into the water, disregarding the giant crocodile and instead racing towards the location where he had previously slain a king-level beast. However, he was too late, by the time he arrived at the spot where he had dispatched the king-level beast. It had vanished without a trace. Damn those pesky insects, Li Qin cursed under his breath. When he returned to the shore, all 5 king-level beasts had been slain. The dynamics of battle on the shore were distinctly different from those in the water. The water was the natural domain of water elemental beasts, where the immense water elements and inherent racial advantages allowed them to unleash unparalleled destructive power. However, once they reached the shore, their advantages would be significantly diminished. Their strength reduced by at least 30%. Thus, they were no match for General Xiang and the others. All eyes turned towards Li Qin, whose face was grim as he shook his head. The corpses are gone. If they are gone, then so be it. As long as we secure the corpses of these 5 beasts, that is what matters, General Xiang stated. What has transpired has already occurred. There is no point in lamenting now. We must focus on what we can do at present. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a strange laughter echoed. I fear you won't even be able to keep hold of these 5 corpses. Who goes there? The crowd turned towards the lake's surface, where they spotted a small wooden boat with a puppet seated upon it. The puppet, dressed in black cloth and of adult size, held a fishing rod, seemingly engaged in fishing. Puppet Master! The name resonated in everyone's minds simultaneously. Be cautious. Members of the Dark Moon Circus have arrived, the old director said in a grave tone. The puppet master gently flicked his fishing rod, and immediately, a beast's carcass began to move, almost dragged into the water. General Xiang quickly intervened to prevent it. General Xiang, it's been a while. A voice filled with eerie laughter echoed. The crowd turned to see 6 individuals clad in peculiar attire, who had inexplicably appeared on the lake's surface. Their auras were strange and powerful, each possessing the strength of a great ability user, with bizarre makeup adorning their faces. It seemed less like a gathering of formidable beings and more like a troupe of circus performers, magicians, animal tamers, tightrope walkers, and clowns. The impending clash between the 2 factions was palpable at this sight. The puppeteer revealed a sinister smile. With a gentle flick of his fishing rod, he cast dozens of fine threads towards the extraordinary beings on the shore. Meanwhile, Li Lan, reclining in his wheelchair, drifted between slumber and repentance. He reflected on his recent actions and let out a sigh. Had he been too industrious in recent days? This was not how he behaved back home. How infuriating! If Li Lan were diligent, Would he still deserve the name Li Lan? Perhaps he should be called Li Qin instead. No, he resolved that he must embrace greater laziness in the future. He was aware that danger was encroaching, yet he could not muster the energy to move. Just then, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The fire element is greatly angered by its master's laziness and has taken action on its own. The wood element is similarly enraged and has initiated its own response. The lightning element, too, is furious and has set forth on its own. The telekinetic ability is incensed by its master's indolence and has commenced action independently. The control ability, likewise, is aggrieved by its master's lethargy and has begun to act. In an instant, the fire element surged forth, igniting a fierce blaze, while explosions resonated from every direction. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, pregnant with thunder, as bolts the size of an infant's arm descended with reckless abandon. Countless vines erupted from the ground, repelling the approaching threads, scorching flames, thunderous strikes. The wood element is heavenly restraint. The three formidable powers unleashed themselves. The situation shifted dramatically. After repelling the threads, the three elements charged towards the members of the Dark Moon Circus. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the circus but also Li Lan's elder brother Li Qin, General Xiang, and others looked at Li Lan with expressions of sheer terror. As for Su Xian, who stood beside Li Lan, he found himself momentarily breathless, his mind a blank canvas. Impossible. How could this be? Am I dreaming? How could the young master possibly be a formidable being? The other extraordinary individuals gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if a large egg could fit inside. The puppeteer aboard the ship, upon seeing his threads thwarted, was momentarily paralyzed with shock, fixated on Li Lan. After a moment of contemplation, a sinister grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, Mu Ke, we meet again." He turned to the clown. "Captain, he's the wood element extraordinary being from a few days ago." Everyone present felt a jolt of shock, including Li Lan himself. Chapter 37. The mysterious stone door, the giant beast beneath the lake. As Li Lan contemplated reclaiming these extraordinary powers, it was already too late. The fire element and wood element unleashed their fury, while the lightning element struck with reckless abandon. The number of strikes aimed at the fire element far exceeded those aimed elsewhere. "General Xiang, I didn't expect you all to be so well concealed," the clown exclaimed with a hearty laugh. A 17-year-old extraordinary being. How intriguing! His eyes sharpened, and his tone turned icy. "But you wouldn't assume that a mere child could thwart the grand schemes of the Dark Moon Circus, would you? Puppeteer, ha ha ha, I heard you, Captain." The puppeteer leaped into action, removing his hat to reveal a mane of thick, black hair. Immediately, the hair began to grow aggressively, surging towards the shore. "We know what this is." General Xiang and the others exchanged glances with Li Lan, and with no time to spare, unleashed their energies. The aura of extraordinary beings became unmistakable. However, the black hair did not attack them. Instead, a portion surged towards the corpses of the 5 extraordinary beasts on the ground. Upon contact, the beasts stirred to life as if revived, while others lunged at the extraordinary beings. General Xiang and his companions, unable to ponder further, hastily activated their powers to defend against the advancing black hair. Upon contact, they soon realized that these were not mere strands of hair but rather an array of black threads, each one incredibly tough and impervious to water and fire. When Li Lan's fire element discovered it could not incinerate the black hair, it chose not to return to Li Lan's body but instead turned to engage the lightning element in battle. With one unleashing fire and the other unleashing lightning, they clashed violently. Sensing the energy within him rapidly depleting, Li Lan lazily closed his eyes. "Forget it. I'm done. I'm tired." Yet, almost immediately, he felt his body moving on its own, controlled by the control and telekinetic abilities. Initially, he contemplated resisting, but then realized it was unnecessary. He let them take the lead. After the wood element and General Xiang safeguarded the extraordinary beings, they swiftly retreated. The puppeteer's faction initially considered pursuing, but then they heard the clown's voice. The mysterious realm is about to open. They exchanged glances, their energies surging. Boom. After a clash with General Xiang and the others, they quickly withdrew. The corpses of the extraordinary beasts had vanished. General Xiang and his companions hurried after them, while Li Lan trailed lazily behind. The fire and lightning elements continued their skirmish. However, The lightning element, being weaker, clearly found itself at a disadvantage against the fire element. After noticing Li Lan's absence, they paused momentarily before pursuing him. The lightning element struck the fire element in a fit of frustration, while the fire element retaliated with a fiery punch, sending the cloud that carried the lightning element reeling. Thus, the two elements exchanged blows, following closely behind Li Lan, who had already succumbed to slumber. From time to time, Li Qin glanced back at his younger brother. Sensing something was amiss, he felt as though Li Lan had truly fallen asleep. He then chuckled to himself. How could he be sleeping while flying? At the same time, he was secretly astonished by the depth of his brother's abilities. Besides being a wood element extraordinary being, he had also awakened the telekinetic ability. Inno Wonder Grandfather had instructed him to give the teleportation talisman to him. Such talent deserved the family's utmost attention. Observing the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed with concern. Liu Shaoqi, noticing Su Xian's despondent demeanor, couldn't he help but say, Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. He is so formidable that he'll surely be fine. Who is worrying about him? Su Xian replied nonchalantly. I'm just glad he has gone. I no longer have to serve anyone. Then why were you staring at the wheelchair? Why are you suddenly silent? Are you hungry? I made buns. The group arrived at the center of the Great Lake. A child stood on the water's surface, gazing into the depths of the lake, his eyes shimmering with a deep crimson glow. Sensing the arrival of the group, the child blinked. You're finally here. Have you found the entrance to the mysterious realm? The clown inquired, turning to the puppeteer. The puppeteer scratched his head, and the 5 extraordinary beasts fell into the water with a resounding splash. Submerged by the lake, a surge of crimson light erupted from the lake as the corpses of the 5 beasts rapidly transformed into desiccated remains. A smile crept across the clown's lips. The energy is replenished. Lead the way, little monster. The child nodded, his lively eyes darting towards Li Lan, who was soaring through the air. Little friend, we meet again. Yet, Li Lan had already fallen asleep, oblivious to his words. What rudeness! The child chuckled lightly and leaped into the water. The members of the Dark Moon Circus followed closely behind. Should we follow them? Director Jiang asked General Xiang and the others. The mysterious realm may have already opened. We cannot let them gain an advantage. General Xiang snorted in response and jumped in. Following him were General Jiang Nan, the old director, and others. Li Qin reigned in his fire element, pulling out an unknown bead and shattering it. A transparent protective shield enveloped him. Casting a worried glance at Li Lan, he recalled that he was a wood element extraordinary being, naturally countering water-based abilities, and jumped in as well. Li Lan trailed closely behind. As he gazed into the unfathomable depths of the lake, the fire element trembled slightly before hastily retreating into Li Lan's body. The lightning element displayed its bravado for a moment before following suit. The instant it entered the water, Li Lan was abruptly awakened. He opened his eyes to find himself submerged in an abyssal expanse of water, his surroundings partitioned by the control ability. Li Lan appeared bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? However, upon spotting Li Qin before him, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Just then, he was jolted by an electric shock. Turning to glare at the lightning element, which hastily retreated into his body, Li Lan yawned and resumed his slumber. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice chimed in. The fire element, upon seeing the lightning element's sudden return, gave it a thorough beating. The lightning element, this time, decided not to back down, retaliating in anger. The fire element responded with even greater ferocity. The lightning element was thoroughly defeated. Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Technique glanced at the two of them, shifted position, and continued to cultivate. Your physique has increased by 20. The group navigated through the water, finally halting before a colossal stone door. This door towered several dozen meters tall, crafted from a peculiar material, adorned with ancient and bizarre runes. The symbols appeared to be from another realm, their blue luminescence flickering ominously, exuding a chilling aura. With each flicker, the onlookers felt as though they were plunging into a boundless icy abyss. Their blood gradually congealing. Is this the entrance to the Cold River mysterious realm? The clown exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Boom! At that moment, the group sensed the mountain beside them shift, and immense pressure bore down upon them, causing everyone's hearts to sink in unison. For this is no mere mountain, but a terrifying and colossal aberration, a royal-grade beast. The minds of the onlookers fell into a state of bewilderment. The clown hurriedly summoned the power within him, and a blood-red orb surged forth, crashing against the stone door. Crack! A dreadful surge of blood energy erupted, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Under the influence of this formidable force, the seemingly indestructible stone door was forced open just a narrow slit. Chapter 38. Entering the secret realm, the first trial is to sit in stillness, had commenced. Yet, it had not fully opened. It was ajar. Just a fraction. This is dire. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the royal-grade beast, the faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. The clown struck the stone door with his palm. The water surged and roiled. Yet the door remained unresponsive, merely swaying slightly. However, that slight movement sparked a glimmer of hope within him. He turned to General Xiang, who was with his subordinates, and said, "General Xiang, surely you do not wish to see your entire army perish at the bottom of this lake?" General Xiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. General Jiang scoffed, "I'll spare your life for now," as if he could actually kill us. The beast master mockingly retorted, "Enough! Our lives are at stake." The clown urged the group, "Let us all act together." As his words fell, an immense surge of energy erupted. The combined forces of the crowd unleashed, as though the very fabric of space was about to tear apart. With the lake water surging tumultuously, this undoubtedly roused the nearby royal-grade beast. It opened its gigantic eyes, glaring furiously at the group. Its massive mouth slightly parted, and an overwhelming suction force erupted suddenly. A gaping maw of the abyss appeared before them. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, just as they believed their doom was imminent. Li Lan remained sound asleep. Damn it, when did this brat fall asleep? Doesn't he value his life? One of the tightrope walkers from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse. Forget about him, push harder. The door is about to open, the clown shouted. General Jiangnan also wanted to curse, but upon seeing Li Qin beside him, he ultimately held back. There was no point now. Cursing would do no good. He couldn't hear it anyway as the suction force intensified. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies were being pulled uncontrollably backward, on the verge of being swallowed by the giant beast's maw. In that instant, boom, the doors suddenly swung open. Splendid, the door is open. But alas, the royal-grade beast has already begun to move. Everyone, hurry inside. What kind of beast is this that I cannot even glimpse its entirety? It resembles an ancient tortoise that has lived in this lake for thousands of years. Thousands of years, the crowd exclaimed with delight, exerting every ounce of strength to rush inside. The terrifying aura of the beast even made them forget that their enemies were right beside them. Li Qin slapped Li Lan awake and grabbed his hand, pulling him in as well. "You rascal, what are you doing sleeping at a time like this?" Li Lan was jolted awake, glancing back at the beast. His eyelids flickering slightly, the wood element's divine ability instantly activated, ensnaring the two in a massive vine and pulling them out of the secret realm. Just as the entrance was about to close, the puppeteer approached the clown and kicked him out. The members of the Dark Moon Circus bore witness to this scene without surprise, as if they had anticipated it all along. The clown stood there, completely stunned. The puppeteer looked at him with a cryptic smile. "Dear leader, the pinnacle of control lies in manipulating the human heart. You?" The clown had no time to retort before the colossal tortoise devoured him whole. The door slowly began to close. The high priest, observing this turn of events, expressed mild astonishment yet was not surprised. He murmured to himself with a smile, "I warned him. Linger too long with monsters. And one must be wary of becoming a monster themselves." The high priest scanned the members of the Dark Moon Circus at the entrance of the secret realm and said, "Clearly, you have all transformed into monsters." "Ha ha ha, to be called a monster by you is our greatest honor," the puppeteer replied with a stiff and eerie grin. "But do take care. You might meet your demise in the secret realm." He cast a glance at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others, especially at you. Young Mu Quebec the puppeteer then looked at Li Lan once more. "When did you become Mu Ke?" Li Qin asked, puzzled, as he noticed that this fellow had once again fallen asleep. Feeling an urge to strike him, he hesitated as the high priest approached, placing a small blood pill in Li Lan's hand. "What are you trying to do?" Li Qin and the others eyed him warily. "Don't misunderstand. This is an antidote. An antidote?" General Xiang and the others looked bewildered. What antidote? Li Qin inquired with a hint of suspicion. Isn't young Su Xian afflicted by the sacred blood? This is, of course, the antidote to the sacred blood. When did you become so benevolent? I have always been this kind-hearted. A hint of innocence appeared on the high priest's youthful face. Gentlemen, we shall meet again shortly. Li Qin sniffed it and found nothing amiss, then stuffed the antidote into Li Lan's pocket. They were currently traversing through a frigid tunnel. The air inside was icy, and ahead lay a multitude of separate passages. Each passage represented an individual, and upon entering one, it would automatically close behind them. After a brief discussion, General Xiang and the others each chose a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Lan, intending to pull him into the same passage, but was halted by an invisible wall of air as they approached. At the same time, a resonant voice echoed in their minds, "Welcome, esteemed trial takers, to the Water God Palace." Each passage may only be traversed by a single trial taker. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qin's hand itched once more. Just as he was about to slap Li Lan awake again, Li Lan opened his eyes on his own. "Brother, I'll take that one. You go ahead. Take care of yourself. You too." Watching Li Qin enter the passage, Li Lan rubbed his eyes and sat down to sleep once more. The fire element, exasperated by your laziness, begins to diligently cultivate. Fire element energy 50. The lightning element, seeing the fire element being chastised, bursts into laughter and begins to train earnestly. Lightning element energy 50. The wood element, witnessing the fire element's futile rage, delivers a thorough beating to the fire element, then settles down to cultivate. Wood element energy 50. Seeing your utter laziness, the telekinetic and control abilities assist you in making a choice. Immediately, Li Lan's body began to move on its own, drifting towards the remaining passage. The tunnel sealed shut behind him. Li Lan floated forward until he encountered a small ice house, where he came to a halt. The telekinetic ability pushed the door open, revealing the ice house to be utterly empty, save for a small mat resting on the floor. Once Li Lan sat upon the mat, the ethereal voice resonated once more. Wind signifies motion, water signifies stillness. Welcome, trial takers, to the first trial of the Water God Palace. Entry into stillness. By sitting upon the mat, each day for 30 days, you shall receive bountiful rewards. The flow of time within this trial differs from the outside world, so there is no need to worry about time passing too slowly. Due to the unique nature of the Water God Palace, you will experience no discomfort while in stillness, only the enduring solitude. During this period of stillness, movement of the body is prohibited. Any movement will result in disqualification from the trial. Should you fail to conclude your stillness within 30 days, it shall be deemed a failure of the trial. Failure consequence. Annihilation. Chapter 39. The Spirit of the Water God. The tragic demise of two formidable practitioners. Upon hearing the voice of the Spirit of the Secret Realm, the crowd felt a surge of joy. Bountiful rewards? Merely by sitting still. It seems this journey is worthwhile. Although the duration of sitting is somewhat lengthy, it is worth a try regardless. At this moment, both the members of the Dark Moon Circus and General Xiang's group began to prepare themselves. However, when they heard the final words, a chill spread through their hearts. Annihilation. Is this a joke? Annihilation? Are they insane? Must there be such a brutal punishment for simply sitting still? Inside the ice house, the beast tamer frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing further thoughts, for these were the rules of the secret realm. Not something he could alter at will. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. As a beast tamer, patience is a requisite skill. Otherwise, he could never tame the wild and ferocious beasts. With my patience, enduring 30 days of stillness should pose no significant issue. Others in the Dark Moon Circus shared a similar sentiment. All were skilled performers, and when it came to patience, they were certainly equal or superior to most. The military personnel felt likewise. The only ones feeling anxious were the old director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau and a few other extraordinary practitioners who were not military officers. Li Qin remained unconcerned. After all, as a member of the Li family, enduring confinement in a small dark room during childhood to cultivate patience was a common occurrence. Sometimes, the trials lasted several months. With every necessity addressed within the entire Li family, it was likely only the peculiar Li Lan who had not undergone such rigorous training in his youth. He had even hidden in the ancestral hall's coffin to evade training. Sleeping alongside his ancestors, thank goodness for the presence of the Flame Emperor. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Sitting in stillness, how intriguing. The high priest touched the skull necklace around his neck. His body instantly stiffened, his gaze becoming hollow and lifeless. As if he had transformed into a corpse, he sat upright on the mat. The puppeteer mirrored him closely, sharing a similarly eerie smile. Transformed into a true puppet? Devoid of spirit, he bowed his head and sat cross-legged on the mat. Dear trial seekers, the challenge is about to commence. Please prepare swiftly. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The level has been activated. It will automatically close once everyone concludes their meditation. To all trial seekers, the spirit of the water god wishes you good fortune. We shall meet again in 30 days. The ethereal voice faded, and all returned to silence. The water god palace. The spirit of the water god. Calling upon divinity, it appears this secret realm is no trivial matter. This thought arose in everyone's mind, save for Li Lan, who was soundly asleep. The fire element is engaged in a contest with the thunder element, vying to prove who reigns supreme in the realm of elemental powers. The wood element cheers from the sidelines while cultivating, gaining 60 wood element energy. The telekinesis ability, sipping on an energy drink produced by its master, pretends to train while spectating, gaining 1 telekinesis energy. The control ability looks down on the telekinesis ability's actions, snatching its drink, leading to a scuffle between the two powers. The telekinesis ability inadvertently struck the practicing Dragon Tiger body refinement technique, which promptly retaliated with a slap. The telekinesis ability began to wail, seeking refuge beside the wood element ability. The Dragon Tiger body refinement technique scoffed, finding a quiet spot to resume its cultivation, gaining 10 hosts body and spirit. The fire element decisively defeated the thunder element. The thunder element proclaimed loudly, "Damn it, I shall return." It then retreated to cultivate in silence, gaining 50 thunder element energy. The fire element lamented the solitude of invincibility and commenced its own training, gaining 40 fire element energy. 5 days later, the control ability has advanced to the early stage of the mid-tier. A day passed. The wireman of the Dark Moon Circus felt an inexplicable itch on his scalp after sitting for too long. Uncontrollably, he reached up to touch it. As soon as he did, a chill ran down his spine, and then he exploded from within, his flesh and blood splattering across the ground, vanishing against the icy walls as if he had never existed. Trial Seeker number 3 has perished. Friendly reminder, 24 days remain until the challenge concludes. Continue to strive, everyone. Upon successful completion, the Water God Palace will bestow generous rewards. May fortune favor you all, and may you live to claim them. The tone of the water goddess spirit remained ethereal and emotionless, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spines. A powerful being had perished so swiftly. This water god palace secret realm is indeed formidable. Who would have thought someone would die so soon? Number 3. Who was that again? The wireman? It's surprising he met his end so quickly. With the wireman's demise, it seems the director's words could hold truth, becoming a formidable being within 3 years. The group sat in silence, their minds racing. Li Lan remained asleep, undisturbed, feeling an unprecedented comfort, a sensation he had never experienced in his life. A day later, the thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element was soundly defeated by the fire element. 5 days later, the thunder element challenged the fire element again. The thunder element was once more overwhelmed by the fire element. Another 5 days passed. The thunder element challenged the fire element yet again. The thunder element faced another crushing defeat from the fire element. With 10 days remaining until the 30-day mark, the control ability has advanced to the late stage of the mid-tier. Li Lan continued to sleep soundly, while many others were reaching their limits. General Xiang and his comrades were drenched in perspiration. Li Qin furrowed his brow tightly. The high priest's powers had waned, and he sat cross-legged on the mat, his expression contorted as if on the verge of tears. The puppet master's marionette body had regained its former spirit, a strange smile stretching across its stiff face. With only 5 days left until the 30-day completion, Trial Seeker number 10 has perished. Friendly reminder, 5 days remain until the challenge concludes. Continue to strive, everyone. Alas, another has fallen. How can your patience be so lacking? This is the worst batch of trial seekers I have ever encountered. Another person has died. Who could it be this time? It seems they are not from our Black Coffin group. What a pity. Who would have thought old Qin, having guarded Jiangnan his entire life, would meet his end in this secret realm? I wonder if his body can be brought back. That last line sounded so familiar. The expressions of the group turned peculiar, and they sat on their mats, not daring to move a muscle. Another day passed. The thunder element challenged the fire element once more. The thunder element was once again vanquished by the fire element. With only 1 day remaining until the 30-day completion, Chapter 40. The thunder element stands up. The thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element was defeated by the fire element yet again. The 30-day ordeal has been completed. Everyone exhaled in relief, their rigid bodies straightening as they began to stretch. Finally, it's over. These 30 days have truly been unbearable. Director Jiang twisted his neck and remarked. General Xiang, expressionless, leaned against the wall for support. Others followed suit. The few who remained seated in silence were Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppet master, and the high priest of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the water god's spirit resonated. Congratulations to all. You have successfully passed the first trial. Currently, for trial seekers remain in the challenge. Once these 4 have completed their trials, all may progress to the second stage together. Now, rewards will be distributed. Following the disappearance of the voice, the 9 who completed the trial felt their ice houses stirred. A faint blue energy began to coalesce, infusing their bodies. Soon, they felt their elemental energy surge, erupting mightily, with some even ascending a minor tier. What pure elemental energy! What is the true origin of this water god palace? Is this water god palace a unique secret realm or a repeating one? If it is the latter, then fortune smiles upon us. I hope it is unique. Such treasures must not fall into official hands. Hee. The sensation of leveling up is truly delightful. The first trial was so arduous. What lies ahead? Reward. Source of purity, successfully distributed. The 9 trial seekers who have passed the trial will now enter spectator mode. A translucent blue screen, formed from gathered spiritual energy, appeared before everyone. Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppet master, and the high priest were prominently displayed on the screen. For Li Qin, the high priest, and the puppet master, there was little surprise. They had always been formidable, with the likes of the high priest and puppet master concealing considerable strength. However, upon seeing Li Lan, their eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this young child possess such remarkable endurance? Could it be that the high priest was referring to him? Such extraordinary talent. If the elders were to know, they would surely be elated. A 17-year-old being of immense power, with a will beyond measure, and a youthful physique. Truly remarkable. The members of the Dark Moon Circus were wide-eyed with excitement. General Xiang and his comrades were overjoyed. The little grandson of the Flame Emperor is indeed deep in hiding. However, their expressions soon turned grave. Such extraordinary talent, once exposed, would certainly attract the attention of hostile factions seeking to eliminate him. General Xiang's face hardened as he clenched his fists, feeling the long-lost urge to fight. This lad appears to be asleep, doesn't he? The old director leaned closer to the screen, his large eyes scrutinizing closely, doubting his own sight. After a prolonged gaze, he confirmed he was not mistaken. This boy has spent the entire month sleeping. He then chuckled at the absurdity of it. How could anyone sleep for an entire month? Yet, he recalled how Li Lan appeared upon entering the secret realm, drowsy and in a stupor. It does seem quite plausible. What kind of celestial being has the Li family given birth to? A day later, the thunder element challenged the fire element again. The thunder element was defeated by the fire element once more. 2 days later, the thunder element challenged the fire element again. The thunder element attempted a 1,000-year kill move, only to be overwhelmed and defeated by the fire element. The lightning element vowed to diligently cultivate, with the intention of subsequently overpowering the fire element, resulting in an increase of 50 to its energy. After 3 minutes of cultivation, the lightning element felt utterly exhausted and began to slacken its efforts, gaining an additional 10 energy. Meanwhile, the fire element, covering its behind, let out a wail and burst into tears, commencing earnest training, which resulted in a remarkable energy increase of 100.5 days later. Li Qin opened his eyes as a stream of pure source energy flowed into his body. Instantly, countless flames ignited around him, and his eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. The golden armor radiated a fiery red glow, and with his resolute features, he resembled a fierce flame warrior. This fellow has grown stronger again. A significant threat? How infuriating. He should have perished a decade ago. Truly, he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. May heaven bless my dragon kingdom. May heaven bless our human race. It seems Li Qin has become nearly equal to Li Qingyang. It appears that he has acquired a considerable amount of pure source energy. How vexing. I should have persevered a bit longer at that time. Suddenly, they seem to recall something and turn their gaze towards Li Lan. Their expressions grave. He is still holding on. Unbelievable. His willpower is even stronger than that of his third brother, Li Qin. I can already feel the satisfaction of the elders. The vitality of youth is becoming increasingly intriguing. Regrettably, the jester has perished. Otherwise, he would have been delighted. I wonder whether he died in the end or became one of us. This lad is truly a genius, surpassing even those old codgers from the Psychic Association in their youth. Alas, geniuses are often the most easily swayed, as they tend to be arrogant. Li Qin looked in astonishment at Li Lan on the screen, but upon seeing him asleep, he felt a sense of relief. This lad has indeed maxed out his talent for sleeping. 10 days later, the high priest concluded the trial. He glanced at the puppet master before turning his attention to Li Lan, his heart filled with profound significance. Another 5 days passed. The puppet master awakened. After absorbing the pure source energy, his puppet body began to sprout, growing wildly into a towering tree before reverting to its original form. He smiled enigmatically at Li Lan on the screen. Ha ha ha, Mu Ke, you are becoming increasingly fascinating. I wish to control you and turn you into my exclusive masterpiece. The fire element has challenged the lightning element. The fire element thoroughly defeated the lightning element. Half a month later, Li Lan still had not awakened. Another half-month passed, and Li Lan remained in slumber. 10 more days went by, and Li Lan was still unresponsive. The beast tamer and magician were on the brink of madness. Just how long is this kid going to sleep? Surely, they cannot be trapped in this wretched ice house for eternity. General Xiang and others felt anxious, yet managed to maintain their composure. The lightning element joyfully and diligently cultivated. Gaining 100 energy. The lightning element's skill level has risen to late-stage divine practitioner. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element. The lightning element, ha 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 ha. The lightning element, have finally risen. Chapter 41. What element is the divine water element? Another day passed, and Li Lan remained motionless, as if in a deep slumber. Just how long does this child intend to sleep? The high priest furrowed his brow in silence as he observed. The puppet master laughed incessantly, his puppet body trembling, creating an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth, occasionally pounding on the walls. The prolonged confinement in such a cramped and oppressive space had rendered them irritable and incensed. General Xiang and Chief Jiangnan quietly meditated, seemingly bored. What kind of anomaly has emerged from the Li family? Capable of sleeping so soundly? If he doesn't, he awakens soon. I'll be an old man by the time this is over. The old director sighed despondently, rolling around on the ground. Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin pulled out a copy of Golden Saint Warriors from his pocket and read it with great interest. 30 days before the trial's conclusion, 2 months had already elapsed. Li Lan still lay there, completely still, as if lifeless. After finishing his manga, Li Qin took out a copy of Doraemon and began reading again. Displaying no further reaction, the members of the Dark Knight Circus had resorted to banging their heads against the wall. General Xiang and others wished they could leap into the screen and slap Li Lan awake. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element. Another day passed. The lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element thoroughly defeated the fire element. Half a month later, the lightning element has challenged the fire element. The lightning element soundly defeated the fire element. The telekinesis ability is diligently cultivating, gaining 50 energy. The telekinesis ability's skill level has risen to late-stage high tier. The control ability is diligently cultivating, gaining 45 energy. The control ability's skill level has risen to mid-stage high tier. 30 days before the trial's conclusion, 3 months had already passed. Everyone was on the verge of insanity. The old director was nearly in tears, looking pitifully at Li Lan on the screen. Please, wake up quickly. I truly cannot endure this torment any longer. Deep within the core of the water god palace, the spirit of the water god furrowed its brow, gazing at the dwindling pure source energy, letting out a resigned sigh. Immediately after, the entire water god palace began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The crowd was initially startled, but upon witnessing Li Lan shaking from the tremors on screen, they burst into laughter. Finally, he has moved. He has finally moved. Heaven rewards the diligent. This trial has finally come to an end. What a struggle it has been. What manner of being is Li Lan, capable of sitting there for 4 months without so much as a twitch? Awakened by the commotion, Li Lan rubbed his bleary eyes and stretched. Feeling quite comfortable, just then, he heard the voice of the water god's spirit beside him. Congratulations, trialist, for successfully passing the first trial of the water god palace. Reward obtained. High purity pure source energy. Essence of the water god. Li Lan looked on in confusion. What trialist? What test? I'm completely in the dark. A surge of extremely pure energy flooded into his body, causing his internal energy to swell dramatically. The fire element absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, gaining 2,000 energy. The lightning element absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, gaining 1,000 energy. The wood element absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, gaining 800 energy. The telekinesis ability absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, gaining 600 energy. The control ability absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, gaining 600 energy. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Technique absorbed a surge of extremely pure energy, increasing the host's vitality 500. The fire element skill level has risen to Early Stage Great Divine Practitioner. The telekinesis ability's skill level has risen to Early Stage Divine Practitioner. Detected Sacred Relic. Essence of the Water God. Currently being devoured. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host, for awakening the ability. Divine Water Element. The Divine Water Element has comprehended the embryonic form of divine powers, the boundless ocean. The current level of the Divine Water Element is Early Stage Low Tier. The Lightning Element, seeing that the Fire Element had absorbed a majority of the energy, was infuriated and challenged the Fire Element. The Fire Element pummeled the Lightning Element into the ground, thoroughly defeating it. The Lightning Element looked woefully at the Fire Element and burst into tears. What is going on? What is the Divine Water Element? Can anyone enlighten me? Li Lan stood in bewilderment. In the next moment, he was automatically transported to a vast ice expanse. The members of the Dark Moon Circus glared at Li Lan with bloodshot eyes, their murderous intent palpable. You little brat. Are you a pig? Sleeping for so long. The beast tamer scolded furiously, but a phantom of a lion appeared behind him, roaring as it lunged at Li Lan. Li Lan was about to retaliate, but before he could make a move, the fire element surged forth from within him. A raging inferno manifested as a colossal hand. Swatting the lion away, a massive blaze hovered beside Li Lan, imbued with the might of a raging fire. Upon sensing this searing elemental energy, the members of the Dark Moon Circus turned pale. This is the great divine fire element. This little brat. He has broken through. Good heavens, a 17-year-old dual-element great divine practitioner. Such a talent is rare even in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Is this child a prodigy? The beast tamer gasped in shock, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to strike again, he was suddenly restrained by the puppet master. The beast tamer displayed a look of bewilderment, while the puppeteer wore a mysterious smile. No rush. General Xiang and the others, however, beamed with joy, their excitement directed towards Li Lan. Their previous torment forgotten. Indeed, Li Qin praised with a smile, you are truly the brother of my righteous son. General Xiang was about to add a few words when, at that moment, a blue ethereal figure appeared before them. She wore a crown and held a blue-gold scepter, her flowing yellow hair cascading down, adorned in a blue gown embedded with jewels. Her large eyes sparkled with intelligence and mystery, and beneath a prominent nose, her lips curled into a slight smile. The aura she exuded resembled that of the legendary queen of a snowy kingdom. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the second trial. Her ethereal voice resonated. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. This familiar voice. She must be the spirit of the water god from the water god's palace. Might I inquire, dear lady, what does the second trial entail? asked the magician in a suit with a smile, removing his top hat, from which a large bouquet of roses magically appeared. The content of the second trial is Chapter 42. Entering the second trial, Li Lan is in danger. Welcome, trial participants, to the Water God's Palace's second trial, Enlightenment. Sit quietly on the ice and comprehend the transparent runes in the air. During this comprehension phase, participants must not disturb one another. The duration for comprehension is 30 days. Those who succeed after this period will be rewarded handsomely. The flow of time within the trial differs from the outside world, so you need not worry about time passing too slowly. Due to the unique nature of the Water God's Palace, you will experience no discomfort during your comprehension, provided you possess sufficient patience. The greater the number of runes comprehended within 30 days, the more substantial the rewards upon completion. I shall now impart to you a technique named Water Encompasses All. Utilizing this technique to comprehend the transparent runes in the air will enhance your comprehension speed. Within 30 days, you must comprehend the essence contained within 10 runes. Failure to do so will result in a failed trial. Failure means annihilation. The spirit of the water god smiled faintly. Many were momentarily dazzled, but upon hearing the final word annihilation, they snapped back to reality, a chill running down their spines. Annihilation again. This secret realm truly tests the heart. They hoped the process of comprehension would not be overly difficult. They raised their gazes to the sky, where faint transparent runes shimmered. In the next moment, the technique appeared in everyone's minds. Water encompasses all. A method that enhances energy storage capacity. After cultivation, it would allow the body to store more energy. Although the technique's name included water, it was not exclusive to water elemental practitioners. Every practitioner could cultivate it, perfectly embodying the meaning of the phrase water encompasses all. Upon receiving the technique, smiles appeared on the faces of all. This technique was excellent. Even if they did not receive any other rewards in this trial, acquiring this technique was worth it. On the battlefield, when facing opponents of equal rank, it often came down to endurance. The one who could endure longer would triumph. But what allows one to persist? Energy. At this moment, the significance of this technique became evident. Just as single elemental practitioners could not compete with dual elemental practitioners, those with lesser energy could not contend against those with greater reserves. I wish you all good fortune. The spirit of the water god smiled. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus wore lecherous grins, yet the spirit of the water god did not regard them. Instead, she approached Li Lan and continued with a smile. I hope your performance in this trial will be as splendid as in the last. The beast tamer and others looked at Li Lan with envy and resentment. Why does this brat deserve such attention? Yet, Li Lan paid no heed to the spirit of the water god, appearing as if he had not even heard her words. He merely rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down to sleep. The spirit of the water god. This brat? Having guarded the water god's palace for hundreds of thousands of years, she had never encountered such a peculiar trial participant. Lai Qin's lips twitched as he hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Please do not take offense. He has always been like this. Not at all, the spirit of the water god replied. Geniuses often have peculiarities. It is quite normal. Now, the trial officially commences. The spirit of the water god vanished. The crowd was dispersed, each person surrounded by an air wall that isolated them from one another, likely to prevent malicious competition. With serious expressions, everyone sat down to meditate, activating the technique water encompasses all to begin their comprehension of the runes in the air. Only Li Lan remained asleep. That a day later, the high priest emanated a faint energy fluctuation, and a rune immediately entered his body. Witnessing this scene, the others became even more earnest. Soon after, another rune entered the puppeteer's body, followed by Li Qin's. 3 days later, members of the Dark Moon Circus and General Xiang's group successively comprehended runes. Li Lan, however, continued to sleep. Seeing this, Li Qin felt anxious but could only sigh in resignation. In the depths of the water god's palace, the spirit of the water god observed Li Lan thoughtfully. The only one comprehending the water element, although a promising seedling. If you cannot pass this trial, I shall not show mercy. The fire element relentlessly beats the lightning element while cultivating. Fire element energy 60. The lightning element, while being beaten, cries and cultivates. Lightning element energy 20. The wood element, observing the lightning element's plight, gleefully begins to cultivate. Wood element energy 40. The water element, though confused, is profoundly impacted and begins to cultivate. Water Element Energy 5. The telekinesis user sips a drink while cultivating. Telekinesis Energy 20. The control user contemplates snatching a drink while cultivating. Control Energy 20. The technique, Dragon Tiger Body Refinement, pokes the new member. Water encompasses all on its fair face and starts to cultivate. Host's Physique 10. Water encompasses all, bows its head shyly, and begins to cultivate. Energy capacity 5.6 days had passed. The High Priest had comprehended 4 runes, the Puppeteer 4, Li Qin 3, and others had successively grasped their second rune. Li Lan remained asleep, with her rune comprehension count of zeroed. Many looked at him with anxious expressions, while the Dark Moon Circus members reveled in his misfortune. Has Li Lan lost his mind? Even in this situation, he continues to sleep. Does he think he is still in the first trial? No, at this rate, it is impossible for Li Lan to comprehend 10 runes within 30 days. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan stood up in succession, loudly calling for Li Lan, but he lay motionless on the ground, seemingly oblivious, sleeping soundly. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan sighed in resignation. The beast tamer mocked. Xiang, don't waste your breath. He's finished. The aerial acrobat and the circus doctor echoed in agreement. With no other choice, General Xiang and the others could only cast worried glances at Li Lan before returning to their rune comprehension. 2 weeks had passed since the second trial began. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is beaten by the fire element, resulting in a complete defeat. 5 more days passed, leaving only 10 days until the trial's conclusion. Li Lan still lay asleep. Even Li Qin could not help but stand up and loudly call for Li Lan. Yet, Li Lan remained unresponsive. Every day thereafter, General Xiang and Li Qin would call for Li Lan 3 times, but to no avail. Li Lan remained motionless. With only 5 days left until the trial's end, General Xiang and the others wore bitter expressions. How infuriating! Why is this brat still not awake? Surely he wish to die here? It is over, it's finished, it's doomed. With only 5 days left, even if Li Lan is a genius, he cannot possibly comprehend 10 runes in such a short span. Is this brat truly disregarding his life? Li Qin even pounded against the air wall in frustration, but still, there was no sign of response from Li Lan. Chapter 43. Water encompasses all achieved, absorbing hundreds of runes. Stop wasting your efforts. This brat is finished. With only 5 days left, even if a terrestrial deity were to intervene, it would be impossible for him to comprehend 10 runes. Desist in your futile struggles. This lad is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, his intellect leaves much to be desired. What a pity. I had hoped to see him at the Psychic Association in the future. But now it appears he is destined to perish here, chuckled a member of the Dark Moon Circus. The puppeteer sighed as well, lamenting the loss of a talent. The Psychic Association recruits talents not only through voluntary enlistment but also by identifying geniuses to abduct, enticing them to fall into depravity and swallow sacred blood, thus binding them as slaves to the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He had originally planned to report back and inform the higher-ups about Mu Ke to prompt their action to abduct him. But now, it seemed unnecessary. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is beaten by the fire element, resulting in a complete defeat. With 4 days remaining until the trial's conclusion, the lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is beaten by the fire element, resulting in a complete defeat. The element of lightning, overwhelmed by despair, cried out and began to train fervently. Gaining 10 in lightning energy, there are still 3 days left until the trial concludes. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally defeated by the fire element. Meanwhile, the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement technique diligently practiced beside them, granting 10 to the host's physique. The water nourishes all things shyly nestled next to the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement technique, enhancing its energy capacity by 20. The telekinetic ability looked on enviously at the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement technique as it began to train, increasing its telekinetic energy by 20. The control ability sat beside the telekinetic ability, only to be kicked over, feeling wronged as it retreated to a corner to train, gaining 20 in control energy. There are still 2 days left until the trial concludes. It's over. It's all over. General Xiang and the others looked ashen. Li Qin's face also lost its color. Li Lan remained asleep. The lightning element once again challenged the fire element, only to be defeated again. The water nourishes all things continued to practice beside the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement technique, boosting its energy capacity by 20. The divine water element practiced earnestly, accumulating 10 in divine water energy. The water nourishes all things had reached the minor accomplishment stage. The divine water element's cultivation had advanced to the mid-level of the initial stage. There is only 1 day left until the trial concludes. Except for Li Lan, everyone else had comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin had comprehended 15. The high priest and the puppet master had comprehended as many as 17 runes. The water nourishes all things encountered a bottleneck in its training, automatically emerging from the host's body to begin comprehending runes. The control ability and telekinetic ability also emerged from the host's body. Preparing to assist water nourishes all things in comprehending runes. The water god element also emerged, ready to help water nourishes all things comprehend runes. At this point, General Xiang and the others had given up on waking Li Lan. With only Li Qin still persistently hammering the wall, a look of anxiety on his face. The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched with amusement, quietly waiting for the night and for Li Lan's demise. I say, Li Qin, don't waste your efforts. That kid Li Lan is as good as dead. It's the last day after all. You think he is a god? The beast tamer said with a smirk. The aerial performer nodded, stating that instead of chatting, it would be better to comprehend more runes, as they might earn more rewards after today. Why are you all so talkative? Are you itching for death? Li Qin shot them a cold glare, preparing to continue hammering the wall. Just then, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Countless pale blue particles surged into the air, converging towards Li Lan. Unbeknownst to them, Li Lan sat up. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. What is happening? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water elemental energy. No, it can't be. Water elemental energy cannot be this pure. It appears to be a higher form of water elemental energy. Oddly, these water elemental energies seem to be attracting the translucent runes in the sky. What good does that do? Even if they can attract the runes, I don't believe Li Lan can comprehend 10 runes in a single day. Exactly. Don't get your hopes up too early. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a fleeting moment. As they observed General Xiang and his companions regaining hope, the members of the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but mock them again, their faces filled with disdain. After all, they had spent 30 days barely comprehending 10 runes. How could Li Lan hope to surpass their 30 days in just 1 day? That would be akin to dreaming. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions turned grave. For at that moment, 10 runes, under the mysterious pull of the water elemental energy, automatically entered Li Lan's body. Then came another 10, 20, 30. A deluge of divine water elemental energy surged, transforming the entire space into a sea of blue particles. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their minds go blank. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Lan's ability? Why have I never seen this before? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. I must report this. I must report this. The spirit of the water god, that brat Li Lan is cheating. The aerial performer exclaimed loudly. The beast tamer, who had been on the verge of comprehending a rune, watched in disbelief as a cluster of blue particles suddenly appeared before him, forcefully snatching away the rune he was about to grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend such an outrageous occurrence. Furious, he quickly sought out another unnoticed rune to comprehend. Yet, barely touching it, that rune was once again stolen. The beast tamer could only watch helplessly as it vanished into Li Lan's body. Damn it! General Xiang and the others gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Then came a wave of unrestrained joy, and they couldn't help but dance with excitement. Li Qin watched the beast tamer with schadenfreude, infuriating the members of the Dark Moon Circus until their faces turned black with anger. 40, 50, 60. An increasing number of runes entered Li Lan's body. The once dense translucent runes in the air suddenly became sparse. The water nourishes all things was voraciously absorbing energy, successfully breaking through its shackles to attain great accomplishment. The divine water element successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained within the runes, raising its cultivation to the late stage of the initial realm. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Lan stretched lazily. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Is it finally over? The crowd couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 44. The second trial concludes. Severe punishment for cheaters? Li Lan turned over. The crowd sighed in relief, as it seemed that everything had indeed come to an end. The beast tamer was just about to attempt to comprehend a rune again, and this one seemed remarkably smooth. In just a few seconds, the speed of comprehension surpassed the several hours it had taken before. Seems I can comprehend another rune before the trial ends. The beast tamer thought gleefully, but in the next second, his expression darkened. For those terrifying blue particles surged once more, forcibly snatching away the rune he was trying to comprehend, and no matter how hard he tried to reclaim it, he was no match for those blue particles. They even went so far as to mock him, coalescing into a massive hand that slapped him across the face, followed by a playful flick to his little friend. The beast tamer could only watch in despair as his rune was devoured by Li Lan. Infuriated, he turned red with rage, feeling utterly powerless. Damn that little brat. The members of the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but laugh at the beast tamer's plight, though they felt a twinge of sympathy. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to, beast tamer, I usually don't laugh, unless I can't help it's just too funny, ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the beast tamer wished he could find a wall to slam his head against. Here he was, a powerful master of abilities, being toyed with by a bunch of energy, with the beast tamer's misfortune serving as a precedent. Neither the members of the Dark Moon Circus nor General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others attempted to comprehend runes any longer. Instead, they continued to watch Li Lan in astonishment as more and more runes entered his body. 150, 200, 250, almost 300. How on earth is he achieving this? Is there a bug in this secret realm? It's possible. Otherwise, why are we stuck at a dozen runes while he has hundreds? Just because he looks good. My goodness, 300 runes. What kind of rewards would that yield? With so many runes, I'm genuinely curious about what rewards he will receive for his first time. Who wouldn't he be? Isn't Li Lan from the Li family of the Flame Emperor? He is a wood element ability user. So why does he have such a dense water elemental energy? Li Qin, are you absolutely sure Li Lan is your brother? You weren't switched at the hospital, were you? Do we not resemble each other? We do, but this defies logic. They debated fervently. Not only were they shocked, but even the spirit of the water god deep within the core of the secret realm was equally astonished. She had indeed been asleep, but how was this possible? How could he achieve this? This had never happened before. Why, despite being asleep, could he automatically comprehend these runes and command the divine water elements within the secret realm? This is unscientific. She frantically searched her mind for relevant information, but after a long while, found nothing. This is not good. The core of the Water God Palace is currently inactive and cannot draw energy from the outside. If this continues, when the Water God Palace opens next time, it won't be able to offer rewards to the trial participants. The Water God's spirit furrowed her delicate brows as the entire secret realm began to tremble once more. Simultaneously, all the runes floating in the air vanished, and the air walls dissipated. Within the confines of the second trial space, the crowd wore expressions of confusion as they witnessed this spectacle. What is happening? How did the air wall and runes suddenly vanish? Has the trial concluded? But there were still half a day remaining. Why has it ended now? Could it be that the spirit of the water god discovered Li Lan's cheating, thus terminating this trial prematurely? You might not believe it, but that actually seems plausible. Just how many runes did Li Lan absorb moments ago? It appears there were 1,050. What? How much did you say? 1,050? I don't even have that many in total. Hiss, over 1,000 runes. Even if he cheated, that is utterly terrifying. The crowd exchanged glances. Although General Xiang and the others wished to defend Li Lan, they found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. After all, the sheer number of runes Li Lan comprehended was staggering. They began to suspect whether he had employed some form of cheating, considering it was a grand total of 1,050 runes. Their own comprehension of runes was even less than the last digit of his count. Li Qin hurriedly rushed to Li Lan's side, lifting him directly from the ground. What time is it? Still sleeping. Who is it? Li Lan grumbled discontentedly, opening his eyes to find his elder brother's furious gaze. Brother, is there something you need? How on earth did you accomplish that just now? Li Qin inquired, frowning. Li Lan looked perplexed, confused. Accomplish what? What did he do? Wasn't he just sleeping the whole time? At that moment, he was astonished to discover that the energy within him was in a state of overflowing. His strength had even doubled compared to before. What on earth transpired while I was asleep? This left Li Lan even more bewildered. Speak up, brother, I just took a short nap. Do you believe that? I believe you. Not a chance. The beast tamer shot him a glare filled with murderous intent, still unable to forget the humiliation he had previously endured. Others wore expressions of disbelief. Do you really think I would believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As Li Lan's words fell, the spirit of the water god reappeared before the crowd. The beast tamer looked at Li Lan with an expression of finished, standing aside to enjoy the spectacle. Congratulations to all trial participants for successfully passing the second challenge of the water goddess palace. Now, I shall bestow your rewards. With a gentle wave of the spirit's hand, a sparkling blue gem appeared in the hands of everyone except Li Lan. The high priest and the puppet master received the largest, followed by Li Qin, while the others received gems of lesser quality than Li Qin's. This gem contained an abundance of water elemental energy, and upon taking a mere breath, everyone felt invigorated. This is a semi-divine relic, an all-purpose elemental gem. With this, I shall break through to the land immortal realm within half a year. The energy within this gem is so pure. It's the most refined elemental gem I have ever seen. Even the strongest in the land immortal realm would find it difficult to obtain such a treasure. Right? I once encountered a land immortal in a 5-star secret realm who desperately risked his life to acquire a thunder elemental gem, yet its purity was far from this. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, the beast tamer stepped forward respectfully and said, Senior, since the rewards have been distributed, should we not punish the cheater? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Qin, General Xiang, and others darkened instantly. Chapter 45. The Saint Child's Trial, God Scrambling for Favor. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding in this. Indeed, there must be a misunderstanding. Li Lan merely took a nap and has no idea what transpired. Li Qin and General Xiang hurriedly spoke. The beast tamer scoffed dismissively. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Try comprehending 1,000 runes while you sleep. There is no misunderstanding. The spirit of the water god stated, upon hearing this. The beast tamer's face broke into a grin, however. When he heard the spirit of the water god's next words, his expression changed abruptly. Li Lan's achievements are genuine. There is no misunderstanding. Since his rewards differ from yours, I did not grant him any. How is that possible? What gives him the right to comprehend 1,000 runes? The beast tamer protested. The spirit of the water god was not angered by his insolence. She merely smiled slightly and replied, You would not understand the world of geniuses. Upon hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others smiled. The beast tamer's expression fluctuated, retreating into the crowd. The members of the Dark Moon Circus sighed in disappointment but quickly regained their composure, their minds racing with thoughts of how to capture Li Lan and turn him into a puppet for the Saint Blood. Now, Li Lan, it is time for your reward. The spirit of the water god gazed at the languid youth before her. Yet the boy seemed oblivious to her words, standing there on the verge of slumber. At this, everyone's eyes brightened, and Li Qin and General Xiang wore eager expressions. As Li Qin was Li Lan's brother, it was only natural for him to feel joy on his behalf. General Xiang, who shared a close relationship with Li Qin, considered Li Lan as a sort of junior. What reward will Li Lan receive? 1,000 runes. How did he manage that? 10 runes grant an elemental gem, so 1,000 runes it's unimaginable. Why is there such a vast gap among people? This lad won't directly become a land immortal. Will he? That seems unlikely. Rapid elevation can lead to an unstable foundation. Yet I have a premonition that this boy will undoubtedly become a land immortal within a year. A year. If he were to consume the Saint Blood, would our spiritual energy not gain an additional land immortal? We can discuss that later. However, that is not our concern. We merely need to relay his existence to those in power. The Li family is not to be trifled with. If Li Lan joins the Spiritual Energy Society, let the leader apply to transfer him to our circus. This lad is quite intriguing. Wasn't he the clown killed? Who was the clown? Isn't our leader the puppet master? Who will take the clown's place? A circus cannot exist without a clown, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. We can simply request a replacement from above. Have the puppet master find the clown's corpse and turn it into a puppet. The clown's body may have already decomposed into waste. Enough of that. The The spirit of the water god is about to reward that boy. The spirit of the water god smiled and asked, "What do you wish for?" "Whatever you desire, I can fulfill." With an enticing tone, "Even if you wish to directly become a Star Realm sorcerer, no. According to your planet's terminology, it should be referred to as a land immortal." Directly become a land immortal? Upon hearing this, everyone present erupted with fervor, including the usually composed puppet master and the high priest. If one could directly become a land immortal, the chances of the spiritual energy society capturing him would be minuscule. The puppet master murmured to himself, pondering what he would choose. Would he opt to become a land immortal directly, or choose something else? Their gazes remained fixed on Li Lan, filled with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the water god also looked expectantly at Li Lan. However, Li Lan merely blinked without uttering a word. The crowd appeared bewildered. "Speak up, old man. It's driving me mad." "Li Lan, what do you wish for?" The spirit of the water god asked again. Li Lan blinked once more. Witnessing this scene, General Xiang was on the verge of tears. "Old man, please say something. The spirit of the water god is not Suexian. She cannot glean your thoughts from your eyelids." The crowd fell silent for a moment. Just as the spirit of the water god was about to inquire again, Li Lan finally spoke. "I wish to leave the secret realm quickly and return home to sleep." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened. "So simple, brother? Have you lost your mind?" The members of the Dark Knight Circus rejoiced. "Excellent, Xiao Lan." Li Qin couldn't help but scold him lightly, only to be silenced by a delicate wave of the spirit of the water goddess' hand. "Are you certain?" Li Lan nodded. "However, according to the rules of the Water God Palace, one cannot leave until the first 10 trials are completed." General Xiang and the others sighed in relief. Li Lan gazed at her expressionlessly. What happened to the promise of fulfilling all wishes? It seems the spirit of the water god was aware of Li Lan's thoughts, as she continued. "However, I have a method that allows you to leave the secret realm early." "What method?" Li Lan remained silent, patiently awaiting her explanation. The spirit of the water god looked at Li Lan, waiting for him to respond. Yet after a considerable pause, Li Lan continued to stare at her expressionlessly, as if saying, "I can't be bothered to ask. You tell me." So lazy, the spirit of the water god sighed and said, "As long as you can pass the Saint Child's trial and become the Saint Child of the Water God Palace, you will be able to leave the secret realm early. Moreover, you will gain partial authority over the Water God Palace, becoming half a master of the Water God Palace." Become half a master of the Water God Palace? Upon hearing this, everyone's breaths quickened. This Water God Palace is evidently extraordinary. Becoming its half-master would be an immense stroke of luck. This is far more enticing than becoming a formidable figure among the terrestrial immortals. After all, the Water God Palace can effortlessly produce treasures coveted even by terrestrial immortals. If one could become a half-master of such a place, would it not mean that one could acquire as many treasures as desired? With these treasures in hand, would not the ascent to becoming a terrestrial immortal be a foregone conclusion? However, most among them believe that Li Lan could never possibly pass the so-called Holy Sun trial. The very fact that even the preliminary trials are so arduous makes one ponder the insurmountable difficulty of the Holy Sun trial, akin to climbing to the heavens. Would you be willing to participate in the Holy Sun trial? The spirit of the water god gazed at Li Lan, awaiting his response. Li Lan, feeling rather indifferent, merely nodded, his eyelids fluttering slightly in agreement. The spirit of the water god, unable to decipher his meaning, displayed a look of confusion. Observing this, the telekinetic ability took control of Li Lan's head and nodded twice. "If you fail the trial, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still agree?" "What, annihilation? Though I am lazy, I certainly do not wish to perish here." Li Lan's expression shifted, preparing to decline. Yet at that moment, the telekinetic ability once more controlled his head. Nodding twice, a feeling of despair washed over him, his face turning ashen. "Telekinetic ability, I curse you. Indeed, you possess great courage, which I greatly admire," the spirit of the water god remarked with a smile. With a gentle wave of her hand, she and Li Lan vanished before the crowd. "The trial has been suspended. Please wait in place for a moment. Do not engage in combat, please. Otherwise, should you be annihilated by the Water God Palace, do not blame me for lacking compassion." The ethereal voice of the water god's spirit echoed in the ears of the others. The crowd exchanged glances. Li Qin, Your brother truly lacks self-awareness. The flying figure in the air turned to Li Qin and chuckled, saying, Holy Sun trial? Let us hope that when we see him next, he hasn't turned into a mere corpse. Li Qin snorted disdainfully, choosing to ignore them, and took a seat in a corner with General Xiang and others. He understood that they were trying to provoke him. Li Qin, is everything truly all right? General Xiang inquired. Li Qin sighed, stating, There is no room for retreat now. Besides, I believe that even if Xiao Lan were to fail the trial, he would not perish. Why? His requirement is to leave the secret realm. As long as he does not exit, his request remains unfulfilled, Li Qin slowly explained. When he inevitably fails the trial, he could easily propose a condition that would ensure his survival. Upon hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly realized. No wonder Li Lan dared to agree to the spirit of the water god. He had this contingency plan in mind. Remarkable, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Truly, he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor, each one of them exceptionally clever. How splendid! Once Li Lan completes the trial, he will ascend to the position of Holy Son of the Water God Palace, soaring to new heights. Even if he unfortunately fails, it matters little, for he can still survive safely. Given his qualifications, even if he were to lose the rewards of this trial, he could easily compensate for them in the subsequent challenges. It is simply brilliant. A venture with immeasurable returns. This lad has a bright future ahead. The minds of the youth are indeed agile. I thought he was doomed. Alas, I am growing old. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Li Lan's ingenious thinking. Li Lan was pulled into a vast blue hall by the spirit of the water god. It resembled an underwater temple, much like the legendary Atlantis. Ancient and mysterious runes were etched upon the stone pillars within, radiating a blue luminescence that illuminated the entire hall. Dozens of statues of gods, both large and small, stood on either side of the temple. Each statue appeared to be a living deity, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Even though some of their forms were damaged, a rich energy of water elements permeated every corner of the temple. It was evident that this was the very core of the Water God Palace. With a gentle wave of her hand, the spirit of the water god stirred the water element energy within the hall, causing it to surge like a tsunami towards the statues. As the statues absorbed this energy, their gray exteriors began to shed, revealing an awe-inspiring divine radiance. A tremendous pressure bore down upon Li Lan, banishing his fatigue and disbelief. He exclaimed, Alive, alive! Not quite. That it was rare to witness such an expression on Li Lan's face. And the spirit of the water god felt a twinge of joy as she said, These 36 statues represent the 36 deities that serve the Water God Palace. Should you gain the favor of one of these statues, you shall become one of the 36 holy sons of my Water God Palace. Li Lan nodded. Let us begin. I can grant you half a year. After the spirit of the water god spoke, she vanished. Li Lan casually approached a statue and sat down. However, after pondering for a long while, he gained nothing. He then switched to another statue and contemplated for another lengthy period, yet still achieved nothing. Could it be that I am truly destined to perish here? Li Lan said with a grim expression. In the following 10 days, he tried every statue within the temple, yet still reaped no rewards. Damn! Li Lan cursed. Losing interest in further attempts, he began to slack off, lying on the ground to take a nap. Fire element, having grown weary from training these past few days, refuses to cultivate. Lightning element strives diligently. Commencing earnest cultivation. Lightning element energy 50. Wood element laments the lack of entertainment today, becoming distracted and beginning to cultivate. Wood element energy 10. Telekinetic ability and control ability, best friends, are cultivating hand in hand. Telekinetic energy 20. Control energy 20. The Dragon Tiger body refinement technique and water nurtures all things are intimately cultivating together. Hosts physique 5. Energy capacity 5. Divine water element is diligently cultivating. Divine water element energy 20. The divine water element senses the primal force of divine water, automatically emerging from the host. Deep within the core of the Water God Palace, the spirit of the water god gazed at Li Lan, who lay sleeping on the ground, and sighed in disappointment. It seems he is still incapable. Alas, having encountered a genius with great difficulty, if he cannot become the Holy Sun, then who could? Is the Water God Palace destined to remain buried beneath the waters for millennia? The core energy is dwindling, and 1,000 years from now, the Water God Palace may never reopen. But just then, the entire Water God Palace began to shake violently. What is happening? The spirit of the Water God hurriedly checked the situation within the palace. To her astonishment, the cause of this shaking emanated from the very temple where Li Lan resided. All the statues radiated dazzling divine light, clamoring to claim the slumbering Li Lan. Their power was overwhelming. Though the statues contained only a minuscule fraction of their divine might, it was sufficient to make the already crumbling Water God Palace tremble precariously. This youth possesses an extraordinarily pure divine water energy. I must have him. Step aside. This lad is the one I have my eye on. A swarm of insignificant ants, clear the way for me. This young man carries the seeds of the boundless ocean. It is evident that he is suited for my lineage. Boundless ocean? Humph. Merely an auxiliary divine technique? Rubbish. Hand this lad over to me, and I shall cultivate a new war god for my water god lineage. The so-called war god is merely a brute that knows how to fight. I shall take this lad for the deep-sea lineage. You, with your tentacles, do not hinder the boy. He is human and has no desire to become a monster. You ignorant fool, what do you understand? Tentacles are a symbol of strength. The ancient water deities of legend were covered in tentacles and eyes. Witnessing this scene, the spirit of the water god felt her mind go blank. Are these truly the same exalted deities from before? Just how pure must Li Lan's divine water element be to awaken them all? Chapter 46. The Spear of the Ocean God. Mastering the Water God Palace. Which deity will Li Lan ultimately choose? The spirit of the water god gazed intently at Li Lan, eagerly anticipating his choice. She knew that regardless of which deity Li Lan selected, he was destined to become the holy son of the Water God Palace. He would become the one and only holy son, the master of the fate of the Water God Palace. After all, the Water God Palace is currently in a closed state, drawing upon the residual energy from its past. Yet, no matter how much residual energy remains, it will eventually be exhausted. To replenish energy. The only method is to absorb energy from the surrounding world. However, aside from her, the spirit of the secret realm, the Water God Palace is utterly devoid of inhabitants. As the spirit, she can only oversee matters within the palace and lacks the authority to activate the core of the secret realm, allowing it to draw energy from the outside world. Only 3 types of individuals within the Water God Palace can activate this authority: the Holy Son, the Divine Son, and the Master of the Water God Palace. Yet, currently, the palace has no master, and aside from a handful of remaining trial participants, it is devoid of any human presence. Thus, the soon-to-be Holy Son, Li Lan, naturally became her sole hope. Wait, it seems he is still in a state of slumber. The spirit of the water god was momentarily taken aback. If that is the case, how is he communicating with those deities? No, it appears that the divine water elements within him are instinctively reaching out to those deities. How is this possible? Staring at Li Lan's divine water element, the spirit of the water god widened her eyes in disbelief. A moment later, understanding dawned upon her. No wonder, and oh wonder Li Lan could incite such a frenzy among the deities. Divine water possesses a spirit. Divine water possesses a spirit. This is the mark of the son of the deity. However, why would a mere mortal, who has never encountered a deity, exhibit such peculiarities? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a certain water deity? With this thought, the spirit of the water god felt her breath quicken. Her gaze towards Li Lan transformed into one of reverence, for deities must never be offended. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief, grateful that Li Lan was merely a reincarnation of a god, not a true deity. Even the weakest of demigods carries an aura of divinity. This is the authority of the divine, a testament to their power. Even if a deity were to disregard those who offend them, their divine might could automatically annihilate such beings. Mortals cannot gaze upon the divine. This is the reason. Had Li Lan been a true god, she might have already perished in their previous encounter within the secret realm. The debate among the gods within the temple continued. The thought of Li Lan soon becoming the saint of the Water God Palace filled her with pride. Yet, at that moment, the entire Water God Palace suddenly shook violently. The spirit of the Water God's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. The overflow of divine energy from these deities is overwhelming, and the ancient Water God Palace cannot withstand such power. It is gradually collapsing. I must stabilize this at once. Otherwise, everyone will be buried here. She hastily waved her hand, activating the core of the secret realm within the Water God Palace, capable of resisting this force. Meanwhile, within the second level of the space, sensing this terrifying energy, all present wore expressions of panic. What is happening? Such a formidable surge of energy. What on earth is this? I feel my very soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It is too horrifying. I cannot breathe. This energy emanates from the Supreme. The Supreme. This is the energy of the Supreme. There exists a deity within this secret realm. I once felt such energy in a 5-star secret realm. It originated from the ancient deities of legend, the ancient Supremes. I cannot be mistaken. What? There are actually deities present in this secret realm. It must merely be the residual power left behind by the deity. If it were a true god, we would likely have perished long ago. Could this be yet another mess created by Li Lan? Are you dreaming? How could that kid possibly possess such power? Regardless of who is responsible, I only know that we must figure out what to do now. I feel as though I am on the verge of death. The power of the divine is tyrannical and overwhelming. I sense it encroaching upon my very being. Do any of you have a solution? If this continues, before the secret realm collapses, we will lose our will to the divine power and become living puppets. Li Qin, are you all right, Mr. Li Qin? Are you okay? Li Qin, hold on. Your brother has yet to emerge. You cannot fall here first. Quickly, take out the elemental gems from before and infuse them into Li Qin's body. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, causing General Xiang and the others to change their expressions dramatically. They hurriedly retrieved the precious elemental gems given by the spirit of the water god, infusing their energy into Li Qin's body. Li Qin is a master of the fire element, and the energy of this deity is clearly of the water element. Water and fire are opposites. The impact on Li Qin will be several times greater than on others. Witnessing the officials unhesitatingly using the invaluable elemental gems to infuse Li Qin, the members of the Dark Moon Circus were taken aback. Ha ha ha, General Xiang, you are quite generous, the puppet master said with a strange smile. General Xiang shot him a cold glance and replied, Humph, those who gather firewood for others must not allow them to freeze to death in the snowstorm. Li Qin has sacrificed far too much for our Jiangnan province. How could a soulless creature like you, devoid of patriotism, possibly understand? Patriotism? The beast tamer scoffed. What good is that? The old director, expressionless, stuffed his own elemental gem beside Li Qin. A heart without a place to rest is but a wanderer wherever it goes. No matter how powerful you are merely a group of drifters, no one cares. You are merely tools for the powerful. When you die, no one will remember you, and you might even be killed by your own companions. No, you have no companions. Just like that previous clown. It is a tragedy. Not only within the secret realm at this moment, outside the secret realm, a storm began to brew. As the Water God Palace erupted, the water level of Yumeng Lake began to rise dramatically, and the beast within the lake also went into a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, the station troops near Yunmeng Lake quickly sprang into action. Hurry, evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the civilians. Captain, the water level is rising too quickly. I fear we won't make it in time. If it weren't for this situation, I truly want to strangle you. Move faster. Then you must be faster than it. Yes, Captain, quickly inform the provincial government to prepare flood relief supplies. Rapidly dispatch troops above the master level for support. What about the civilian superhumans? Many of them are masters. If we let them join us, it would alleviate a lot of our pressure. Have them retreat as well. They are still young. We have not yet fallen, Captain. It's bad. Several king-level beasts have surged up at the number 1 river mouth. All units from the 3rd team and 4th team, grab your weapons and follow me to the number 1 river mouth to engage in battle. But Captain, we are no match for those creatures. Remember what your instructors told you when you enlisted? Yes, Captain. Enlist to protect the nation. Above all else, brothers, charge with me. A massive wave of troops began to mobilize, in the short span of half an hour. All the residents along the riverbank had evacuated. Meanwhile, the rising waters had completely submerged their former encampments. Troops leaped into the water in droves, engaging in a desperate battle with the beasts. The surface of the lake was stained red with blood, littered with corpses. However, this blood belonged to the beasts. These corpses were also those of the beasts. All civilian superhumans, get on the vehicle quickly. The military will take over here. Someone will escort you to safety shortly." The officer announced loudly to the crowd on the ground. Under his command, everyone hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Only a delicate youth, pushing a wheelchair, stood beneath a large tree, gazing toward the lakeside. "Su Xian, are you not leaving?" Lu Xiaoqi could not help but ask. "Not leaving? Why?" "Waiting for the captain. But the captain is a master. He will be fine." "Who is waiting for him?" Su Xian pushed the wheelchair in front of Lu Xiaoqi. "Please hold on to this for me. I will go help the military slay the beasts." "Wait!" Lu Xiaoqi called out to him, astonished to discover that Su Xian emanated an aura entirely different from before. You have broken through to the master level?" Su Xian nodded. By the time Lu Xiaoqi snapped back to reality, Su Xian had already vanished without a trace. "Whatever happened to that youth who was with you earlier?" Back in the vehicle, the officer asked Lu Xiaoqi, who was still pushing the wheelchair. He said he would go help the military kill the beasts. "Nonsense!" the officer exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. "He is merely a high-level sorcerer. And a fire element one at that. Isn't he just asking for death? He has suddenly broken through to the master level." "What?" Upon hearing this, the officer let out a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Yet he still said, "Regardless, orders are orders. You all wait here for a moment. I will go and bring him back. Captain Lu, it's bad." Just as the officer was about to exit the vehicle, a cracking sound echoed from within. "What happened? What happened?" He rushed back into the vehicle to check, only to find a large hole in the window. A high-level superhuman pointed at the window and said, "Feng Heng and Duan Zitao have escaped." The officer looked outside and saw Feng Heng, Duan Zitao, leading a group of masters, charging toward the battle between the military and the beasts. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Captain Lu, what is wrong with you? Are you looking for a beating?" The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is brutally defeated by the fire element. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is brutally defeated by the fire element. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is brutally defeated by the fire element. Within the water god palace, Li Lan remained in slumber. The lightning and fire elements were continuously clashing within his body. Outside his form, the water deities were embroiled in endless disputes, even coming to blows. "Let go of your filthy hands. He is mine." "Why should that be?" "He belongs to me. I am stronger. This human boy is rightfully mine. I am the strongest. All of you, step aside. What use is strength? Gods must possess wisdom. Only the wise can guide him toward the correct path, and I am that wise one. You are nothing but a fool. I see you as a complete imbecile. Insolence. Take this. Is that all? Humph. I haven't moved in tens of thousands of years. It is time to stretch my limbs, a being with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a fish, reminiscent of a mermaid deity, stirred with a sudden thought, causing a tremendous surge of water to erupt from the ground. Witnessing this, the spirit of the water god deep within felt ashen and desolate. It was over. Yet at that moment, a magnificent ethereal figure materialized within the temple. Clutching a trident and adorned with a crown, his countenance was stern, and his blue eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the ocean itself. Enough of this ruckus, he spoke in a language never before heard on Blue Star. However, all the gods comprehended the essence of his words. Upon his arrival, all deities instinctively fell silent. "We pay our respects to His Majesty the God King." One deity quickly exclaimed, with others echoing, "We pay our respects to His Majesty the God King." He nodded with satisfaction and turned to Li Lan, declaring, "I shall take him." Hearing this, the other gods, though somewhat reluctant, could only nod in resignation, casting glances filled with reproach at one another. In their eyes, had it not been for the interference of the other deities, they might have already secured Li Lan for themselves. Observing Li Lan peacefully asleep, the God King did not express anger. Instead, he gently tapped Li Lan's brow, and then he vanished without a trace. "It's all your fault." "Isn't it because of you?" the gods murmured, their consciousness returning to their statues, and the temple fell back into tranquility. Yet Li Lan was far from tranquil. The moment the God King touched his brow, a tumultuous energy surged within him, accompanied by an exceptionally pure divine power that manifested in his mental sea. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy, water god energy 1000. Water nurtures all is voraciously devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy. Water god energy 1000. Water nurtures all is voraciously devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy. Water god energy 1000. Water nurtures all is voraciously devouring unknown energy. Energy capacity 200. Your water god element cultivation has risen to early stage divine practitioner. You have successfully comprehended the divine power, spear of the sea god. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Lan sat up in bewilderment. What is happening? What just occurred? How could I have become so powerful after merely sleeping? At that moment, he noticed a ripple in the space before him, and the spirit of the water god reappeared. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he saw the water god's spirit kneeling on one knee, respectfully addressing him. We pay our respects to the palace master. Li Lan. His mind went blank in an instant. Palace master? What palace master? Am I not a man? Shouldn't I be a prince instead? Have I somehow traversed realms again? Li Lan checked himself, relieved to confirm that he was still intact. Sensing his confusion, the water god's spirit rose and briefly recounted the events that had transpired, including the struggle among the gods and the subsequent arrival of the CGOT. Turned out that Palace Master was not a misnomer after all. And Li Lan sighed in relief. To his astonishment, he had woken up to find himself inexplicably transformed into the Palace Master of the Water God Palace. Truly, fate can be whimsical, may I ask? Palace Master, what are your intentions moving forward? The Water God's spirit inquired, her heart racing. As the saying goes, new officials tend to make their mark with vigor, and considering that Li Lan was still a youth, she feared he might exploit his newfound authority recklessly. Moreover, she could not intervene, for she was merely the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace, essentially a possession of Li Lan. Whatever he commanded, she was bound to follow. I can do anything? Li Lan suddenly asked. Indeed, the Water God Spirit's expression grew grave, and she nodded. Anything is possible, for you are the master of the Water God Palace. Li Lan's lips parted slightly. Just as she anticipated a declaration of grandiose intent, he simply stated, very well, from this day forth, you shall be the palace master. Please release me. I wish to return home and sleep. Upon hearing this, the water god spirit was taken aback, her expression one of utter confusion. Huh? What did you just say? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Was this water god's spirit hard of hearing? As a competent sloth, he disliked repeating himself that I apologize, Palace Master, but that is not feasible. The water god's spirit hesitated before adding, the successor to the Palace Master's position can only be chosen from among the Holy Sun or the Divine Sun. And what of the Holy Sun and the Water Divine Sun? Li Lan gazed at her, silent, as if grasping his meaning. The water god's spirit replied, currently, you are the only one in the entire Water God Palace. So, I'm merely a solitary commander, am I? Li Lan pondered for a moment before declaring, then from this day forth, you shall be the acting palace master. You will be fully responsible for all matters of the Water God Palace. Surely, that is acceptable? The water god's spirit nodded, her expression one of bemusement. This new palace master was certainly unconventional. If it were anyone else assuming the role, they would likely be overjoyed, yet he appeared to view it as a burden, as if he had inherited some monumental trouble. All right, if that is the case, please let me go. That I wish to return home. That may be problematic. What do you mean? Li Lan glared at her in dissatisfaction. Did you not say that as long as one becomes the holy son of the Water God Palace, they may leave the secret realm early? Now that he was the palace master, was he not superior to the Holy Sun? Your Grace, you have gained the recognition of the magnificent God King. Now you are the palace master of the Water God Palace. And with that, the palace's fortunes are intertwined with yours. Therefore, I implore you to join me in overcoming challenges, so we may revitalize the Water God Palace. The Water God Spirit seemed fearful of Li Lan's refusal and continued. This process is not arduous. You merely need to activate a few permissions, and I shall handle everything else. Is it truly that simple? If that is the case, then this palace mastered well, perhaps it is not entirely unacceptable. Li Lan regarded her thoughtfully. She solemnly nodded twice. What permissions? Upon hearing Li Lan's agreement, the water god's spirit revealed a smile. She gently reached into the air, causing a ripple in space, and retrieved a thumb-sized blue crystal. The crystal was translucent, seemingly harboring immense energy. As Li Lan lightly touched it, he felt as though he had been plunged into a vast ocean, enveloped by its depths. Strangely, he felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a sense of familiarity and warmth, as if he had been born and raised by the sea, a child of the ocean and water. Was this the influence of the divine mark within him? How he longed for the sea. Li Lan quickly suppressed his thoughts, knowing full well that his grandfather despised water. If his grandfather were to discover this notion, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand or punishment. Among the foremost powers of Long Country, there was one named Shui Xian, a formidable water elementalist. Every time his grandfather encountered her, they would invariably clash. This grants the Water God Palace the authority to draw energy from the outside world. The Water God Spirit handed the crystal to Li Lan, saying, "This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything within the palace shall be under your command. Why don't you do it yourself?" Li Lan inquired silently, raising an eyebrow. To fully control the core of the secret realm, one must obtain the approval of the deities within the temple. As a mere guardian spirit, I lack the qualifications. The Water God Spirit explained. You can communicate with the core using the divine mark within you. Li Lan complied. In an instant, the core vanished, transforming into a swirl of particles that surged into his body. The entire layout of the Water God Palace became vividly clear in his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that the area he had previously traversed constituted a mere 1/500th of the total area of the Water God Palace. Aside from the first and second trials, there were countless more challenges ahead. Additionally, there were training rooms, beast gardens, medicinal gardens, residences, and various other structures. However, most were sealed and required sufficient energy to unlock. Currently, the energy of the Water God Palace was insufficient, allowing only the main gate and the first 10 trials to operate normally. As for how to replenish energy, it was quite simple. The Water God Palace possessed a unique energy operation system that would automatically draw energy from the outside world once activated. With a thought, Li Lan opened the gates of the Water God Palace. Countless water element energies surged into the palace, causing it to spring to life. However, replenishing energy was a lengthy process. Li Lan estimated it would take thousands of years to fully restore the core's energy. This is far too slow. Sensing Li Lan's disappointment, the Water God Spirit stepped forward, saying, "Palace Master, this is already quite commendable. I will handle the rest." Li Lan nodded, but suddenly noticed that his third brother and the others had vanished from the space of the second trial. Strange, where have they gone? Not good. At that moment, the Water God Spirit's expression shifted dramatically. "What is it?" Li Lan asked, perplexed. "Palace Master, the commotion you caused while communicating with the deities in the temple was far too great. The Water God Palace could not withstand the pressure from the deities, resulting in a tremor. The several trial seekers may have fallen out of the Water God Palace during the tremors." The spirit of the Water God, filled with remorse, said, "I apologize, esteemed Palace Master. This is entirely my fault. Outside the Water God Palace lies Yuming Lake. Having resided in the lake for thousands of years, the spirit of the Water God was still familiar with the name of Yuming Lake." Li Lan let out a sigh of relief. It was merely Yunming Lake. What was the big deal? His third brother and General Xiang were both formidable beings. If they were in Yunming Lake, they should encounter little danger. So, it was just Yunming Lake. However, the Palace Master, the spirit of the Water God, continued, "Deep within Yunming Lake, 3 royal-grade extraordinary beasts dwell." "What?" Li Lan exclaimed, his previous calmness evaporating. 3 royal-grade extraordinary beasts. That was equivalent to 3 terrestrial immortals, and in the water, even 3 terrestrial immortals might not stand a chance against a single royal-grade extraordinary beast. How long had they been down there? The spirit of the Water God pondered and replied, "By your reckoning, it's been only a few minutes." "Only a few minutes?" Li Lan felt a semblance of relief wash over him. He continued to inquire, "Can we retrieve them?" The spirit of the Water God shook her head and said, "Currently, the Water God Palace lacks the energy to influence the outside world. However, esteemed Palace Master, those 3 beasts have ascended to royal grade by absorbing the tremendous power that has overflowed from the Water God Palace. They can be considered half-guardians of the palace. If you were to intervene, perhaps you could subdue them." "Me?" Li Lan was taken aback. What nonsense! He was merely an ordinary extraordinary being, not even a terrestrial immortal. How could he possibly suppress royal-grade extraordinary beasts? The spirit of the water god nodded and explained. The energy that has overflowed from the water god palace contains the supreme power of deities. The might of deities is fatal to ordinary beings. Those extraordinary beasts, having absorbed this power, have naturally ingrained a fear of the deities into their very souls. Asked the palace master of the water god palace. Chosen by the god king, you can naturally wield the power left to you by the god king to subdue them. I never imagined it could be like this. Understanding her implication, Li Lan decided to take a leap of faith. After all, there were no other options left. He could not simply stand by and watch his brother perish in the belly of a beast. Let me out, he urged. The spirit of the water god nodded. And a spatial wormhole formed from a blue particle appeared before them. Esteemed palace master, on the other side of the passage lies the depths of Yunming Lake, precisely where those trial seekers have fallen. I sincerely apologize, but as the guardian spirit of the water god palace, I cannot accompany you outside. At this moment, beneath Yunming Lake, turbulent waves surged. Looking at the water surrounding them, General Xiang and the members of the Dark Moon Circus wore expressions of bewilderment. What is happening? Where are we? It seems we are underwater. Are we at the bottom of Yunming Lake? Did we come out? Weren't we just in the Water God Palace? How did we end up here? I don't know. After that terrifying power appeared, the Water God Palace began to tremble, and then everything went blank. Is Li Qin all right? He is fine. He has awakened. That is good to hear. But could someone explain how we got here? The crowd buzzed with chatter. The childlike high priest focused his mind, isolating the lake water around him, and spoke slowly. During the few minutes when that terrifying power manifested, you all fell unconscious as for what happened afterward. At this moment, the puppet master laughed and said, after that, the space shattered, and we all fell into the spatial rift. Then we found ourselves back at the bottom of the lake. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Puppet master, what should we do now? Should we go back? The beast tamer inquired. And no sooner had he spoken than the lake bed was plunged into darkness. The group hastily employed their mental perception to assess their surroundings. After entering the realm of extraordinary beings, their mental powers had significantly increased. At this moment, even without sight, they could sense what was happening around them. To their astonishment, they discovered that the beast tamer, who had just been speaking, had vanished. What happened? The crowd held their breath, scanning their surroundings. They soon noticed a massive octopus looming above them, fixated on their group. This octopus was 100 times larger than a normal one. Entirely black, with countless tentacles undulating in chaotic patterns. Beneath it, black ink surged forth in a continuous stream. It was this very ink that had momentarily obscured their vision. At that moment, they could clearly see the beast tamer ensnared by several tentacles. Gradually being drawn into the octopus's terrifying maw, blood erupted like a burst, only to be quickly stained black, a royal-grade extraordinary beast. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their scalps tingle, their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. What should we do? General Xiang swiftly enveloped Li Qin in a protective aura of fire energy, fearing that they might inadvertently provoke the deep-sea behemoth. This octopus must have come from the ocean, as Yunming Lake did not harbor such creatures. But why had it traveled so far from the sea to Yunming Lake? The group had no time to ponder this. They simply wished to escape this cursed place. Do not make a sound. This creature is highly sensitive to noise. The high priest communicated telepathically. At this moment, distinctions between friend and foe faded. Everyone nodded in agreement. Which way should we go? Director Jiang asked General Xiang. General Xiang glanced at the group and noticed Li Qin slowly swimming to the left. To the left. Seeing this, the group followed closely behind him. A few seconds later, the puppet master halted. Following suit, Li Qin and the high priest also stopped. The others looked at the three of them in confusion. Why have we stopped? Puppet master, did you sense something? Li Qin pointed ahead, revealing a large, pitch-black fish glaring at them with predatory intent. It bore a gaping maw, its body covered in green moss and algae, perfectly camouflaged within its surroundings. If one did not look closely, they might not notice it at all. Another royal-grade extraordinary beast. The group's spirits plummeted. Damn, how could we possibly stand a chance against two royal-grade extraordinary beasts? It's over. We're doomed. The members of the Dark Moon Circus scattered in all directions. General Xiang and the others huddled together, exchanging looks of trepidation. Each of you, if an opportunity to escape arises, seize it without hesitation. Do not worry about us. Yes, General. The two royal-grade extraordinary beasts slowly advanced, their terrifying presence bearing down on everyone, sending chills down their spines and causing them to tremble. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, the two royal-grade extraordinary beasts suddenly began to wail. Their cries were filled with sorrow, as if pleading for mercy. What is happening? Why are they doing this? An extraordinary being questioned in bewilderment. It seems they are afraid, General Xiang gasped, his expression grave. The crowd's pupils widened in disbelief. Afraid? What could instill such terror in royal-grade extraordinary beasts? Could it be an even more powerful royal-grade extraordinary beast? Just as despair settled over the group, a frail figure appeared before them. This seemed to be the source of the two royal-grade extraordinary beasts' fear. Upon seeing this figure, the two royal-grade extraordinary beasts began to tremble, as if confronted by a great terror. Chapter 48. The beast tide subsides, preparing to head to Longjing. This figure, it appeared to be a person? But what kind of person possesses such immense power that it can instill fear in two royal-grade extraordinary beasts? Could it be a deity? The group held their breath, fixated on the figure before them. Not daring to move an inch, gradually, the figure became clearer. Upon recognizing his face, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Li Lan? General Xiang exclaimed, incredulous. Is it really you? Li Lan, rubbing his eyes drowsily, waved at General Xiang before approaching Li Qin. Noticing his third brother's weak state, Li Lan couldn't help but ask worriedly, Third brother, are you all right? Little Lan, how did you end up here too? Li Qin shook his head, finding it hard to believe that Li Lan had scared off those two royal-grade extraordinary beasts. Did you pass the trial? Li Qin asked, astonished. This Water God Palace secret realm is clearly no ordinary realm. Now that Li Lan has become the holy son of the Water God Palace, shouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Sort of, Li Lan nodded, not elaborating further. After all, the reality of the Water God Palace was beyond comprehension, and he feared that revealing too much might attract unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the pitch-black fish emitted a low growl, and the pressure on the group intensified. Li Qin instinctively shielded Li Lan behind him. Li Lan activated the sea goddess mark within his consciousness and glared at it. The royal-grade extraordinary beast immediately fled in panic. Observing this, the octopus also dared not linger and scurried back toward the sea. Witnessing this spectacle, the group felt their minds go blank. Li Qin, who had intended to continue speaking, momentarily forgot what to say. This, Director Jiang stammered. Seeing the astonished expressions of the elders, Li Lan could only helplessly explain. It was all thanks to the Water God Palace. The crowd suddenly understood, believing that Li Lan had harnessed the might of the spirit of the Water God to drive away the royal-grade extraordinary beasts. Will you be returning to the Water God Palace? Li Qin inquired. Li Lan shook his head, stating that the remaining matters could be resolved by the spirit of the Water God, and his presence was no longer necessary. Moreover, he has now acquired the core of the Water God Palace, allowing him to connect with the spirit of the Water God at any moment. Even if the spirit requires specific permissions to access certain areas of the palace, he can manipulate it remotely. Is it still possible to enter the Water God Palace? The old director inquired, perplexed. Li Lan shook his head once more. Following the previous earthquake, many of the palace's barriers were damaged, and repairing them would take time. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of regret. After all, the treasures within the Water God Palace were plentiful, and despite the dangers involved, what did that minor peril matter in the face of such bountiful rewards? Among these extraordinary individuals, who had not emerged from a sea of blood and mountains of knives, General Xiang, it seems the members of the Dark Moon Circus and the High Priest have fled. A practitioner remarked to General Xiang. The general nodded, saying, let them flee. We wouldn't be able to capture them anyway, however. His gaze turned to Li Lan with concern. Young man, your circumstances may become precarious from now on. The High Priest might not act against you, but the Dark Moon Circus, if they dare to come, I shall ensure they return with nothing. Li Qin, standing nearby, coldly interjected, Little Lan, aren't you supposed to go to the Qinglong Academy in a few days? I'll accompany you then. I want to see if those rats in the gutter dare to lay a hand on you. Third brother, there's no need for such trouble. Have you forgotten that I possess the spirit movement talisman? Li Lan replied. What a joke. If your brother is with you, wouldn't you be tormented to death? All of your little secrets would be laid bare. Su Exine mused that he might manage to slip through by playing the fool. Li Qin considered this and nodded slightly. The fluctuations of the water god palace subsided, and the lake's waters gradually receded. Those aberrant beasts that had once fled from Yunming Lake began to return. The onlookers by the lakeside were left in disbelief at the sight. How strange, the water level has retreated. Wonderful. Those beasts have also retreated. That was awfully swift. The supplies from the provincial capital haven't even arrived yet. Isn't this good news? Hurry and notify them that the supplies need not be delivered. Does anyone know the casualty count? Report to the captain. With the help of the young heroes, our soldiers have suffered no casualties. The crowd buzzed with excitement, relishing the joyous atmosphere. Su Exine and Duan Zitao exchanged a fist bump in celebration of their victory, though their gazes soon turned anxiously toward the lake. Earlier, Duan Zitao had nearly been devoured by a beast during battle, but fortunately, Su Exine had rushed in to save him, forging a bond between them. What are we waiting for? To see if Li Lan returns? Duan Zitao asked, sitting beside Su Exine and gazing at the lake. Su Exine nodded gently, retrieving a potion from his pocket and consuming it. Rest assured, Li Lan will be just fine. He is a remarkable practitioner, and he is with General Xiang and the others. His third brother is also present. With so many extraordinary individuals, unless they encounter a royal-level beast, they are unlikely to face any serious trouble. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew over the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao exclaimed, Look, they're back. Su Exine quickly turned his gaze to the sky, smiling faintly, though that smile soon vanished. Duan Zitao found it hard to believe and rubbed his eyes. Could this stoic actually smile? It must be an illusion, right? As General Xiang and the others returned, more people gathered along the shore. Whispers filled the air, and many eyes turned to Li Lan. Look quickly, General Xiang and his team have returned. But it seems one is missing. Captain Qin. Has Captain Qin fallen? How could this be? He is a remarkable practitioner. What is so impossible about it? Rumor has it that the bottom of Yunming Lake harbors royal-level beasts. How could a remarkable practitioner stand against them? And we must also guard against the underhanded schemes of the Dark Moon Circus. Those damned creatures. If not for them, Captain Qin would still be alive. Look, Li Lan has returned too. Lazy God, lazy God, lazy God. My goodness. Wonderful, lazy God is back. Is lazy God unscathed? He seems a bit lethargic. Hasn't he always looked like this? A 17-year-old remarkable practitioner. Li Lan is simply terrifying. I must express my gratitude to Li Lan. Without him, I might have perished earlier. Me too. I never expected Li Lan to be so adept at hiding his true strength. If Li Lan is so formidable, why didn't he just reveal himself and seize victory during the selection tournament? What is there to ponder? When you play games, don't you first wear down your opponent before unleashing your ultimate move? But this isn't a game. For Lazy God, the selection tournament may not differ much from a game. As soon as Li Lan descended from the sky, a throng of people encircled him. In fact, a few audacious girls even attempted to kiss him. Startled, Li Lan instantly lost his drowsiness and used his telekinetic powers to float away. However, midway through, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Exine stood outside the crowd. Watching him, to his surprise, Su Exine's aura had reached the realm of remarkable practitioners as well. Upon noticing this, Li Lan hurriedly rushed over Su Exine, displaying a look of disdain, effortlessly hoisted him onto his back. I thought you were dead. Do you wish for my demise? Well, I nearly perished in that wretched lake. Do you know? There were 3 royal-level beasts at the bottom, Li Lan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Exine's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Are you injured? Why do you deviate from the script? Shouldn't you be asking how we escaped from those 3 royal-level beasts? Li Lan continued along his train of thought. My third brother said I have only 1 week left to live. What? Li Lan sensed Su Exine abruptly halt. His body tense. He slowly turned to look back, asking, Is that true? You're not deceiving me? Seeing his intense reaction, Li Lan realized he had gone too far and quickly replied, Just kidding. Why don't you just go die already? Su Exine tossed him off his back and strode ahead without looking back. Wait, Su Exine, don't be angry. I was wrong. I truly apologize. Li Lan used his telekinetic powers to float after him. I was mistaken. I genuinely regretted it. Minutes later, Su Exine helplessly picked Li Lan up onto his back once more. I owe you one. Once I repay this debt, I will head to the border to fight, and we shall never meet again, Li Lan countered. You promised me you'd work for free for 30 years. For those 30 years, I can command you to serve me daily. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the small blood pill the high priest had given him during their time in the secret realm. He promptly retrieved it and shoved it towards Su Exine's mouth. Without hesitation, Su Exine consumed it. What was that? Shouldn't you have asked before eating? Li Lan remained silent. Seconds later, Su Exine felt a warm sensation arise within him. In the next instant, the holy blood within him vanished without a trace. Su Exine turned in disbelief to look at Li Lan, only to find that Li Lan had somehow fallen asleep. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is soundly defeated by the fire element. The wood element is diligently training, gaining 100 wood energy. The telekinetic and control abilities are best friends, practicing hand in hand, gaining 20 telekinetic energy and 20 control energy. The telekinetic and control abilities have comprehended the fusion skill, mental control, prototype. The water element teaches the technique water nurtures all while diligently training, gaining 80 water energy. The dragon tiger body refining technique watches the water nurtures all technique with concern, distractedly beginning its training, gaining 5 host body and spirit. The water nurtures all technique is working hard to train, gaining 50 energy capacity. When Li Lan awoke, he found himself seated in a wheelchair. Su Exine was beside him, engrossed in a book titled Caged Tribe. His third brother was also nearby, perusing a comic book and occasionally breaking into silly laughter, which caused Li Lan to feel a twinge of disdain. Having such a brother was utterly embarrassing. The interior of the vehicle was spacious and noisy, showing no signs of the presence of 2 remarkable practitioners as it maintained its usual atmosphere. However, Li Lan could distinctly feel the gazes of the principal and several teachers directed at him, filled with newfound respect. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Cui Mingho, you fight well. But I am even more exceptional. Take this. I strike at your left. Ha ha ha. Did you expect that? I actually aimed for your right. Huang Xiaoyan's swordsmanship had improved significantly, rendering Cui Mingho utterly defenseless. Lu Yuya narcissistically admired himself in the mirror, proudly donning a medal on the most conspicuous part of his chest. This was an honor awarded to all outstanding practitioners by the military for their exceptional contributions during the recent Beast Tide cleanup. Hearing the teacher beside him mention that Lu Yuya, despite his usual pretentiousness and penchant for wearing a suit during battles, exhibited no hesitation when it came to exterminating aberrant beasts. He had saved the lives of several children in the process, even going so far as to tear his favorite suit. While such an act might seem trivial to an ordinary person, Li Lan understood that for Lu Yuya, it was a matter of grave significance. There were times when he would rather suffer injuries himself than allow his suit to sustain even the slightest damage. My idol, you have awakened, exclaimed Wang Shishir, her face lighting up at the sight of Li Lan regaining consciousness. She hurriedly retrieved a bottle of cola from her backpack and placed it before him. Here, have some cola. Thank you. Li Lan nodded his appreciation. He had initially intended to decline, but the allure of the cola proved too irresistible, and he accepted it. Using his telekinetic abilities, he effortlessly popped the cap and poured the fizzy drink into his mouth. When only a small portion remained, he tossed the bottle to Su Exine, who readily finished it in one go. And what about mine? Li Qin set aside his comic book, casting a mournful glance at Li Lan. Have you forgotten your brother now that you have a girlfriend? Are you foolish? Li Lan shot him a disdainful look before returning to his slumber. I in his dreams. A sigh escaped his lips. If only I truly had a girlfriend. His criteria were not overly demanding. He desired someone fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and a captivating presence. It should not be too large, as he found that overwhelming. Curse it. The more he thought about it, the more he longed for a girlfriend. After a prolonged contemplation, Li Lan sighed once more. Forget it. Seeking one is too exhausting. The mere thought of accompanying a girlfriend on shopping trips, dates, and engaging in conversations filled him with a vague sense of headache. There's nothing sweeter than slumber, wouldn't you agree? To the single gentleman before the screen. After spending a few days at school, Li Lan received a notification from the Provincial Education Department. The national martial arts competition would take place in Longjing a month later, and participants were required to arrive there within 10 days. Upon arrival, dedicated personnel would be there to assist them. Simultaneously, instructors from the 5 major colleges would also be present in Longjing to facilitate the enrollment process for new students. Chapter 49. A grand victory at the front lines, private jets, and 3 small wooden boxes. Su Xian wheeled Li Lan towards the airport, while Li Qin, adorned in a dazzling outfit, trailed closely beside them, drawing attention. Third brother, I told you there's no need to see me off. Noticing the gazes of those around them, Li Lan ruffled his tousled hair, expressing his resignation. Yet Li Qin appeared utterly delighted, tilting his head slightly. He seemed to relish the attention immensely. Xiao Lan, being personally escorted by the Golden Saint Warrior, you should feel honored. This honor is one I would rather forego. Li Lan sighed, closing his eyes to drift back to sleep. Meanwhile, Li Qin enthusiastically greeted the onlookers. The airport was bustling with people. Additionally, with a few of them being semi-celebrities, it didn't take long for more and more individuals to take notice of them. Look, isn't that the Golden Saint Warrior, Li Qin? That armor looks so cool. My heart's golden war god. Indeed, it's him. He is a hero from our Jiangnan province. However, it's a pity he doesn't fit my type. I prefer someone a bit more aloof. That person in the wheelchair looks strangely familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. That's Li Lan, the god of laziness, the champion from the selection competition. My uncle serves in the military, and according to his description, Li Lan's performance during the Beast Tide could be described as a deity descending from the heavens. Is that for real? That's quite the exaggeration. Of course, just look at who he is, a 17-year-old prodigy. Sigh, after all these days, the god of laziness remains as lazy as ever. I wish I could be the god of laziness's girlfriend. The god of laziness is a flower on a high peak, meant to be admired from afar. He isn't suitable for a boyfriend. You wouldn't want to be in the midst of intimate moments while he is fast asleep, would you? How rude. I cannot comprehend what you're saying. And that must be Su Xian beside him? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He is exactly my type. Mr. Li Qin, may I please have your autograph? I want one too. A throng of admirers surged forward. Li Qin graciously accepted the attention. Of course, one at a time. As he was signing, he noticed a group of young women approaching, vibrant and full of life. Has my charm grown to the extent that even young girls are this crazed? Li Qin thought, a proud smile gracing his face. Little sisters, one at a time. Crowding is an unfair act. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face quickly faltered. The group of girls, upon reaching him, did not stop but rather veered towards Li Lan. God of laziness, may we take a photo together? A bright-eyed young girl politely inquired, her innocent enthusiasm evident. Li Lan opened his eyes to find a cluster of eager young girls gazing at him. And without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Yay! The girls erupted into joyous leaps. Witnessing this, Li Qin turned back to the group of burly men in front of him, feeling as though his day's good mood had evaporated. Li Qin, are you all right? Nothing, just feeling a bit unwell, he continued signing, his heart aching with envy. A towering man, over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles quickly supported him. Li Qin, are you okay? If you're feeling unwell, you don't have to sign. Yes, yes, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, a burst of laughter and cheers erupted from Li Lan's direction. Thank you, Brother Li Lan. Thank you too. Brother Su Xian, god of laziness, thank you. Love you to bits. Ouch, the pain intensifies. Li Qin shook his head. It's nothing serious, just didn't he sleep well last night. I'll catch up on some rest later. After finishing his autographs, Li Qin let out a series of long sighs. Li Lan stretched and glanced at Su Xian, fluttering his eyelids. I don't know, but Qinggu has been like this since earlier. Su Xian remarked. Li Lan nodded, feeling content as he admired the scenery along the way. The Jiangnan province-based city, being one of the 18 base cities in the nation, boasted a remarkably impressive airport. With a strong sense of technology, a massive screen hung prominently in the departure hall, showcasing hot news events from across the country. Below the large screen, countless smaller screens displayed all the flights scheduled for the day. Li Lan, Su Xian, is that you? A clear voice rang out from a distance. The three turned towards the source of the sound and saw a group of teenagers approaching. Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liqui, and Feng Heng among them. Alongside them were Huang Cheng and a few others from out of province. Clearly, they were also headed to Longjing, some for the national martial arts competition, and others for the enrollment of the 5 major colleges. Hello, Li Lan waved at them. God of laziness. God of laziness, what a surprise to see you at the airport. God of laziness, what a coincidence to meet again. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. Hello, everyone. Li Lan. It's been a while, Wu Liqui greeted. Still dressed in black, holding a sword, exuding an aura of a stoic assassin. Long time no see, Li Lan acknowledged with a nod. Are you all waiting for a flight? Duan Zitao asked as he sipped from a cup of unfortunate coffee. Glancing at Su Xian nodded. Fantastic. If that's the case, perhaps we'll all be on the same flight. The others expressed their joy as well. Being in the presence of Li Lan, who stood as the pillar of the younger generation in Jiangnan province, they naturally felt elated. Unless something unexpected occurs, we should not be on the same flight, Su Xian suddenly interjected. Why? Aren't you all heading to Longjing? The others looked puzzled. Su Xian explained with a hint of resignation. To ensure the young master's safety, a private jet will be taking us to Longjing, as the young master's companion. I naturally must accompany him. I see. What a pity, the group remarked, their expressions dimming. However, they understood. After all, Li Lan had already caught the attention of the Dark Moon Circus, making him a potential target for the Spirit Association. The fall of Li Lan would not only be a loss for the Li family but for the entire Dragon Nation and even the Human Alliance as a whole. While they chatted, the large screen at the front of the airport hall suddenly shifted, revealing the striking figure of a news anchor. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fanjia, a host from the Border News Channel. I bring you a piece of joyous news. Let us congratulate the 7th Corps of the Border for successfully annihilating 3 elite invading forces of the Aberrant race and slaying a demigod from the Barbarian Spirit clan. Next, let us enjoy live coverage. As the scene shifted, a grim landscape of corpses and blood, accompanied by swirling yellow sands, unfolded before their eyes. A man with red hair, tied in a short ponytail and clad in military attire, hovered in midair. His body was covered in scars, and his uniform was tattered beyond recognition. A colossal bird of flame swirling around him, emitting a deafening cry. With hawk-like eyes, he fixated on a giant over 4 meters tall, muscles rippling menacingly. The term demigod referred to the Aberrant race's earthly immortals. At that moment, both Li Qin and Li Lan felt as though their hearts had leaped into their throats. For the man with the red hair was none other than their elder brother. Li Qingyang. It is the young emperor, Li Qingyang, who has sustained such grievous injuries. What? A demigod? Does the Barbarian Spirit clan have no shame? A dignified demigod dares to strike at a junior? Infuriating. Fear not, everyone. Did the news not report the slaying of a demigod from the Barbarian Spirit clan? I believe this must be the one. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the grand hall fell into a sudden silence, the atmosphere growing tense. The footage appeared to be captured by a drone from a distance, rendering the image somewhat unclear. Yet the onlookers could still distinctly see the arrogant expression on the face of the demigod from the Barbarian Spirit clan. Li Qingyang, you are truly remarkable. I have lived for centuries and have yet to encounter such an exceptional being from another race. Now I offer you a chance. Join my Barbarian Spirit clan and gain promotion. Otherwise, death awaits. His eyes were as wide as an infant's head, filled with sharp fangs, and as he spoke, saliva sprayed forth. His large face a grotesque visage. You are not worthy, Li Qingyang retorted coldly. Despite his severe injuries, he looked down upon his opponent with an air of superiority, akin to an emperor among men. He grasped a sword over 2 meters long, which began to emanate a blazing radiance. Excellent! The demigod of the Barbarian Spirit clan intoned solemnly. With a gentle push against the ground, he soared into the air, charging towards Li Qingyang. His massive form resembled a small mountain, exuding a destructive force capable of shattering all in its path. If you refuse, then perish. Li Qingyang's expression remained icy, gazing down at him with disdain. You are equally unworthy. Just as the crowd pondered his next move, a scene of horror unfolded. Li Qingyang raised his hand, plunging the sword into his own heart. Is he mad? The spectators' minds went blank. Yet in the next moment, Li Qingyang let out a mighty roar. His entire body ignited in flames. The fire grew ever larger, ultimately transforming into a towering flame giant over 10 meters high. Crowned and wielding a colossal flame sword, he resembled a legendary deity of fire. He withdrew the sword, the blood upon it igniting fiercely. At that moment, the sword bore a striking resemblance to the one held by the flame giant. Albeit Li Qingyang's was considerably smaller. As he faced the charging demigod from the barbarian spirit clan, Li Qingyang brandished the flaming divine sword and struck forward with great force. The flame giant mirrored this action. In an instant, a searing sword energy was unleashed, painting the entire realm in a fiery crimson hue. With a crack, even the surrounding space could not withstand the intense, sharp sword energy, shattering like glass. The scene shifted once more. The giant of the barbarian spirit clan lay sprawled on the ground, cleaved in two. Li Qingyang approached slowly, crushing the giant's head beneath his foot, the brain matter exploding forth like a fruit bursting open. Yet not a drop stained him. At this moment, Li Qingyang maintained an expression of indifference. Sheathing his sword, he departed with nonchalance, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. The footage concluded, and the large screen in the airport hall returned to normal. A brief silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an eruption of cheers and screams. This scene unfolded simultaneously across the nation. He won. He actually won. Li Qingyang single-handedly defeated a demigod from another race. Truly, he is the young emperor of Qingyang. This is nothing short of divine. Utterly impressive. Especially that final expression of his, as if to say, is this all a demigod from another race can muster? The other demigods of the barbarian spirit clan must be seething at this sight. What a monstrous talent has emerged from the Li family. No wonder he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. With a single sword, he incinerated these accursed beings. I wonder if they will dare invade our human territories again. Does anyone know who that demigod was? I feel like I've seen him before. I remember, 7 years ago, he appeared on the battlefield at the borders of the White Bear Federation. In that battle, the White Bear suffered the loss of several powerful practitioners, and it was only when 2 terrestrial immortals intervened that he was finally repelled. Hiss, too. If the young emperor of Qingyang were to become a terrestrial immortal, it would be monumental. Seeing Li Qingyang's victory, the 2 brothers, Li Qin and Li Lan, simultaneously exhaled in relief. My brother actually won. Li Qin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. So impressive! Li Lan glanced at Su Xian and Duan Zitao beside them, and they shared similar sentiments. I hope my brother's injuries aren't too serious. Li Lan furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to send a few messages to his brother. After confirming that his injuries, while severe, were fully recoverable and would not lead to any lingering ailments, he felt at ease. Is my brother all right? Li Qin inquired of Li La, and Li Lan smiled and nodded. As long as he's fine. Li Qin's face broke into a grin. At that moment, a dozen identical small aircraft landed in the airport's open area. Why are there so many planes? Li Lan looked curiously at his third brother. Don't mislead the members of the Spirit Energy Society. We won't land directly in Longjing. Li Lan nodded in agreement. The crowd gazed enviously as they approached the private planes. Li Lan had initially intended to direct them to take another plane to Longjing, but considering the potential threat of an ambush from the Dark Moon Circus along the way, he dismissed that notion. While the probability of encountering danger in the air is low, one can never be too certain. He could not bear the weight of potentially losing lives. Excuse me, where are we headed? The pilot inquired of Li Qin. To the Shituzhuang Airport in the North River Province Bay City. In the sky, all was stable. Li Lan squinted his eyes, relishing the service provided by the massage robot. Su Xian and his third brother were engrossed in their books. Li Lan glanced down to find his third brother reading Sailor Moon. He immediately made a face of disdain. Turning to Su Xian, he discovered he was engrossed in a literary work entitled Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Lan was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Su Xian to be such a literary enthusiast. He had heard of the author, whose name was Gabriel García Márquez, a literary master from millennia ago, renowned in his time. By the way, here, take this. At that moment, Li Qin suddenly stood up, producing 3 small wooden boxes. The boxes were engraved with strange runes, from which a peculiar energy continuously emanated. Chapter 50. The Bounty of a Lifetime. Second Sister Li Qingya. The underground black market's official website, in the mysterious Jianghu section, was currently experiencing a surge in activity, with a post gaining incredible traction at an astonishing speed. Within just an hour of its posting, it had successfully taken over the board, landing in the top 3 of the monthly trending list. 1. Another spirit energy society, the Black Church publicly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2. A second Flame Emperor, young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters a demigod from another race. 3. The young master of the Li family has committed such a heinous act, prompting the female executives of the Spirit Energy Society to issue a sky-high bounty. 4. A new 5-star secret realm discovered in Jiangnan province, with numerous powerful practitioners and several terrestrial immortals en route. 9. The lifelong enemy of the Spirit Energy Society, the Black Coffin High Priest, has recovered from his injuries, claiming to have gained control over half of the Spirit Energy Society's personnel. 10. Internal news from the Spirit Energy Society. The Dark Moon Circus's powerful practitioner, the Clown, has fallen. The underground black market was established a century ago by a group of rogue terrestrial immortals as an unregulated trading website. User expansion was conducted via a referral system. Only those recommended by existing users could gain access to the site. Initially, it only served simple trading functions. However, after a century of development, it had become a melting pot of various individuals, including official practitioners, rogue cultivators, and countless malevolent practitioners. Over time, it had evolved into the fastest source of information among powerful practitioners in the country. Indeed, it was primarily a platform for powerful practitioners. The earliest users of the site were friends or descendants of those terrestrial immortals who founded it. Naturally, friends of terrestrial immortals were also terrestrial immortals, or at the very least, powerful practitioners. Thus, over the years, while the site's user base had somewhat declined, it remained at a reasonably stable level, and of course, a significant reason for this was that 50 years ago, the site's administrators announced that only powerful practitioners could access the site. The verification method was straightforward: inject energy into the phone. After all, most modern phones are embedded with highly advanced energy sensing systems. It has been 3,000 years since the awakening of spiritual energy. Surely no one still uses traditional phones. Upon first laying eyes on this post, a sense of curiosity arose within the crowd. The young master of the Li family? A detestable act? Female executives? Hee. At first, everyone thought it might be some scandalous news, but upon clicking in, they realized the content was anything but trivial. Post author, Milky White Snow, from the Spirit Energy Society branch, Dark Moon Circus. Exposing the Li family of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor's grandson, Li Lan, is a powerful practitioner of wood attribute. Upon learning this news, the higher-ups of the Spirit Energy Society and the top powerful practitioner, Peach Demon, announced a bounty on Li Lan. Capture a live reward, a holy relic, death reward, a semi-holy relic, claimable with the head. Countless comments flooded beneath the post. Steamed bun with egg. Author, you truly know how to post. North Vietnam's Big Brother. Are you trying to fish for attention? A 17-year-old powerful practitioner? How is that even possible? Moreover, a powerful practitioner from the Li family is a wood-type practitioner. If what you say is true, I might as well eat my phone. Username 66. This news is too fake. Yao Bao. I might believe it if you said it was Li Qingyang's third brother, but the fourth brother, let's skip that. Aunt of Golden Sun. I also think it's impossible. Loves eating squid soup. Same here. The banana yogurt shake enthusiast, Junling, 1. I truly am not from Nantong. 10086.in. The beginning, everyone faced misfortune. But as the thread reached over 30 comments, the tide began to turn. Simultaneously, the post's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Fox N. Everyone, hurry to check the black market bounty. What the original poster said is true. Wandering with Dreams. Wow, I saw it too. Foundation establishment period. Qing Li. The Li family has produced another prodigy, a 17-year-old master of the arcane. How terrifying. Canteen. Hee. I want this bounty. Annihilation in Thunder. The Li family is truly deep-rooted. They have deceived the world. Dagu. Kill Li Lan. Claim the bounty. Nuayu. Kill Li Lan. Claim the bounty. The one who loves to eat Wulongguoba, Li Hui. With so many powerful practitioners of evil forces coming to Longjing, it seems the city will be in chaos for a while. Mu Huang. If you dare to come to Longjing, be prepared for a one-way trip. Emperor Mia. Greetings, Grandfather Mu Huang, Puppet Master, haha. Old Master Mu, long time no see. It seems this time Mu K is doomed. Too bad I won't be the one to end him. Puppet Master, by the way, is the administrator here? I want to report that the person above lacks the strength of a master and has infiltrated. I truly am Mu K. What does that have to do with me? Emperor Mia. How did the post's popularity rise so quickly? Did the psychic spend money to buy trending topics? User, Emperor Miemia, has been permanently banned by the website administrator. After suddenly landing at the third spot on trending, the post's popularity continued to surge. In no time, it reached the second position. Just as it was about to claim the top spot, the post vanished without a trace. For a considerable time following the disappearance of the trending topic, the phones of the core members of the Li family were inundated with calls. Yet, most expressed confusion over the matter, especially Li Lan's father, the current head of the Li family. Li Kai Tiandan's little son is a master of the arcane. How was I unaware? In the Longjing Supernatural Bureau, Director Li Fei furrowed his brow at the sudden disappearance of the post. Xiao Lu, Director, relay my orders to enhance the security measures in Longjing and its surrounding areas. Yes, in the Dragon Army District, an elderly man with a youthful visage stamped a red document. Immediately, the entire military district sprang into action. Various units received orders to patrol every corner of Longjing. Upon encountering individuals from evil forces, they were instructed to eliminate them on site without needing to report. The Longjing 5-star hotel, Hungyi Hotel, in the presidential suite, a woman with cascading red waves, sensuous lips, and a curvaceous figure, dressed in an evening gown rivaling supermodels, sat before a makeup mirror. That moment, she was applying a facial mask, glancing at her phone with slightly parted lips, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Miss Qingya, what's the matter? Her assistant inquired softly. Oh, nothing much, just came across something astonishing. Li Qingya replied with a faint smile. Oh, what is it? It's about my brother. Upon hearing this, the assistant refrained from probing further, as she understood these matters were beyond her purview. After all, this woman was not only a prominent star in Longhua, but also the second daughter of the Li family. Xiao Wei, Miss Qingya, please cancel tomorrow's fashion show for me and contact the staff at the Beha base. I need to visit Shirtu village in the next few days. But Miss Qingya, this show was arranged long ago with numerous sponsors. It may be impossible to cancel. The assistant looked troubled. If it can't be canceled, then postpone it. All right, I'll talk to the company on the airplane. Qinggu, what is this? Su Xian asked, puzzled. Li Qin smiled and replied. A good thing. He proceeded to open 3 boxes, revealing 3 masks. What are these? Disguise masks. Li Qin donned one, explaining, these are cosmetic props. When worn, they can alter your appearance according to your desires. Even if someone from the psychic community stands before you, they won't recognize you. With a thought, his features swiftly transformed. Aside from his physique, even his aura changed, shifting from a youthful demeanor to that of a composed adult. You all should wear one too. All right. Su Xian and Li Lan donned theirs, transforming into ordinary young Men. Li Lan took on the guise of Mu Ke, a teacher from Qinglong Academy. This face seems somewhat familiar, Li Qin remarked with furrowed brows. Su Xian added, young master, transforming into teacher Mu's appearance makes you seem a bit old, doesn't it? Old? I think it looks fine. You appear out of place with us. I believe you should change. Li Lan's face morphed again, becoming a youthful boy of around 14. Why are you taking on my childhood appearance? Su Xian instantly recognized the visage, reminiscent of his 14-year-old self. However, due to recent growth spurts, the difference was notable. Li Lan remained silent. Su Xian sighed, allowing it to be At that moment. A news broadcast played on the airplane television. Breaking news. Popular star Li Qingya is set to attend a fashion show in Shirtu village tomorrow. Why is my second sister coming to Bei? Li Lan blinked. Li Qin chuckled. Xiaolan, your second sister is coming specifically for you. Are you touched? I dare not feel anything. I'll have to endure her nagging again. Li Lan sighed, falling into a quiet slumber. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was utterly defeated and brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element confessed its feelings to the fire element, leaving the latter stunned. At that moment, the lightning element launched an attack, only to be swatted away by the fire element. The wood element diligently exchanged insights with the water element while seriously cultivating, gaining 100 wood energy. Telekinesis and control abilities collaborated on researching arcane arts, gaining 20 telekinesis energy and 20 control energy. The water element was diligently practicing, acquiring 20 water energy. The Dragon Tiger body forging technique was closely leaning against water nurtures all things for cultivation, enhancing the host's physique by 20 and energy capacity by 50. After disembarking the plane, the trio, having used the VIP passage, went unnoticed. They casually found a hotel and checked in. I have some matters to attend to these next couple of days. Once I'm done, I'll take you to Longjing. Li Qin checked his phone and informed. To conceal his identity, he had long since removed his golden armor. Now, he wore formal attire, resembling a high-end businessman. By nightfall, after Li Lan finished his meal using his telekinesis ability, he heard a knock at the door. Young master, it's me. Su Xian entered. Li Lan looked at him, puzzled. Young master, do you wish to go downstairs for a massage? Qin Gu has arranged it for us. Before Li Lan could respond, Su Xian had already hoisted him onto his back and exited the room. Li Lan, is it really okay to act without consulting me first? Li Lan sighed, allowing himself to be carried. It must be said that high-end hotels provide excellent amenities. Everything one desires is available, though it all comes at a price. Young master, let me scrub you down first. Upon arriving at the massage area, Su Xian suddenly pointed at a bathhouse. Li Lan nodded. Su Xian's scrubbing technique was exceptional, albeit a bit gentle, as if he were afraid of hurting him. Let me scrub you too? Li Lan offered. All right. After a few minutes, Su Xian emerged from the bathhouse, his back covered in bruises. Young master, forget it, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay in the relaxation room to cultivate. At that moment, two young women approached them, shyly lowering their heads while holding their phones. Dio, you need something? Su Xian inquired. Can we get the WeChat of the young man next to you? One girl, dressed in student attire, asked, glancing at Li Lan. I'm Yun Shui, and this is my best friend Ding Miao. They appear to be around 17 or 18, embodying a pure and innocent charm. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was he who was being asked for his WeChat, he was currently wearing Su Xian's face. How infuriating, nevertheless, Li Lan exchanged WeChat information with them. Watching them leave, Su Xian helplessly remarked, Young master, could you refrain from doing strange things with my face? I want to do it again. Li Lan glanced at the two girls' social media, discovering they were preparatory students of Qinglong Academy. The term preparatory students refers to those in schools established and managed directly by Qinglong Academy. They could directly enter the academy upon passing assessments, which were significantly easier than the standard entrance examinations. Upon returning to his room, Li Lan received a call from his elder sister. Xiaolan, I have a fashion show at Shituzhuang tomorrow. You must remember to come. It has been ages since I last saw you. And I am eager to see if you truly are my little brother. After such a brief separation, you've seemingly transformed into an extraordinary being. Impressive indeed. The enthusiastic voice from the other end resonated. Li Lan simply acknowledged her with a brief response before hanging up. His sister possessed all the admirable qualities, an alluring figure and striking beauty, yet, regrettably, she was rather loquacious. Even her fans affectionately referred to her as the mute wife. The fashion show was scheduled for the evening. Prior to this, Li Qingya had thoughtfully delivered several VIP tickets to Li Lan. Chapter 51. I have a friend named Li Lan. The following evening, the Tianhai Auditorium at Shituzhuang was teeming with people. Li Lan and Su Xian had not yet approached the venue when they could already hear the fervent voices of fans from a distance. Goddess, goddess, goddess. Finally, I made it here, having traveled all the way from Jiangnan. Fellow townsmen, I too hail from Jiangnan. However, I arrived first in Longjing, and upon hearing Qingya was coming to Behe, I made my way here. Just like you, my wife is incredibly willful. Who are you calling wife? She is my wife. As long as she remains silent, she belongs to everyone. Does anyone know why Goddess Qingya suddenly came to Behe? I had already purchased tickets over in Longjing, only for them to be postponed unexpectedly. Who isn't in the same boat? How is the program arranged for this evening? They say it's a fashion show, but it can't merely be a simple walk, can it? The official website mentions several elements. A fashion show, dancing, and singing. Singing? Are they serious? What on earth were they thinking, having Qingya sing? Oh my goodness, apparently, this was her own request. As she wished to surprise her fans. Surprise? More like a shock. Don't you all enjoy our goddesses singing? I quite like it. Me too. It will definitely enhance the show. Quickly, let's go buy tickets. If we delay, we might miss out and only be able to watch the live stream. My sister is actually going to sing. Inside a supermarket adjacent to the park, Li Lan heard the clamorous voices outside and inhaled deeply. Su Xian took the items from his hand, swiftly completed the payment, and remarked, Young master, stop dawdling. Let us depart. Oh, Li Lan replied, coming to his senses, as they stepped out of the supermarket. The ringtone of his phone echoed from his pocket. He pulled out his phone to see it was his sister calling. Hello, second sister. Where are you? Outside the auditorium. All right, there are quite a few people. Shall I send someone to pick you up? You must have disguised yourselves. Right? Send me a photo. By the way, is your third brother with you? Li Qingya exclaimed in one breath. Okay, I'll send it to you shortly, Li Lan replied. Third brother left after getting off the plane, saying he would take me to Longjing once he was done with his business. That rascal is avoiding me, isn't he? When I see him, I will make him pay, came the heated response from the other end. Then we shall see each other soon. The call ended. Li Lan smiled and beckoned Su Xian, who looked over with curiosity. Li Lan draped an arm over his shoulder and said, Come, Xiao Xian, let us take a photo. Moments later, with a click, a clear photograph appeared on the phone. The youth holding the phone had bright eyes and a radiant smile, with a lollipop in his mouth, tousled hair, and an overall languid demeanor. His lips and eyes shining with joy, reminiscent of the warm sun of early spring. The youth beside him bore a cool expression. Although his features were unremarkable, his bright and profound eyes, moderately thick lips, and high nose conveyed an air of elegance. Why don't you smile? Li Lan murmured as he examined the photo. Convinced there was nothing wrong with it, he sent it to his sister. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Su Xian's exaggerated grin. What are you doing? You startled me. Just smiling for you. What a nuisance. Li Lan couldn't help but chuckle today. He felt unusually spirited, perhaps due to the absence of his wheelchair. The two walked shoulder to shoulder to the exterior of the auditorium. Li Lan glanced at the lengthy queue at the entrance and sighed. Should we just head back? No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice emerged from a nearby ticket booth. Yun Shui, Ding Miao, trust me, I have a way to get you in. How can we get in? It's your fault. If you hadn't been dawdling, we wouldn't have missed out on tickets. Believe me, I have connections inside. Not only will I get you in, but you'll also have seats in the inner circle. Inner circle? Are you serious? Of course. Li Lan turned to see it was indeed the two girls from the previous day who had asked for his WeChat. They were standing with a group of peers, likely classmates. The two girls seemed to have noticed Li Lan as well, waving and smiling in greeting. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Li Lan nodded in acknowledgement. The girls approached. Are you here to buy tickets too? Before Li Lan could respond, they answered their own question, but it's too late to buy them now. The ticket booth has already closed. What a pity. It would have been great for Qingya to visit Beihe. Yun Shui, Ding Miao, who are they? A boy approached, his demeanor cautious. Yun Shui replied, we met yesterday in the lounge of Hengyi Hotel. My dad is a shareholder there, so I often go. Upon hearing that they had just met, the boy visibly relaxed, saying, I thought they might be your boyfriends. How could that be? Yun Shui's cheeks flushed. The classmates nearby began to tease. The boy frowned slightly but refrained from saying anything further. At that moment, Ding Miao spoke up. Wu Sahan, didn't you say you had connections inside? Could you help them get a ticket too? Li Lan was about to decline when the boy interjected. I'm afraid that's not possible. Seats in the inner circle are scarce. My friend managed to secure a few tickets because of his familial ties to the goddess Qingya. Too many requests would complicate things. Upon hearing this, his classmates erupted in chatter, astonished. What? Your friend is related to goddess Qingya? She's part of the Li family. Wu Sahan, you're quite impressive, knowing someone from the Li family. Indeed, Wu Sahan, having connections with the Li family should secure your spot at Qinglong Academy this year. Which relative of goddess Qingya is it that helped you get in? To them, the Li family was an enormous and formidable entity. The boy slightly raised his head, glancing at Li Lan, then lowered his voice, saying, my friend holds a respectable position in the Li family, but you probably haven't heard of him. Who is it? Ding Miao asked curiously. Li Lan too felt intrigued, recalling that his sister seemed to have little fondness for family affairs, especially when it came to her career. The young master of the Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan. Upon hearing this, Li Lan was taken aback. He had just arrived in Beihe a few days ago, having spent all his time in Jiangnan. When had he made such a friend? As for the tickets, he hardly involved himself in his sister's matters, let alone assist others in obtaining tickets. Li Lan? The little brother of goddess Qingya? Is this for real? You aren't pulling our leg, are you? Exactly. Li Lan has always been associated with the Li family. How could you possibly know him? Others remained skeptical. Su Xian cast a curious glance at Li Lan. Li Lan smiled back at him, signaling for him to remain calm. Indeed, it is true, the boy asserted, pulling out his phone. Let me show you our chat history. He opened WeChat, scrolling through, revealing a dense array of messages under a contact named Lilan. Upon seeing this, the crowd gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at the boy. Wu Sahan, you're impressive. No wonder you managed to secure tickets. Turns out you know Lilan. If it were someone else from the Li family, I would find it hard to believe, but him? What is so special about this Lilan? Does he have some remarkable qualities? You don't even know? The Li family dotes on Lilan immensely. The boy raised his head slightly, basking in the attention of the crowd. Just then, Yunshui piped up, Wu Sahan, since you know Lilan, can you really not get a couple more tickets? Even the outer circle would suffice. That is truly not feasible, the boy replied helplessly. Even if it were possible, he wouldn't give tickets to an outsider. What did he take him for? No need to go through such trouble, Lilan interjected. We already have tickets. You have tickets? Yunshui exclaimed, astonished. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lilan nodded, somewhat exasperated. You didn't give me the chance to speak. Yunshui reflected on this, looking somewhat embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name, Lilan pondered for a moment before responding. My name is Mu Que.mu Quebec. Yunshui nodded, softly murmuring, what a peculiar name. Just then, two staff members dressed in black suits exited the auditorium, and upon spotting Lilan and his companion, they hurriedly approached them. As Yunshui's classmates beheld the two staff members, excitement was palpable on their faces. Wuzihan, they are coming this way. Could it be that they are looking for you? Surely not. It is highly unlikely that the staff would personally greet someone. No, wait, they truly seem to be approaching us. Wuzihan, you are quite remarkable, aren't you? Upon seeing the two staff members, Wuzihan appeared noticeably flustered, his expression a mix of confusion and anxiety. Yet, he mustered a forced smile. He hastily pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, inquiring, what is going on with this scalper? Why are their staff members personally welcoming me? The response came swiftly. What staff welcoming you personally, brother? You merely purchased an ordinary ticket. Dreaming of a personal greeting from the staff is quite absurd. Even VIPs do not receive such treatment. Is it not due to the scalper? Then what is happening? Wuzihan's face was a picture of bewilderment. Upon realizing that the staff members were not heading towards him, but rather towards Lilan and Su Xian, one of the staff members pulled out his phone to verify something, then smiled and said, Young masters, this way please. Young master, let us proceed. Lilan nodded. Then, to the astonishment of those around, he followed the staff through the employee exit into the auditorium. What on earth is happening? Yunshui, who exactly are these two friends of yours? I thought they were here to find Wuzihan. Wuzihan, aren't your friends Lilan? Who are these two? Ding Miao, do you have any idea what is going on? Both Yunshui and Ding Miao shook their heads in confusion. They, along with the other classmates, turned their puzzled gazes towards Wuzihan. After a long pause, Wuzihan timidly lowered his head and confessed, I'm sorry, I lied to you all, do not know anyone named Lilan. I bought the ticket from a scalper. As the words escaped his lips, he braced himself for a wave of ridicule. However, after a prolonged silence, he heard nothing but murmurs from his classmates. You scared me. I thought you genuinely knew someone from the Li family. Me too, Wuzihan. You always have a penchant for exaggeration. Luckily, you didn't run into Lilan himself. Otherwise, I would have died laughing. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I suspected something was amiss the moment I saw you get nervous upon seeing those two staff members. Wuzihan's face turned crimson as he asked, Are you all not upset with me? Upset? For what? You haven't committed any heinous act. Exactly, you managed to secure us tickets. We should be thanking you to at that moment. Wuzihan's phone chimed, and glancing at it, he exclaimed with joy, The tickets have arrived. Let us go in. Lilan and his companion followed the staff to the makeshift backstage of the auditorium, where, apart from the staff, many actors and models were present. Most of them were strikingly attractive, embodying the epitome of beauty and grace. Naturally, those lacking such allure could hardly qualify as actors or models. Upon seeing Lilan and his companion, expressions of surprise spread across the faces of the others. Xiao Wang, where did you find these two handsome young men? They both look quite dashing, one with a refined charm and the other with piercing bright eyes, a perfect fit for acting. Their presence is impressive. They appear to be prodigies with extraordinary abilities. You must not waste their talents. How could we possibly waste their talents? Look at Qingya, a rising star and a top-tier practitioner. There is no conflict in that regard. Qingya is a prodigy, a rare exception. You cannot compare them. Hearing this discussion, the staff member helplessly interjected, "Do not even think about pursuing these two. They are here under Qingya's guidance." Upon hearing this, even more astonished expressions emerged. The staff led Li Lan and his companion to a private room, gently closing the door behind them. "Young masters, you have arrived." The room was neither too large nor too small, yet furnished with opulence. A large mirror occupied one wall, in front of which sat a woman in a red gown, applying her makeup. The mirror reflected her regal beauty, akin to a queen of unparalleled grace. Yet, this enchanting figure spoke rather bluntly. Rising to face the two, she remarked, "You lazy boy finally decided to show up. Come, let me see if you've gained weight." Li Lan took a step back and, using his telekinetic ability, gently nudged Su Xian. "Young master, I suddenly feel the need to use the restroom. Please excuse me for a moment." With that, he exited, leaving Su Xian in a state of bewilderment. Su Xian? Once outside, Li Lan was met with enthusiastic invitations from a group of older women. "Little brother, would you like some cola? I have some here." "Little brother, what is your relationship with Qingya?" Chapter 52. Mian Martial Arts Hall. The lightning element rises again, its gaze lethal. Qingya, Su Xian stood rooted in place, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Su Xian, it has been a long time." "Qingya, you recognize me?" "Of course I do," Li Qingya replied with a light laugh. "They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your gaze is entirely different from that boy's, making it not difficult to discern who is who." "Should I call the young master back?" "No need. I will deal with him once I finish my tasks." Li Qingya smoothed her clothing and exited the room. "You may rest here for a while. Feel free to eat whatever is on the table. I might be gone for quite some time." "All right, thank you, Qingya." Relishing the rare solitude, Su Xian found himself bored and began perusing the news on his phone. Mysterious disappearance in the newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan Province. Numerous practitioners left in confusion. The former director of the Jiangnan Province Superpower Bureau states that everything is as expected. Riots erupt in coastal areas, with numerous king-level mutant beasts coming ashore, suspected to herald a beast tide. The military has dispatched personnel for reconnaissance in the waters. Experts suggest that low-level practitioners should venture into the high-risk 5-star secret realm to seek opportunities for advancement. The next day, a body was found in his mansion. The 5-star secret realm. Wasn't that where the young master had entered previously? Su Xian muttered to himself. Scrolling further, Li Lan declined the enthusiastic invitations of the older women and, using his telekinetic ability, floated to an unoccupied rooftop, clearing away the dust on the ground. Stretching, he lay down and began to doze off. A gentle breeze brushed against him, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. How delightful. Bored, Li Lan glanced at his phone and discovered a message waiting for him. It was from Li Mimi. Opening it, he found a lengthy voice message accompanied by several images. The images depicted a building named Mian Martial Arts Hall, lavishly adorned. Li Lan even spotted his own photograph displayed inside the hall, accompanied by the inscription "Grandmaster of Mian Martial Arts Hall" written in bold, sweeping calligraphy, exuding the aura of a master. It was evident that Li Mimi had commissioned someone to create it. In front of the photograph lay an array of incense and fruits. Fortunately, the photograph was in color rather than black and white. Otherwise, those unaware might have thought he was deceased. Li Lan's lips twitched as he opened the voice message. Li Mimi's cheerful voice resonated. "Brother, are you happy? Surprised? Our Mian Martial Arts Hall is finally established. From today onward, you shall be the Grandmaster and the primary owner, while I will be the secondary owner. Brother, I am determined to elevate Mian Martial Arts Hall to great heights in the future. Not only will I display your photograph in every martial arts hall across the nation, but I will also erect a statue of you in the territories of the other races, allowing them to worship you day and night." Li Lan remained silent for a prolonged moment before quietly tapping the 3 dots in the upper right corner and selecting the delete option. With Li Mimi's avatar vanishing, the world around him seemed to quiet down significantly. A satisfied expression graced his face as he found a tranquil position and slowly closed his eyes. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element executes a 1,000-year attack against the fire element. The lightning element is bound to a vine tree of the wood element and is struck with a whip. The lightning element is utterly defeated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, in the core area of Longjing, Miya Martial Arts Hall. Li Mimi lounged with her legs crossed in white stockings on the Master's throne, happily sipping on a cold cola. Surrounding her were a dozen new disciples she had recruited. As for why there were so many disciples on the first day of the martial arts hall's opening, it was because while other halls charged fees for enrollment, she offered monetary incentives. Originally, over 100 individuals had signed up, but after several rounds of elimination, only 13 remained. You may wonder where she got the money? That was because she claimed to her family that the martial arts hall was Li Lan's enterprise, prompting them to generously provide her with over 10 million in startup capital. Technically, she wasn't lying. Li Lan indeed held the majority of shares in the martial arts hall, albeit unbeknownst to him. That I wonder if brother saw my message, she murmured, pulling out her phone. She sent a cute emoji, only to be met with a disheartening red exclamation mark. The recipient is not your friend. Please add them before sending a message, Li Mimi. Master, what troubles you? A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, leaned in closer. Nothing much. Li Mimi hurriedly tucked her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future head of the foremost martial arts school in Longhua, it was imperative that her staff did not discover her embarrassing secret. Master, here is the list of disciples. The man handed a stack of documents to Li Mimi. She counted, 13 sheets in total, neither more nor less, and nodded gently. As she scrutinized the disciples' information, her gaze fell upon the last entry, leaving her utterly astounded. Name: Duan Yuankai. Gender: male. Age: 14. Talent: body system superpower, strength enhancement. Talent level: S. She glanced around at the muscular figures surrounding her, her eyes landing on a blonde-haired boy amidst the brawny crowd. After a moment of careful comparison, she slowly spoke. Duan Yuankai, you possess the S-level strength enhancement superpower? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to Duan Yuankai. Expressions of shock, surprise, and confusion etched on their faces. Did I hear that correctly? S-level? What is such a genius doing here? Surely, someone of that caliber would not lack financial support. With plenty willing to sponsor him, IT must be fabricated, right? Yet, how could he have passed the previous assessments to enter the school? Just then, Duan Yuankai suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The onlookers rushed to assist him, only to realize he was not fainting but rather asleep. I remember now, the towering man beside Li Mimi suddenly remarked. Earlier this year, an S-level strength enhancer emerged at Longjing No. 1 High School. His performance was commendable, yet he was ultimately not admitted, and no other school showed interest in him. Is this person really Duan Yuankai? Li Mimi inquired, puzzled. Why was he not accepted? The man sighed, replying, that is due to a peculiar sleeping disorder he suffers from, one that strikes without any discernible pattern. In other words, as long as Duan Yuankai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Master, should I expel him? No need. Li Mimi smiled slightly, saying, my brother might have much in common with him. The fire element is diligently cultivating. Fire element energy 100. The lightning element is seriously training. Lightning element energy 120. The lightning element is earnestly practicing. Lightning element energy 130. Your lightning element cultivation has reached early stage of great supernatural being. Your lightning element supernatural power, falling thunder, has evolved into thunderous might. The divine water element is training alongside the wood element, a harmonious cycle of water and wood. Divine water energy 200. Wood element energy 200. The telekinesis superpower looks on enviously at the dragon tiger body forging technique. Telekinesis energy 80. The telekinesis superpower successfully comprehends the supernatural power, mental perception. The control superpower gazes enviously at the dragon tiger body forging technique. Control energy 80. Water nurtures all leans against dragon tiger body forging technique. Both techniques shyly cultivating. Energy capacity 50. Host spirit and body 50. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element overwhelms the fire element, resulting in defeat for the fire element. Lightning element. Ha ha ha, I am finally back on my feet. Time passed, and Li Lan awoke from his slumber. To his astonishment, he discovered he had acquired 2 brand new supernatural powers. These 2 little fellows were quite impressive. Telekinesis and control, both belonging to the mental system of superpowers, would enhance his mental strength during cultivation. Therefore, he was not particularly surprised by telekinesis comprehending the supernatural power of mental perception. If he were to compare the two superpowers, Li Lan felt that the lightning element was superior. The evolution of the lightning element's supernatural power was unexpected. Perhaps this was the transformation of sorrow into motivation. All thanks to the fire element. You are truly remarkable, fire element. The lightning element cried, one superpower hiding in the corner, weeping quietly. Under the influence of telekinesis, Li Lan leaped downstairs. Numerous gazes turned toward him, but he initially paid them no mind. However, just as he was about to return to the assembly hall, several figures caught his attention. A familiar aura. Li Lan suddenly recalled the individuals he encountered from the Dark Moon Circus during his time in the Water God Palace's secret realm. Previously, his perception had not been very clear. But now, having awakened the perception's supernatural power, the likelihood of error was nearly non-existent. Even if they were not members of the Dark Moon Circus, they shared a common origin. Could they possibly be assassins sent by the Spiritual Energy Association? Upon further reflection, he dismissed that notion. After all, his identity had yet to be exposed. If that were the case, two possibilities arose. First, he had been marked for assassination by the Spiritual Energy Association, and they had come to investigate, suspecting he might be here due to his sister's presence. Second, they were not targeting him, but rather others. After careful consideration, Li Lan felt the former was more plausible. After all, his sister's sudden arrival from Longjing to Beha was rather suspicious. Yet at present, he could not ascertain whether they were indeed from the Spiritual Energy Association, nor did he know their strength. Thus, he could not act recklessly. However, Li Lan estimated that their strength was likely not formidable. At most, they were mere pawns sent to gather intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily detected by him. While pondering how to uncover the identities of those individuals, they began to converse. "Boss, there's a little brat staring at us. Have we been exposed?" "Exposed? My foot. We are supernatural beings. Unless we encounter a great supernatural being, it isn't so easy to be exposed. Wang Fuguwei, are you being overly dramatic? That little brat looks barely a teenager. He probably doesn't even know what the Spiritual Energy Association is. Then why does he keep staring at us? Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome. Or maybe it's because you're too ugly. But it's unsettling to be stared at like that. Then go chase him away, but you mustn't kill him if you alarm the Public Security Bureau. I won't spare you." Recently, patrols in Longjing have intensified, and the same goes for Beha. If we stir up trouble, it won't end well. Isn't there an adult around? Adult? Don't forget, this is near Longjing. If we attract the attention of the Ability Bureau, even the adult might not be able to protect himself, let alone us. That little brat is still watching us. His gaze seems rather peculiar. What is so strange about a little brat's stare? Speaking, the boss turned to face Li Lan, locking eyes with him. In that instant, both the boss and the previous individual who had looked at Li Lan froze. "Boss, Wang Fuguwei. What's wrong with you, boss? Wang Fuguwei." The surrounding individuals poked at the two. They turned back, and the others sighed in relief. Just as they were relaxing, the boss and Wang Fuguwei simultaneously sprang into action, drawing daggers hidden on their persons and lunging toward their companions. The others gasped in shock, retreating hastily. Bystanders began to scatter, calling the Public Security Bureau. Some reckless individuals even pulled out their phones to post on social media. "Boss, Wang Fuguwei, what is happening? Wait, they seem to be under some kind of control." It was then they realized the boss and Wang Fuguwei wore blank expressions, their eyes glazed over, completely devoid of their previous vitality. "What shall we do? It must be that little brat. Let's kill him." The group glared menacingly at Li Lan. Just as they were about to charge at him, their boss suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. They attempted to resist, but clearly, they were no match for him. The boss and Wang Fuguwei joined forces, effortlessly dispatching everyone to the ground before taking their own lives. It was done. Li Lan yawned, sleepiness overwhelming him as he returned to the assembly hall with his ticket, seeking a place to rest. Say a little more sweet nothings, and think of me a little more by stealing a glance. Show a little more, so I can truly see. But just then, it was his sister's turn to sing. Her enchanting voice filling the air. The drowsiness that had just begun to settle dissipated entirely. The personnel from the Public Security Bureau soon arrived outside the assembly hall. The team leader was taken aback at the sight of the numerous bodies sprawled on the ground. This was a serious, violent murder incident. He hurriedly ordered the scene to be cordoned off, then loudly inquired of the crowd, "Where are the assailants?" Did anyone see which direction they fled? The surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, all eyes drawn to the lifeless bodies on the ground. Eventually, one security officer rushed forward and whispered a few words into the team leader's ear. The team leader's expression shifted, and he quickly crouched down. After a thorough examination, he discovered a dagger in the hands of both the elder brother and Wang Fugui. Glancing at the wounds on the corpse that lay on the ground, he turned his attention to the injuries on the two men. Murmuring to himself, they truly committed suicide. But why would they take their own lives after killing someone? Was it an act of revenge? Did they succumb to a psychological guilt that drove them to self-destruction? He rose and placed the two daggers into evidence bags, then inquired of a nearby security officer, "Is there any surveillance footage?" The security officer, clearly a recent graduate from the academy, appeared pale with fear. Taking a while to respond, "Captain, this just happens to be a blind spot for the cameras. Next time, if this happens again, you can pack your things and leave," the team leader warned, casting a glance at him. He then shifted his gaze to the nearby surveillance camera before returning his attention to the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowing. A blind spot? Was it mere coincidence, or was it intentional? "Captain, the information has come through," another officer approached, carrying a laptop. The team leader accepted the device, and upon seeing the information on the screen, his pupils contracted in shock. Name: Yang Fu. Gender: male. Age: 48. Description: birthplace XXXXX. Metal elemental ability user. Specific strength unknown. Peripheral member of the Spirit Energy Association. Name: Wang Fugui. Gender: male. Age: 36. Description: birthplace XXXXX. Physical ability user. Specific abilities unknown. Specific strength unknown. Peripheral member of the Spirit Energy Association. All the deceased were indeed peripheral members of the Spirit Energy Association. The security captain gasped, "We must notify the Ability Bureau immediately. This is beyond our jurisdiction." Yes, upon hearing the name of the Spirit Energy Association, the surrounding officers understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to contact the Ability Bureau, two individuals breached the cordon, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s. The man bore a scar across his face, his expression one of disdain for the world, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. The woman was equally formidable. Her eyes sharp as blades, a cigarette perched between her lips, and a tattoo of a large floral python coiling around her right arm, reminiscent of a queen pin from the underworld. "Excuse me, this is not a place for you. Please leave at once," the security captain warned loudly, hand resting on his waist, ready to draw his weapon, for he sensed a profoundly sinister energy emanating from them, an energy he had only encountered in his own formidable superior. A retired general and a few other soldiers. As his words fell, the woman tossed a small booklet, which landed neatly in the captain's hand. Ability Bureau, Beha Headquarters, Special Operations Investigator. They were indeed agents of the Ability Bureau. The security captain waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their weapons. "May I ask what you require of us?" "Cooperation is sufficient," the tattooed woman replied, crouching down to inspect the corpse. The scarred man asked, "Rose, did you find anything?" "Yes," the woman responded, examining the eyes of the deceased. These two members of the Spirit Energy Association were likely controlled by someone using mental manipulation. The intention is quite evident. They did not wish to act directly. Or perhaps they aimed to conceal their identities. After all, someone capable of easily controlling two ability users must be a powerful figure. For a powerful individual to murder two ability users is a trivial matter. Unable to contain his curiosity, the security captain asked, "Isn't it possible for an ability user to control another?" Rose glanced at him, offering a succinct explanation. "It is possible, but not for an extended period. Control-type abilities are immensely energy-consuming. To control two ability users simultaneously and then compel them to commit suicide afterward is an extraordinary feat for an ordinary ability user, unless their energy reservoir is extraordinarily vast, or they possess a top-tier treasure that replenishes energy. However, the likelihood of either scenario is exceedingly low." The captain nodded, finding the notion of a powerful figure more plausible. Yet the realization that a formidable mentalist might be hidden within the city of Beha made him uneasy. After all, no one wished for their own body to slip from their grasp. They were unaware of whether this entity was friend or foe. The scarred man nodded. "Is there anything else?" "One more detail." Rose continued, "I noticed that before their deaths, these individuals exhibited intense disbelief. Clearly, They knew the identity of their assailant at the time of their demise. If the mastermind were a strong adult, they likely would not have experienced such emotions. Thus, I boldly speculate that the mastermind likely presents as someone who does not evoke a sense of threat. Perhaps a child, an elderly person, a disabled individual, or a frail woman. This revelation, everyone around became vigilant, nervously eyeing the nearby children, elderly, women, and disabled individuals. CC Captain, what should we do now? A powerful figure is not something we can contend with, a security officer stammered. The captain turned to the agents from the Ability Bureau. The scarred man replied softly, for now, we do not know if the individual is truly a powerful figure. Regardless, this matter is beyond our purview. The bodies will be sent to the Ability Bureau, and we shall return. He looked at Rose and stated, let us go back. Understood. After their departure, a security officer turned to the captain and asked, Captain, what should we do now? What can we do? We must comply with their instructions. Collect all the bodies, send them to the Ability Bureau, and act as if this incident never occurred. Upon hearing this, all the security personnel began to act, trembling with anxiety. They had lived long enough to understand the terrifying nature of powerful figures. A non-ally among such beings was akin to a nightmare. Moreover, this powerful figure was from the most enigmatic realm of mental powers. Li Lon settled into a recliner, sipping a cold cola offered by a kind-hearted older sister nearby. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he received a message from the core of the Water Palace, the spirit of the Water God. Master, I have successfully maneuvered the Water Palace to the deep sea. Currently, I have tamed 3 king-level beasts and 1 emperor-level beast as guards. I plan to open the gates of the Water Palace once its energy reaches a sufficient level, using the concept of a secret realm to recruit disciples. What do you think? An emperor-level beast has been subdued. Li Lon was momentarily taken aback, responding simply through thought, do as you see fit. All right, I will await your return in the ocean. I promise to surprise you then. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. The older sister sitting next to Li Lon quickly turned to a friend who had just entered from outside, asking, what is happening? Why is it so noisy outside? The questioned individual, still trembling, patted their chest and replied, thank goodness you didn't go out earlier. It was terrifying out there. A powerful figure killed more than a dozen people. I heard that the assailant is likely a child, an elderly person or someone disabled. What? A powerful figure? The older sister gasped, her lipstick smudging. That moment, someone nearby chuckled. With Qingya here, why are you all so afraid? She is also a powerful figure. She glanced at Li Lon, who sat nearby, jokingly saying, and that assailant could very well be this little brother beside you. He just returned from outside. Stop joking around. Don't scare him. The older sister laughed. Li Lon smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate. However, he harbored doubts about the notion of a powerful figure being responsible for the chaos outside. After all, his telekinetic abilities were merely at the level of an ability user, and his capacity to control abilities was limited to a higher tier. His ability to manipulate those 2 ability users into self-destruction stemmed solely from the terrifying pressure of his mental strength and the immense energy reservoir within him. Water nurtures all could enhance the energy solubility of his reservoir. Meanwhile, the ability Vast Ocean served as a supportive ability, capable of restoring energy within the reservoir. Mental strength, techniques, and support abilities, each was indispensable for controlling the 2 members of the Spirit Energy Association. Upon returning to the lounge, Li Lon found Su Xian had grown bored and was now asleep on a recliner. The air conditioning was set to a low temperature, favored by fire elemental ability users. Fire elementalists typically had body temperatures significantly higher than other ability users, especially the powerful ones. However, Su Xian was merely an ability user, and such a temperature was evidently too low for him. Concerned he might catch a cold, Li Lon draped a small blanket over him. So comfortable, Su Xian murmured, relishing the cool AI art. Li Lon stretched and was about to doze off when the door to the lounge suddenly swung open. His second sister entered, wielding a stick, and struck him with it. You lazy boy, trying to deceive your sister, are you? I'll teach you a lesson. The force of the blows was not particularly strong. One might even say it was mild, but Li Lon had to feign a pained expression. He feigned a dramatic scream and exclaimed, second sister, you're about to beat me to death. Li Qingya was amused by his expression and retorted, you were just putting on an act. You weren't pretending before. Were you? A master of great abilities, who would have thought? Just then, The door swung open again, and the three of them saw Li Qin entering, unmasking himself. Second sister, Xiaolon, I've completed my task. Tomorrow, I can take you to Longjing. No sooner had he spoken than Li Qingya's stick struck him forcefully. Crack! It produced a crisp sound. So you think you can run away? The moment I arrive, you flee. How impressive of you. You didn't even bother to come and check on me when I came to Longjing. Li Qin, being a master of great abilities, was naturally unharmed by such an attack. He also feigned a pained expression and sat down. Looking aggrieved, second sister, I truly had matters to attend to. Observing the fierce demeanor of his second sister, the two brothers exchanged a silent glance. It was a moment of stillness. Tonight's Kongqiao. The three engaged in extensive conversation. During this exchange, Li Qingya posed numerous questions to Li Lan, who merely deflected them with vague responses. When she inquired why he had become a master of great abilities so swiftly, Li Lan answered without hesitation. It is undoubtedly the result of my diligent efforts. Fire element. I'm appalled, master. Wood element. I'm appalled, master. Thunder element. I'm appalled, master. Other techniques, abilities. I'm appalled, master. Li Lan. What are you all doing? Am I not stating the truth? At some point, Li Lan fell asleep. When he awoke, his second sister had already departed. Li Qin turned to Li Lan and said, let us head back to the hotel. Tomorrow, we'll go to Qinglong Academy. Li Lan nodded, intending to wake Su Xian, only to find him sleeping soundly, akin to a dead pig. Reflecting on the late nights of cultivation, Li Lan sighed helplessly and refrained from waking him. Instead, he picked him up in a horizontal embrace. Just as he lifted him, Li Lan suddenly recalled his telekinetic abilities. Thus, Su Xian began to levitate. Let us go, third brother. Li Qin observed Su Xian, floating in midair and sleeping soundly. A smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he nodded in acknowledgement. Li Lan, feeling exhausted, also began to float. Li Qin's mouth twitched again, feeling that having such a brother was truly embarrassing. Yet, he seemed to harbor a hint of envy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I, a noble golden saint, a messenger of justice, a bane to evil, the pride of the Li family, how could I entertain such degenerate thoughts? Third brother, would you like to float for a bit? Li Qin decisively nodded. The three hailed a taxi back to the hotel. Just as they intended to rest, Li Qin suddenly remarked, oh right, Xiaolon. I am giving you a website to register. Third brother, I never visit those nonsensical websites, Li Lan declared with conviction. Li Qin shot him an exasperated glance and sent the link via his phone. Upon opening it, Li Lan discovered it to be an ordinary website. What is this? Upon entering the site, the words underground black market appeared before him. It was a forum for masters of great abilities to interact, where one could browse during their leisure. Of course, one could also purchase items there. However, most of the goods were of dubious origin. Our family has established a group on this site. I'll add you shortly. After navigating through a tedious registration process, Li Lan was promptly added as a friend. The profile picture was of a cartoon pig wearing underpants and with a large runny nose, nicknamed the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. There was no need to guess. It was clearly his third brother. Such a childish avatar, such a cringe-worthy name. Li Lan felt a wave of embarrassment at having such a brother. Chapter 54. A loving family. How can you defame innocent people? Arriving at Longjing, gazing at the username box, Li Lan felt somewhat vexed. What name should he choose? After much contemplation, he ultimately typed 4 characters, Muke Laoi. Why such a ridiculous name? Li Qin complained upon seeing Li Lan's choice. I've added you to the family group. Okay. You have been added to the group chat by the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe, a loving family. Welcome. Muke Laoi, to the chat group. As soon as Li Lan entered, several messages popped up. YAngleGM, welcome, Muke Laoi. DYGODZHNSH, welcome, Muke Laoi. UNSHTINZN, welcome, Muke Laoi. YUNSHTINZN. YAngleGM, Limimi. Wasn't your account blacklisted? How did you come back? YAngleGM, what's wrong with having multiple accounts? Administrator, KITINSHU. The most handsome messenger of justice in the universe, didn't I say not to add anyone outside the family? Are you ignoring my words again? The most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. the most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. He is Li Lan, Administrator, KITINSHU, Mu Ke Laoi. What a ridiculous name you've chosen, moreover. Most people in this group are your elders. Don't you know to greet them upon entering? KITINSHU? Who is that? With such a name. You dare to criticize me? Li Lan furrowed his brow. His long, sinewy fingers flew across the screen. Mu Ke Laoi. Who are you? Administrator, KITINSHU. I'm your father. Mu Ke Laoi. No, why are you cursing? That's very rude. The most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. The most handsome messenger of justice in the universe. He really is your father. Mu Ke Laoi. Dad, I miss you. Laughing like a flower. JPG. Mu Ke Laoi. Hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I am Li Lan. I love you all. JPG. Y angle GM. Haha. DYGODZHNSH. Ha ha ha. Please call me Queen. Welcome, Xiao Lan. Welcome. Li or queuing Ying. Welcome, Xiao Lan. Y angle GM. Mu Ke Laoi. Bro, why did you delete my WeChat? Looking aggrieved. JPG. Li Lan silently closed the group chat and glanced at his third brother. Li Qin grinned mischievously and said, You didn't even ask me, by the way. You should be careful lately. There are quite a few people offering bounties on you in the black market. Bounties? Yes, from the Spiritual Energy Society. You can check the bounties on the black market. Li Lan opened the bounty section of the black market, typed in his name, and a golden glimmering post appeared before him. Target of bounty. Li Lan, young master of the Li family, Flame Emperor, target strength, wood element master of great abilities, target description, very lazy, extraordinarily so, possibly even requiring assistance to urinate. Specific combat power unknown. Target bounty. Capture a live reward. 1 sacred relic, 2 semi-sacred relics. Death reward, 2 semi-sacred relics. Claimable by presenting the head. 2 sacred relics? Am I really worth that much? Sacred relics are treasures that might not even emerge from a 5-star secret realm. They can only be possessed by formidable terrestrial immortals. Li Lan was astonished and then glanced at his target description, causing his mouth to twitch. What is this? Requiring assistance to urinate? Thank you. But he wasn't that lazy. He was quite capable. How outrageous. How could the Spiritual Energy Society tarnish his reputation? Without hesitation, Li Lan swiftly reported it. Moments later, report failed. Please submit evidence. Video, photos, audio, etc. Li Lan. Does this really require proof? He was left speechless by the website. Looking at other posts, Li Lan discovered that, aside from himself, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty, including Li Mimi, target of bounty. Li Mimi, member of the Li family. Flame Emperor, target strength. Unknown, target description. Violent woman, target bounty. 5 yuan. Beneath the bounty, someone had left a comment. Mimi DD. Why is my bounty only 5 yuan? Mimi DD. Who issued this bounty? Step forward. Mimi DD. How infuriating, however. Her name was displayed in dark text, indicating she had been permanently blacklisted by the site. Unsurprisingly, this person should indeed be Li Mimi herself. By the way. Xiao Lan.at that moment. Li Qin suddenly spoke. Li Lan looked at him in confusion as he pulled out a fiery red crystal from his pocket. Here, take this. Once you become a master of great abilities, energy consumption is immense, and advancing further is not an easy feat. Thus, you can set aside the matter of advancing the wood element for now. Your immediate priority is to elevate the fire element to the realm of master of great abilities. If you can achieve this before the end of the year, perhaps you can explore the family's secret realm during the annual meeting. Of course, in addition to enhancing your realm, you must not neglect honing your abilities. IVE noticed that although your wood element has advanced to a master of great abilities, you possess only one technique. This is your weakness. If left unaddressed, it will be a significant disadvantage in future battles. Li Lan nodded, accepting the fist-sized fiery red crystal, realizing it was a top-tier treasure of the fire element. It is indeed extraordinarily valuable. In the days since Sanji's departure, could it be that he has gone to procure this? Li Lan cast a grateful glance at him. Thank you, Sanji. It was evident that Sangu must have paid a considerable price for this endeavor. After all, top-tier extraordinary treasures are coveted even by the most powerful beings. Keep it up, Li Qin encouraged, patting Li Lan on the shoulder. What exactly lies within the family's secret realm? Li Lan had heard of the family's secret realm during his childhood. a place accessible only to the most formidable of practitioners. At that time, he thought it impossible for him to ever become such a practitioner, so he paid it little mind. Little did he know that one day, he would indeed become a formidable practitioner. And that, too, propelled forward with remarkable speed. There are splendid treasures within, Li Qin said with a mysterious smile. The reason why Grandpa has become one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the human race is intricately tied to this secret realm. Is it truly that extraordinary? Li Qin continued. Even if we were to trade 5 sacred relics for this secret realm, it would still be a tremendous loss for the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Lan was taken aback. 5 sacred relics. What does that even signify? Sacred relics are known to be the most potent extraordinary treasures. Each one can be described as possessing unimaginable power. The Lingning Society's foundation, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, is but one such sacred relic. Previously, at the Water God Palace, the elemental gemstones obtained by everyone were merely half-step sacred relics. Yet, Li Lan could assert that within a year, within half a year, those individuals would all become terrestrial deities, provided that the extraordinary treasure in question was indeed the elemental gemstone, and that the user was a top-tier practitioner. After all, elemental gemstones are specifically designed for cultivation. Other extraordinary treasures do not possess this efficacy. Let us not dwell on this, Li Qin said, shifting the conversation. If you encounter difficulties in comprehending the divine abilities, you may wish to examine the divine ability models. The divine ability model, also known as the divine ability operational model or the divine ability visualization diagram, records the unique trajectories of each divine ability. Observing these models can expedite one's understanding of the divine abilities. However, there is a caveat. No matter how formidable the divine ability model may be, the ability itself is not inherently yours. Unless one possesses extraordinary luck, it is unlikely to unleash the full potential of that ability. I understand, Li Lan replied. All right, I shall take my leave to bathe. With that, Li Qin shed his garments entirely. Li Lan stared in wide-eyed astonishment. This man, a robust figure, was clad in nothing but a pair of dynamic superhero underwear. Perverse. This is utterly humiliating. What if others find out and mock me? Yet, this fellow seemed unashamed. Rather taking pride in it, boasting with delight. Isn't it stylish? A limited edition. I had to fight tooth and nail to get it. My phone is practically worn out from the effort. Get lost? Li Lan retreated to his room. Ready to indulge in slumber. Do not misunderstand. They had booked 3 rooms, with Su Xian residing next door. Ding. Host has acquired the fire attribute extraordinary treasure. Extreme Flame Crystal, currently undergoing automatic absorption. Fire element is absorbing the top-tier fire attribute extraordinary treasure. Extreme Flame Crystal. Fire element energy, 500. Fire element is absorbing the top-tier fire attribute extraordinary treasure. Extreme Flame Crystal. Fire element energy, 500. Fire element divine ability. Scorching Flame Explosion is evolving. Evolution successful. Fire element has successfully comprehended divine ability. Extreme Flame C. Fire element energy has reached the critical threshold, currently breaking through shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. Fire element puffs up its cheeks, biting its lip, making another attempt to break through. Breaking through. Fire element breakthrough successful. Cultivation level has risen to mid-tier practitioner. Li Lan rolled over. His hair was too long, tickling his ears uncomfortably. Never mind, he thought, continuing to sleep. Thunder element challenges fire element. Thunder element is soundly defeated by fire element. Thunder element challenges fire element again. Thunder element is soundly defeated by fire element once more. Thunder element, in tears, begins to train diligently, striving to rise again. Thunder element energy 50. Wood element watches Thunder element and can't help but chuckle. Telekinetic ability is simultaneously guiding control abilities while training. Telekinetic energy 10. Control ability is diligently cultivating. Control energy 100. Divine water element is assisting with water nourishes all things while training. Divine water energy 10. Dragon Tiger body refining technique is absent-mindedly cultivating. Host's physique 0.1. Water nourishes all things is striving to cultivate. Energy capacity 20. Control abilities cultivation successfully elevated to late high tier. When Li Lan finally awoke, the sun had already risen high. He lazily floated up from his bed. With the aid of his telekinetic ability, he dressed and completed his morning routine. Just then, Su Xian entered with a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and a cup of soy milk. Young master, breakfast is ready. Li Lan looked at him quizzically. Su Xian replied, I've already eaten. Liard. Li Lan shot him a glance, and simultaneously, the soy milk and porridge flew into Su Xian's mouth. Startled, Su Xian hurriedly fetched another identical breakfast. As Li Lan consumed the new meal, he asked nonchalantly, Did you not just say you had eaten? Su Xian, without a hint of embarrassment, sipped his soy milk and said, I have a hearty appetite. I can manage 2 servings. You two didn't call me for breakfast, did you? Li Qin, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, sleepily sauntered in. I was in my room. I could have fetched it for you. No need, I can get it myself, Li Lan replied. Li Qin rubbed his face and said, Xiao Xian, you're practically my half-brother. Why so distant? Let us not do this next time. Understood, Su Xian smiled. Young master, are you still hungry? I can get you more. Please don't call me young master. I feel like a tyrannical landlord oppressing my subordinates. Li Lan slouched on the sofa like a lazy fish, with porridge and soy milk swirling around him. Li Lan, me calling you young master is part of my job, as well as a task assigned by the family. A task? Indeed, with rewards involved. What rewards? Can I get half of it? Sure, but I don't even know what the reward is. You actually serious? I don't want it. Your young master here has plenty of money. By the way, how long does this task last? Until next year, though the specific time is uncertain. From now on? Just call me boss, a 30-year worker. 30 years? Li Qin, who had just walked in with breakfast, looked perplexed. Su Xian said he will work for me for free for 30 years. Free? How could a paragon of justice like me have such a heartless brother? Li Qin asserted with righteous indignation. Su Xian, come work for me instead. I can offer you a salary in the millions. I could even let you be your own boss. After finishing breakfast, the 3 boarded the Lingning high-speed train, heading northeast. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at Longjing. As the center of Longhua, Longjing is regarded as the safest place in the entire country. Upon reaching Longjing, the trio shed their disguises and took a taxi toward the martial arts center. Although Li Lan had passed the selection process and earned the qualification to compete in the martial arts competition, this qualification required activation. If one did not proactively go to the martial arts center to activate it, it would be considered a forfeiture. The Longjing Martial Arts Center was currently teeming with people, bustling with youthful faces. These individuals came from all corners of the country. Some were participants in the martial arts competition, while others were there to train. After all, the Martial Arts Center not only serves as the registration point for the competition, but is also the largest and most well-equipped extraordinary ability training facility in Longjing. Featuring gravity training rooms, elemental sensing rooms, mental meditation rooms, and more. As Li Lan prepared to head to the registration area, he heard a familiar voice. Disciples of the Mian Martial Arts School, what is our motto? Followed by a chorus of boisterous shouts. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Sweeping the nation, unifying the globe, tearing apart foreign tribes, striving for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Chapter 55. The terror of Li Lan is formidable, stemming from a fear deep within the soul. Paying homage to the ancestral master. Ha ha ha, what a melodramatic slogan. It utterly cracks me up. Where did this group of clowns come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed? If I were them, I'd already be digging my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. This slogan is simply hilarious. Such a quintessential case of Chinibu. Hee, gaga gaga. Mian Martial Arts School. What kind of school is this? I've never heard of it. Neither have I. This martial arts school seems quite affluent. Just look at the fabric of their clothes. Each outfit must cost over 10,000. May I ask, are they comedians? Upon hearing this, those around burst into laughter. Li Lan couldn't help but stop and gaze over. Sure enough, he spotted a girl clad in a pink dress, sporting twin ponytails. She was sucking on a lollipop and holding an iced cola, boldly shouting at a group of burly men before her. All right, let's do it again. The disciples of Mian Martial Arts School, our slogan is. The group of men, with their eyes closed and faces flushed, roared once more. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Sweeping the nation, unifying the globe, tearing apart foreign tribes. Striving for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible. From their awkward expressions, Li Lan could easily discern that they were coerced. How could I be so unlucky to encounter her right after arriving in Longjing? No, I absolutely must not let her discover me. The thought of that group shouting their ancestral master's name in public sent a wave of social death energy rushing towards him. Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Li Lan's unusual expression, Su Exine looked over with concern. Li Lan fixed his gaze on him, not even flinching. If there's nothing wrong, shall we proceed? Su Exine comprehended his meaning. Li Lan nodded. The three of them made their way towards the martial arts competition registration area. As they watched the figure of Li Miemia vanish from sight, Li Lan finally let out a sigh of relief. But just then, Li Qin abruptly halted, glancing toward a spot not far off. Isn't that Li Miemia? What is she doing here? Li Lan barely had the chance to intervene when Li Qin had already waved and shouted loudly, Li Miemia, Yang Miemia, what are you doing over there? Li Lan's expression shifted slightly, and he was about to leap into action, only to discover he couldn't fly. Xiaolan, what are you doing? The martial arts center was equipped with ability suppression devices, capable of nullifying all powers below that of a grandmaster. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin did not respond. Watching the pink figure resembling a rabbit sprinting away, he couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Following the pink rabbit were a throng of muscular men and women, each towering and brawny. However, one of them appeared to be carrying someone on his shoulders. That person seemed to be asleep. Witnessing this scene, Li Lan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon reaching Li Qin, Li Miemia came to a halt and cheerfully exclaimed, Hello, Qin Gu. What brings you here? I'm here to accompany Xiaolan for registration. What about you? I recently opened a martial arts school and came here for the training of the school's disciples. Li Miemia turned to her martial arts disciples and shouted, Listen up. This gentleman is Qin Gu. Greet him properly. Greetings, Qin Gu. The disciples of the martial arts school exclaimed loudly, curiously sizing up Li Qin. People around began to take notice. However, Li Qin seemed quite accustomed to such attention. Waving back with a smile, Hello, everyone, by the way, Qin Gu, where is my brother? Xiaolan? Isn't he right beside you? Li Qin glanced to the side, only to find that Li Lan had vanished, along with him. Su Exine had also disappeared. How strange, where did they go? Li Miemia frowned. Taking a sip of her iced cola, she snapped her fingers, and a dozen burly men quickly assembled in front of her. Standing at attention. What is your command, master? You all should remember the appearance of your ancestral master, right? Ancestral master? The one we pay homage to every day? They certainly remembered. The crowd nodded vigorously. You have 10 minutes to find your ancestral master. Yes, young master, the martial arts tournament registration is on the other side. I know, so, shall we still go? Of course. But I'm tired, Su Exine sighed helplessly, crouching down as Li Lan lay on his back. Noticing the gazes of those around them, Su Exine felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having such a young master is truly a source of shame. However, Li Lan had already fallen asleep and was completely oblivious to his thoughts. Naturally, even if he were awake, he would remain unaware. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is brutally beaten by the fire element. A complete defeat. The fire element punishes the lightning element by making it wash its socks. As the lightning element clenches its tiny fists in anger while glaring at the fire element shoots a glare at the lightning element, causing the latter to lower its head in fear. As the lightning element wipes its tears, it washes the fire element's socks, vowing to become the strongest. The fire element laments the solitude of invincibility and begins to train earnestly, gaining 50 fire energy. Seeing the fire element training diligently, the lightning element sneaks away. The wood element trains while listening to the lightning element's grievances, shrugging its shoulders in response, stating that it can't contend with the current fire element either. Gaining 50 wood energy. The telekinetic and control elements are engaged in a discussion, exchanging insights while training diligently, gaining 50 telekinetic energy and 50 control energy. The divine water element is instructing its disciple. Water nourishes all things. In cultivation, after apprenticing under the divine water element, water nourishes all things begins seclusion training, increasing its energy capacity by 50. The dragon tiger body refinement technique lies on the ground, face down in the dirt, utterly disinterested in training. The participants of the martial arts tournament hail from 18 base cities across the nation. Each base city selects the top 5, resulting in a total of 90 participants. While this is not a large number, The registration area is currently overflowing with people. Among them, only a few are actual registrants or participants. The majority are merely there to spectate. Some are recruiting for martial arts schools, and others are even seeking romantic partners. After all, being among the top 5 in the province suggests that they are, to some extent, youthful elites and prodigies. As Su Xian carried Li Lan into the registration area, he quickly attracted the attention of several onlookers. Another pair has arrived. Why are there 2 of them? Which one is the participant? It must be the one being carried. The one on his back looks like an easy target. I wonder how strong they are. Both are quite handsome. I wish one of them could be my boyfriend. I wouldn't even dare to dream big. If it were me, I'd take them both. They chattered amongst themselves, curiously observing Li Lan and Su Xian. Sensing their gazes, Su Xian furrowed his brow as he approached the staff at the registration desk. Hello, we are here to register. The staff member was a young lady, likely in her 20s, of a similar age to most participants. Dressed in formal attire, her features were well defined, and she appeared to be an adept of the water element, exuding a gentle aura. All right, please present your identification, and I will activate your registration, the young lady said. Young master, do you have your ID? Su Xian shook Li Lan gently. However, Li Lan was sound asleep and paid him no mind. Witnessing this scene, the staff member looked on in surprise. Aren't you the participant? Su Xian shook his head helplessly, shaking Li Lan a couple more times. Li Lan remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to set Li Lan down to search for the identification, it miraculously flew out of his pocket and landed in Su Xian's hands. A telekinetic user. The staff member glanced at Li Lan in astonishment. Psychic abilities are quite rare and notoriously challenging to cultivate. This young man appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. To achieve a place among the top 5 in the province at such a young age, relying on psychic abilities. He was indeed a prodigy. Unfortunately, the national martial arts competition is filled with hidden talents. She speculated this young man, despite his youth and psychic abilities, would likely end up at the bottom in this national tournament. However, if he were to enter the next national martial arts competition, he might achieve a commendable result. Su Xian handed Li Lan's identification back to her. She nodded and placed the ID into a scanner. A few seconds later, the scanner emitted a green light. Activation successful. Su Xian retrieved the ID, thinking everything was concluded, when suddenly the announcement system within the registration area blared to life. Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province. Student Li Lan. His strength is Early Grandmaster of the Wood Element. Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, Student Li Lan. His strength is Early Grandmaster of the Wood Element. Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, Student Li Lan. His prowess is that of an early-stage master of the wood element. The staff lady widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Li Lan. Her mouth slightly agape as if it could accommodate a pigeon egg. He is actually a master. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd gathered at the registration desk collectively gasped in astonishment. This child is a master. A master at such a tender age. Could he be a prodigy? Surely, the broadcast cannot be mistaken, can it? It has never aired before. Simply search online, and you will discover that the top contenders of each province's selection tournament are publicly listed. I found it. Li Lan, first place in the Jiangnan province selection, is a master of the wood element, as well as a master of the lightning and fire elements. My heavens! A master of 3 elements. He is a monster. How infuriating! I have lived for 30 years to become a master, and he is barely of age, possessing 1 master level and 2 additional powers. He is indeed only 17, not some ageless old monster. A wielder of 3 elemental abilities. One wonders which academy he has joined. According to online reports, it seems he is affiliated with the Qinglong Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No, nor a boyfriend? No, well then. From this day forth, I shall strive to qualify for the Qinglong Academy in hopes of becoming his girlfriend. It is broad daylight, little sister. Wait, he is not merely a wielder of 3 elements. He possesses 4 abilities. Just now, when he presented his ID, he also exhibited telekinetic powers. Is that not the person behind him? Indeed, it belongs to Li Lan. I just sense the psychic energy emanating from him. Trust me, I am also a psychic. How vexing. My envy grows. Enough chatter. Do not be deceived by his apparent laziness. He may very well be working harder than all of you combined. I am a waste. And yet I am still lazy. Li Lan was roused from his reverie by the sounds of the broadcast and the ensuing discussions. Just as Su Xian intended to carry Li Lan away, the staff lady suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment, is there something else? You cannot leave just yet. I need to verify Li Lan's identity. How will you do that? Simply infuse elemental energy into this stone. The lady produced a pitch-black stone and handed it over. Allow me, Li Lan said as he leaped down from Su Xian's back. The stone fell into his hand as if guided by an unseen force. He infused it with energy, and suddenly, all elements surged forth in a frenzy. His expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly returned them, leaving only the wood element. The black stone instantly radiated a vibrant green light. The staff lady felt a tremor in her heart, a suffocating sensation as if a soul had been implanted within her, quickly dissipating. What just happened? Why did the water element within me tremble? Was it afraid? How could that be? It is merely an ability. How could it experience fear? Was that merely my imagination? Is it done? Li Lan's voice pulled her back to reality, after confirming that the light indeed signified a master of the wood element. She nodded eagerly and retrieved a document from her drawer, handing it to Li Lan. There you go. Safe travels to you both. As soon as the two stepped out of the registration office, they were encircled by a throng of people. Hello, Li Lan. Might you consider joining my Bailong Martial Arts School as an instructor? The head of our school is a teacher from Qinglong Academy. If you agree, we can offer you excellent benefits and treatment. Li Lan, come to my Bingdian Martial Arts School. Our school is backed by a grade director from Baihu Academy. If you join us, we might arrange for him to be your teacher. Classmate, join my Jishin Martial Arts School. If you are willing, I can propose you be appointed as the youngest deputy head of our school. Jishin Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 in Longhua? Captain Luo, have you all gone mad? And do you even have the authority to make such promises? Ha ha ha, Li Lan is worth it. While I may lack such authority, I believe the head would be amenable to it. They chattered incessantly, creating a barrier that obstructed any escape. Just as Li Lan pondered how to extricate himself, a clear, resonant voice rang out, I shall say but one thing. All of you, step aside. Immediately, a group of burly men pushed their way through. They approached Li Lan, bowing deeply and exclaiming loudly, We pay our respects to the ancestor. Louder, have you not eaten? We pay our respects to the ancestor. The men shouted with all their might, and the crowd fell silent. Seeing this group of muscular men, many were too intimidated to speak. After a few seconds, several began to realize, why should we be afraid? Though they are formidable in appearance, our strength surpasses theirs. These burly men, while indeed imposing, are merely at the level of high-tier sorcerers. Among them, many are masters. At this moment, a girl hopped over to Li Lan. Smiling brightly, brother, how about that? Aren't you grateful I came to your rescue? Thank you for nothing. Hello, brother Su. Li flashed a self-proclaimed cool gesture to Su Xian. What are you doing here? Li Lan asked. His expression impassive. I'm here to train the students. Li Miemie glanced at the group of burly men beside her. Brother, you are the big boss of the martial arts school. They are your students too. By the way, brother, I found someone who looks just like you. Take a look. Li Miemie pulled a youth from the crowd. It's him. Duan Yuankai. He looks just like you and can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Impressive, right, ancestor? Duan Yuankai's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head and spoke softly. No need to call me ancestor. I am Li Lan. Hello, lazy brother. Duan Yuankai lifted his head, displaying a shy smile, but in the next moment, he fainted, collapsing onto Li Lan. Li Lan supported him, casting a puzzled glance at Li Miemie. She quickly instructed one of the burly men to carry him, apologizing, brother, Duan Yuankai suffers from a peculiar sleeping disorder. He suddenly falls asleep. I have no idea why is it untreatable? Su Xian inquired. Li Miemie shook her head. I visited Duan Yuankai's family and learned it cannot be cured. Despite visiting many large hospitals in his childhood, no one could help him, which is why no school would accept him. Otherwise, a genius like him, rated S-class, would not come to our martial arts school. Her words carried a hint of regret at that moment. Li Miemie suddenly asked, brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any remedy? I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm ill. Li Lan glanced at Su Xian. Understanding the cue, Su Xian half squatted down, allowing Li Lan to climb onto his back. Brother, don't leave. Li Miemia hurriedly chased after them. However, Li Lan's path was obstructed. Li Lan, will you truly not reconsider joining our martial arts school? A middle-aged man in a black jacket, sporting a prominent scar on his face, stepped forward, exuding an aura of menace. Before Li Lan could respond, Su Xian interjected, "Apologies, sir, but my young master will not be joining your martial arts school. I believe we can discuss this further. Rest assured. My Bailong Martial Arts School will not treat your young master poorly. Nor will we US2. Hey, old man, there's nothing more to discuss here." Li Miemia approached, her expression hostile as she glared at the middle-aged man. "My brother, Li Lan. He is part of my Miemia Martial Arts School and will not join your so-called Bailong Martial Arts School. Moreover, isn't the head of your school merely a teacher from Qinglong Academy? What is so impressive about that? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Li Miemia proclaimed proudly. "Yindi, do you recognize him? He is my grandfather." "Little girl, don't cause trouble. Uncle is discussing serious matters with your brother." The Bailong Martial Arts School member frowned, clearly skeptical of a child's claims. Besides, he had lived in Longjing for over a decade and had never heard of this so-called Miemia Martial Arts School. "Who's causing trouble? I'm telling the truth," Li Miemia protested, stretching her neck defiantly. "Little Lan, Miemia, it's just a registration. Why are you still here?" Li Qin's voice called from outside. The crowd turned to look. Others seemed unfazed, but the head of the Jixin Martial Arts School froze momentarily before stepping forward. "Mrd. Li Qin, what brings you here? Who are you?" Li Qin asked, puzzled. The head of the Jixin Martial Arts School quickly replied. "We met 2 years ago at the border. By the way, my codename back then was Blade." "So it's you?" Li Qin exclaimed. "I came here to accompany my younger brother for registration. What about you?" "I am just here to join the fun." Blade scratched his head. Li Qin, the Golden Saint fighter from the Li family. Many in attendance were seasoned individuals familiar with the world. Upon observing the extreme reverence displayed by the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a sudden realization washed over her. With a face full of astonishment, she turned to Li Miemia, realizing that her words were indeed truthful. If that were the case, could it mean that this Li Lan was also a grandson of the Flame Emperor? It made sense now. Only a prominent family like the Li clan could nurture such a prodigy. The head of the White Dragon Martial Arts Hall, looking somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly addressed Li Lan, saying, "Li Lan, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance." Indeed, their hall's master was a teacher from the Azure Dragon Academy. However, many members of the Li family held significant positions within the academy, with the Flame Emperor himself serving as its honorary president. In comparison, their hall master appeared rather insignificant. No, not just insignificant, but exceedingly so. "It's quite all right," Li Lan replied softly. After his identity was revealed, those who had been blocking their path hastily stepped aside, no longer daring to obstruct them. The group departed without hindrance. At that moment, Duan Yuan Kai also regained consciousness and approached. Li Lan was resting on Su Xian's back while Duan was being carried by a burly man. The two exchanged glances. "Hello, lazy brother," Duan greeted. Li Lan nodded in acknowledgement, closing his eyes and preparing to drift off to sleep. However, the elemental essence within him suddenly felt the urge to escape. Li Lan hastily suppressed it. "What are you doing?" The elemental essence struggled momentarily, but upon realizing it could not escape, it reluctantly chose to relent. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin had to depart first due to other commitments, while Su Xian purchased a new wheelchair for Li Lan. When they arrived at the wheelchair shop, the owner was on the verge of closing up. Fortunately, with Li Miemia's imposing presence and her entourage of burly men, the owner was sufficiently intimidated to reopen the shop. Although she did nothing throughout, merely engrossed in a game called Sheep, the situation was not so optimistic. She had already crushed several mobile phones in frustration. After having lunch and amid the owner's nervousness, Li Miemia completed the payment and announced their departure, stating they were heading back to the family to consult a doctor, an adept of wood and water elements, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. It must be said, despite her somewhat violent demeanor, Li Miemia had a good heart. "Young master, where are we heading next?" "To the Azure Dragon Academy." The Azure Dragon Academy is situated in the outskirts of Longjing City, covering over 40,000 acres, featuring mountains, rivers, and even several small secret realms. It is immensely vast, akin to a small city. Initially, Su Xian had harbored concerns about potential dangers on the way to the Azure Dragon Academy. However, upon remembering that they were in Longjing and considering Li Lan's strength, he relaxed. The duo chose to take a bus to the Azure Dragon Academy.it. Must be noted that the service quality of buses has significantly improved, with dedicated accessible pathways for the disabled. The bus was not crowded, mostly filled with students from the Azure Dragon Academy, who were engaging in lively conversation about their day-to-day lives and discussing the upcoming National Martial Arts competition. Who do you think will win the championship this time? I don't know, but I believe the champion will likely emerge from the 5 major academies. Haha, isn't that always the case? If I had to choose, I'd pick Senior Yuan. His mastery of thunder elements is extraordinary, and his perception abilities are at a high level. He certainly has a good chance of winning. There are a total of 90 participants in this competition, 6 of whom are adept practitioners. It will indeed be challenging for Senior Yuan to clinch the title. Anyone could win, but the one in 6th place might find it rather awkward. The last place will likely be Feng Xinghan. Although he trained under a terrestrial deity, his foundation cannot compare to that of the 5 major academies. It's hard to say. Feng Xinghan possesses dual elemental abilities of wind and fire. Along with gravity manipulation, he rose to prominence after entering a secret realm 2 years ago, defeating numerous adept practitioners, making him a formidable opponent. By the way, which Bay city do you think will come in last in this competition? I'm not sure. Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong all have a chance. In recent years, the southern regions have experienced a talent drain, with schools that are neglecting their duties, sending their talents to sects, thus hardly participating in martial arts competitions. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I heard they recently discovered a new 5-star secret realm that even the Spiritual Energy Association got involved in. I've heard of that as well. However, the secret realm seems quite peculiar. Only one group entered, and then the entire realm mysteriously vanished. Let's not discuss that anymore. What should we have for dinner tonight? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Xian interjected, Young master, in this martial arts competition, you will first enter a secret realm. This realm is jointly created by the 5 major academies, official departments, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The competition format will be based on a point system, with the bottom 60 participants being eliminated and the remaining 30 competing in a tournament. As long as you make it into the top 30, you will receive rewards. Of course, even if you do not make it into the top 30, there will still be consolation prizes. If you finish in the top 5, you will receive a grand prize. Young master, I believe with your strength, making it into the top 5 is certainly possible. Su Xian spoke with unwavering confidence, his excitement palpable. However, my young master only wishes to take it easy. Li Lan sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he merely nodded. A few minutes later, Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes. What is it? Get off the bus. Although unsure of the reason, Su Xian complied and informed the driver, prompting them to disembark at the next stop. Several other passengers exited alongside them. Young master, where shall we head next? Walk towards the Azure Dragon Academy. Alright. Su Xian pushed Li Lan in the direction of the Academy. At this moment, he noticed a middle-aged man persistently following them. Richuan Gangban, rogue adept practitioner. Over a decade ago, his hometown, Divine Island, was sunk by several royal-class aberrant beasts, and he had since been scraping by in Longhua. However, as an outsider, he was never warmly received. Even entering certain secret realms came with numerous restrictions for him. Eventually, he joined a large trading company. With his strength as an adept practitioner, he initially enjoyed a comfortable life within the company. However, due to his habitual harassment of female employees, he was expelled. Ironically, the president of that company was a significant figure. After his dismissal, no one dared to hire him again, and many factions started to avoid him. Since then, he became like a rat scurrying through the streets, hunted by all. He had resigned himself to this state for what he believed would be a long time. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope to break free from his predicament. While walking, he unexpectedly spotted Li Lan, the coveted prize in the underground black market. Richuan Gangban licked his lips, greedily eyeing Li Lan, muttering to himself, Li Lan, little friend, such a great opportunity. Capture him, and I shall swiftly break through. Both of you look quite promising. From now on, you shall belong to me. Ha ha ha. Young master, it seems we are being followed. What should we do? Su Xian asked anxiously. His strength seems formidable, at least on par with an adept practitioner. Should I call the family for assistance? Li Lan shook his head. Opening his eyes, he raised his hand. Fire element confirms there is no danger outside. It peeks out of the host's body. Thunder element strides out of the host's body, proclaiming loudly, The king of the otherworldly ants has arrived. Wood Element asserts, "It is my duty to fight for my master." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The three elements of fire, thunder, and wood surged restlessly through the air. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as the winds roared, and countless purple lightning bolts brewed within the clouds. Creating a deafening roar, a colossal flame transformed into a war deity, standing majestically in midair, wielding a massive red flame axe, surveying all below. Countless vines erupted from the ground, weaving into an immense prison. Moments later, Li Lan closed his eyes once more and gently lowered his hand. The three elements erupted in unison. Everything fell into silence, and the sky cleared. Yet, the man had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. With a mere lift of his hand, he could extinguish life. With closed eyes, silence ensued, leaving not even a bone behind. Witnessing this scene, Su Exine looked at Li Lan in horror. "Why, young master, what just happened?" Observing Su Exine's astonished expression, Li Lan felt a surge of pleasure. "Little Exine, you mustn't speak of what just transpired. Can you secure first place in the martial arts competition?" After a moment of silence, Su Exine suddenly asked. Li Lan replied, "Is this really the time for such questions? Shouldn't you be exclaiming, 'Wow, young master, you're incredible,' or 'Wow, young master, I want to breathe a word,' or 'Wow, young master, I admire you so much'?" Chapter 57, Dean Fox, Law Enforcement Teacher, and the Unruly Elements. As one of the 5 largest academies in Longhua, the Azure Dragon Academy boasts not only a robust faculty but also unparalleled defensive capabilities. As Li Lan and Su Exine disembarked from the bus and approached the academy's entrance, they immediately felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them. These were the eyes of the patrol team. Clad in dark green uniforms adorned with badges, exuding an air of authority. Each member of the patrol team possessed at least the strength of a high-ranking sorcerer. The captain of the team was a striking beauty with fiery red hair. Her complexion fair and her features sharply defined, exuding the aura of a warrior from the battlefield. The prowess of a master was not concealed. Rather, it was unmistakably evident. Su Exine glanced at the tightly shut gates of the academy and said, "Young master, I shall inquire how we may gain entry." Li Lan nodded gently in agreement. Su Exine hurried over, intending to speak. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a young member of the patrol team pointed towards the registration window not far away, saying, "Classmate, the registration is over there." "We are not here to register," Su Exine replied politely. "I merely wish to ask how one might enter the school. Is there a registration process?" The young patrol member paused for a moment before responding. "Qinglong Academy forbids the entry of unauthorized individuals. Without a prior registration, one may only enter accompanied by a faculty member or with a student token." Su Exine shook his head but maintained his courtesy. "I have neither a token nor a reservation, but thank you nonetheless." Just as he was about to turn away, the female captain suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned their puzzled gazes towards him. The captain inquired, "Hello, are you Su Exine?" "Yes," Su Exine replied, looking at her with curiosity. "And you are?" "Hello, I am Li Jixia. I do not recognize you." Su Exine tentatively asked, "Are you from the Li family?" "There are many with the surname Li, but only those qualified to claim association with the Li family are from the clan of the Flame Emperor." Upon hearing this, all members of the patrol team gazed at Su Exine with astonishment. It was clear that Su Exine also hailed from the Li family. The captain nodded slightly, looking at Li Lan, and said, "Is that young Master Li Lan?" Su Exine affirmed with a nod. The surprise in the captain's eyes flickered briefly before she turned to the young man from earlier, saying, "Wang Jiao, please escort them inside." "Yes." Wang Jiao nodded eagerly, realizing they were members of the Li family. By the way, once you are inside, please do not wander around the academy," the captain reminded. Allowing them entry was already bending the rules. If reported by someone with ill intentions, she could face consequences. "You need not worry about that." Su Exine expressed his gratitude with a glance. He had always stayed close to Li Lan, following him wherever he went. However, Li Lan was not one to wander. He might even be too lazy to walk. "Come with me, you two," Wang Jiao instructed. Swiping his student card, the gates of Qinglong Academy illuminated with a brilliant blue light and swung open automatically. Su Exine pushed Li Lan forward into the academy. At that moment, many students were present within Qinglong Academy, and as they noticed Li Lan and Su Exine entering the campus, numerous eyes were drawn towards them. "Look, New students have arrived. Some murmured, I wonder if they are freshmen or sophomores. They are so handsome, both of them. Hee hee, both are my wives, friend. Tone it down a bit. Hee hee, it's the disabled handsome young master and the cool, aloof guy, perfectly fitting my type. You girls are too crazy. Unlike me, I only care about their strength. Exactly, a bunch of useless folks. I only desire worthy opponents. Useless is useless. There must be some in the world. So why can't it be me? Su Exine couldn't help but comment. I didn't expect the students of Qinglong Academy to be so enthusiastic. Li Lan nodded slightly, having noticed that none of the crowd was looking at him. Wang Jiao, feeling somewhat sour, remarked, Is that so? Among the crowd, 3 individuals were astonished to see Li Lan. I can't believe the lazy god has also come to Qinglong Academy. If Su Exine had seen them, he would have recognized them immediately. They were Huang Cheng, Huang Zichao, and Bai Yu, who had fought alongside him during the Beast Tide in Jiangnan Province. Thinking of the trouble his younger brother had caused for Li Lan, Huang Cheng couldn't resist the urge to slap Huang Zichao on the back. Why are you hitting me again, bro? Huang Zichao cried out in distress. You just have that look that begs for a beating. But Mom and Dad said we look quite alike. Huang Zichao protested. Another slap silenced him. Bai Yu, unable to hold back his laughter, said, Zichao, you really ought to work on that bad temper of yours. Thankfully, you encountered Li Lan. Had it been one of those petty clan disciples, you might not even be able to find your remains. Now I understand. Huang Zichao replied weakly. By the way, do you even know where you're headed? Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Exine looked to Li Lan, who also seemed unsure. They waited for a while, and Li Lan merely opened his eyes without speaking. Su Exine was accustomed to this, but Wang Jiao was growing anxious. Just when he thought Li Lan was mute, Li Lan finally spoke. Looking for Teacher Mu Que.S. Oh, you can talk after all. Wang Jiao thought to himself, feeling exasperated as he took out his phone to check the academy's map. Leading the way, he said, Teacher Mu K's residence is this way. Su Exine pushed Li Lan, following closely behind. After a few minutes, they arrived at a massive treehouse. The tree towered over 10 meters high. With a wooden cabin suspended above it. Li Lan, you have finally arrived. An elderly man, leisurely sipping tea, sat above, accompanied by a fox that appeared remarkably human-like, delicately holding a porcelain cup and savoring the tea. Wang Jiao silently stepped back, casting a deep glance at Li Lan, pondering whether Li Lan had come to seek Mu K's treatment for his legs. Then came a shocking scene. Li Lan unexpectedly left his wheelchair, stretched and stood upright. With a gentle leap, he brought Su Exine up to the treehouse. So it turns out you are neither mute nor crippled, but a perfectly normal person. Wang Jiao's face fell in disbelief. He had never encountered such an eccentric individual in his life. However, he felt somewhat relieved. What use is being so handsome if you're this lazy? Your strength must certainly be lacking. But the very next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as a surge of energy erupted from Li Lan, master of divine abilities. Senior Mu, they greeted. Teacher Qi, they added. Li Lan, you have truly hidden your capabilities well, Mu Ke remarked. Gazing at Li Lan with surprise, taking a sip of tea, a rare psychic ability, and yet you are still at the divine level. Quite impressive. He utilized his wood-based abilities to grow a chair behind Su Exine. Just as he was about to grow a second one, Li Lan picked up the fox beside him and sat down, gently rubbing its head. Muk's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Qi, your fox is truly adorable. Li Lan said lazily. By the way, Teacher Qi, how did you know I was coming? Mu Ke, momentarily forgetting his own surname, looked intently at the fox in Li Lan's embrace and replied, It was the vice principal who informed me. The vice principal of Qinglong Academy? One of the few terrestrial divine beings of Longhua. Su Exine's face turned solemn with respect. I had no idea he was here. Li Lan, abandoning his usual languid demeanor, fixed his clear gaze upon Mu Quebec before Mu Ke could respond. The fox in Li Lan's arms suddenly spoke. Little one, how does my touch feel? It turned to gaze at Li Lan with deep, dark eyes. Li Lan, startled, quickly looked to Mu Ke, who gave him a good luck look and nodded lightly. Li Lan hastily released the fox. Its fur was as silky as satin. With a gentle movement, it leaped from his embrace and settled on a chair that sprouted beside the table. Senior, I apologize. Li Lan quickly stood up to express his regrets. However, the fox, seemingly unfazed by the prior incident, merely waved its paw dismissively. No matter. It then narrowed its eyes and softly remarked, Wood-based Divine Master. Lightning-based Divine Master, Fire-based Divine Master, Psychic Divine Master, Control Sorcerer, quite intriguing. The voice was loud and indistinct, making it hard to discern age or gender. Yet, Li Lan could distinctly sense that this voice was meant solely for him. At that moment, he felt as though all his secrets were laid bare before the fox, an overwhelming power. Is it a mind-reading ability? But why could it not detect the divine water element? Is it due to its special nature? Li Lan's expression grew serious. However, mere moments later, he inexplicably relaxed, feeling as though he was bathing in a sea of forests, enjoying the gentle spring breeze. His mood was unprecedentedly buoyant. Do not be anxious, little one. I won't harm you. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone else, the fox said soothingly, a cup of tea appearing in its paw seemingly out of nowhere. What matter? Mu Ke and Su Exine exchanged bewildered glances. By the way, Vice Principal, what position do you intend to assign Li Lan? Mu Ke suddenly inquired, a position that is idle and not taxing. Such roles are quite scarce, the fox murmured. Then let him serve in the Judiciary Court. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder of the Judiciary Court is also from your Li family. Judiciary Court Teacher. He is akin to a member of the Student Union's Discipline Committee. However, the teacher of the Disciplinary Court not only oversees students but also teachers, and even has jurisdiction over several subordinate schools under the auspices of the Qinglong Academy. In such a prestigious institution, this position wields considerable power. Yet, astonishingly, a mere child is to assume this role. MUK could not help but voice his concern. Vice President, does this not contravene established regulations? Setting aside the requirement of having served in the academy for at least a decade to become a teacher of the disciplinary court, the minimum competency required for such a position is to be at least at the mid-level of a great power. Li Lan clearly does not meet these standards. However, I contend that even a mid-level great power pales in comparison to Li Lan. The fox president narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. A mid-level great power is no match for Li Lan. The vice president holds him in such high regard. Mu Ke gasped in astonishment. I see. I shall promptly go to the president to activate Li Lan's status as a teacher. Li Lan, do make a trip to the library's pavilion of great powers to address the gaps in your abilities. The fox president pondered for a moment and remarked, your body refinement is commendable. It seems you have indeed put in the effort. Li Lan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Vice President. Self-improvement has always been my pursuit. The fire element widened its eyes and exclaimed, Master, have some dignity. The thunder element laughed heartily, declaring, Master, you crack me up. In the midst of thunder element's laughter, it inadvertently struck the fire element's face. The fire element swiftly retaliated with a slap to the thunder element. The smile vanished from the thunder element's face. The wood element chimed in, Master, you are truly remarkable. What is mine is yours. What is yours is still yours. The water element, however, expressed its disinterest, rolling its eyes at you. Other abilities and techniques. Beside them, Mu Ke and Su Exine exchanged glances, their expressions laden with exasperation. Young master, from whence does your confidence in such motivational declarations stem? Upon departing from Elder Mu Ke's modest abode, Su Exine guided Li Lan through the academy in search of the library mentioned by the vice president. However, after considerable time spent wandering, they had yet to locate it. What are you doing? Li Lan suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze at Su Exine. Searching for the library? Aren't you supposed to be heading to the Pavilion of Great Powers, young master? Have you found it? Su Exine shook his head. At that moment, Li Lan's phone inexplicably flew from his pocket and landed in his hand. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the device. The devious map continues to navigate for you. The route to the library became vividly clear before Su Exine's eyes. His face flushed with embarrassment. He wished for nothing more than to burrow into a groundhog's hole. IT can work like this? He had assumed that a top-tier institution such as Qinglong Academy would not feature its map on such websites. Qinglong Academy rightfully stands among the 5 premier academies of the Dragon Kingdom. The library, impressively constructed, boasts a footprint larger than the entirety of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, where Li Lan previously studied. Upon entering, one feels as if they have stepped into a colossal fortress fashioned from books. In addition to tomes related to supernatural abilities, extensive sections are dedicated to literature, online novels, and comics, each occupying a significant space. Upon glimpsing the literary section, Su Exine's eyes widened in awe. Yet, The realization that he was not a student of Qinglong Academy and thus unable to borrow books left him with a resigned sigh. At that moment, Li Lan said, "If you wish to borrow, go ahead. Consider it my contribution." Suxian hesitated for a moment, then responded with a fervent yes, eagerly pushing Li Lan in that direction. However, mere minutes later, as Li Lan dozed, he suddenly sensed the elements within him stirring restlessly. He felt as though something within the library was beckoning them, inciting a fervent desire to break free. Chapter 58. Pavilion of Great Powers. Farewell to the clown. What madness is this in broad daylight? Li Lan frowned, concentrating his thoughts and delivering a mental reprimand to them. The fire element paused momentarily before retaliating with a punch to the thunder element. Thunder element. You crack me up, not even a bit painful. Young master, what troubles you? Suxian, noticing the fluctuations in his master's mood, set down the book he held and inquired curiously. Li Lan shook his head, assuring him it was nothing. He observed that, despite having struck the elements, they remained in a state of agitation, as if something within the library was drawing them in. Even the usually aloof water element was similarly affected. What could this alluring entity be? Li Lan mused. Ordinarily, he would not concern himself with such matters. However, just as he intended to drift back into slumber, his telekinetic ability took over, propelling his body upward toward the library's second floor, then the third, and finally the fourth. He came to a halt before a door at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor. The door swung open under the influence of his telekinetic force. Inside, he beheld another door, an imposing ancient bronze gate adorned with intricate carvings of fantastical beasts. Most striking among them was a divine dragon. Enveloped in crackling lightning, fierce and majestic, Li Lan instantly recognized this mythical creature as the emblem of Qinglong Academy, the Azure Dragon. What secrets lay concealed behind this door? Compelled by an inexplicable force, Li Lan reached out to push it open, yet suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he next opened his eyes, a Shiba Inu stood beside him. A dog? Li Lan blinked in surprise, crouching down to pet it. The Shiba Inu abruptly spoke. Young one, what brings you here? Do you not wish to know that this is a forbidden area of the academy? Those who trespass face penalties, and in severe cases, expulsion and memory erasure. The dog's voice was ancient and hoarse, yet radiated an air of authority akin to that of a seasoned elder. Staring at it, Li Lan was momentarily stunned, his hand frozen mid-motion. Could it be another formidable figure? What is the matter with the elders of Qinglong Academy? Are they all either foxes or dogs? My apologies, esteemed one. I was unaware of this regulation. Are you a newcomer? Li Lan nodded, then shook his head. The Shiba Inu furrowed its brow. Li Lan hastily retrieved his teacher's token from his spatial ring. After all, he was already a fugitive. Revealing his identity mattered little now. Upon seeing the token, the Shiba Inu hesitated, regarding Li Lan with a skeptical "Is it from your forebears?" Not at all. It is mine. The Fox President bestowed it upon me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as it scrutinized Li Lan. Then burst into laughter. A great power. How intriguing, young one. Would you care to forsake the shadows and become my student? Allow me to introduce myself, Chai Sheng, one of the vice presidents of Qinglong Academy. The king of beasts, Chai Sheng? Li Lan was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he regarded the Shiba Inu. He had not anticipated such a formidable identity. This terrestrial immortal was only slightly less powerful than his grandfather, possessing the ability to tame and cultivate animals. Under his tutelage thrived numerous tamed beasts, rivaling the great power realm. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a fox leaped out from an unknown location, landing gracefully on Li Lan's shoulder. Old dog, how many years have passed, and you still wish to lure away my students? In our youth, you stole my undergarments and drinks. As adults, you took my first love and my teachers. Now, in old age, you still covet my disciples. How shameless! Regrettably, this lad is not mine. He is the grandson of that old codger, the Flame Emperor. Goodness, how scandalous! Is it truly appropriate for you to discuss such matters in the presence of a mere junior? Alas, I have never been fond of gossip. So, do share more. Li Lan gazed intently at the fox and the dog. The Flame Emperor? Curse it! How is it that the descendants of that old codger are all geniuses? It infuriates me. The Shiba Inu shot Li Lan a glare, and in that instant, Li Lan felt darkness engulf him once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the corridor outside, the previous door having vanished. What manner of power was this? While contemplating, he noticed that the elements, having lost the source of excitement, had also quieted. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. I shall take a nap. Creating a clean space on the floor with his telekinetic ability, Li Lan lay down and soon fell asleep, soft snores escaping him. His brows twitched slightly as silence enveloped the surroundings. After Li Lan's disappearance, Su Xian continued his search. He scoured the second floor, then the third and fourth, but to no avail. Just as he pondered where his master had gone, he noticed a group of girls gathered in a corner, seemingly engrossed in something. Curiosity piqued, Su Xian approached, overhearing their murmurs. Who is this? Why is he sleeping here? I don't know, but I think I saw him somewhere before. Wasn't he the handsome guy in the wheelchair downstairs? How did he end up here? Where are his companions? Could this be a drama about a struggle for a wealthy family's inheritance? The eldest son, and that one is the second son. Gil monopolized the family fortune. The second son must have plotted against the disabled eldest. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Xian. Upon moving closer, he confirmed that the individual sprawled on the ground, the subject of their discussion, was indeed Li Lan. With an impassive expression, Su Xian approached, hoisted Li Lan onto his back, and, under the curious gazes of the onlookers, carried him away. He felt a constant sense of embarrassment since following his young master. How vexing! When Li Lan awakened, he found himself at the entrance of the Pavilion of Great Powers. The Shintong Pavilion, serving as the repository for the Shintong models of the Qinglong Academy, is heavily fortified. With vigilant guards stationed around the clock, accessing this place requires a verification of identity and registration. Young master, are you truly all right alone? What kind of question is that? I am not a mere 3-year-old child. Li Lan replied, casting a puzzled glance at him. Then I shall wait for you at the entrance, in no need. You can wait for me in the reading area on the first floor. I am unsure how long I will be. But once you come out, you must not sleep on the ground. Fine. Su Xian regarded him with a mix of skepticism and resignation, knowing he could not enter the pavilion. Greetings, student. Please present your identification. As Li Lan stepped into the Shintong Pavilion, he was halted by an elderly man with a youthful appearance despite his white hair. Li Lan produced his teacher's token, causing the old man to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He scanned the token with a device, instructor from the execution court. The old man scrutinized Li Lan for a moment before casually waving him through. Although the Shintong Pavilion is located on the third floor of the library, it is further divided into several levels. The first floor showcases relatively common and easily practiced Shintong prototypes, categorized into elemental, mental, and physical types, among others. After surveying the area, Li Lan found nothing of great value. He intended to release the elemental forces to observe them, but he noticed that the lightning element had yet to emerge, revealing a disdainful expression. What a joke. All the Shintong present are worthless. This thunder god would never stoop to learning such lowly techniques. His arrogant tone earned him a severe reprimand from the fire element, which then sulked in a corner, whimpering. The water and wood elements, along with various techniques nearby, erupted in laughter at the scene. Li Lan ascended to the second floor, where several small compartments housed different types of Shintong. Unlike the first floor, accessing the Shintong in these compartments required payment, and each compartment offered a unique selection of techniques. There were 13 compartments in total, each clearly labeled with its offerings. Entering one cost a staggering 150,000 yuan. Should one fail to select a technique after entering, the fee would not be refunded. Thus, the guardian of the second floor scrutinized Li Lan with seriousness. Without a second thought, Li Lan swiped his bank card and entered one of the compartments. 150,000? Choose carefully? Who do they think they are? It's merely pocket change. The guardian, exasperated, observed this young man. Due to the payment requirement, the spacious compartment was devoid of any other patrons. This particular compartment was dedicated to fire element Shintong, featuring an array of techniques, offensive, defensive, and supportive. As soon as Li Lan stepped inside, the fire element eagerly sprang forth, its curious gaze surveying the surroundings as its tiny hands flitted about, searching for its desired Shintong. Just as its hand reached for a Shintong model, Li Lan's expression shifted, and he quickly pulled it back, fearing it might incinerate the model. The fire element, a small flame, looked back at Li Lan with wide, bewildered eyes. The lightning element chuckled heartily, exclaiming, How amusing! This thunder god is in stitches. The fire element retreated into its host, delivering a slap to the lightning element. The lightning element's smile vanished. After some contemplation, Li Lan released his telekinetic ability, making everything significantly easier. The fire element took charge of observation while the telekinetic ability managed retrieval. As for Li Lan himself, he was responsible for sleeping. The fire element began learning the technique, Fire Serpent Dance. Learning successful. The fire element began learning the technique, Fire Barrier. Learning successful. The fire element began learning the technique, Extreme Flame. Learning successful. The fire element attempted to merge techniques. Merging failed. The fire element attempted a second merger. Merging failed. When Li Lan awoke, the sky had already turned to dusk, roused by the Guardian's call. He had intended to explore the other compartments, but upon exiting, was met with Su Xian's forlorn expression. "Young master, I thought you had perished inside." Li Lan groaned, clutching his head, and promptly collapsed back into sleep as Su Xian carried him away. The Guardian watched in astonishment at this young man's laziness. In the following days, Li Lan found himself either sleeping or on the verge of sleep. After much effort, the fire element finally succeeded in merging several techniques. Merging 5 or 6 techniques was no small feat for it, representing a significant challenge. Once successful, it promptly collapsed in exhaustion, and even the lightning element refrained from disturbing its slumber. The fire element attempted to merge techniques. Merging failed. The fire element attempted to merge techniques. Merging failed. The fire element attempted to merge techniques. Merging successful. The fire element successfully comprehended the technique. Lava Paradise, Semi-Domain Shintong. To Li Lan's slight astonishment. It was a semi-domain Shintong. Upon advancing to become a terrestrial immortal, a great Shintong practitioner unlocks their own domain. However, prior to this, they must refine a semi-domain Shintong. Typically, only advanced or peak practitioners can comprehend such techniques. It was unexpected that the fire element grasped this at such an early stage. Well done, fire element. Hearing Li Lan's praise, the lightning element gazed enviously at the sleeping fire element, wishing to take its place. With only 2 days remaining until the martial arts competition, Li Lan received an early morning notification that the event would be held in the outskirts of Longjing, within a newly established secret realm known as Misty Island. The description indicated a colossal island shrouded in fog, teeming with various exotic beasts, all placed there by human hands. It was home to 12 king-level beasts, 500 leader-level beasts, and countless ordinary ones. The expanse of the secret realm was vast, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Participants would earn points by defeating these beasts, with rankings based on the accrued points. The bottom 60 participants would be eliminated, as only the elite from each provincial base could enter the national martial arts competition. This brutal elimination process would cut down a significant portion of the participants. "Young master, would you like some milk?" Su Xian approached with 2 bottles of milk. Having not yet had breakfast, Li Lan nodded, and Su Xian held the milk to his lips. After finishing the milk, Li Lan, still feeling bored, opened the underground black market website and discovered an increase in his bounty. Upon glancing at the trending topics, he found the top 3 were all about one individual, a puppet master. A figure he was somewhat familiar with. Breaking news. The puppet master of the Dark Moon Circus has transformed the new leader into a puppet. 2. New update. The Ghost Knight Blade Demon will replace the puppet master as the temporary leader of the Dark Moon Circus. 3. The Dark Moon Circus is on the verge of betrayal. Let us observe the puppet master's recent maneuvers. What a madman indeed! Li Lan shut off his phone, intending to take a stroll and enjoy the morning breeze. However, as he opened the door, he was met by the sight of a puppet lying at his feet. The puppet appeared strangely familiar. After a moment of confusion, Li Lan quickly recalled that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the former leader of the Dark Moon Circus. The clown. Li Lan, long time no see. The puppet spoke in a voice identical to that of the clown. Chapter 59. Dual Souls in One Body. The competition approaches the leader of the Dark Moon Circus. The clown? Li Lan furrowed his brow. Fire, lightning, and wood elements swirled around him, exuding an intensely volatile elemental aura. This turbulence did not originate from Li Lan himself, but from the 3 elements, which encircled him. Glaring menacingly at the clown puppet, they seemed poised to strike and obliterate it should it display even the slightest hint of hostility. "Did you not perish?" he questioned. Or are you the puppet master? The clown shifted its wooden body slowly, replying, "The leader is dead, yet the clown remains alive." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I am no longer a member of the Spiritual Energy Association." The clown smiled. "You need not harbor such animosity towards me, for I pose no threat to you now." Li Lan scrutinized the puppet, realizing it was indeed as it claimed. It was merely a puppet, devoid of any real power, save for its ability to speak. "What do you seek from me?" "I require your assistance. I need you to care for me for a time. That is all." "Are you dreaming?" Li Lan looked down at it, stating, "The leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the head of one of the 5 branches of the Spiritual Energy Association, who has committed numerous atrocities, why should I assist you?" "Why do you believe I would assist you?" "The chaos unleashed by the Dark Moon Circus in Jiangnan Province reveals their inherent corruption. If it weren't for my curiosity about their true intentions, Li Lan might have already dealt with them swiftly." "Who is the leader of the Dark Moon Circus?" "I am not well acquainted." The puppet of the jester remarked, "I have already stated, my name is Jester, and I shall only be called Jester.as for the leader of the Dark Moon Circus. He is dead, consumed entirely by a royal beast, leaving no trace behind. You have witnessed it with your own eyes, as have others. Is that not so? If you do not clarify your words, I shall take action." Li Lan regarded him with a knowing look. Did he imply that the jester, the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, was someone else? Upon hearing the hint of threat in Li Lan's words, the elemental of thunder responded with a rumbling sound, demonstrating its might towards the nearby fire elemental. Was this an exhibition of power? The jester dared not prolong the conversation, instead turning to Li Lan with a serious inquiry. "Are you familiar with the concept of dual souls within a single body?" The jester nodded. "Are you suggesting that, indeed, I am a dual soul?" The jester succinctly explained, "In my youth, I came into possession of a rare treasure known as the Soul Rift Pearl, which can split a person's soul into 2. His explanation was lengthy, but the essence was as follows. When the Ethereal Society sought to recruit talent, they utilized the Blood Moon Holy Grail to control a person's soul and body. Thanks to the Soul Rift Pearl, the young jester narrowly escaped, losing only half of his soul to the Holy Grail's grasp. However, due to the side effects of the Soul Rift Pearl, his soul suffered severe damage, leading him to occasionally lapse into slumber. During these periods, the other half of his soul, trained by the Ethereal Society, became a murderous and cruel entity. Upon awakening, he intended to rectify this, only to find it too late. The other half had ceased to heed his commands and had morphed into a new, dark persona. The young jester, once a prodigy, found himself imprisoned within his own body. Over the years, he endeavored to reintegrate his soul, achieving some preliminary progress. However, due to the stark contrast in personalities, the others in the Dark Moon Circus quickly recognized the anomaly. To avoid exposure, the young jester had no choice but to halt the integration, allowing the jester to retain control of their shared body. Meanwhile, the young jester plotted in the shadows, contemplating how to escape the Ethereal Society's grip. Subsequently, without alarming the jester, the young jester forged an alliance with the puppeteer, who also sought to break free from the Ethereal Society. Their mutual goals aligned perfectly. Thus, during Li Lan's time in Jiangnan Province, they witnessed the scene where the jester, along with his body, perished beneath the jaws of a monstrous beast. The young jester, however, was reborn through a soul-nurturing puppet crafted by the puppeteer. The puppeteer assisted the jester in escaping the Ethereal Society, and in exchange, once the young jester regained some strength, he was to return to the secret realm where he had acquired the Soul Rift Pearl, procuring another to offer to the puppeteer. The puppeteer planned to use the same method to extricate himself from the Ethereal Society. While this narrative appeared plausible, Li Lan discerned a flaw as he listened. He turned to the jester puppet and asked, "The puppeteer also wishes to escape the Ethereal Society?" The jester puppet nodded, affirming that was indeed what the puppeteer had conveyed, and he had acted accordingly. The Blood Moon Holy Grail exerts control over a person's body and soul. If the puppeteer has already been ensnared, whether his soul is split into 2 or 3, no matter how many times it is divided, his souls remain under control. If that is the case, what purpose does he have for the Soul Rift Pearl? Upon hearing this, the jester puppet fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "I have pondered your words before, but I do not understand why he would act in such a manner. However, I can assure you that what I have just said is entirely true. Why should I trust you?" The jester fell silent once more. A scroll appeared in his hand as he solemnly declared, "I can take an oath. An oath scroll?" Li Lan immediately recognized this artifact, produced in a 5-star secret realm of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Although it is a top-tier treasure, its price is only half that of advanced treasures due to 2 reasons. Its overwhelming quantity, as they typically appear in the tens of thousands, and its singular function of swearing oaths. If the oath-taker speaks falsely, the scroll is instantly incinerated. However, its usage is heavily restricted. Both a Party A and Party B must be present. Suppose Li Lan is Party A, and the Jester is Party B. For Party B to swear, Party A's strength must overpower Party B. Otherwise, the oath cannot be made. In most situations, if one party's strength vastly exceeds the others, there is no need for oaths. Strength alone suffices. Li Lan regarded the scroll, nodding. After a moment, the scroll remained intact in Li Lan's hand, the oath established, affirming that all the Jester had spoken was the truth. Could the puppeteer possess some means of purifying souls? Li Lan pondered. The Jester puppet inquired, Li Lan, do you now believe my words? Li Lan nodded. Will you assist me for a time? I require time to regain my strength. I refuse. Why should I help you? Li Lan replied, what reason do I have to trust that you won't betray me once you recover your strength? I am willing to offer a certain price. The Jester smiled, having anticipated Li Lan's response. As for the matter of betrayal upon regaining strength, you need not worry. I will hand over the core of the soul puppet to you. Should I engage in any treacherous actions, you may shatter it immediately. While this may not result in my demise, it would certainly leave me grievously wounded. Are you not in such a state now? Li Lan remarked. Can you even speak? The Jester maintained his smile. I will be in an even worse condition. After all, the puppet core contains the majority of my current soul. Should it be damaged, the consequences would be dire. The Jester tossed the puppet core to Li Lan, who took it in hand. Examining it closely, observing the core's fragility, the Jester displayed no signs of concern. Truly, a seasoned powerhouse, Li Lan secured the core and stated, I agree. What can you offer me? 1 half-holy relic. Do you look down upon me? 2 items? I sense you still hold me in contempt. Point 3? Are you jesting? 1 holy relic. It cannot be more. If that is the case, then farewell. Just as Li Lan intended to return the core, the Jester hurriedly interjected. 1 holy relic, plus 2 half-holy relics. The Jester gritted through clenched teeth. This is already all of my possessions. If a deal cannot be struck, then let us part amicably, my friend. Li Lan bore a smile. Then point 2 items. Truly, it cannot be more. If it is, I will simply leave. The Jester, after several minutes of silence, finally extended 2 fingers with great difficulty. From this day forth, you shall be my dearest friend. Li Lan stepped forward. Enthusiastically lifting the puppet, the Jester replied, By the way, why did you seek me out? I do not know. You do not know? Li Lan looked at him quizzically. There's something amiss? You spent 2 holy relics merely to remain by my side? Have I truly become this charming? The Jester nodded, stating, The High Priest instructed me to find you. The High Priest? The puppeteer chuckled self-deprecatingly. He claimed this was the result of a prophecy derived from a half-holy relic, asserting that my presence by your side would be more beneficial than staying with him. However, I feel he is deceiving me. Point 2 holy relics. I truly am a victim of circumstance. If I do not gain anything from you, I will seek him out to settle the score. The High Priest? What is this peculiar creature plotting? Li Lan mused. You are indeed a victim. Li Lan observed him and inquired, When do you plan to provide me with the items? Are you suggesting your words lack substance? Li Lan feigned the intention to discard him. I shall provide 1 item as a deposit, with the remainder to be paid upon my departure. If not, then you may dispose of it. The Jester promptly replied. Li Lan considered this and acquiesced, nodding. In the next moment, a green glass orb materialized in his hand. Just as he was about to inquire about its nature, the Jester puppet transformed into a genuine puppet, losing its previous vitality. It appeared to have fallen into slumber. Li Lan examined the orb in his hand, his consciousness entering it. He soon comprehended the orb's full capabilities. A healing pearl. A wood-based auxiliary holy relic. A fully charged healing pearl can, in an instant, restore the injuries of 3 formidable beings, even from severe wounds. Of course, special injuries, such as curses or soul damage, are not included. A remarkable treasure indeed. Li Lan was about to tuck it into his pocket. He noticed a slender vine brushing against his face. It was the wood element. Do you desire it? The wood element shyly nodded. I never saw you so bashful when you were wielding the fire element, Eilon chuckled and, without further thought, tossed it to the element. Upon acquiring the healing gem, the wood element swiftly devoured it. Ding! The wood element is consuming the wood attribute relic. Healing gem, wood element energy 800. Ding! The wood element is consuming the wood attribute relic. Healing gem, wood element energy 800. Ding! The wood element is consuming the wood attribute relic. Healing gem, wood element energy 800. The wood element's energy has reached a critical threshold and is attempting to break through its shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The wood element gritted its teeth and made another attempt to break through. Breakthrough successful. The wood element's cultivation has advanced to mid-level Great Sorcerer. The wood element has acquired the divine ability, Healing Forest. Another new divine ability of the healing type. Quite impressive. From the information provided by the wood element, Li Lan learned that this ability could manifest a small grove instantaneously. Any life within this grove would receive healing benefits. Of course, if Li Lan wished to withhold healing from a specific target, he could cancel it at any time. Hearing your praise, the wood element danced with joy, saying, "All of this is thanks to you, my master." Such a little flatterer. Li Lan teased it a bit, then gathered all the elements before heading back to their residence. They resided in a place called Yinzhuang, a property owned by the Li family in Longjing. It served two purposes, to host guests and to provide a place for the Li family members to stay in Longjing. Although the Li family's estate was also located in Longjing, it was built deep in the mountains outside the city, making it somewhat distant from the urban center. "Young master, what is that you hold in your hand?" Upon returning, Su Xian inquired about the puppet in Li Lan's grasp. "A good item. It's quite ugly. Indeed, indeed. You are the most beautiful." Li Lan chuckled. "By the way, be sure not to lose it." "Understood, my lord." 2 days later, the weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Su Xian roused Li Lan from his slumber early in the morning, urging him to complete his morning routine. Then, he propelled him towards the venue for the martial arts competition. By this time, the competition grounds were teeming with spectators, filled with people everywhere. Among the crowd, Li Lan even spotted several familiar faces, some from Jiangnan province and others from the Li family. Chapter 60. The competition begins. Entering the secret realm, dangerous king-level exotic beasts. The competition venue was a massive white circular fortress. At its center was a hollow space, resembling a gigantic, irregular white donut. A colossal portal to the secret realm was positioned in the center, with gray particles continuously emanating from within. Deep and mysterious. To Li Lan's knowledge, this secret realm was acquired a century ago by a group of terrestrial immortals who ventured into it. They obtained the core of the secret realm, which was then repaired, refined, and transformed into the current competition venue. Whenever a major competition occurred, it would be held there. It was also utilized by the military for training exercises. The scenery within the secret realm could be altered at will, though it required quite expensive resources each time. The circular fortress was accessible only to participants, leaving the surrounding area crowded with onlookers eagerly discussing the upcoming national martial arts competition. "How long until the competition starts?" "I've been standing here for ages." "Who told you to arrive so early? Aren't you the same? You have the audacity to criticize me. It should start in the afternoon. Some participants haven't arrived yet. Who do you think will make it to the top 5 this time? Is that even a question? It will surely be the 5 participants from the 5 major academies. That's not so certain. Don't forget about Feng Xinghuan. He's recently emerged as a formidable contender, defeating many seasoned great sorcerers. He is very likely to make it into the top 5. His master is Feng Yao, that ancient being who has lived for who knows how long." "Ancient being? How old?" "Probably older than the Flame Emperor." "Hiss, stop chatting. Chu Tianjiao from Zhuke Academy has arrived." A middle-aged man pointed to the sky, where a private plane descended. The aircraft bore the emblem of a colossal Zhuke, unmistakably the symbol of Zhuke Academy. As the plane touched down, a girl with a flat chest yet an imposing demeanor emerged, her eyes a blazing red, wielding a spiked wolf-tooth club over 2 meters long. Followed by several students from Zhuke Academy. They were all competitors who had been recruited by Zhuke Academy after winning in their respective provincial bases. Noticing the fervent gazes of those around her, Chu Tianjiao furrowed her brow, lowered her wolf-tooth club to the ground, and with a resounding thud, created a large crater. The spectators, startled, quickly averted their eyes. Oh my, that's quite terrifying. Chu Tianjiao remains as violent as ever. Indeed, being a fire-type great sorcerer, her temper is undoubtedly on high. The Chu family is the second foremost fire family in our dragon nation. It's only natural. The Li family is also of the fire type. Yet we don't see them being this aggressive. The Li family isn't violent. A classmate of mine once teased a girl from the Li family, and the next day, his clothes were completely burned off and hung on a traffic light. Goodness, that's too scary. He had it coming. Who told your classmate to tease her? Wait a moment. Was that girl named Li Miemia? How do you know that? She used to be at my school. Because of her, our school's traffic light is filled with people every day. Chu Tianjiao is quite attractive, isn't she? Stop staring. If she catches you, she might just pluck your eyes out. Young master, it's Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao? I thought she was a boy. Chu Tianjiao is notoriously fierce, essentially a more enhanced version of Li Mimi. You dare speak of her like that? Su Xian chuckled. Do I need to fear her? Li Lan looked at Su Xian, patting his chest. It seems I really don't need to. Su Xian recalled a recent incident outside Qinglong Academy. Let me push you in. Your great-uncle might already be inside. Li Lan gently nodded. The great-uncle Su Xian mentioned was another terrestrial immortal of the Li family, though significantly less powerful than the Flame Emperor, belonging to the ordinary terrestrial immortal level. Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the competition venue, making him quite conspicuous as a wheelchair user. As they entered, they attracted countless glances. Just as the crowd thought Li Lan wouldn't gain entry, they were stunned by what followed. After verifying his identity, not only was Li Lan allowed in, but he was also personally welcomed by several staff members who were great sorcerers. One of the Li family's great sorcerers was particularly enthusiastic. Wait, who is that disabled person? Isn't entry for non-participants prohibited? I don't know. Perhaps he's a descendant of some family or a senior. You needn't speculate. He is also a participant in this competition, and his entry complies with the rules. The person pushing him has violated the rules, but given their family background, it's not a significant issue. Who are those two, to be spoken of so highly? Let me ask you, how many great sorcerers are participating in this competition? 6. Isn't that common knowledge? Incorrect, there are 7. How is that possible? If there are 7, how come there's no news? Are you suggesting that the person in the wheelchair just now? Exactly, he is the 7th, the champion from Jiangnan province, hailing from the Li family. The reason you are unaware of him is that Jiangnan province recently faced a beast tide, and the list of participants was not reported in time. I found out. His name is Li Lan, the young master of the Li family. Li Lan? Wasn't he a waste? Oh my. Li Lan, wielder of 4 extraordinary abilities, wood element, fire element, thunder element, and an unknown psychic ability. Age 17. What? A 17-year-old great sorcerer? Is he a monster? So terrifying. What is happening over there? Seeing the commotion at the entrance, Chu Tianjiao, still gripping her wolf-tooth club, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing Li Lan's name, a young man in her group, whose face bore a somewhat sinister expression, suddenly realized, Sister, it must be something Li Lan did. Who is Li Lan? Our champion from Jiangnan province, and he is also from the Li family, the young man simply explained. If Li Lan and Su Xian were to see someone outside, they could recognize him at a glance. This person is one of the familiar faces they encountered in Jiangnan province, the poison wolf who later joined Zhuge Academy, Wu Tianxi. The Li family? People from the Chu family have never been inferior to the Li family. In this martial arts competition, just watch as I crush him thoroughly. Let us proceed. Chu Tianjiao did not inquire further about Li Lan's information and, wielding her Wolf Fang club, strode into the competition venue. Inside the venue, a middle-aged man sat down beside Li Lan. He rambled on about a great many things, eager to see how Li Lan would respond, only to be met with the soft sound of Li Lan's snoring. Uncle Lu, the young master has fallen asleep. Uncle Lu sighed. So lazy. I wonder how he managed to cultivate into a grand master. He contemplated waking Li Lan, but, upon seeing Su Xian's expression that clearly indicated, if you call him, I will immediately push the young master away, he resigned himself to inaction. The youth of today are becoming increasingly indolent. It is all due to indulgence. He slapped his thigh and stood up to leave. It was unclear whether he was referring to Su Xian or to Li Lan's siblings, or perhaps even his own elder brother. As time passed, more and more people gathered. Before long, everyone had arrived. Li Lan opened his eyes, and with a flick of his mind, a bottle of mineral water floated to his lips before gently returning to its original place. Witnessing this, several competitors beside him were left speechless. Is this how you utilize telekinesis? Young master, Chu Tianjiao is here, Su Exine remarked from beside him. Li Lan turned to look, only to see a fierce-looking woman striding towards them. Chu Tianjiao, what does she intend to do? Why is she coming over here? Did any of you provoke her? Who would dare to provoke her? That would be tantamount to courting death, preparing to sit back and watch the drama unfold. He approached the disabled individual. Hammerhead, he's a perfectly normal person. How do you know that? Isn't it obvious? It's because of my abilities. If my father hadn't insisted I participate in the martial arts competition, I would have become a doctor. That disabled person, no. Who was the one in the wheelchair? How did he offend Chu Tianjiao? That person is Li Lan, a member of the Li family. The Chu and Li families have been at odds over the title of the foremost family in fire abilities. Why is she seeking out Li Lan? You all understand. Chu Tianjiao approached Li Lan, and Su Exine quickly positioned himself in front of her. What do you want? Who are you? A fire element practitioner. Quite impressive, Chu Tianjiao replied with a smile. Don't be so frightened. I won't eat Li Lan. Xiao Exine, step aside, Li Lan said. She wouldn't dare to do anything here. He rose from his wheelchair and extended a hand. Li family, Li Lan, do you dare to make a move? Li Lan was not entirely sure. He asked Su Exine to step aside mainly to protect him. After all, Su Exine was merely a practitioner and could not possibly stand against a grandmaster. Chu family, Chu Tianjiao. She grasped Li Lan's hand, saying, be careful in the competition. Don't run into me. You too. Among those of your age, you are the only one brave enough to speak to me like this. You too. You are quite remarkable but still slightly lacking compared to me. You too. Why only say one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After a brief handshake, Chu Tianjiao departed. Although there was no conflict between them, their interaction still drew considerable attention. Who is that person, daring to speak to Chu Tianjiao in such a manner? Li Lan, a member of the Li family, a wood element grandmaster, a fire element practitioner. But the fire energy emanating from him seems to suggest he is more than just a practitioner. A member of the Li family, no wonder. The encounter of two peculiar individuals. Who knows who will emerge victorious? In a corner of the venue, a carefree young man remarked to a cool and aloof youth. Yuan Gu, he seems to be from your Qinglong Academy. Shouldn't you go take a look? The cool young man waved his hand, gazing at the central teleportation portal, in no need. If fate allows, perhaps we shall meet later. If not, even if we see each other now, it would merely be a waste of time for both. You are still as enigmatic as ever, the young man chuckled, shaking his head. Moments later, the announcement echoed through the air. All right, since all participants have arrived, the competition is about to commence. I will make a few brief remarks. A rugged male voice declared. The secret realm you will be entering is the Misty Realm, a vast island shrouded in fog, inhabited by a variety of exotic beasts. Once you enter, your sole task will be to accumulate points. The competition duration is 1 month. After 1 month, the top 30 participants will advance to the finals. Besides acquiring points through hunting exotic beasts, you may also increase your score by plundering others' points. Participants with 0 points will not be immediately eliminated. Lastly, and most importantly, all exotic beasts within the secret realm are real. If you encounter danger, you may shatter your jade pendant. Once the pendant is broken, you can exit the secret realm directly. However, leaving the secret realm prematurely means elimination. As for the jade pendants, the staff will distribute them to you when you enter the secret realm. Now, let the competition officially begin. I wish you all good fortune. Please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. As the voice faded, the crowd surged towards the central teleportation portal. Young master, be careful. Su Exine couldn't help but say. Li Lan nodded and smiled, rest assured. After receiving their jade pendants, the participants stepped through the teleportation portal. Once all competitors had entered the secret realm, the large screen within the venue sprang to life, displaying numerous images before the audience. Given the significance of the National Martial Arts Competition, it would be broadcasted live. This moment, not only those present in the venue could see it, but also the citizens of Longhua, who eagerly turned on their televisions to witness the event. Su Exine quickly searched for Li Lan's location. Upon discovering that Li Lan was situated in a large lake, his expression turned grim. The lake is the domain of water element beasts. With so few lakes on Misty Island, it was clear that each one would be teeming with exotic beasts. settling down for a long nap. Li Lan glanced at the surrounding waters and crafted a small boat using wood elements, reclining quietly within. However, just as he lay down, he noticed a colossal creature beneath the water, staring motionlessly at him. A royal-level exotic beast. Sensing its aura, Li Lan grew cautious and prepared to take action. Yet, he quickly discerned that the creature exuded no signs of aggression. Submerging his head beneath the water, he discovered that it was an enormous sea otter. The otter gazed at Li Lan, making curious sounds while its large, dark eyes fixated on him, akin to a puppy seeing its owner. How strange! What is happening? Why does it look at me with such an expression? As though it were seeing its mother? Meanwhile, many onlookers were captivated by Li Lan, their hearts racing. Who would have thought this unfortunate soul would encounter a royal-level exotic beast right at the start? Will he manage to escape unharmed? If it is only one beast, the young master should be able to handle it. Su Exine pondered, frowning. Chapter 61. The Affectionate Sea Otter King, Malicious Grandmasters, Crisis? Hello there. Li Lan waved at the large sea otter. The otter tilted its head in confusion, then flashed a human-like smile, mimicking Li Lan's wave. However, it used both paws, making it appear as though it were applauding. Just as Li Lan contemplated inviting the creature onto his small boat for a friendly interaction, dozens of other sea otters emerged from the water. Their sizes varied, with strengths ranging from commander level to high level. An intermediate IT seemed the largest one was their leader. Is there really this many? Li Lan's eyes lit up as he beckoned, and the group of sea otters swam over in droves. As they approached, Li Lan sensed the aura of the Sea God Palace emanating from them, realizing why these exotic beasts posed no threat. They must have been tamed by the Sea God Palace. It was just unclear how they ended up trapped in the secret realm. The scene is a live broadcast, and everything happening beside Li Lan at this moment is being witnessed by the nationwide audience watching the stream. They see a multitude of monstrous beasts surging toward Li Lan, causing them to break into a cold sweat for him. Naturally, among them are those who revel in his misfortune. At this moment, on the Shueyu platform, within the live broadcast room of the National Martial Arts Competition, the comments reflect their sentiments. How tragic! Right from the start, he encounters a horde of beasts. Moreover, one of them is a king-level beast, a creature typically regarded as a formidable opponent. Indeed, a king-level water attribute beast from the aquatic realm is far more terrifying than an ordinary king-level beast. It seems we are about to witness the first elimination. Has he lost his mind? Why hasn't he shattered his jade talisman? Is he courting death? Does anyone know who this unfortunate soul is? No idea, never seen him before. Point one. Just as the crowd expressed their skepticism about Li Lan, a barrage of comments suddenly filled the screen. These comments shared a synchronized rhythm, even bestowing upon Li Lan the title of God. Go! Lazy God! You are the best! The people of Jiangnan Province stand behind you. Lazy God is the most handsome. Lazy God, swiftly deal with them. Go, Lazy God. By the way, the brother above, you made a typo. Who are these people up there? Are they paid commenters? And who is this Lazy God? Just as everyone was perplexed about Li Lan's identity, his background was revealed, along with his previous accomplishments in Jiangnan Province. OMG, brothers, this person is called Li Lan. Who is Li Lan? Does he have a significant background? Just search it on Baidu. He'll be the first result. OMG. It seems he can't be eliminated now. Plus, another strong contender has entered the top 5. Who is this impressive individual? I'm too lazy to check. Can someone copy and paste? Li Lan, 17 years old, the fourth son of the Li family patriarch, champion of the Jiangnan Province selection, a practitioner of extraordinary powers, and a distinguished hero in the beast tide of Jiangnan Province. OMG, what a monster. Is the world going mad? A prodigy in their teens, such occurrences are rare in a century. Fun fact, there was also a teenager with extraordinary powers from the Li family in the past, but he ended up failing. Hey, if the Li family hears you saying that, you might get beaten up. Even if he is a prodigy, dealing with so many beasts at once would still be quite difficult. Right? Who says he has to confront them? He could simply escape. Inside the venue, Su Exine also felt a twinge of anxiety for Li Lan. Everyone assumed he would flee immediately. However, what followed was a spectacle that left everyone wide-eyed. The monstrous beasts did not attack when they approached Li Lan, nor did he run away. Instead, they coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner. Li Lan even reached out to gently stroke the head of the king-level beast. which surprisingly displayed a hint of enjoyment and pleasure. What is happening here? Is this truly a king-level beast? Are the current king-level beasts so amiable? Brother, though you appear adorable, you are still a king-level beast. Where is your dignity as a king-level creature? Is your towering height merely for show? Shouldn't you unleash a massacre and engage in a fierce battle with Li Lan to showcase your ferocity? The crowd watched in disbelief at the massive sea otter. Su Xian was equally perplexed. The secrets surrounding his young master were multiplying. The sea otter approached Li Lan, blinking its large eyes, lowering its head to nuzzle against him. Ya. Greetings, noble one. It seemed to be acting cutely. However, its immense strength caused the boat to sway precariously, splashing water into it. Li Lan was astonished to discover that he could roughly understand the sea otter's intentions, unlike the lesser sea otters, which he could not comprehend. Ya, I want a hug. The giant sea otter extended its furry paws. Li Lan looked at its towering form and smirked slightly. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons. Right? Hug. Are you trying to crush me? Seeing that Li Lan was reluctant to embrace it, the giant sea otter pouted and crossed its arms over its chest, appearing somewhat miffed. Just when Li Lan thought it had given up, the giant sea otter lunged forward, arms wide open. Li Lan's expression shifted, and he quickly leaped aside, watching helplessly as his little boat was submerged under the weight of the giant sea otter. Observing his boat being crushed, the sea otter panicked and hurriedly searched for Li Lan in the water. It finally spotted him behind and sighed in relief, then crossed its arms again, displaying an "I'm upset again" expression. Li Lan. With no other choice, he had to jump onto the giant sea otter and give it a hug. Witnessing this scene, many viewers outside widened their eyes in astonishment. Heavens, my worldview is collapsing. Is this really a king-level beast? This one is more obedient than my own dog. So cute. It even knows how to sulk. I want to raise one, but it must be quite expensive at this size. You putting your life on the line. Is this a matter of money? You can find a king-level beast like this sea otter by the seaside, but I hope it doesn't slap you to death. Could it be that Li Lan is cheating? How could a king-level beast be so affectionate toward him? Cheating. Show me how to replicate that. He can't have awakened some natural affinity ability. Can he? Even if he did, it wouldn't be this absurd, right? This is a king-level beast, a being comparable to a prodigy. The male god is impressive, truly remarkable. This moment, within a vast conference room, a group of individuals sat with stern expressions, observing the screen displaying Li Lan's interaction with the sea otter, their brows furrowed. The faint aura they emanated suggested that even the weakest among them was a top-tier prodigy. The 4 seated at the head table were all, without exception, terrestrial immortals. Shouldn't we explain this? An elderly man at the head table remarked, sipping his hot tea. The others remained silent. Finally, a man in military attire spoke up, Old Xiao. I have no idea what is going on either. These beasts are not ones we captured. Upon hearing this, the old man turned to a middle-aged man in military garb sitting beside him. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before responding, Don't look at me. I have no idea how this happened. When I captured these beasts, they were all incredibly ferocious. At this moment, a prodigy quietly suggested, Shall we enter the secret realm and investigate what is happening? Upon hearing this, 2 figures at the head table simultaneously interjected. Number 1 was an elderly man with red eyes and hair, his face lined with wrinkles, wielding a cane, exuding a commanding presence indicative of someone long accustomed to authority. The other was not human at all, but a sleek-furred fox, a creature that commanded the attention of everyone present. As this man in fox spoke, the prodigy promptly closed his mouth. All right, since we don't know what is going on, let us continue watching. The elder who had first spoken, Old Xiao, remarked, If we still can't discern anything, we can always investigate after the competition concludes. He glanced at the man and the fox, knowing without a doubt what they were concerned about. They were merely worried that Li Lan had used some disposable item to bewitch the beast. If they intruded recklessly, they might disrupt Li Lan's plans and affect his performance. Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Observing that the 4 at the head table had not endorsed his proposal to enter the secret realm, the prodigy who suggested it furrowed his brow in frustration. Seems I must find another way to enter the secret realm. He gazed at Li Lan on the screen, a glimmer of greed and urgency flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chaos erupted as many engaged in fierce battles with the beasts. Others fought among themselves, attempting to seize points from one another. Ultimate Gale. A young man hovering in midair summoned a green orb of light, flinging it powerfully forward. Instantly, a massive tornado erupted from the orb, sweeping through a vast expanse of forest, ensnaring numerous beasts and shredding them to pieces. Watching his points skyrocket, he beamed with satisfaction. Wind Star Soul. 143 points. Third place. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that a new prodigy had emerged in this competition. What was his name again? Li Lan. He hurriedly searched for Li Lan's name, but after several attempts, he could not find him. Upon reaching the end, he saw Li Lan. 0 points, 98th place. Not only he, but many others were equally perplexed. The only ones privy to the truth were the 4 who had accompanied Li Lan from Jiangnan province. Within the White Tiger Academy's faction, Duan Zitao wore a wry smile. Li Lan is as lazy as ever. That I wonder if I will encounter him in this competition. A prodigy? Sigh. I may never catch up in this lifetime. Duan Zitao, what's wrong? A girl in his team inquired. Observing him, he smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Really? If it's nothing, why do you look so down? I saw you shining brightly when I visited Jiangnan province before. Indeed, before encountering Li Lan, he was still radiant and full of brilliance. Even at their first meeting, he was impressive. However, it was only when Li Lan's true strength was revealed that he realized his own meager talents were utterly insignificant in comparison. He had no right to feel proud. It was said that everything was fine now. If that were the case, then all was well. The girl found it inappropriate to delve further and instead turned her gaze to the leader at the front. Captain, what troubles you? He was none other than Xiao Dong of the White Tiger Academy, one of the 7 formidable practitioners in this competition. It's nothing, just a sense of curiosity, he replied. Curiosity? Xiao Dong nodded and remarked. This Li Lan is indeed intriguing. Despite possessing the strength of a great practitioner, his score is a mere 0, a 17-year-old great practitioner. I would very much like to exchange a few moves with him. Exchange a few moves? I believe I once harbored a similar thought. Duan Zitao suddenly pondered. That moment. On the lake where Li Lan had previously been, a massive boat woven from vines floated serenely on the water. A closer inspection would reveal numerous large, fluffy bundles nestled together in slumber, one of which contained a person, Li Lan himself, who was sleeping soundly, cradling the Sea Otter King. Although the lake's surface was frigid, the Sea Otter King radiated warmth like a natural furnace, continuously emanating heat. To avoid soaking Li Lan, the Sea Otter King had even dried its fur with energy while sleeping. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is effortlessly defeated by the fire element. It is a complete rout. The lightning element, in a fit of rage, shouts at the fire element. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. The wood element adds, do not underestimate the middle-aged, nor the elderly. The deceased hold greater value. The tears of tomb raiders. The lightning element. The control and telekinesis abilities are nearby, munching on snacks while cultivating, gaining 20 energy and control and 20 in telekinesis. The divine water element is instructing on the cultivation of water, nourishes all things. Upon completing the cultivation of water nourishes all things, it rises to return home, gaining 10 energy capacity. The dragon and tiger body refinement technique remains lonely at water nourishes all things as home. Exclaiming, Xiao Shui, I miss you so much. Water nourishes all things opens the door just in time to hear this, blushing deeply and lowering their head. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, a group of individuals was drinking water. The mist over the lake was so dense that it obscured their view of the center. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate. Big brother, look, what is that? Oh my goodness, is that a boat? How could a boat be on the lake's surface? Could it be a hidden instance? Big brother, shall we go take a look? Brother, let's go see. These individuals were not great practitioners but rather ordinary participants. Having failed to locate their respective academies after entering the secret realm, they decided to band together. Huang Cheng and Huang Zichao were among them. As a relatively powerful practitioner, Huang Cheng held a prominent position among this group. Naturally, as Huang Cheng's brother, Huang Zichao's status rose correspondingly. Chapter 62. Chu Tianjiao arrives. Will she face off against Li Lan? Huang Cheng, what do you plan to do? Inquired a practitioner of comparable strength to Huang Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Cheng replied. Why don't we take a boat over? The practitioner surveyed the calm lake, furrowing his brow slightly. No fish swim in the lake. Tranquility can be perilous. Then what do you suggest? I believe we could rally wood and ice element practitioners to build a bridge over. But wouldn't that take too long? Moreover, do we have enough wood and ice element practitioners here? Huang Cheng glanced around at the crowd, then at the distance from the shore to the boat, which was over 100 meters away. If they proceeded as he suggested, it would likely consume considerable time, severely hindering his ability to accrue points. Although this elimination round would see 60 participants eliminated, those who stood out among them would receive substantial rewards. With his strength, he was confident of placing in the top 30. He could not afford to squander that precious qualification by exploring an unknown instance. No, that would be far too risky. How about we first craft a boat, then tie a weaker beast to it and push it into the lake to test the waters? That's a good idea. The practitioner smiled. All right, Huang Cheng, the task of boat making is yours. My brother and I will go catch a beast, Huang Cheng declared. Huang Cheng nodded and looked at his four companions. The four exchanged glances and closed their eyes momentarily. In an instant, a layer of shimmering green light enveloped their hands. Soon, a sapling sprouted from the ground. The sapling grew into a small tree, then transformed into a towering tree, gradually rising 0.4 meters, 0.5 meters, 6 meters, until it finally stopped at 7 meters. At this point, the four were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, clearly having expended considerable energy in the tree's growth. Huang Cheng scrutinized the tree and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "It's too slender. Can it grow sturdier?" He produced 4 vials, stating, "These are energy recovery potions." The 4 took the vials and nodded earnestly. "Leave it to us, Changgu." They gulped down the contents, and their fatigue vanished. Minutes later, a tree twice as robust as before stood before them. Huang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, his eyes sharpening, and his demeanor growing increasingly formidable. A layer of fierce golden light enveloped his left hand. He raised his hand and struck the tree with force. The tree's crown was instantly severed, leaving only a sturdy trunk. Then, flames ignited in his hand. Minutes later, a small boat appeared before the onlookers. Just then, Huang Cheng returned, holding a low-tier monkey. "Well done," Huang Cheng smiled, tossing the monkey over. Huang Cheng caught the monkey and secured it to the boat, then pushed the vessel toward the center of the lake. As the boat drifted approximately 20 to 30 meters from the shore, a massive crocodile, 4 to 5 meters long, suddenly emerged from the water, snapping the wooden boat in half. The boat was instantly shattered, and the monkey became the crocodile's meal, a top-tier commanding beast. Huang Cheng and Huang Cheng exchanged glances, both recognizing the seriousness of the situation. "What shall we do? Even if the two of us join forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against it in the water. Crocodiles are social creatures. There must be a group of them in this lake. Are we to simply acquiesce?" While the two conversed, several figures emerged from the woods. A woman with crimson eyes wielding a wolf-toothed club led a group of young men, all clad in the uniforms of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Upon seeing them, Huang Cheng and Huang Cheng furrowed their brows. The people around them began to whisper, "Who are they? That woman exudes a powerful aura. They are from Vermilion Bird Academy. The one in the lead is Chu Tianjiao, one of the favorites to win this competition." "Chu Tianjiao, the great practitioner? Indeed, that is she. Wonderful. If she arrives, will we not find it easy to board that boat?" "What nonsense. Whether she is willing to take us aboard is another matter entirely. Would a great practitioner share the spoils with us mere fish?" "Miss Chu, long time no see," Huang Cheng said, regarding Chu Tianjiao with a serious expression. Chu Tianjiao smiled mockingly and replied, "Changgu, after all these years, you still look the same. I apologize for my bluntness. I hope you won't take offense." She glanced at the large boat in the center of the lake, a look of surprise crossing her face. "What on earth is that?" Huang Cheng shook his head, saying, "I don't know. We were just about to investigate but encountered some difficulties." He gestured towards the crocodile currently devouring the monkey. "Is this what has you stumped?" Chu Tianjiao asked. She aimed her wolf-toothed club at the crocodile and hurled it. Boom! Flames erupted from the club, and the crocodile's head was instantly obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. The club flew back into Chu Tianjiao's hand. Witnessing this, those around Huang Cheng and Huang Cheng widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. The power is simply terrifying. Since you lack the means to explore the large boat, I shall claim everything aboard for myself, Chu Tianjiao declared with a smile. She leaped into the air, stepping lightly upon the lake's surface, akin to a graceful dance, heading towards the large vessel where Li Lan resided. As Chu Tianjiao prepared to board the ship, many outside the barrier displayed eager expressions. Who would emerge victorious, Li Lan or Chu Tianjiao? At that moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Fantastic! Chu Tianjiao has made her move. This Li Lan is doomed. Let us see how he manages to remain lazy now. TSK. My lazy god will obliterate this so-called Chu Tianjiao in an instant. Obliterate? This is the most amusing campus bell I have ever heard of. Campus bell? Where is the campus bell? What confidence has Li Lan instilled in you to make such grandiose claims? Chu Tianjiao is the pride of Zhuke Academy. What is Li Lan in comparison? What qualifications do you possess to speak of the god of laziness? In terms of both lineage and talent, he far surpasses you bunch of good-for-nothings. What is Li Lan? Ha ha ha, you've made me laugh to the point of tears. Li Lan's elder brother is Li Qingyang, and his grandfather is the Flame Emperor. Li Lan is a master of great abilities, and at merely 17 years of age, you dare to question what he is. Even if Li Lan is formidable, he is still just 17. How could he possibly contend with Chu Tianjiao? What a joke! A barrage of blind confidence abounds in the comments. You simply do not comprehend the might of the god of laziness. Humph! I suspect that even against this so-called Chu Tianjiao, my esteemed god of laziness would not need to lift a finger. Why? Just look at that massive sea otter beneath him. Has it not awakened? Hiss! Chu Tianjiao is a master of fire attributes. Entering the water would be perilous for her. Humph! Hiding behind others is hardly a display of skill. Li Lan is nothing but a coward, a gathering of wise ones. Why not attempt to tame a king-level beast if you are so unconvinced? If you succeed, I shall kneel before you. Mark my words, if Li Lan were to face Chu Tianjiao one-on-one, she could dispatch him within 10 moves. As the war of words escalated, the administrator swiftly intervened to mute the comments, striving to restore normalcy to the online discourse. Within the venue, a cadre of staff members wore expressions of amusement, far more astute than the online commentators. Even if they doubted Li Lan, they refrained from vocalizing it. After all, Li Lan's identity, status, and talent eclipsed theirs. Loose lips lead to disaster. Xu Xian narrowed his eyes, unperturbed by this Chu Tianjiao in his view. As long as his young master was willing, it would be a simple task to bury her within this secret realm. Perhaps even before she could shatter her jade pendant. Hey, you seem to have come with Li Lan, right? Who do you think would win in a match between Chu Tianjiao and Li Lan? At that moment, a staff member seated next to Xu Xian jested. Xu Xian glanced at him and softly replied, Li Lan will triumph over Chu Tianjiao within 3 moves. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, youth is most fervent, Xu Xian, disinclined to elaborate, focused intently on the large screen. Not only he, but many others were also watching the screen with rapt attention. Li Qingyang, Li Qingya, the Flame Emperor, General Xiang, the old director, the high priest, the puppeteer. Within a circus, a puppeteer sat atop the massive carcass of a creature, manically gazing at his phone. Hehehe, Mu Quebec, you better not disappoint me. At that moment, at the Qinglong Academy, teacher Mu Ke shivered. Who is thinking of me? Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Upon awakening, he discovered that the large sea otter had vanished, replaced by 7 or 8 smaller otters. Confused, he squinted and casually embraced one. Drifting back to sleep, Li Lan slumbered. The wood element surged forth from his being. The lightning element also yearned to escape but was thwarted by the fire element, leaving it to sulk in place, glaring in frustration. How dare they imprison this god of thunder? Just wait until, outside the vessel, several meters away, Chu Tianjiao plunged her wolf fang club into the water, sending a multitude of mangled crocodile corpses floating to the surface. She stood on the small wooden boat previously carved by Wang Chong, her gaze piercingly fixed on the large ship not far away. Strange, the energy of wood elements emanating from that boat is formidable. Could it be man-made? Regardless, she resolved to investigate further, hoping to uncover some treasures. She prepared to leave the boat and enter the water. A large sea otter suddenly sprang from the depths, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at her. She swiftly kicked it away, only for an even larger sea otter to surface. Sensing its overwhelming aura, Chu Tianjiao's heart sank. A king-level beast. How could such a formidable creature be hidden here? In the next instant, her eyes gleamed with fervor. What treasures lay within this boat, guarded by a king-level beast? Could it be a top-tier exotic treasure? Or perhaps a relic of a semi-saint? Whatever it is, it shall belong to me. The Sea Otter King let out a thunderous roar, its massive body charging toward Chu Tianjiao. Creating towering waves, just what I needed. Watch as I crush you. Chu Tianjiao swung her Wolf Fang club to strike the oncoming Sea Otter King. Bang! It produced a dull thud, yet the Sea Otter King's hide was too thick, fortified by countless layers of water element defenses. Not only did she fail to injure the beast, but she was also knocked back several meters, just as she planned to take the offensive against the Sea Otter King. Suddenly, countless vines surged from the depths, ensnaring her tightly. Chu Tianjiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. A king-level wood attribute beast? No, this is the power of wood elements. Are there wood element masters nearby? Impossible. There can be no one else here besides me. It must be some sort of artifact. Regardless of what it is, watch me crush you. Regaining her composure, her gaze sharpened, and a phantom of a fiery bear materialized around her. Boom! The fiery bear swung a wooden stick down with great force. Simultaneously, she brought her Wolf Fang club crashing down. Instantly, the water erupted with streams of lava, producing vast clouds of steam. The surrounding vines ignited fiercely. At that moment, the Sea Otter King appeared behind her, delivering a heavy blow. With it came a colossal wave akin to a divine spear. A ring materialized in Chu Tianjiao's hand, transforming into a solid silver shield to deflect the Sea Otter King's assault. Bang! The Sea Otter King let out an enraged roar, slamming its hands together. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Chu Tianjiao was sent flying, yet she quickly regained her footing, brandishing her shield and Wolf Fang club to charge at the Sea Otter King. Her shoes appeared to be a type of artifact, as they caused the lake's surface to rapidly freeze several meters deep upon contact, enabling her to walk upon it. Deprived of the water's assistance, the Sea Otter King could only rely on brute strength to break through the thick ice. Fortunately, the vines provided it with ample support. Its formidable entangling ability allowed the ice layers to last less than a minute before being completely shredded into ice shards. A fierce battle ensued between the woman, the sea otter, and the vines for dozens of rounds. During the skirmish, Chu Tianjiao produced several artifacts, ultimately consuming a potion to enhance her strength. With all her might, she finally sent the Sea Otter King flying. Crack! The Sea Otter King collided with the vine-laden ship, creating a massive hole. The vessel began to take on water, slowly sinking. The Sea Otter King whimpered, its face a bloody mess, blood oozing from its wounds. Hearing the commotion, Li Lan abruptly awoke. Sensing the ship was rapidly sinking, he furrowed his brow slightly. What was happening? As he stepped outside, he beheld the battered Sea Otter King beside him and Chu Tianjiao not far away, wiping her Wolf Fang club. Upon seeing Li Lan, the Sea Otter King began to wail woo-woo, "Aya, aya, aya." It clung tightly to Li Lan, recounting the injuries it had just endured and the grievances it felt. Chapter 63. Crushing Chu Tianjiao, the shock of the outside world, the mysterious tunnel. The Sea Otter King's strength was immense. Even though it had been exceedingly cautious, the force it had just unleashed could easily crush an ordinary master. Luckily, with the persistent efforts of the Dragon Tiger body refining technique, Li Lan could navigate this overwhelming embrace with ease. All right, I understand. Let me tend to your wounds first, Li Lan spoke softly. Upon hearing his voice, the Sea Otter King's previously agitated sounds quieted, nodding gently. Aya, 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 thank you, Palace Master. What are you doing here? Upon spotting Li Lan, Chu Tianjiao, not far from the sunken vessel, wore a look of astonishment. The onlookers on the shore also expressed their surprise. Who was that? They seemed quite impressive, so handsome, no, so powerful. Strange, why isn't that beast attacking him? Instead, it appears to be acting all cutesy. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. What do you mean you've seen him? That's Li Lan, the one who nearly clashed with Chu Tianjiao earlier at the venue. So that's Li Lan. Looks like there's a spectacle to behold. I wonder who will win between Chu Tianjiao and Li Lan. Chu Tianjiao, after all, is much older. That's hard to say. Just now, Chu Tianjiao expended a great deal of energy, while Li Lan is still full of vigor. Didn't Li Lan just emerge from that ship? Does that mean he took everything from inside? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. The crowd murmured, their expressions filled with anticipation. Huang Zichao furrowed his brow as he glanced at his elder brother. Brother, why is that kid everywhere? It's infuriating. Huang Cheng quickly looked around, ensuring no one was paying attention to them before he heaved a sigh of relief, then gave his brother a hard knock on the head. What do you mean that kid? You should refer to him as Senior Li Lan. Brother, are you overreacting? I'm already too afraid to provoke Li Lan. Can't I at least vent my frustrations verbally? Huang Zichao replied, somewhat defiant. Should your previous statement be overheard by someone with ill intent, even if Li Lan were indifferent towards you, countless others would surely rise to his defense. By the way, Brother Huang, do you know Li Lan? At this moment, someone suddenly inquired of Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng quickly nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, I fought alongside Li Lan when I was in Jiangnan province. He is quite an admirable individual. Li Lan cast a fleeting glance at her, disinterested in engaging in conversation. His hands rested upon the Sea Otter King. Healing forest. Instantly, dozens of towering trees, each over 10 meters high, sprouted upon the ice and the sunken ship. They encircled each other, forming an immense barrier that radiated a shimmering green light. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of healing energy erupted forth. The wounds of the Sea Otter King, along with those of several other sea otters, began to heal rapidly. Is this Sea Otter King your pet? Did you create this ship as well? Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Tianjiao furrowed her brow and asked. Anyone who believes they have discovered a treasure only to find it a mere illusion would inevitably feel discomfort. Li Lan remained silent. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up within Chu Tianjiao. She raised her wolf-toothed club and leaped, striking fiercely at the barrier Li Lan had conjured. Sister, you truly are quite loud. Li Lan remarked, retracting his hand and stretching lazily. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the water, rising from the ground. Imu Jingtian, vines under control moved with greater speed and resilience than those left unchecked. Before Chu Tianjiao could approach the barrier, she was already ensnared. Outside the barrier, in the live broadcast room, many were abuzz with discussion. They were astonished to find that Li Lan possessed such remarkable skills. Managing to trap Chu Tianjiao. Could it be that Chu Tianjiao is not a match for Li Lan? How could that be? She is a fire elemental master. This is merely the beginning. Her true abilities have yet to be unleashed. Indeed, Chu Tianjiao naturally counters Li Lan. What grounds does he have to prevail? Go, lazy god. Humph. Chu Tianjiao has yet to reveal her true prowess, while Li Lan has shown his. Surely these are the mindless fans of Li Lan upstairs? Look, those vines are ablaze. Chu Tianjiao is bound to win. At the venue, the staff glanced at Su Exine and remarked, Kid, it seems the battle is nearing its conclusion. Your young master still lacks a bit of fire. Su Exine chuckled softly. The battle is indeed coming to an end. I never expected you to possess some skill. However, it is unfortunate. I am a fire elemental master, naturally countering you. Chu Tianjiao's mind shifted, her pupils turning crimson. The surrounding vines ignited rapidly. Li Lan smiled faintly, as though everything was proceeding according to his plan. In the next moment, countless water elements began to coalesce behind him, forming a colossal phantom. Gazing at this immense, unknown figure, Chu Tianjiao felt a surge of deep apprehension. How strange! What is this? What is that phantom? Despite only possessing the realm of a master, why does it seem to suppress me? She dismissed the thought, asserting, I am the supreme master, and I shall crush you. Boom. A layer of searing purple flames enveloped Chu Tianjiao as she grasped her wolf-toothed club and hurled it towards Li Lan in the face of this fierce assault. Li Lan remained unperturbed, even closing his eyes momentarily. Observing his actions, many outside the barrier were left aghast. Has he lost his mind? In such a crucial moment, he dares to fight with his eyes shut. What grants him such confidence? Is it his talent, having ascended at 17, or sheer ignorance? Has he resigned himself to fate? Is he truly mad? If this continues, even if he survives, he will be gravely injured. Speaking of which, what is that behind Li Lan? Whatever it is, could it possibly surpass the full-force strike of a master? What is Lazy God doing? This is infuriating. Lazy God, rise to the occasion. Do not be foolish at this moment. If you evade this strike, there will be ample opportunities for a counterattack. Why do I feel that Li Lan now has a chance for a counterstrike? What is the meaning of that smile on Li Lan's face? It conveys an air of confidence. Still, lazy god, your Li Lan shall soon be doomed. The first to be eliminated among 90 is a master. What a jest! Just as everyone lost faith in Li Lan. A terrifying scene unfolded. The phantom behind Li Lan slowly opened its eyes, revealing a divine spear glowing blue in its grasp. With a gentle wave, the spear shot forth like lightning, the spear of the sea god. Sensing the overwhelming water elemental energy coursing through the spear, Chu Tianjiao's expression shifted. Such terrifying water elemental power. Though it appeared to stem from the realm of a master, why is it so formidable? Her mind raced, and the ring on her hand transformed into a massive shield, positioned before her. The spear of the sea god crashed against the shield, but she could not withstand its might. The shield was sent flying, taking her along with it. As she tumbled into the forest, Li Lan opened his eyes and turned to the Sea Otter King. Upon seeing this, the Sea Otter King leaped into the forest. Moments later, it returned, clutching the severely injured Chu Tianjiao in its jaws. Ya, Palace Master, I have returned. What technique did you just employ? Chu Tianjiao gasped, incredulous as she questioned Li Lan. When struck by the spear of the sea god, she felt as if her very soul trembled. Some master. She had endured countless dangers, even entering the 5-star secret realm multiple times, suffering grave injuries, and coming perilously close to death on several occasions. Yet, she had never experienced fear as profound as today. As she pondered, her expression suddenly shifted to one of terror. Wait, could this be the power of a deity? Without waiting for Li Lan's response, she seemed to confirm her suspicions, letting out a dejected sigh. All my points now belong to you. With that, she cleared her points entirely, consumed a potion, and made her way back to the shore. Watching her points surge from 0 to over 130, catapulting him to 4th place, Li Lan's mood remained unchanged. He patted the Sea Otter King beside him and said, "Take me to a quiet place." Then, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Observing Chu Tianjiao's defeat, many were left utterly astonished. Wang Chong and others gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief as they watched Li Lan depart. Huang Cheng stood in a daze for a few seconds before patting his younger brother's shoulder. "You know what to do from here on out, right?" Huang Zichao nodded emphatically, saying, "When I see Li Lan in the future, I shall definitely bow down to him." Huang Cheng displayed an expression of satisfaction, pleased to see his brother's growth. Meanwhile, many outside were gazing at their phones, wide-eyed at the footage of Chu Tianjiao's defeat. Is this Li Lan a monster? What technique did he employ to eliminate Chu Tianjiao so swiftly? That technique was clearly water elemental. Could Li Lan also be a water elemental master? This is utterly absurd. Even if he were a water elemental master, how could he possibly defeat Chu Tianjiao in a single move? Lazy god, my apologies. I underestimated you. I thought you were about to lose. I am unworthy to be your fan. Who could argue otherwise? 2 strikes to take down Chu Tianjiao. Li Lan's current strength may very well position him as the foremost among the 7 masters of the secret realm. Not necessarily. Yuan Qing and others are formidable as well, and it seemed Chu Tianjiao hadn't even unleashed her trump cards. Indeed, if it weren't for a life-or-death duel, no one would easily reveal their hidden cards. I eagerly anticipate Li Lan's future performance. Within the venue, Su Xian clenched his fists in excitement. His ears perked up. He had known Li Lan would emerge victorious, but he never expected the victory to be so clean and decisive. The staff wiped their eyes, muttering, "Wow, this young man. Are the youth of today truly so remarkable? Surely he hasn't been using underhanded methods?" In the conference room, Li Lan's great-uncle displayed a satisfied smile. "This truly exceeds my expectations. I just wonder how his fire elemental cultivation is faring. Fire elemental indeed. A 17-year-old master. You should be content," the Fox Dean teased. Suddenly, he inquired, "By the way, do you know what that water elemental technique he just employed was? It feels extraordinary." Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze toward the great-uncle, intrigued. He gently shook his head. "The last time I saw Li Lan was during the previous event. You shouldn't ask me about this. Go inquire with my brother. He might know." The Fox Dean quickly shook his head. "Forget it. My fur is quite precious." The middle-aged man in military attire at the head table pondered the spear of the sea god that Li Lan had just used. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this power. as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Meanwhile, in a cave within the Baishan Tianqi of Longwut, a captivatingly graceful masked woman reclined upon a frigid jade bed. Intently gazing at the television affixed to the stone wall, a cryptic smile played upon her lips. How intriguing! The essence of divine water had once again manifested in the mortal realm. She turned to a nearby maid and inquired, "Do you know his name?" "Reporting to you, Lady Shui Xian, his name is Li Lan. The records indicate he hails from the Li family, being the grandson of the Flame Emperor. The Li family doth the abode of that cantankerous old man. It seems I shall have to pay him a visit once more." Li Lan's meteoric rise in points contrasted sharply with Chu Tianjiao's plummet in rankings, stirring a tempest of upheaval within the secret realm. No one could have anticipated that the illustrious Chu Tianjiao would falter against an obscure newcomer wielding extraordinary powers. This revelation instilled a sense of pressure among the remaining 5 competitors. Perched atop a colossal tree in a swamp, 2 youths clad in robes sat side by side. Beneath them lay an expansive wooden formation. Should any aberrant beast venture within, it would swiftly be annihilated by the immense wood-based energy contained within the formation, transforming into sustenance to attract other creatures. Yuan Gu, should we not pay this Li Lan a visit? If we unite, the top 5 could see our Qinglong Academy secure at least 2 positions, proposed the carefree youth. Yuan Qing shook his head, closing his eyes to weave a spell. Upon reopening them, he cast his gaze eastward. There is no need for such trouble. Perhaps we shall meet soon. The direction he indicated was where Li Lan resided. Li Lan was carried by the sea otter king to a cavern not far from the lakeside. The floor of the cave was excessively damp, prompting Li Lan to envelop himself in vines, crafting a sleeping bag suspended from a stone pillar. The sea otter king seemed fearful of Li Lan falling, rallying a group of smaller otters to rest beneath his makeshift bed. This slumber lasted several days. On the 4th day, a thunderous boom jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he beheld a dark and narrow underground tunnel emerging on the cave floor. What on earth is this? Simultaneously, this peculiar scene unfolded in hundreds of other locations within the secret realm. Observing this from the main stage was Elder Qiao, who allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Now, let us see how you will remain idle. Chapter 64. The Eerie Dungeon. Instantaneous annihilation of king-level beasts. The resounding roar reverberated throughout the secret realm, as countless tunnels manifested before the competitors. Some were caught off guard, plunging into the abyss, engulfed by unending darkness. Panic ensued among the crowd. However, upon seeing their points, they realized they had neither perished nor been eliminated, which offered them a measure of relief. What has transpired? What is this? There was no prior notification before the competition. Could it be that the secret realm has encountered an anomaly? Impossible. Misty Island was crafted by numerous terrestrial deities. It cannot possibly malfunction. The energy within this tunnel is so potent and unknown. Should we investigate? Perhaps not. It appears rather perilous. If you won't go, I shall with my strength. I won't breach the top 30 anyway. I can simply shatter my jade pendant and accept elimination. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, casting wary glances at the dark subterranean passage. After hesitating for several minutes, many began to venture into the tunnel, either alone or in groups. The external world buzzed with speculation. In live streams and various forums, the chatter was relentless. Fu Exine squinted in confusion. The staff member beside him remarked, "No need for concern. Such occurrences are commonplace during martial arts competitions. However, this commotion appears rather pronounced." Su Exine nodded in agreement. In the conference room, a host of extraordinary practitioners turned their attention to Elder Qiao, who, with a flicker of thought, summoned an ancient yellow scroll that unfurled before the assembly. It depicted several images, showcasing a variety of black creatures confined within cages. A dungeon? Elder Qiao nodded affirmatively. Dean Huli, seated nearby, added, "In recent years, although we have gained control over the majority of this secret realm, it possesses numerous functionalities that remain unknown to us. However, last year, we discovered a new capability. It can expend energy to fabricate peculiar shadow creatures. These beings can embody various attributes, strengths, and forms. Thus, we wish to seize this opportunity to experiment with this new feature." The red-haired uncle took a sip of tea, fixated on Li Lan. A concerned practitioner asked, "Might this pose a danger?" Elder Qiao shook his head, responding, "No. The core of the secret realm is meticulously overseen by the Wood Sovereign, who can always monitor the happenings within. And what of the energy expended in creating these shadow creatures? Another practitioner inquired. Opening the secret realm is a highly energy-intensive endeavor, and as a practitioner of the Abilities Resource Bureau, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. Rest assured, once these creatures are slain, the energy will return to the secret realm, causing no significant loss. At most, there may be a slight depletion during the return process. The military-clad individual explained. Casting a glance at the tunnel, Li Lan wore a puzzled expression. He attempted to delve into the depths of the tunnel with his mental perception, only to find his efforts thwarted. As if shrouded by an impenetrable veil, nothing but emptiness or darkness met his inquiries. How peculiar! What lies within this tunnel? Never mind. I shall return to slumber. Li Lan closed his eyes once more. Many viewers in the live stream, initially eager for Li Lan to at least investigate, could not help but flinch at this scene. One murmured. One cannot be so lethargic as Li Lan. Has he always been this indolent? Inquired a staff member at the martial arts venue, casting a curious glance at Su Xian. I must uphold the young master's reputation, Su Xian resolutely thought. Nodding in affirmation, in the conference room, the military official furrowed his brow at Li Lan. Casting a discontented glance at the red-haired uncle. What on earth is your family doing? How did you turn a prodigy into such a sloth? Once the competition concludes, I believe he must be entrusted to our military for proper training. The uncle shrugged nonchalantly. As long as you can capture him, do as you please. This rascal, even before gaining abilities, could always find various hiding spots, once even absurdly sleeping alongside our ancestors. Now that he possesses powers and has the backing of extraordinary practitioners, capturing him is akin to fishing for a needle in the depths of a river. The military man glanced at Dean Huli, who also nodded in agreement. The lightning element, in a buoyant mood today, danced joyfully while singing. I love you walking alone in the dark alleys. I love your unyielding demeanor. I love how you face despair without shedding a tear. The fire element, irritated, opened its eyes, rose, and delivered a swift kick to the lightning element's posterior, gaining 10 fire energy. The lightning element, feeling wronged, covered its rear, suppressing its anger, silently vowing, "Cursed fire element, daring to strike my backside. Once I grow stronger, I shall." The fire element shot a glare at the lightning element. The lightning element promptly vacated the fire element's line of sight. Controlling abilities, telekinesis, while simultaneously training and sipping on ice-cold soda. 10 energy control, 10 telekinetic energy. The divine water element was deep in meditation, gaining 52 divine water energy. The water nurtures all and Dragon Tiger body refining technique were harmoniously cultivating together. 10 energy capacity, 15 host spirit. Time passed unmeasured. Li Lan gradually opened his eyes as a cool breeze swept through the cave. He felt invigorated. The entrance to the tunnel remained. Just as he contemplated whether to venture inside, he suddenly noticed a shadow observing him from the tunnel's edge. It was a face, resembling that of a monkey, adorned with a broad grin. What on earth is this creature? As Li Lan pondered. The shadow sprang forth, opening its mouth wider than its own face and lunging at him. Li Lan merely cast a cursory glance, and the shadow spontaneously combusted, reduced to ashes. Is that all? I expected something formidable. At that moment, another shadow emerged. This time, Li Lan refrained from taking action. As the shadow approached him, the Sea Otter King rolled over, and the creature vanished. Soon, an increasing number of shadows emerged from the tunnel. The Sea Otter King stood up, plopped down on the tunnel, and released a resounding fart, quieting the surrounding chaos. Li Lan settled back down to sleep. However, mere minutes later, he was jolted awake by the Sea Otter King's plaintive cries. Li Lan opened his eyes to see the Sea Otter King looking at him with a forlorn expression. "Ya, ya, ya," it squeaked, pointing its rear toward the dark, elongated tunnel and then gesturing to its own backside. Mimicking various actions, upon noticing the clear bite mark on its plump rear, with even some fur missing, Li Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Li Lan's amusement, the Sea Otter King paused for a moment before crossing its arms. Glaring indignantly at Li Lan and mumbling in a language he could not comprehend. From its expression, it was not difficult to guess. It vaguely conveyed the sentiment. How could you be such a lord? Li Lan chuckled again. The Sea Otter King grew increasingly irate. suddenly producing a fish larger than Li Lan himself, and began to gnaw at it ferociously. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from within the tunnel. Li Lan and the Sea Otter King exchanged glances, both turning their attention to the tunnel. Moments later, a shadowy figure emerged from within, unlike the feeble ones before. This time, the shadow possessed the strength of a leader. Vines sprouted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the figure and obliterating it, dispersing into a wisp of black mist. Points 5. This tunnel harbored something peculiar. Li Lan ventured inside, a flicker of thought conjuring a flame that illuminated the path ahead. The Sea Otter King trailed behind, but its massive frame barely fit, squeezing in just its head. Watching as Li Lan moved further away, it let out an anxious cry, just as Li Lan instructed it to stay put at the entrance. A small sea otter leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling its head against his face. "Ya, Lord, I've come." "So? You can shrink. Then why were you squeezing in earlier?" Li Lan glanced at it, lifting off the ground and drifting deeper into the tunnel. Before long, he discovered several damaged cages. Those previous shadows must have emerged from within. But why would such a place exist within the secret realm? Li Lan pressed further, the space gradually opening up, revealing an underground world with a complex terrain where numerous shadowy creatures scurried about. "Is anyone there?" Li Lan looked towards a nearby tunnel, where two figures slowly emerged. Their movements were sluggish, occasionally advancing and then scanning their surroundings. "Old Shah, do you see someone ahead? It's just one person. Should we invite him to join us? Are you mad?" Such lone wolves are the most dangerous. They are either strong, having survived alone until now, or ruthless, having eliminated all their teammates. But let's bypass him and head the other way. The two began to walk in the opposite direction from Li Lan. However, after just a few steps, they halted in their tracks. For before them stood a terrifying black creature, observing them. Over 3 meters tall, resembling a frog, with eyes as large as a baby's head and a tongue that moved like a tentacle. It exuded the aura of a king-level beast. "This is bad." A sense of dread washed over the two. Just as they prepared to crush their jade pendants, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Staring at the dissipating black mist, they stood frozen, their minds blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they abruptly realized what had happened. Turning to look at Li Lan, he remained in the same spot, but now, a flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. 30 points, not bad. The two exchanged glances. Was that monster slain by him? It must be. When the creature perished, a surge of fire elemental energy had erupted from within. Who exactly is this formidable individual? Should we go thank him? The one who had previously opposed joining Li Lan hesitated for a moment before nodding decisively. The two approached Li Lan. Meanwhile, outside, chaos reigned. Numerous staff members gaped in astonishment, except for Su Xian, who remained unfazed. One staff member remarked to Su Xian, "Li Lan, he is still." Before he could finish, Su Xian lightly nodded. The staff member gasped in disbelief. Truly a monster. A wood elemental master is one thing, but a fire elemental master as well, and possessing the enigmatic water elemental energy. The newcomers are becoming increasingly extraordinary. I wonder how Yuan Qing compares to him. In the conference room, many turned their gazes towards the red-haired second uncle. "Old Xiao," began Xiao Lao, "your Li family is rather secretive, concealing everything. It's one thing that Li Lan hasn't been exposed, but you didn't even inform us of his hidden strength." The middle-aged man in military attire nodded in agreement. The second uncle had grievances he could not voice. Noticing his expression, old Xiao curiously asked, "You old rascal, you didn't know he was a fire elemental master?" "How could I not know?" The ever-proud second uncle lifted his head slightly. Feigning nonchalance, "I just thought it pointless to tell you, since you could never produce such outstanding descendants." Others were left speechless. At that moment, Teacher Qi, who was in class, received a flurry of notifications on his phone. Upon opening it, he was met with a barrage of insults. "You shameless old fool, when I see you next, I will surely end you. Thief, Mu Ke, you're nothing but a thief. Despicable scoundrel, utterly detestable, Mu Ke. I am not playing with you." These were all recruitment teachers from various universities who had previously accompanied him to Jiangnan province. Why were they cursing him for no reason? Mu Ke frowned, feeling rather displeased. Just then, a new message appeared on the screen. "Director, Mu Ke, well done. You quietly recruited such a formidable master without informing me. Master? Is this referring to Li Lan? Haven't I already conveyed all the information about Li Lan to him? As Mu Ke was puzzled, a pop-up news alert appeared at the top of the screen. Latest news from the National Martial Arts Competition. Master Li Lan is not only a wood elemental master but also a fire elemental master. Oh, a master. What? A master? Fire elemental? Mu Ke stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. He then burst into laughter, hastily sending meticulously crafted messages to the group that had just insulted him. Alas, Li Lan insists on joining our Qinglong Academy. What can I do? After finishing sending the messages, Mu Ke couldn't help but chuckle. The students below the podium looked at him curiously. Teacher Mu, what's wrong? It's nothing, students. Let us continue our lesson. Ha! Now, let us turn to page 107 of our textbook. Ha ha ha! Apologies, students. Ha ha ha! Students. Chapter 65. One force breaks 10,000 methods. Acting too poorly, the dim light underground only allowed the two to discern Li Lan's somewhat youthful face as they approached. They were momentarily taken aback. So handsome, wait, so young. A fire elemental master. There's such a figure among the contestants. Could he also be a monster? At this thought, their bodies stiffened. Li Lan looked at them, puzzled, as the sea otter perched on his shoulder tilted its head and chirped curiously. How did this creature get on his shoulder? Pets were supposedly not allowed in the secret realm. Could he really not be human? The two exchanged fearful glances, and ultimately, the slightly older youth mustered his courage to speak. Thank you, esteemed friend, for your assistance. My name is Sha Zhu, and this is my brother Yu Yang. He clasped his hands, ready to shatter his jade pendant and escape at any moment, having no thoughts of resistance. After all, the individual before him was capable of annihilating king-level monsters. Silly pig, killing pig. What kind of name is that? My name is Li Lan. Li Lan, the one who ranked first in the Jiangnan provincial selection. The Li Lan from the Li family. Although they had heard of Li Lan's reputation at the venue, they had not seen him in person as they were seated on the opposite side. Now, upon realizing that this individual before them was indeed Li Lan, they all relaxed. Thank goodness he is just a normal person. That lazy god. May we follow you? This way, we can look out for each other. Sha Zhu, seemingly fearing Li Lan would refuse, quickly added, all points will go to you. We'll just tag along. Li Lan initially intended to decline and turn back, as the dark, chilly underground was not conducive for rest. However, he suddenly noticed that the tunnel he had come through had vanished without a trace. After contemplating for a few seconds, he lightly nodded. Sha Zhu and Yu Yang's faces lit up with joy. They had initially feared Li Lan would reject them, given their weakness. That lazy god. What shall we do next? Yu Yang inquired. You decide, Li Lan replied, stretching lazily and floating into the air. Closing his eyes, he began to doze off. Hearing Li Lan's soft snores, the two stared in disbelief. Is it really possible to do this? Old Sha, the exit had been sealed off without them realizing, so they should find a way out first. What about that lazy god? He should not stay with us, right? Whoosh! As the two conversed, several shadowy figures darted around them. Just as they were about to strike, a loud bang echoed as the shadows self-destructed, their black mist dispersing into the air. Sha Zhu smiled. Let us begin. The two started to navigate the darkness, with Li Lan floating behind them, startling them several times along the way. However, it wasn't long before the two grew accustomed to the situation. During their exploration, they discovered that the three of them were situated in a peculiar underground cavern, filled with numerous dilapidated dungeons. The cave was entirely enclosed, with countless mechanisms hidden within. Only by locating the correct mechanism could they unlock the proper passageway to other caverns. Yet, after hours of searching, they found themselves going in circles within the same cavern. The formidable shadowy beasts were dealt with by Li Lan, while the weaker ones were managed by themselves. Nevertheless, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat the size of peas still formed on their foreheads,